Chapter 66. Father Li's face darkened instantly, the veins on his forehead throbbing as his powerful voice echoed through the courtyard. Stop right now! Shen Yiyi, hearing Father Li's voice, reluctantly withdrew her hand. Jiang Ailing lost all her momentum. The moment she saw Li Sanhong return, she burst into tears with a loud wail. Father Li stood in the middle of the courtyard, suppressing his anger as his imposing presence swept over everyone present. His gaze was sharp as he demanded, "What exactly is going on here? Mother and second sister-in-law hit me in Taiju." Jiang Ailing sobbed, seizing the chance to speak first. Her hair was disheveled, her face swollen with bruises, her clothes wrinkled, and one of her shoes was missing. She looked utterly miserable. Seeing his equally bedraggled son beside her, Li Sanhong's face darkened. He turned to look at Mother Li and Shen Yiyi, clearly holding back his rage. His tone carried a hint of accusation as he asked, "Mother, second sister-in-law, what exactly happened here?" Mother Li was so infuriated by Jiang Ailing's blatant distortion of the truth that she nearly spat blood. She opened her mouth to curse, but Father Li shot her a glare. Father Li then turned to Shen Yiyi. "Second daughter-in-law, I know you wouldn't hit third's wife for no reason. You explain." "Father." Shen Yiyi had no intention of shouldering the banner of justice. "I arrived in the middle of the commotion. I only stepped in when I saw Li Taiju trying to hit Mother. As for the exact cause, I don't know. Perhaps you should ask someone else." As he spoke, Shen Yiyi glanced outside. Li Dabin was busy driving away the onlookers, while Wang Yan, who had been standing on a stool to watch the spectacle, was just about to leave reluctantly. Shen Yiyi immediately called out, "Father, perhaps sister-in-law Wang was here earlier. Maybe she can explain." "I've been here for a long time." Wang Yan, who had been eavesdropping with her ears perked up, immediately shouted, "Uncle Li, I saw almost everything from start to finish. I can recount the whole thing for you, and I swear I won't lie." "Father Li." Agreed. Wang Yan immediately started chattering away. Although she hadn't heard Jiang Ailing instigating conflict between Mother Li and Shen Yiyi, she had certainly heard Mother Li's loud scolding of Jiang Ailing. Connecting Mother Li's words with the incident earlier when Shen Yiyi went to buy grain, it wasn't hard to deduce what Jiang Ailing had tried to stir up. One had to admit, gossiping women could be annoying at times, but they did have their merits, especially their storytelling skills. Wang Yan's vivid and animated narration painted a scene so clearly that those listening could almost see it unfold before them. As Father Li's expression darkened further, the anger that had been directed at Mother Li and Shen Yiyi and Li Sanhong's eyes now shifted toward Jiang Ailing and Li Taiju. With so many people witnessing the event, there was no room for Jiang Ailing to argue her way out of it, no matter how much she wanted to. After hearing the whole story, Shen Yiyi was speechless. Fortunately, she had the foresight to beat them up first. At least that part wasn't a loss. Now that she had vented her anger, the matter of how to resolve this was up to the third household of the Li family and Father and Mother Li. Shen Yiyi had no interest in staying to watch. Li Chun would be returning from town soon, and Three Baos still hadn't had lunch. She had no intention of letting her husband and son go hungry over irrelevant people, so she said, "Father, since everything is clear now, I'll head back first." Before Father Li could respond, Mother Li immediately said, "I'll go with you." At that moment, Dahua, who had been in the kitchen all this time, finally emerged, speaking timidly. "Grandmother, the food is ready." "If it's ready, then leave it for our third daughter-in-law and eldest grandson to eat," Mother Li said sharply, now emboldened by the truth coming to light. Her tone was dripping with sarcasm. "Otherwise, they might not take care of me in my old age." Li Sanhong's face turned pale. "Mother. Don't call me mother just yet." Mother Li cut him off, her sharp gaze pinning him down. "You know exactly what your wife and son did today. One tried to turn me against your second sister-in-law, while the other threatened to drive me out and even tried to hit me with a brick. Now tell me, how do you plan to handle this?" "Mother, Mother Li cut him off. "And what about you? Do you also not want to live with me anymore? Do you want to kick me out and let me die?" "Mother, what are you saying? How could I ever let you die? I'm more than happy to have you live with me." Li Sanhong hurriedly reassured her. "Then tell me, did Li Taiju come up with those words himself because he's naturally clever? Or did someone teach him?" Mother Li snapped in anger. Li Sanhong froze, glancing at his wife. His head was pounding. "You just keep protecting her." Mother Li trembled with fury. "Fine, Li Sanhong. In that case, I don't dare to stay in this house anymore. Heaven forbid someone takes issue with me and decides to smash me to death while I'm not looking. You figure out how to resolve this, and when you do, I'll come back. If you don't want me back, that's fine too. Just go next door and tell me, and I'll jump into the river. Then I'll climb back out at night and come find you." Mother Li turned to Shen Yiyi and declared decisively, "We're leaving." Shen Yiyi. By the time they got home, she still felt like she was in some surreal dream. How did she end up bringing Motherly back with her? At the doorway, Airbao and Xiaobao were waiting. Earlier, Shen Yiyi had told them not to follow, so they had obediently stayed home. Now, seeing their mother return, they let out a cheer. Then they noticed Motherly behind her, disheveled, covered in scratches on her face and hands. Airbao's eyes widened as he ran over. Grandma, what happened? Who hit you? Was it Taiju? I'll get revenge for you. His small face was filled with rage, and his tiny fists clenched tightly. Xiaobao, noticing the wound on his grandmother's forehead, looked up at her with big, concerned eyes and said softly, "Pain, pain." Looking at her two well-behaved grandsons and then thinking about Li Taiju, Motherly couldn't hold back her emotions. Tears welled up as she hugged Airbao and Xiaobao. Her voice choked with emotion. Good boys, Grandma doesn't feel pain anymore. I've already taught him a lesson. Shen Yiyi glanced at Motherly, whose eyes were brimming with tears, and decided to leave some space for the three of them. She silently stepped into the house. In the kitchen, Dabao was tending the fire for steaming the rice. Hearing the commotion outside, he rushed out. Mother, what happened? Nothing. Shen Yiyi patted his head. It's already taken care of. Is the rice done? It's ready. Dabao nodded. Good boy. Shen Yiyi praised him. I'll handle the dishes myself. Your grandmother is here, and she's not in a good mood. You and Airbao, Xiaobao should stay with her, bring her some water and help clean her up. There's a bottle of antiseptic ointment in the cabinet. Take it to her so she can treat her wounds. Grandma got hurt? Dabao's expression became serious. I understand, Mother. He immediately ran outside to find his grandmother. Just as Shen Yiyi stepped into the kitchen, the noise from the old house, which had started to die down, suddenly flared up again. Wretched cries, furious curses, and the unmistakable sound of a stick striking flesh rang out clearly. Shen Yiyi rubbed her ears and retreated into the kitchen to continue cooking. For lunch, she planned to make sour shredded potatoes and stir-fried dried green beans with pork. Just as she finished the sour shredded potatoes, Motherly walked in. Is there anything I can help with? No need, I can handle it myself. Shen Yiyi replied, focused on stirring the pork belly she had just added to the pan, not even turning her head. Motherly hesitated before speaking again. I can at least help you tend the fire. Only then did Shen Yiyi glance back at her. Her face had been cleaned up, and she wore an awkward smile. Shen Yiyi immediately understood. Motherly was probably feeling uneasy about deciding to stay here without asking first. She was likely afraid that Shen Yiyi would be unhappy about it. Chapter 67. Then go ahead and burn it. Shen Yiyi did not refuse. She was not upset by Motherly's uninvited actions. After all, today's matter was somewhat related to her. Besides, Motherly was her mother-in-law, Li Chen's biological mother, and the grandmother of the three Baos. She could still afford to be tolerant. However, even though their relationship was that of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, it was a relationship by marriage, not by blood. Because of this, Motherly would not treat her like her own daughter, and she, in turn, could not truly regard Motherly with the same love as she would for her own mother. So, it was best for them to maintain some boundaries. When those boundaries were crossed, it was necessary to let the other party know that there were conditions attached. All right. Motherly nodded quickly and sat down in front of the stove. Looking at the kitchen filled with firewood, Motherly felt a sense of relief. The second son's family was finally learning how to manage their household properly. Just as this thought emerged, her sharp eyes caught sight of the pork belly in the pan, frying out a considerable amount of oil. But the second son's wife did not scoop out the excess oil. Instead, she directly grabbed the pre-cut dried string beans beside her and tossed them in. That amount of oil could have lasted her 3 or 4 meals. And yet, the second son's wife was using it all in just one dish? Hey you, this wasteful girl. Motherly instinctively wanted to scold her. The words were already at the tip of her tongue when she suddenly realized that this was the second son's household, not old Li's family. The person cooking was Shen Yiyi, not someone who would listen to her. She quickly swallowed the words back. Shen Yiyi feigned ignorance. Mother, what's wrong? Motherly forced a laugh, coughed a few times and said, just clearing my throat. Oh. Shen Yiyi suppressed the corners of her lips from curling up, trying her best not to laugh out loud. Even from the corner of her eye, she had seen how Motherly's eyes widened in shock when she saw the amount of oil in the pan. There was no need to guess, she was certainly thinking that Shen Yiyi had used way too much oil and was being wasteful. In fact, the amount of oil she used was not excessive at all. Dried string beans needed more oil to taste good. Motherly was simply too used to being frugal and was making a fuss over nothing. Her heart ached over the wasted oil all the way until mealtime. Li Chen had yet to return, and just as Shen Yiyi was about to set aside a portion for him, she saw him walk in. She hurriedly went to greet him, asking expectantly, Brother Chen, how did it go? Li Chun smiled and nodded. My friend said yes. He happens to be making a delivery to the capital tomorrow. Really? Shen Yiyi instantly beamed like a blooming flower, eagerly stepping forward to take the things from his hands. The items were not heavy, so Li Chun handed them to her without hesitation. But he's leaving early in the morning, so we need to transport the grain over to him today. On my way back, I stopped by to see Uncle Nyo. He said after he makes a trip into town this afternoon to drop off some passengers, he should be able to return and help us haul the grain. After a moment of thought, Li Chun added, if he doesn't make it back in time, I'll just use the wooden cart to pull it myself. Don't worry, we'll definitely get the grain sent to your parents. I'm not worried, Shen Yiyi replied. With a man who always thought of everything for her, what was there to worry about? I'll go with you. All right. Li Chun smiled indulgently. Only then did Shen Yiyi glance at the items in his hands. Although not heavy, it was a large, bulging package. What did you buy? Steamed buns. I told you I was going to cook. Why did you buy so many buns? We won't be able to finish them. Shen Yiyi scolded lightly. You like them? I happened to pass by, so I bought some. Li Chun explained. It's fine if we don't finish them. They'll last long in this weather. I'll eat the rest later. Shen Yi's lips curled slightly. She did like steamed buns, of course, but she was more accustomed to eating rice for her main meals. Perhaps because she always bought buns whenever she went to town, this man had assumed she preferred them as a staple food. Alright, actually I didn't cook much rice today. Since mother is here, the buns will come in handy, Shen Yiyi said. By now, she had figured out the eating habits of the whole family, so she always cooked a fixed amount. She had already started cooking when Mother Li arrived, so she didn't make extra rice. However, she had prepared a bit more of the side dishes. Li Chun hadn't had the chance to ask why his mother had come over when Mother Li, who was in the kitchen serving rice with the 3 bows, called out to them. Second Sonny, the rice is served. Come eat. We're coming, Shen Yiyi responded, then turned to Li Chun. Brother Chun, let's go eat first. Li Chun nodded, but as he got closer, he noticed scratches on his mother's face and hands. His brows furrowed. What happened? Mother Li touched her wounds uncomfortably. It's nothing, just a small matter. It was Taiju who did it. Bao, who always had a grudge against Li Taiju, wouldn't miss a chance to tattle. Shen Yiyi pinched her little son's chubby cheeks. Such a vengeful little fellow. She then explained the whole situation to Li Chun, concluding, I already gave both Li Taiju and Zhang Ailing a beating. You don't need to go looking for trouble with them now. Sanhong knows about it, so let's wait and see how he handles it. Upon hearing this, Li Chun immediately rolled up Yui's sleeves. Did you get hurt? Nope. Shen Yiyi let him check her hands, looking rather smug. I was holding a wooden pole at the time. They couldn't even get close to me. Wow. Before Li Chun could respond, Bao's eyes lit up in admiration. He circled around his mother, exclaiming, Mother, did you really beat up Taiju? Are you really that good at fighting? Not too bad, not too bad, Shen Yiyi said modestly. Then Mother, can you teach me? I want to defeat Taiju too. Bao clenched his fists, looking eager to fight. If you don't eat properly, I'll defeat you first. Li Chun picked him up. Eat your food. Bao huffed at his father but then leaned in close to whisper in his mother's ear. Mother, next time you fight Taiju, can you take me with you? I'll pass you the wooden pole. Shen Yiyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She picked up a piece of meat and put it in his bowl. Hurry and eat, or else your father will really beat you up. Bao shot a side glance at his father, only to meet Li Chun's dark, menacing gaze. He shuddered and obediently started eating. Finally, after settling Bao down, Shen Yiyi looked up, only to see what was in Mother Li's bowl. Porridge. Or rather, something that barely qualified as porridge, because the bowl was filled mostly with water, with only a few scattered grains of rice floating inside. She pressed a hand to her forehead and pulled out the steamed buns that Li Chun had bought earlier. Mother, you don't have to worry about running out of food. I made extra dishes and Brother Chun also bought a lot of buns. No need. Mother Li refused. I had a big breakfast, I'm still full. Yeah, right. Even if she had eaten a lot in the morning, it would have been digested by now. Not to mention, she had spent the morning hauling grain, physical labor that burned through energy quickly. Not knowing how to convince her, Shen Yiyi decided to leave it to Li Chun. Li Chun grabbed 2 meat buns and shoved them in front of Mother Li. Stop being stubborn. Just eat. All right. Mother Li accepted the buns and obediently started eating in silence. Shen Yiyi glanced curiously at the mother and son, especially at Mother Li. This was a completely different attitude from how she acted around Li Sanhong. There was a reason for that. Li Chun and Li Sanhong were close in age. Not long after giving birth to Li Chun, Mother Li became pregnant with Li Sanhong. Balancing pregnancy and labor-intensive work left her with no energy to care for Li Chan, so she had to leave him in his grandmother's care. After giving birth to Li Sanhong, things only got worse. She had even less time and energy, so Li Chan was often neglected. As a result, he never grew close to her. On top of that, Li Chan had gained a fierce reputation over the years, making it impossible for Mother Li to assert any authority over him. Chapter 68. During the meal, Mother Li barely picked up any food for herself. Shen Yiyi couldn't bear to watch and asked Bao and Bao to give her some. Mother Li repeatedly said, "That's enough, that's enough." Yet she still glanced at Shen Yi's expression, as if she were an evil daughter-in-law who refused to let her mother-in-law eat. Shen Yiyi quickened her pace in eating. When the three Baos had also finished their meal, she said, "Mother is going back to the room to write a letter to your maternal grandparents. Do you want to come with me?" To the three Baos, the term maternal grandparents was still very new. But from their mother's descriptions, they had already formed an image of kind and benevolent elders. Hearing that their mother was going to write a letter to their maternal grandparents, the three Baos became excited. "Mother, can we write a letter to them too?" "Of course. But do you know how to write?" "No." "Then tell me what you want to say, and I'll write it down for you. How about that?" "Okay." The three Baos, who had been slightly downcast, instantly became enthusiastic. They were even more eager than their mother, each grabbing one of her hands and pulling her toward the room. Now, only Li Chan and Mother Li remained in the main hall. Li Chan reached out and moved the dishes closer to Mother Li. "You can eat now, right?" Mother Li, realizing her thoughts had been seen through, coughed awkwardly and asked in a low voice, "Second son, do you think if I stay at your place your wife will be unhappy?" "She won't," Li Chan replied, gesturing toward the table. "If she really didn't want you to come, she wouldn't have cooked so much food." Mother Li let out a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. So you should also treat my wife better. If you treat her well, she will treat you well too." Li Chan glanced at his mother, this time with a hint of warning. "My wife has her own way of doing things. She has never mistreated you or father, and she treats me and the three Baos wholeheartedly. Don't be foolish and let others provoke you into making trouble for her." "I absolutely did not." Mother Li immediately denied, almost raising her hand to swear. "I was also furious about what third daughter-in-law said today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have hit her." Li Chan responded. Since he had never been close to her since childhood, he didn't know what else to say after that. Instead, he gestured toward the food on the table. "Eat. There's still rice in the pot." "All right," Mother Li replied. She was much more at ease when she was alone with her son. After finishing the meal, Mother Li took it upon herself to do the dishes. Li Chan then went back to the room to find his wife. Inside, Shen Yiyi had already finished writing the letter. When she saw Li Chan enter, she called out to him, "Brother Chun, do you want to say something to Mom and Dad?" "Mom and Dad?" She wasn't referring to her parents. Li Chen's lips curved up slightly, but he also felt a bit nervous. What should I say? Dad is a fool." Bao seized the opportunity to tease his father immediately. "Just say whatever you want to say. Do you even need to ask?" After speaking, Bao even looked around for support. He turned to his older brother. "Big brother, don't you agree?" Bao glanced at him and defended their father. "Dad is not a fool." Bao. "Dad is a fool." Xiao Bao, seeing that his second brother looked disappointed, quickly echoed him. Unfortunately, he was too young for his words to hold much weight. Bao merely gave him a perfunctory smile. Xiao Bao pouted and changed his stance. "Dad is not a fool." Li Chun. His second son really needed a good scolding one of these days. "Hurry up." Shen Yiyi poked him with the pen, her brows raised mischievously. Her teasing expression was enough to make one's teeth itch with frustration. Li Chan, however, didn't brush it off. He thought seriously for a moment before saying, "I want to tell father and mother that I will definitely take good care of you." Shen Yiyi had intended to tease him, but instead she ended up blushing furiously. She shoved the pen into his hand. "You can read and write. Write it yourself." Li Chan had studied for a few years. After Shen Yi's words, he really did pick up the pen and began writing, each stroke slow and meticulous. "Dad, Mom, this is Li Chan. First, I want to sincerely apologize to both of you. I married your precious daughter without informing you, and I haven't contacted you all these years. I am truly sorry. But please rest assured, my feelings for Yi are genuine. I will love her and take good care of her. Please believe me." Shen Yiyi stood beside him, watching as he carefully wrote each word. Her eyes grew moist with emotion. But then Bao, the little troublemaker who couldn't read, completely ruined the touching moment. He started counting on his fingers and smugly said, "Father, isn't 'I will definitely take good care of you' just 10 characters? Why did you write so much?" After speaking, he even had an expression that said, "I may not know how to read, but don't try to fool me." Li Chun. Shen Yiyi. At that moment, even Shen Yiyi, who spoiled her children endlessly, had the urge to give him a beating. After sealing the letter, they found that Mother Li had also finished washing the dishes. Not knowing how many days Mother Li would be staying, Shen Yiyi went next door to change the bedsheets and blankets. Mother Li watched from the side, her face full of gratitude. Once everything was set up, they took a short afternoon nap. When they woke up, it was already close to 2 o'clock. By then, Uncle Nyo had returned after finishing his transport work and was ready to help Shen Yiyi move the grain. In total, including Li Chen's share, the grains they had bought, and the fine grains allocated by Chan Jai, they had gathered 380 jin of rice and 300 jin of wheat. Li Chen's portion of the grain remained untouched, reserved for their own consumption. As for the rest, Shen Yiyi planned to send 200 jin of rice and 200 jin of wheat to her parents. In addition, she packed 10 jin each of the dried meat and dried fish she had previously prepared, intending to send them along with the grain to her parents. There wasn't much else to add. However, what surprised Shen Yiyi was that after learning about this, Mother Li made a special trip back to Old Li's family and returned with 20 jin of dried vegetables and 20 jin of dried sweet potatoes. She smiled sheepishly and said, "It's nothing special. I don't know if the in-laws will like it, but these things are rare in the city. They might enjoy them just for the novelty." The gift was modest, but the sentiment was sincere. Shen Yiyi gratefully said, "Mom, thank you. There's no need to thank me. I haven't even thanked you yet for saving me today." Mother Li replied with a smile, "Go ahead. I'll stay home and watch over the 3 bows. Grandmother, we don't need watching. We're going to the city with father and mother too." Air Bao ran out in a brand new outfit, looking thrilled. Inside, De Bao had also changed into new clothes and was helping Xiao Bao get dressed. Mother Li was taken aback. "The 3 bows are going too? They've been clamoring to go for a while now. Since the sun isn't too harsh today and we have an ox cart, we decided to take them along." Shen Yiyi said helplessly. "Then go ahead. I'll stay home and look after the house for you," Mother Li said. Just as the family of 5 was about to set off, the door next door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Li Sanhong dragged a wailing Li Taizhu outside. "You little brat. You made such a huge mistake and you still don't know what you did wrong? Then get out. Don't come back until you figure it out." Chapter 69. Li Sanhong. Jiang Ailing followed behind, prying at Li Sanhong's hands, trying to rescue Li Taizhu from his grip. "Taizhu is your own son. If you drive him out, where do you expect him to go? Taizhu, hurry and apologize to your father quickly." Jiang Ailing cried as she slapped Li Taizhu. Dragged all the way outside, Li Taizhu finally became afraid and shouted, "Father, I know I was wrong. I won't dare do it again." Sob sob. "Do you think you should be apologizing to me? You should be apologizing to your grandmother." Li Sanhong panted heavily, pointing at Mother Li, who had come out to see Shen Yiyi and his group off. He kicked Li Taizhu. "Go apologize to your grandmother. And you too." The last sentence was directed at Jiang Ailing. How could Jiang Ailing dare refuse? She pulled along Li Taizhu, who was bruised and swollen from the beating, still sobbing as they approached Mother Li. "Mother." Before she could finish speaking, Mother Li's face darkened. She turned and walked back inside Shen Yi's house, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. She refused to accept such an apology. Jiang Ailing and Li Taizhu were left standing outside, humiliated. They turned back toward Li Sanhong in embarrassment. Li Sanhong hardened his heart. If you can't gain mother's forgiveness, then don't bother coming back. Then he too turned and slammed the door shut. Jiang Ailing clenched Li Taizhu's hand, looking miserable as she turned her sorrowful gaze toward Shen Yi's family of 5. The onlookers, Shen Yi's family of 5, climbed onto the ox cart and headed into town. Jiang Ailing. She felt so aggrieved that she wanted to cry. After entering the city, they first took the grain to the transport team. Li Chen's friend in the transport team was Zhao Yuliang. Seeing them, he greeted them warmly, calling Shen Yi's sister-in-law with every sentence. He patted his chest and promised that he would make sure the grain reached her home. Shen Yiyi hesitated, wondering if she should give Zhao Yuliang some money to deliver to her parents, or if she should send it over in a few days instead. At that moment, Li Chen took out an envelope, slightly shifting his body to block her view as he handed it to Zhao Yuliang. "Old Zhao, there's some money inside. Please help me deliver it to my father-in-law and mother-in-law." Shen Yiyi looked at the envelope. It seemed like it had a story behind it. "All right." Zhao Yuliang quickly took the envelope and stuffed it into his pocket. "Consider it done." After safely tucking the envelope away, Zhao Yuliang bid farewell. "Brother Chan's sister-in-law, if there's nothing else, I'll go take care of business now." Go ahead, Shen Yiyi said with a bright smile. Once Zhao Yuliang left, She turned to Li Chun with a meaningful gaze. Li Chun. Feigning composure, he coughed lightly. Wife, shall we go shopping? Shen Yiyi responded, glancing at old ox not far away, who was playing with the 3 bows. She then lowered her voice and asked, Brother Chun, be honest. How much money was in that envelope? 500. Li Chun glanced at his wife, not daring to hide even half a word. He answered honestly. That much? Shen Yiyi asked again. Then can you tell me how much private savings you still have? 700 more. Li Chun answered smoothly. I'll give you all the money when we get home. Smart man. Shen Yiyi was quite satisfied. However, she found it strange that he had so much money. A suspicion was already forming in her heart, ready to break through the surface. But now wasn't the time to ask. Too many people, too many eyes. She would wait until they got home. It was already 4 in the afternoon, and the family of 5 still wanted to stroll around the city. Meanwhile, Uncle Nyo had to take his noon passengers back and couldn't wait for them. Li Chun handed Uncle Nyo 2 yuan, and with that the cart left. By 6 o'clock it would be dark. Walking back home with the 3 bows would take at least 50 minutes. Shen Yiyi calculated the time and regretted bringing them along. If it were just her and Li Chun, they could get home in just over 30 minutes. But she had a proper reason for bringing the 3 bows this time. They had never taken a photo before. Childhood was beautiful but fleeting, and Shen Yiyi wanted to capture some memories for them. Besides, her parents had never seen Li Chun or the 3 bows. Once the pictures were developed, she could send them to her parents. So their first stop as a family of 5 was the photography studio. The photography studio was brightly decorated. The walls and glass-covered tables were adorned with various black and white photographs. The subjects in the pictures either sat or stood in rigid, proper poses, nothing out of place. At this time, cameras were not yet widespread, and taking a photograph was considered both a luxury and a solemn occasion. Even the usually lively air bow became stiff and reserved in front of the camera. His eyes were fixed on the lens, lips pressed together, hands hanging straight by his sides, and legs firmly planted. The mischievous little rascal looked unbelievably adorable when he acted serious. The prices varied depending on the size of the photos. Shen Yiyi chose all 5-inch prints, costing 50 cents each. They spent a total of 10 yuan for 20 photos. There was a family portrait, a group photo of the 3 bows, a couple's photo of Li Chun and Shen Yiyi, as well as individual portraits for each of them. Some photos were printed twice. One set was meant to be sent to Shen Yi's parents. It would take a week before they could collect the developed pictures. After paying, the family of 5 headed to the supply and marketing cooperative. Previously, when they had dug a well, Shen Yiyi had come to the city twice. She had managed to barter 30 caddies of grain in the residential district, not for money, but for ration tickets. She had collected quite a few that way. They gathered many supplies from the cooperative before preparing to head home. At some point, Li Chun had borrowed a sturdy 28-inch bicycle from somewhere. Thanks to that, they didn't have to walk back. De Bao and Air Bao sat in the front, while Shen Yiyi held Xiao Bao at the back. The strong bicycle carried the entire family of 5 as they made their way home. Chapter 70. Shen Yiyi had not expected that as she was about to reach her house, she would see from a distance that a crowd had gathered outside their house. It looked quite lively. Even when her family of 5 approached, no one seemed to notice them. Li Chun stopped his bicycle and the family got off. The scene at the entrance of Shen Yi's house became clear before her eyes. Jiang Ailing was kneeling at the main entrance with Li Taizhu, crying out, Mom, Taizhu and I truly know our mistakes. Please, for the sake of all the years I have been married into the old Li's family, for the 2 sons and 2 daughters I have given birth to, even if I have no merit, I have worked hard. Please forgive me. With such pitiful words, she tried her best to take all the blame upon herself, minimizing Li Taizhu's faults. Jiang Ailing was indeed clever. Her biggest mistake was sowing discord between Mother Li and Shen Yiyi. However, she had neither openly defied Mother Li nor physically harmed Shen Yiyi. Instead, she had endured the beatings throughout. Now, with her disheveled appearance and her cries filled with sorrow, she had successfully stirred up sympathy among many onlookers. Words like pitiful, tormented, shouldn't be treated so harshly, and vicious mother-in-law could be heard repeatedly. Standing behind Father Li, Mother Li was on the verge of exploding with rage. Father Li, in front of so many people, was clearly suppressing his anger as he tried to mediate. Third daughter-in-law, let's talk about this when we get back. Get up first. Eldest daughter-in-law, help her up quickly. But Jiang Ailing refused to stand. She shook off He Zhaodi's hand and cried out, Let go of me. If mother doesn't forgive me, I will not get up. She then continued wailing with even more dramatic, pitiful words. The crowd blocked the entrance to Shen Yi's house, making it impossible for her to go inside. She looked around but did not see Li Sanhong. However, the door to old Li's family next door was wide open. From her angle, she could see that in front of Li Sanhong's house, Li Dabin was standing there, calling for Li Sanhong to come out and help Zhang Ailing up. I'm not going. Li Sanhong's furious voice rang out. If they want to kneel, let them kneel. Daring to fight with their mother-in-law and grandma, this is outrageous. Let them kneel. If mother is still not satisfied, then keep beating them. I won't say a word against it. In any case, he was absolutely refusing to come out and put an end to this farce. Shen Yiyi let out a cold laugh. So this was Li Sanhong's stance. On the surface it seemed like he wanted Zhang Ailing and Li Taizhu to learn their lesson, but in reality, he was using this commotion to pressure Mother Li. Right now, with Zhang Ailing and Li Taizhu kneeling outside, Li Sanhong, as their husband and father, was putting on an act of unwavering righteousness, cutting ties for the sake of morality. If Mother Li continued to ignore their kneeling apology, under the watchful eyes of so many people, she would only appear to be heartless and cruel. To sum it up in one sentence, when faced with a choice between his mother and his wife and son, Li Sanhong had chosen to side with his wife and son. Zhang Ailing had indeed married a good husband. There was no denying it. Li Sanhong and Zhang Ailing's strategy of using force against force was quite clever. As the murmurs among the crowd grew louder, Mother Li was on the verge of giving in. Just as she was about to soften her stance, Li Chun, with a cold and serious expression, suddenly turned around and strode into the old house. Without hesitation, he kicked the door to Li Sanhong's room. Li Sanhong, come out. The moment Li Chen's voice rang out, there was a noticeable pause inside. Li Sanhong's tone wavered slightly as he responded. Second brother, don't try to persuade me. I am completely disappointed in them. If they don't suffer a little, they will never learn their lesson. His words were carefully crafted, seemingly reasonable and righteous. But Li Chun was not one to be fooled. Since Li Sanhong refused to open the door, Li Chun turned and walked straight into the kitchen. Moments later, he came out carrying an axe. The onlookers outside let out a series of startled gasps. Father Li and Mother Li were terrified, thinking that Li Chun was about to hack Li Sanhong with the axe. They hurriedly grabbed Shen Yi's hand. Go stop your second brother quickly. Shen Yiyi remained calm. Dad, Mom, don't worry. Brother Chun won't do anything reckless. Standing nearby, Li Dabin was far less composed. He quickly stepped forward to stop Li Chun. Second brother, don't act impulsively. Eldest brother, step aside. I'm just chopping the door down. Li Chun said flatly. Then he sidestepped, raised the axe and swung it down. A loud bang echoed through the yard. The doors in these houses were not very sturdy. With just one strike from Li Chun, the wooden door burst open, hanging loosely on the wall, barely holding together. Inside the room, Li Sanhong, who had been sitting on the heated brick bed, jumped to his feet in shock. Li Chun wasted no time. He strode forward, grabbed Li Sanhong by the collar, and half-dragged, half-shoved him outside. Then he threw him down in front of Zhang Ailing. You deal with her or I deal with you. Your choice. After that, Li Chun turned his gaze to the crowd of onlookers, his face expressionless. What? Still want to watch the show? His tone was anything but friendly. His sharp, chiseled features and narrow, intense eyes carried an air of ruthlessness. Remembering his infamous reputation and witnessing how efficiently he had just smashed the door and dragged Li Sanhong out, the spectators felt an instinctive fear. Not to mention he was still holding that axe. Immediately, the crowd scattered like frightened birds, leaving only a few stubborn ones who tried to sneak peeks from the corners. Apart from those lingering onlookers, only the Li family remained. From the moment Li Chun had pulled out the axe, Zhang Ailing and Li Taizhu had stopped wailing. Now that Li Sanhong had been thrown beside them, they clutched onto his clothes in terror. It was as if someone had hit the pause button. The once chaotic scene fell into complete silence, with all eyes locked on Li Chun. Shen Yiyi took the opportunity to observe. The expressions in those eyes were either filled with shock or fear. Among them, only the three Bao's gaze lacked those emotions. No, Xiao Bao still had some. His big, grape-like eyes glanced timidly at his father. After a moment of hesitation, he finally gathered his courage and stepped forward, tugging at the corner of his father's clothes. Li Chun didn't even lower his head to look at him, merely reaching out to ruffle his hair. In an instant, all the anxiety in the boy's eyes disappeared. As for De Bao and Er Bao, they looked at Li Chun with undisguised admiration. This made Shen Yiyi sigh inwardly. Li Chun was truly successful as a father. No matter how intimidating he might be to others, the three Baos knew he would never harm them, so they had no fear of him. The commotion had settled, but the issue remained unresolved. So the entire family moved into the main hall of the old Li's family house. Father Li and Mother Li sat at the head seats, while Li Chun and Shen, along with the eldest brother's family, sat on the left. On the right stood Li Sanhong, Zhang Ailing and Li Taizhu. They didn't dare to sit down. The children had all been sent outside. The atmosphere was solemn, almost like a courtroom trial. Yet no one spoke. Shen Yiyi waited for a while, but patience was not her strong suit. Her family had just returned from the city, and they hadn't even stepped inside their own house, let alone cooked a meal. She had no interest in wasting time on this stalemate. So she was the first to break the silence. Mom, now that we're all here, just say how you want to handle this matter directly. Waiting for Li Sanhong to speak was pointless. He would surely try to protect Zhang Ailing and Li Taizhu while also avoiding a full-blown fallout with Mother Li. Mother Li opened her mouth but hesitated, glancing at Father Li. Father Li sat with his back hunched, looking as if he had aged 10 years overnight. His voice was hoarse as he spoke. There are two choices. One, split the family. Then he cast a glance at Zhang Ailing and Li Taizhu before adding two more words. Divorce. Chapter 71. Zhang Ailing was shocked and turned pale upon hearing those words. In this era, divorces were still extremely rare, especially in rural areas. For a woman, divorce was automatically assumed to mean that her husband's family had rejected her and sent her back home. A deeply shameful matter. Moreover, Zhang Ailing's parents had passed away long ago. If she got divorced, she might not even have a home to return to. Zhang Ailing clearly understood this as well. With a thud, she fell to her knees. Dad, no. I can't get divorced. I'll apologize to Mom. Mom, I'm sorry. I was wrong, I was really wrong. Mother Li looked at her with utter disgust. Zhang Ailing clutched Li Sanhong's sleeve. Sanhong, say something. I've given you 2 sons and 2 daughters. How can I get divorced? Hurry and talk to Dad and Mom. Mother Li also turned to look at Li Sanhong. Mother. Li Sanhong was in a dilemma. On one side was the mother who had given birth to him, raised him and spoiled him. On the other side was his wife and children. No matter which side he protected, he would end up hurting the other. Mother Li understood. She was utterly disappointed. Then let's divide the family, Father Li said. As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze swept over Li Dabin and He Zhaodi. At this point, having them live together with Li Sanhong's household was no longer an option. According to their customs, after the family was divided, the parents usually lived with their youngest son. However, in special circumstances they could also stay with the eldest son. But Mother Li's gaze quickly turned to Shen Yiyi, her intentions crystal clear. Of course, it wasn't because she particularly liked Shen Yiyi, nor was it because Shen Yi's household had better living conditions. It was simply because Shen Yi's household had a son, while the eldest household did not. Her movement was rather obvious, and the eldest household naturally noticed it. He Zhaodi's hands, resting on her lap, unconsciously tightened. Shen Yiyi remained silent. She did not dislike Father Li or Mother Li. If Li Chun had been the eldest or the youngest, and according to tradition they were supposed to live with her, she would not have refused. After all, since she had married Li Chun, she should accept his parents as well. However, if this responsibility was not meant to fall on her shoulders, she would not take it upon herself voluntarily. Li Chun was also well aware of these customs. Moreover, he had never been particularly close to his parents. Compared to himself, he felt that his parents had a better relationship with his eldest brother, so he naturally remained silent. Just as Mother Li was about to say something, Father Li had already taken over the conversation. Eldest son, your mother and I will live with you. Do you have any objections? Li Dabin of course had none. Mother, living with you is something Zhaodi and I would be happy about. We have absolutely no objections. Father Li then looked at He Zhaodi. Eldest daughter-in-law, what about you? He Zhaodi glanced at Mother Li, hesitated for a moment and then said, Father, I have no objections either. And just like that, the matter of where the elderly couple would stay was settled. As for the division of property, the main allocations had already been decided back when Li Chun had initially separated from the family. It was only the eldest and third households that had not yet separated. As for the belongings both households had accumulated over the years, they would have to discuss and divide them among themselves. Next, they arranged the elderly couple's retirement provisions. Once everything was settled, Shen Yiyi and Li Chun took the 3 bows and went home. Now that the matter was resolved, Mother Li naturally did not move in with Shen Yiyi. However, as she watched their departing figures, she seemed as though she wanted to say something but ultimately held back. At Old Li's household, Dahua had already finished preparing dinner, so for that night, they all ate together as usual. Only after dividing their belongings the next day would they officially separate their meals. After dinner, Father Li returned to the room and saw Mother Li sitting on the bed, sighing deeply. What are you sighing about now? Father Li asked. Mother Li gave Father Li a resentful glance. She held back her words for a moment, but in the end, she couldn't resist and hesitantly said, Old man, can't we live with the second household instead? No. Father Li immediately replied. It's already been decided. We're living with the eldest household. But, Mother Li stammered. But the eldest household had no son. Having been husband and wife for so many years, Father Li naturally knew what his wife was thinking. Frustrated, he scolded. Look at you. Why do you always remember what you want and forget the lessons you've learned? Have you forgotten about Taiju? Just because it's a grandson doesn't mean he'll be good. And just because it's a granddaughter doesn't mean she won't be. Can't you change your preference for boys over girls? The 3 bows are really good, Mother Li muttered. Father Li felt his breath catch in his throat. Did I say the 3 bows weren't good? What I meant was that Sanhwa and the others are also good. I know, but it's different. Mother Li mumbled. She knew that Sanhwa and the others were great, but she still preferred grandsons. Father Li rubbed his forehead in frustration. His wife could be reasonable about everything, except when it came to her favoritism for boys over girls. Just as he was about to say something else, he caught a movement out of the corner of his eye near the doorway. Instinctively, he turned his head and saw a shadowy figure. Even Father Li, who had seen much in his life, was startled. He took an unconscious step back. Just as he was wondering if something supernatural had appeared, a familiar voice called out, "Father, Mother." Mother Li snapped out of it and quickly grabbed the kerosene lamp to shine it toward the door. The light illuminated a familiar face, He Zhaodi, looking deeply hurt and disappointed. It was clear that she had overheard everything they had just said. Father Li rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. This family, every day there was something new to deal with. Mother Li was timid in front of Shen Yiyi and Li Chan, but when it came to the rest of old Li's family, she was still fierce. She immediately cursed. He Zhaodi, you damn girl. Are you trying to scare someone to death in the middle of the night? Father, Mother. He Zhaodi looked uneasy. I have something I want to talk to you about. Whatever it is, can't it wait until tomorrow? Mother Li snapped, still shaken from the scare. But despite her scolding, she still let He Zhaodi inside, lit a candle and made the room a bit brighter. After lighting the candle, she sat down on the Kong, her tone impatient. Speak. What is it? Wife. Before Mother Li's words had even settled, Li Dabin rushed in. Seeing his wife there, he let out a sigh of relief and quickly pulled her aside. Wife, it's late. Let's not disturb Mother. Let's go back and rest. Dabin, we should talk to Father and Mother about this. He Zhaodi held on to him. This won't work. Even if Father and Mother agree, second brother and second sister-in-law won't. Li Dabin said. I spent days over there digging the well. I know better than you do. But how will we know if we don't try? He Zhaodi insisted. What if it works out? The couple was speaking in riddles, leaving Father Li and Mother Li completely confused. And it involved the second household? Annoyed, Mother Li scolded. What nonsense are you two talking about? Can't you just explain it clearly? Li Dabin, shut up. Eldest daughter-in-law, you talk. Being put on the spot, He Zhaodi hesitated again. Mother, I wanted to say. Hurry up and say it. Mother Li urged, growing impatient with her stammering. Seeing her mother-in-law's impatience, He Zhaodi took a deep breath and blurted out. Mother, since you don't want to live with us because Dabin and I don't have a son, then could Xiaobao be adopted to us? Mother Li was struck as if by lightning, her eyes wide with shock. What did you just say? Chapter 72. Seeing Mother Li's stunned expression, He Zhaodi repeated herself. So, Mother Li swallowed nervously. Is it because of me that you want to adopt Xiaobao under your name? Or was it your own idea? He Zhaodi opened her mouth but couldn't find the words. She thought about the years of neglect she had endured for not being able to give birth to a son, about how Zhang Ailing flaunted her status and bullied her just because she had given birth to a boy, about the deep-seated inferiority she felt for lacking a son. And finally, she thought about Mother Li's words just now. Suddenly, a wave of sorrow overwhelmed her, and tears gushed out uncontrollably. She couldn't speak, only nodding her head frantically in response. She hadn't wanted to adopt Xiaobao either, but she simply couldn't bear a son. For a moment, Mother Li's emotions were complicated. She glanced at Li Dabin and noticed that, because of his wife's words, his eyes were also brimming with tears. Looking at the eldest son and his wife crying so weakly, Mother Li wanted to scold them, but the words caught in her throat and refused to come out. Li Dabin was her eldest son, the one she valued the most. Honest and hardworking, he had taken on almost all the heavy labor in the family over the years, which had reassured her greatly. She had never needed to worry about him. As for He Zhaodi, she was the daughter-in-law Mother Li liked the least among her 3 daughters-in-law, not only because she couldn't bear a son, but also because she always wore a sorrowful expression. Mother Li believed that kind of bitterness would drive away good fortune. So all these years she never truly cared for her. But now she suddenly realized that she had neglected them for so long. And though they were only in their 30s, they already looked so haggard and worn. Mother Li turned to look at Father Li. The old man frowned deeply, but there was a clear understanding in his eyes. He wasn't surprised that He Zhaodi would bring up this request. Mom, is it possible? He Zhaodi asked again. Seeing the hopeful expressions on her eldest son and daughter-in-law's faces, Mother Li opened her mouth but hesitated. The second son's family won't agree to this. Then, can I talk to second sister-in-law? He Zhaodi sensed that Mother Li's attitude had softened and quickly added. Second sister-in-law doesn't have a daughter. If she likes Dahua, I can. Her voice weakened as she spoke, lacking confidence. Even she didn't want to give her daughter away, let alone Shen Yiyi. She knew how much Shen Yiyi adored the three bows. Choking up again, He Zhaodi started sobbing. Seeing her cry so pitifully, Mother Li couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. But right now, the most important thing was to stop He Zhaodi from going to Shen Yiyi. How could Shen Yiyi possibly give her son to the eldest branch of the family to raise? And Li Chun wouldn't agree either. Even at his most difficult moments, he had never considered giving away the three bows. That couple was not easy to deal with. Mother Li recalled how Shen Yiyi had beaten Jiang Ailing this morning, and how Li Chun had dragged Li Sanhong out of the house with an axe in hand. She shivered. If He Zhaodi really went to them with this request, they might just turn against her on the spot. The family had already fallen out with the third branch today, so under no circumstances could conflicts arise with the other two branches as well. Since the issue stemmed from her, resolving it became much easier. Mother Li's face instantly softened into a gentle smile. Eldest daughter-in-law, isn't all this adopting back and forth too much trouble? Actually, I just thought it through, whether it's a grandson or not, it doesn't really matter. Otherwise, someone like Li Taiju would have driven me to my grave with anger. But look at Sanhua and the others, they are so well behaved. I just adore them. The light in He Zhaodi's eyes brightened immediately. Mother, do you really mean that? Of course. Mother Li smiled warmly. I was wrong before, always thinking that grandsons were better. But now, I believe granddaughters are the best. Eldest daughter-in-law, from now on, your father-in-law and I will live and eat with your family. You won't mind having us around, will you? Of course not. He Zhaodi responded at once, her face finally showing a smile. So you won't go asking the second branch about this, right? Mother Li asked again, still uneasy. You must promise me you won't. If you really go and ask them, and they turn against you, I won't be able to help you. Besides, why would Shen Yiyi want Dahua? If she truly wanted a daughter, she could still have one of her own. Mother Li didn't dare to say that last part aloud, fearing it would hurt He Zhaodi. I won't go. He Zhaodi assured her. Good. Then go home and get some rest. Mother Li's voice was exceptionally gentle as she turned to Li Dabin, who also looked deeply moved. Dabin, take good care of your wife. And don't think about adopting Xiao Bao anymore, understand? Remember, no matter what, one's own children are always the best. If you truly want another child, go to the hospital and have a checkup. You're both still young, there's still a chance. But even if it doesn't happen, it's okay. I will never blame you for it. To me, grandsons and granddaughters are all the same now. Do you understand? Got it, mother. The honest and simple eldest couple said, once again deeply moved. Then go home and rest. Take this candle with you, be careful on the road. Mother Li said generously, handing them a candle and personally seeing them to the door. Across the way, Jiang Ailing stepped out of her house. Seeing this scene, she nearly thought she was hallucinating. Mother Li caught sight of her and shot her a sharp glare before turning back inside. The moment she stepped back into the house, she let out a deep breath and muttered under her breath. Damn it, how could she even have such a thought? Father Li had already taken the opportunity to climb onto the Kong while they were outside. Hearing her words, he let out a couple of snorts and turned over. Isn't it because you've always favored sons over daughters? Mother Li's face stiffened for a moment, but she still stubbornly retorted. How is that my fault? Yet, even she couldn't quite explain why it wasn't. Blowing out the lamp, she lay down but kept her eyes open for a long time, lost in thought. In the end, she made a decision going forward. She would try to treat her grandsons and granddaughters more fairly. Yes, she would be better to the eldest branch, stay out of the second branch's affairs as much as possible, and as for the third branch, they could do whatever they pleased. Chapter 73. Shen Yiyi returned home and didn't feel like cooking. She boiled half a pot of millet porridge and steamed the leftover buns that Li Chun had bought at noon but hadn't finished. With that, the whole family had a simple dinner. After washing up, she got onto the heated bed and lay down. Li Chun had been thinking about what his wife had said all day. He had finally waited until the evening, patiently listening for the three bows to fall asleep. When he finally heard their steady breathing, he was about to call his wife, but as soon as he looked up, he saw that she had already fallen asleep. Li Chun. He sighed in defeat, lying back down while silently calculating when he could send these little rascals to sleep in the next room. In the early hours of the morning, Shen Yiyi drowsily felt that something was missing in her sleep. Out of habit, she turned over, reaching to hold the man beside her, only to realize that the person next to her was Bao. She opened her eyes and looked toward Li Chen's side. Only then did she remember that last night, while waiting for the three Baos to fall asleep, she had ended up dozing off as well. Shen Yiyi sat up and tried to move Bao to her original spot. The movement was a bit too loud, waking Li Chen. His voice was hoarse from being woken up. "Wife, what's wrong?" "I want to move Xiao Bao over," Shen Yiyi whispered. Hearing this, Li Chen propped himself up and effortlessly carried Xiao Bao to her previous position. Shen Yiyi burrowed under the blanket he was using, snuggling into his embrace as she murmured, "So cold." The heated bed made the room warmer than outside, but leaving the cover still brought a chill. Shen Yiyi was particularly sensitive to the cold, while Li Chen was like a walking furnace. Lately, she had especially liked hugging him to sleep. She simply wanted warmth and had already forgotten what she had told Li Chen that morning. But Li Chen hadn't forgotten. It had been more than half a month since he last had meat. All day yesterday he had been thinking about it, but in the end she had fallen asleep. Now, at this moment she took the initiative to cuddle up to him. The fire that had already died down suddenly flared up again. His body instantly became energized, and he scooped her up, blanket and all. Shen Yiyi had just gotten comfortable, planning to close her eyes and drift back to sleep, when she was suddenly lifted into the air. Startled, she instinctively tried to grab onto something for support, but her limbs were wrapped in the blanket. Realizing he wasn't going to drop her, she relaxed in his arms and mumbled, "What are you doing?" "Wife, let's go to the next room," Li Chen said, holding her steadily as he carried her out. Shen Yiyi, still groggy from sleep, didn't fully process what was happening until he placed her on the heated bed in the adjacent room. A man who had abstained for more than half a month was even more intense than one who had gone years without. In this aspect, he was especially dominant, completely different from his usual obedient and affectionate self, who would never go east when she pointed west. From the early hours until the sun was high in the sky, he would have continued if not for Shen Yiyi's annoyed and embarrassed refusal to talk to him anymore. Feeling satisfied and well-fed, the man rubbed his nose and began coaxing her. Shen Yiyi glared at him. She had originally intended to ignore him, but when she saw his cautious expression, as if silently saying, "I was wrong," her heart softened. But then, catching the faint trace of pride in his eyes, she felt both embarrassed and angry, refusing to acknowledge him. Li Chen turned and got off the bed. Curious, Shen Yiyi secretly peeked at him and saw him take out a small box. "Wife." Li Chen climbed back onto the bed and stuffed the box into her hands. "This is my money. It's all yours." Shen Yiyi's composure broke. Still wrapped in the blanket, she sat up and opened the box, only to find a neatly stacked bundle of large denomination bills inside. 700 yuan. He had mentioned it yesterday. Shen Yiyi closed the box and looked at him. He was also looking at her. When he gave her 200 yuan last time, she already knew he had some way of making money. But back then it was only her second day back, and he didn't trust her yet, so she hadn't asked. Even though she never voiced the question, she had a rough guess in her heart. After all, in this era, aside from certain special groups of people, there was no other legitimate way to earn that much money all at once. Thinking of this, Shen Yiyi set the box aside and asked him directly. Li Chen had already noticed yesterday that she wanted to ask him something. Just now, when he handed her the money, he saw the look in her eyes and knew that she had figured it out. "Sure enough," she asked. Li Chen hesitated, unsure whether he should tell her. After all, what he was doing wasn't exactly legal in the current times. He was afraid she would look down on him. Seeing his expression, Shen Yiyi understood. Realizing that he still wanted to hide it from her, she fiercely poked his chest. "So it's true, right? You still want to keep it from me? Am I even your wife or not?" Her attitude actually made Li Chen breathe a sigh of relief. Warmth spread in his heart as he reached out, taking her hand and placing it over his chest. In a low voice he said, "It's not that I wanted to hide it from you. I was just afraid you'd look down on me." In reality, there was no way to keep it from her forever. He was making money for her after all, so he had to be upfront about where it came from. "Why would I look down on you? You're my man," Shen Yiyi replied bluntly, giving him the reassurance he needed. Li Chen's heart burned at her words. "So you don't think what I'm doing is wrong?" Shen Yiyi shook her head firmly. What he was doing wasn't inherently wrong. It was just that. "But this is too dangerous." Shen Yiyi tried to persuade him, even resorting to a beauty trap. Wrapping her arms around his waist, she softened her voice, reasoning with him both emotionally and logically. "Can you stop doing this? What if something happens? What will 3 Baos and I do then?" Li Chen held her tightly. But I just want you and 3 bows to have a better life. I have money, Shen Yiyi said sweetly. That's your parents' money. Li Chan shook his head and looked down at her. You're already married to me. How can I let you rely on your maternal family for support? That's not right. A man like Li Chan would never feel at ease accepting gifts from his wife's family. But Shen Yiyi, unable to reveal the full truth, was left speechless. Then we'll just live frugally, she said, moving onto his lap, doubling down on her beauty trap. First she had to calm him down, then she could figure out a way to change his mind later. Li Chan wrapped his arms around her, his throat dry but he remained firm. But I want you and 3 bows to live better. Before, she had always wanted a divorce, and there was nothing he could do. Now that she was willing to stay and live with him, he just wanted to do his best to provide for her. Besides, as long as she could spend the money under the excuse that it came from her parents, it would be fine. She had nothing to say to that. Frustrated, Shen Yiyi grabbed a certain part of him. Li Chen's body tensed instantly. He cupped the back of her neck, lowered his head and kissed her, murmuring, "Wife, I'll be very careful." Even if he was careful, it was still dangerous. Seeing that her persuasion wasn't working, Shen Yiyi immediately withdrew her beauty trap. She mercilessly pushed him away, got out of bed and quickly dressed. She glanced at him once, then threw out a casual "you handle it yourself" before dashing away, laughing mischievously like she had just pulled off a successful prank. Li Chan. Could she at least run a little slower? Chapter 74. Shen Yiyi returned to the big house. 3 bows and the others had not yet woken up. After grabbing some clothes and changing, she went to wash up. Just as she was about to prepare breakfast, she suddenly heard a knock on the door. She was puzzled. Who would come visiting so early in the morning? When she opened the door and saw the familiar face outside, she was genuinely startled. It was Zhou Fengshou. She couldn't help but touch her own face. Had she been exposed? Clearly not. Zhou Fengshou's eyes lit up the moment he saw the young woman standing before him. There was actually such a beautiful girl in Brother Chen's house? Was she his younger sister? He blurted out, "Female comrade, hello?" Shen Yiyi maintained a calm expression as she looked at him and nodded. "Hello. May I ask who you're looking for?" "I'm looking for Brother Chan, that is Li Chan," Zhou Fengshou said while looking at her, his face carrying a hint of embarrassment. "May I ask, are you Brother Chen's younger sister?" "She's my wife." A cold and deep voice suddenly interrupted. Shen Yiyi turned her head and saw that Li Chan had already dressed and come out. However, his expression was far from good. His face was so dark that it seemed ink could drip from it. Shen Yiyi quietly glanced back and forth between Li Chan and Zhou Fengshou. Suddenly she understood something. So the brother Zhou Fengshou had mentioned last time was actually Li Chan? She wasn't entirely sure yet, but this world was way too small. Zhou Fengshou felt as if he had been struck by lightning on a clear day. Such a beautiful young woman was already married? As if to completely crush any last hope he had, a tender childish voice suddenly called out, "Mom!" "Huh?" Shen Yiyi turned her head and saw Xiao Bao freshly awake walking out. She went over to straighten Xiao Bao's crookedly worn clothes, then glanced at Li Chan and Zhou Fengshou before taking Xiao Bao by the hand and heading into the kitchen to prepare breakfast, leaving the space for the 2 men. Zhou Fengshou looked devastated, his face filled with disbelief. She looks so young, and she already has a child? That's right. Li Chan smirked, though his eyes carried a warning. 3 in fact. 2 of them are already 6 years old, and they're all mine. Do you still dare have thoughts about her? That last sentence sent a shiver down Zhou Fengshou's spine, instantly extinguishing any lingering fantasies. The woman was indeed beautiful, but she was his brother Chen's wife. Thinking about coveting brother Chen's wife? Unless he had a death wish. He quickly distanced himself from the idea. "Brother Chan, what are you saying? That's my sister-in-law. How could I possibly have thoughts about her? I couldn't. I just didn't expect sister-in-law to be so young and beautiful. Brother Chan, you're truly lucky. Ha ha ha." Trying to appease Li Chan, he pulled out a large piece of meat from behind his back and offered it with a flattering smile. "Brother, have you had breakfast yet?" But that hefty chunk of meat didn't even earn him a glance from Li Chan. Instead, Li Chan coldly gestured toward the bicycle parked in the courtyard. "The bike is over there." His expression might as well have had the words, "Hurry up and get lost," written all over it. Zhou Fengshou felt utterly frustrated. How could he have been so blind? A woman appearing in Brother Chen's house so early in the morning. Who else could she be but his wife? No, how did he know that his Brother Chen's wife would be this stunning? She looked like an 18-year-old girl, not at all like a mother of 3. Zhou Fengshou felt secretly wronged. He hurriedly carried the meat over and hung it on the hook under the eaves, his tone full of flattery. "Brother, this is my offering for you and sister-in-law." He didn't dare mention that, in reality, He had heard from Chan Chong that Shen Yi's cooking was exceptionally good, so he had conveniently brought 2 pounds of meat along, hoping to get a taste of her cooking. Li Chan cast him a cold glance. Zhou Fengshou forced a sheepish smile and quickly changed the topic to business. Brother Chen, do you have any other ways to make money? The thing Zhou Fengshou loved most in life was money. From selling that last batch of watches, he had made a huge profit of 800 yuan. That windfall had made him so ecstatic that he went to the city and splurged for a few days, even buying himself an Erbadagong bicycle. But what interested Zhou Fengshou the most was making money. After a few days of indulgence, his itch to earn more kicked in again. So, using his bicycle ride back as an excuse, he came to discuss business with Li Chan. Coincidentally, this was something Li Chan had been contemplating over the past few days. He pondered for a moment before saying, right now the production teams are distributing grain, and the members have a lot of food on hand. Most of the refined grain will be sold. Some people will sell it to the grain stations and supply cooperatives, while others, hoping to make more money, will take it to the black market. We need to find a way to collect this grain. We collect it and then sell it at the county's black market? Zhou Fengshou asked. Li Chan shook his head. With grain distribution happening, the authorities will definitely be cracking down on illegal grain trading. The black market won't be safe during this time. We need to sell it somewhere else. Zhou Fengshou's eyes lit up. He knew that his brother had connections to sell goods in big cities. Then how much profit can we make per jean? Li Chan replied. Grain isn't like watches. When we purchase it, the price will depend on the quantity. The more we sell, the higher the price we get. The less we sell, the lower the price. Since we haven't finalized our costs yet, I can't say exactly how much profit we'll make. But one thing's for sure, we won't be losing money. Zhou Fengshou nodded, half understanding. If his brother said there wouldn't be a loss, then there definitely wouldn't be one. But he hesitated. Brother Chan, you also said the black market isn't safe. The people who want to sell grain will definitely be afraid of getting caught. They won't act recklessly. So how do we even find these sellers? They couldn't just go from village to village asking people. That would be suicidal. Li Chan smirked. How did you sell those watches before? I asked around to see which families had weddings coming up or looked for older bachelors who hadn't gotten married yet. Zhou Fengshou trailed off, suddenly looking at Li Chan in realization. Li Chan continued. If they can't sell grain at the black market but still want to sell it, they'll have to find people who need grain. And the people who lack grain are city residents who rely on government rations. So they'll secretly carry their grain to residential areas to sell. Of course, these sellers would try to be discreet. That meant their ability to observe and identify them would be crucial. Zhou Fengshou grew excited. That way, not only can we find them, but since they'll only be selling small amounts while we're buying in bulk, that gives us an advantage. He finally understood and now looked at his brother with starry eyes. As expected, following his brother meant there would never be a shortage of money to earn. Just then Chan Chong arrived. Zhou Fengshou quickly repeated everything to him, then concluded. Brother Chan will handle selling the grain, and will handle collecting it. Sound good? The thought of making money again made Chan Chong's face light up with excitement. Of course. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Shen Yiyi was preparing breakfast. Her gaze occasionally drifted toward the 3 men outside. They had deliberately lowered their voices, so she couldn't hear their conversation clearly. But from the fact that Li Chan had admitted to reselling goods, and that Zhou Fengshou was here, she could more or less guess what was happening. Her feelings were suddenly complicated. So in the end, her watch had somehow ended up in Li Chen's hands? What kind of bizarre coincidence was this? With mixed feelings, Shen Yiyi finished preparing breakfast and stepped outside to call the others. Brother Chan, Xiangzi and Zhou Fengshou hadn't had a chance to formally introduce himself yet, and Shen Yiyi had to pretend she didn't recognize him. Without missing a beat, Zhou Fengshou quickly said, My name is Zhou Fengshou, sister-in-law. The moment he finished speaking, he felt an intense death glare locking onto him. A shiver ran down his spine. Fengshou. Shen Yiyi smiled warmly, fully displaying the gentleness and kindness expected of a good sister-in-law. Breakfast is ready. Why don't you all eat first before continuing your conversation? There was no way Zhou Fengshou dared to stay. Even though the rich aroma of food filled the air, making his empty stomach grumble loudly, he forced himself to decline. No need, sister-in-law. Actually, we've already finished talking, sister-in-law. I'll be heading off now, sister-in-law. Goodbye, sister-in-law. He called her sister-in-law extra loudly several times, as if to emphasize to his brother Chan that he truly, really had no other intentions toward her. After blurting that out, afraid for his life, he hurriedly grabbed his bicycle, jumped on and sped away. Chan Chong, watching this unfold, was dumbfounded. Zhou Fengshou always acted arrogant in front of him, and he had never seen him so cowardly before. He turned to his brother Chun and asked, What's up with him? Li Chun let out a cold chuckle. Sensing danger himself, Chun Chong rubbed his nose awkwardly. He suddenly felt it would be wise to leave as well. Not daring to stay for breakfast, he quickly copied Zhou Fengshou and called out, "I'm off. Bye, sister-in-law." Shen Yiyi. She turned to look at Li Chun. When Li Chun looked at his wife, his entire demeanor softened. He rubbed his nose and asked, "What's wrong?" "Your friends are quite interesting," Shen Yiyi remarked as she turned back toward the kitchen. After taking a few steps, she noticed he hadn't followed. She glanced back at him with playful annoyance. Not eating breakfast? Li Chun immediately followed after her. As they walked side by side, Shen Yiyi casually inquired, "Brother Chun, are you close with that Zhou Fengshou?" "He's all right," Li Chun replied. "So that business you're doing?" Shen Yiyi asked. "You're working with him?" Li Chun glanced at her, trying to figure out her intentions. Did she want him to continue, or did she want him to stop? He couldn't tell. But he still answered honestly, "Yes." Shen Yiyi had already made some calculations in her mind. Without revealing her thoughts, she probed further. "And what exactly are you selling? How do you sell it? Can you explain it to me in detail?" Chapter 75. Li Chun told her. When he spoke, he kept it vague and simple, only mentioning that he had a channel and leaving out any dangers involved. Still, Shen Yiyi understood. In the end, it all boiled down to one sentence. Transport grain from the small county to the big city, bring goods from the big city back to the small county, take advantage of the information gap, buy low, sell high, and make a profit from the difference. Shen Yiyi had mixed feelings for a moment. In the current situation, having such boldness and foresight, no wonder he would later become a business tycoon. "Wife," Li Chun called her, his tone carrying a hint of coaxing. "It's actually not that dangerous. I won't be selling the goods myself, and I only do it during the winter. Just one winter, and I can make sure that our future life for the entire year will be comfortable. You won't have to ask your parents for money anymore." Shen Yiyi. Seeing that she was wavering, Li Chun pressed on. "Besides, if your parents keep subsidizing us, won't they start thinking I'm unreliable?" Shen Yiyi. She was indeed shaken, but not because of what Li Chun said. It was because she would definitely take the college entrance exam in the future, earn money, and leave this small place. With her abilities and her golden finger, even if Li Chun did nothing, she could still provide them with a good life. But in their relationship, it seemed like Li Chun was more obedient to her. Yet, in reality, he had a bit of a dominant streak. From his past refusal to divorce, his unwillingness to accept her parents' money, his insistence on making his own way, and even his assertiveness in bed, it was all proof of that. He wouldn't live off others, nor would he accept being sheltered. If she insisted on stopping him under the excuse of doing it for his own good, he would probably listen to her. But that would also limit his growth. And in the future, as the gap between them widened, they would drift further and further apart. That was not what Shen Yiyi wanted. They had to grow together. "Then go ahead." Shen Yiyi finally relented. Li Chun let out a sigh of relief and promised, "Wife, don't worry. I want to be with you for a long, long time. I won't let anything happen to myself." "Humph." Shen Yiyi turned her face away, but the corners of her lips curled into a smile. She pretended to be annoyed and said, "Then you better remember what you just said. If anything happens to you, I won't wait for you. I'll take 3 vows and remarry, and I'll have them call someone else dad." "You wouldn't dare." This truly hit a sore spot for Li Chun, and his tone turned harsh. Shen Yiyi glared at him. He immediately wilted but still insisted, "I won't let anything happen to me." Taking 3 vows and remarrying? In her dreams. Shen Yiyi couldn't hold back her laughter. She wrapped her arms around his, pulling him along. All right, breakfast is getting cold." Seeing her laugh, a faint smile also appeared in Li Chun's eyes. Since Li Chun was so capable and well-connected, Shen Yiyi naturally wasn't going to let this golden opportunity fall into someone else's hands. She planned to provide the supplies for Li Chun herself. She would make a profit first, then Li Chun would make his cut, and in the end all the money would land right in her pocket. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about it made it hard for Shen Yiyi to suppress the upward curve of her lips. As for how she was going to get the supplies to Li Chun, for now she had no intention of revealing her space ability. After playing the role of a vicious female supporting character for so many years, if someone asked her what the most terrifying thing in the world was, she would undoubtedly answer, human nature. The complexity of human hearts was beyond imagination. It wasn't that she didn't trust Li Chun, but rather, she loved herself more. So, she would have to continue using the alias Old Hay for now. After finishing breakfast, Shen Yiyi said she wanted to check if the letter from her parents had arrived, so she planned to go into town. Li Chun originally wanted to go with her, but she didn't let him. She needed to meet with Zhou Fengshou first, then take a detour to find Li Chan, so naturally she couldn't let him tag along. Using the excuse that the old house was busy splitting up family assets today, and that Mother Li wouldn't have time to watch Xiao Bao, she insisted that Li Chan stay behind to take care of him. Li Chan agreed. Shen Yiyi then left alone. This time she didn't take Uncle Nyo's ox cart. Instead, she walked all the way out of Qingshui village. Finding a hidden spot, she slipped into her spatial dimension. When she reappeared, she had already disguised herself as Old Hay. She pulled out a sturdy 28-bar bicycle, slung a large woven basket over her back, and pedaled toward the county town. Upon arriving, she headed straight for Xinbao Alley, the place she had previously agreed upon with Zhou Fengshou. As expected, he wasn't there. The last time they spoke, she had said they would meet once a month. So Zhou Fengshou must have assumed she wouldn't show up before then, and hadn't visited the alley in the past few days. Shen Yiyi then rode her bicycle toward Gangnan Alley. Earlier at home, she had casually asked Li Chan about Zhou Fengshou's whereabouts, and learned that he lived in Gangnan Alley. She didn't know his exact address, but she figured she could ride around and see if she ran into him. Luckily, as soon as she entered Gangnan Alley, she spotted Zhou Fengshou. He had just stepped out of his house and looked like he was heading somewhere. Shen Yiyi slowed down. Then the moment Zhou Fengshou turned around, she suddenly sped up, riding straight toward him. Zhou Fengshou wasn't paying attention to the road and nearly got hit. He immediately cursed. Who the hell dares to? Zhou Fengshou looked up with an angry expression, but the moment he saw Old Hei's face, the curse that was about to leave his mouth took a sharp turn. My brother Hei. Who the hell dares to hit my brother Hei? Shen Yiyi smirked. You. Zhou Fengshou wished he could slap himself. This morning, he had been blind and failed to recognize his sister-in-law. Now at noon he was even blinder, failing to notice a big business opportunity. He let out an awkward laugh. Haha, yes, it's me. My bad, brother Hei. Haha, I'm really sorry. Shen Yiyi. Sensing the tension, Zhou Fengshou quickly changed the subject. Brother Hei, what brings you here? Just wandering around, Shen Yiyi said casually. The moment Zhou Fengshou heard that, his mind sharpened instantly. This was a residential area. If someone didn't live here, what reason would they have to be wandering around? His gaze flickered toward the large woven basket on Shen Yi's back, a thought forming in his mind. Old Hei's goods. Zhou Fengshou's eyes lit up. Ever since he got that wristwatch, he had placed Old Hei on a pedestal, convinced that anything Old Hei brought out would be top-tier goods. Shen Yiyi was deliberately misleading him, so she openly let him take a look. Sure enough, Zhou Fengshou couldn't hold back any longer. Rubbing his hands together eagerly, he cautiously asked, Brother Hei, do you have some good stuff again? Shen Yiyi patted the basket on her back. Sold out. Hearing that, Zhou Fengshou immediately felt like he had just lost a fortune. Unwilling to give up, he pressed further. Brother Hei, what were you selling just now? Grain. Shen Yiyi replied. The moment he heard the word grain, Zhou Fengshou's eyes shone even brighter. Brother Hei, you have grain to sell? Do you still have more? How much? Shen Yiyi glanced at him. How much per jean can you offer? Zhou Fengshou instantly knew there was a deal to be made. If you've got a large quantity, the price will be higher. Shen Yiyi roughly calculated how much would be enough to lure Li Chan out, and then named a number. 1,000 jean. How high can you go? Zhou Fengshou sucked in a sharp breath. 1,000 jean, this was a big supplier. He was just about to calculate a fair price when Shen Yiyi suddenly asked, Can you go up to 1.5 yuan per jean? Was this guy trying to rob him blind? Chapter 76. Zhou Fengshou chuckled awkwardly. Brother Hei, are you joking with me? The black market only offers 1 yuan per jean. How about 1 yuan and 3 cents? Shen Yiyi asked again. Zhou Fengshou hesitated. He had initially planned to say 60 cents, but after hearing her price, he suddenly felt too embarrassed to mention his own budget. Shen Yiyi continued. 1 yuan and 1 cent? Zhou Fengshou looked troubled. Brother Hei, that's still too high. Then how much can you offer? 70 cents. Based on his original offer of 60 cents, he reluctantly added another 10 cents. Shen Yiyi shrugged. That's much lower than the black market price. Forget it, I won't sell to you. Zhou Fengshou choked on his words, then tried using the persuasion tactics Li Chan had taught him. Brother Hei, think it over. The authorities have been cracking down hard recently. If you take it to the black market, the risk is huge, and you can only sell small amounts at a time. You might as well sell to us. Then I'll wait until the crackdown is over before selling. Shen Yiyi replied, turning to leave. Zhou Fengshou couldn't bear to see the 1,000 jean of grain slip away. He hurriedly said, Can I go discuss it with my brother? After much effort, Shen Yiyi had finally steered the conversation toward Li Chan. He let out a sigh of relief and said, Last time you told me your brother wanted to meet me? Yes. That's him. Zhou Fengshou nodded repeatedly, looking a little embarrassed. Brother, hey, sorry, but my brother is the one in charge. I have to ask him first. Can you hold on to that 1,000 jin of grain for us? That's too much trouble. Shen Yi's face showed impatience, as if he was making a great sacrifice. How about this? Just have him come meet me and we can talk directly. Zhou Fengshou was delighted. This was the best outcome. Brother Chun was so smart. He would definitely be able to negotiate the price down. He immediately said, right now? My brother doesn't live far. If I go get him, it'll take about 40 minutes to come back. He was afraid Shen Yi would grow impatient and leave. Then hurry up. Shen Yi, with his face disguised as Lao Hei, looked completely annoyed. I'll be waiting for you in that empty house on Xinbao Alley. Zhou Fengshou hopped onto his bicycle and hurried away. Shen Yi went to the empty house in Xinbao Alley, took out a mirror and checked her disguise. The exposed skin on her body was a mix of dark yellow and black. Her wig looked incredibly realistic, the fake beard was securely attached, and there were yellowish patches on her cheeks. The wrinkles on her forehead were also prominent. She put on a mask and a pair of vintage sunglasses. The disguise was a little heavy-handed, but that didn't matter. As long as no one recognized her, it was enough. After all, in this line of work, disguising oneself wasn't anything unusual. Oh right, there was also a voice changer. Just as she finished preparing, Li Chan arrived. He entered alone. Zhou Fengshou was nowhere to be seen. Shen Yi sat in the corner, feeling a bit uneasy, worried that he might recognize her. But clearly she was overthinking. With the way she was dressed, even her own mother wouldn't recognize her. Besides, the lighting in the corner was dim, making it difficult to see more than just a vague silhouette. As soon as Li Chan stepped in, his gaze landed on the shadowy figure in the corner. However, since the person remained silent, he took the initiative to greet them. Hello. As soon as he spoke, a hoarse voice responded with a simple and then nothing else. Li Chan narrowed his eyes slightly and decided to get straight to the point. I heard you have 1,000 jin of grain to sell? Shen Yi let out another She had carefully calculated the amount, neither too much nor too little. Packed in sacks, it would amount to around 8 or 9 bags, which wouldn't draw too much attention. Your brother said you're the one in charge. So, how much can you offer per jin? Li Chan replied. That depends on the quality of the rice. His meaning was clear. He needed to inspect the goods. Hearing this, Shen Yi glanced at him. He was indeed more cautious than Zhou Fengshou. Zhou Fengshou had placed his trust in Shen Yi simply because he had received a few wristwatches from her. Or perhaps he was trying to curry favor. Without even checking the quality of the rice, he had been ready to name a price. With that thought, Shen Yi focused her mind and transferred a small amount of rice from her storage space into the carrying basket. Then she reached in, grabbed a handful and scattered it onto the table. Although there were some small stones mixed in, the rice grains were crystal clear, full and lustrous, clearly of top quality. Li Chan glanced at it, neither surprised nor pleased, and stated a price. 70 cents. Wasn't that the same price Zhou Fengshou had just offered? Although Shen Yi had only used her conversation with Zhou Fengshou as a means to lure Li Chan out, rather than genuinely trying to drive up the price, she still found it odd. She didn't actually care how many cents Li Chan offered, since she didn't have any real costs. It was all pure profit for her. But Shen Yi didn't believe for a second that Zhou Fengshou hadn't told Li Chan about their earlier negotiation. Li Chan absolutely knew that she had rejected 70 cents as too low. Too little. Shen Yi said, maintaining her Lao Hei persona. She snorted. Listen, this is all the grain I have left. If the price doesn't satisfy me, I won't sell. If you weren't going to sell, you wouldn't have called me here. Li Chan said confidently, as if he had seen right through her. You will sell to me. Shen Yi. Okay, sure, she did intend to sell the grain to him, but wasn't he a little too arrogant? His words triggered her rebellious streak. She wanted to see whether Li Chan was truly capable, or just using his reputation to intimidate others. So she simply said, then I won't sell. Li Chan chuckled, showing no trace of panic. Suddenly he said, Lao Hei, you didn't come to me just to sell grain, did you? He was right. Shen Yi hadn't sought him out just to sell a mere 1,000 jin of grain. She wanted to establish a long-term partnership. Using Lao Hei's identity, Shen Yi neither confirmed nor denied it. Why do you think that? Li Chan began his analysis. 1,000 jin of grain. Even if I gave you 1 yuan per jin, and assuming you have no costs, you'd only make 1,000 yuan. Only? Shen Yi curled her lips slightly. 1,000 yuan is a lot. Why wouldn't I come to you just to sell grain for that money? Why would you suspect I have another motive? 1,000 yuan is a lot. Li Chen nodded. But not for you. Shen Yi was confused. It was true that she didn't think much of 1,000 yuan, Because she had an abundance of supplies in her space. She could turn them into cash whenever she wanted. But he didn't know she had a storage space. How do I know that 1,000 yuan isn't much to you? Li Chun sounded as if he could read minds. Previously you sold 2 wristwatches to old Joe for 160 yuan each. But when you sold 50 watches you lowered the price to 150 each. That's a 10 yuan difference per watch. A huge price flexibility. Meaning you lost a total of 500 yuan in profit. I heard that you didn't even hesitate at the time. Which proves that losing 500 yuan didn't matter to you. I did it to encourage him to buy more so I could earn more in the long run. Shen Yiyi made up an excuse, unwilling to admit she was being generous simply because she had an abundance of watches. This only further validated Li Chen's point. Wristwatches are small, have high profit margins, and are easy to sell at high prices. Grain, on the other hand, is bulky, has low profit margins, and while easy to offload, isn't as simple to sell in large quantities. Comparing the two, if you really just wanted to make money, you wouldn't be here selling grain. You'd focus on selling watches one by one and earn far more. Especially since you managed to get 50 watches every month. This is basic logic. I believe you understand it. So the real reason you're here selling grain is because your true interest isn't in the grain but in me. Shen Yiyi felt like she just got played. Her emotions became rather complicated. Did he just insult her? Shouldn't she be unhappy about this? But then again, this intelligent man was hers. Li Chun had completely seized the upper hand. So what do you want from me? Ahem. She was old hay right now. Not Li Chen's wife. Shen Yi's lips curled into a smile. Looks like I didn't choose the wrong person after all. Li Chun raised an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. I want to work with you. Shen Yiyi got straight to the point. Any supplies I have, I can prioritize and offer to you at a discount. Li Chun asked. What kind of supplies? Shen Yiyi answered. The most in-demand grain and the most profitable industrial goods. This actually surprised Li Chun. Are your supply channels clean? Absolutely clean. And just like that, the two of them reached an agreement for cooperation, calmly, yet with an unspoken sense of satisfaction. Chapter 77. Since they were already working together, Li Chun spoke directly. You can only provide 1,000 jin of grain? He didn't believe that she only had 1,000 jin of grain when she was willing to use it as bait to lure him out. Of course she had more. 1,000 jin was just a conservative estimate given by Shen Yiyi. However, she was curious and asked, if I can provide grain by the ton, would you dare to sell it? Weren't they afraid of being investigated? Why wouldn't we dare? A ton is just 2,000 jin. Li Chun scoffed. As if he had already anticipated her concerns, he added, if all this grain were concentrated in the county, of course, it would attract attention. But if it were distributed across the entire country, even hundreds of tons wouldn't be much. She was being looked down on again. In reality, Shen Yiyi thought very simply. Right now, even traveling required an introduction letter, let alone transporting large quantities of goods across the country. If they were discovered, disaster would surely follow. She also didn't want to take risks alone. She just wanted to do some small business, earning enough to live comfortably. After all, once the college entrance exams reopened, there would be plenty of opportunities to make money. When the policies became more relaxed, she wouldn't have to worry about her future. But she hadn't expected Li Chun to be so bold. Of course, this also proved that he really had connections. Because of that, Shen Yiyi felt much more reassured about doing business with Li Chun. She simply said, I can give you 5 tons, but it'll cost 8 yuan per jean. Deal. Li Chun agreed without hesitation. You still have wristwatches, right? 100 wristwatches. Shen Yiyi replied. Since they were cooperating, she had to show some sincerity. However, she added, do you even have that much money to pay me? There was a hint of mischief in her words. She clearly remembered Li Chun saying he only had 700 yuan in private savings, and all that money was with her. Don't worry. Li Chun sneered. As long as you can supply the goods, I can get you the money. He really did have money. Shen Yiyi thought back to the 7,500 yuan from last time. Maybe Li Chun was the one who gathered it. As for how he managed to do that, that was another one of his secrets. Shen Yiyi narrowed her eyes. Her man was truly capable. Since that was the case, if she didn't take advantage of the opportunity, she'd be letting herself down. Then, can you help me collect some old items? By old items, Shen Yiyi was referring to antiques. In later years, antiques would be worth a fortune, but in this era, they weren't valued much and weren't considered particularly expensive. If she could seize this chance to find a rare treasure, she wouldn't have to worry about making money ever again. She could just enjoy a carefree life. Li Chun didn't think too much about it. No matter how smart he was, he couldn't predict the future. However, the bosses at the black market had plenty of such things. Trading some goods with them could yield a decent collection. But he wasn't foolish either. Since Old Hay had deliberately mentioned those items, they must hold some value. So, he seized the opportunity and said, I can do that, but if I take 50 wristwatches, you should lower the price by 10 yuan. Now that I'm taking 100, shouldn't you give me a 20 yuan discount? Shen Yiyi. Alright. Very good. He knew how to negotiate. Deal, she agreed. There was no need to haggle too much between partners. Besides, she was still making a pure profit of 140 yuan per watch. Li Chun asked, when is the delivery? Tomorrow morning at 10. Shen Yiyi replied. Although things were easier to handle under the cover of darkness, she didn't feel comfortable leaving the three bows at home alone at night. So daytime it was. Alright. Li Chun nodded, set the meeting location, and the two parted ways. Shen Yiyi left Xinbao Alley, rode her bicycle back to Qingshui village, and stopped in the middle of the journey to change her outfit in the woods. She also took some meat from her personal stash before heading home. By the time she arrived, it was already around 5 in the evening. Li Chun hadn't returned yet. Shen Yiyi guessed he was probably out gathering money and antiques. She didn't bother with him and instead went next door to the old house. The entire old Li's family was there, but the atmosphere was heavy. The third branch of the family was eating in the main hall. Father Li was weaving baskets in the courtyard, Li Dabin had gone to fetch water, He Zhaodi was busy in the kitchen, and Mother Li was sitting under the eaves sewing shoe insoles, muttering complaints under her breath. You're like a starving ghost reincarnated. It's only the first day after the family split, and you're already hogging the kitchen. What? Do you think the kitchen belongs to your family now? You've been in there for 2 hours. What, planning to ascend to heaven? I don't see you cooking any meat. Inside, Zhang Ailing mumbled. As if you could cook any meat yourself. You shut the hell up. Li Sanhong immediately scolded. But Mother Li had already heard it and erupted in fury. So just because you can't cook meat, that gives you the right to hog the kitchen for 2 hours, huh? Huh. Zhang Ailing shrank her neck back and didn't retort. She was just furious. During the division of assets today they had talked about fairness, but in reality all the good stuff had gone to the eldest branch of the family. Why? Her husband was also their son. She had also given birth to 2 grandsons for old Li's family. Shouldn't they have received a bigger share? And over the years, all the money they had earned had been handed over to Mother Li. Yet, in the end they were only given a pitiful 200 yuan. They claimed that was all the money left. But who knew if those 2 old foxes had hidden some away? Zhang Ailing was full of resentment. However, after what had happened yesterday, she didn't dare to openly challenge them, so she resorted to petty tricks. Nowadays, since there wasn't much heavy labor to do, every household in the village had returned to eating 2 meals a day, breakfast around 10 in the morning and dinner around 4 in the afternoon. Zhang Ailing had deliberately gone into the kitchen at 3 o'clock and lingered there on purpose, only coming out close to 5. By then, Father Li, Mother Li, and the eldest branch of the family were already starving. It was no wonder Mother Li was furious. If you do this again, I'll overturn your pot and see what the hell you eat then. Mother Li scolded. Then seeing Shen Yiyi enter, she softened her expression slightly. Second daughter-in-law, what brings you here? I'm looking for the 3 bows. Shen Yiyi said. They're not here. Mother Li replied. Out of habit, she glanced at the kitchen. Seeing that He Zhaodi was focused on cooking, she sighed in relief. Shen Yiyi didn't notice Mother Li's odd reaction. She guessed that Li Chun had probably taken the 3 bows to Chan Chong's house and nodded. Just as she was about to head there, a thought suddenly struck her. She glanced at Zhang Ailing and smiled. Mother, I just came back from the county and bought some meat. I'll bring you a pound later as a celebration for the family splitting up. Mother Li was taken aback. Oh, how could we possibly accept that? Then thank you, second daughter-in-law. Father Li suddenly interjected. Old woman, go get the money and pay her. Mother Li was stunned. Her husband had always been frugal. Why would he suddenly be willing to spend money on meat? Then, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the third branch of the family and immediately understood. A smile spread across her face. Yes, we should celebrate. Second daughter-in-law, wait here, I'll be right back. With that, Mother Li scurried off to fetch the money, her hips swaying as she walked, clearly in a good mood. Her old man and her second daughter-in-law were standing up for her. Shen Yiyi. She had only wanted to annoy Zhang Ailing. Since they were already getting the money, she saw no reason to refuse. Originally, she had planned to fetch the 3 bows first before bringing the meat over, but now she decided to take Dahua along to grab it. Then she remembered, the meat she had was all lean, but in these times people considered fatty meat to be the real delicacy. So just before stepping inside, she used her thoughts to retrieve a pound of fatty pork from her space and placed it on the table. As soon as she entered, she handed it to Dahua. Dahua took the meat back to Mother Li. who was so delighted that her eyes practically disappeared behind her smile. That night, the aroma of meat from the old house drifted all the way to Shen Yiyi's place. Jiang Ailing nearly ground her teeth to dust. Why had those two old foxes never been willing to buy meat before the family split? And her children, driven mad by the smell, deliberately played in the main hall while Mother Li's family ate. But Mother Li didn't give them a single bite. Chapter 78. After giving the meat to Dahua, Shen Yiyi went to Chan Chong's house. Chan Chong was capable of earning money and never lacked a meal. He still ate 3 meals a day. At that moment, Lin Daniu was busy in the kitchen. Shen Yiyi watched her moving around with a big belly, taking care of things inside and out. She glanced at Chan Chong, who was playing in the courtyard with the 3 bows, and couldn't help but say, "Changzi, you should help your wife cook. She's carrying your child, you know." "Sister-in-law, my wife is fine." Chan Chong placed Xiao Bao on his shoulders, letting him ride like a horse while spinning around in the courtyard. Xiao Bao hugged his head tightly, laughing gleefully. After Xiao Bao, it was Air Bao's turn. De Bao, being more mature, refused the invitation to ride. Wang Kai stood on the side, watching enviously. He tugged at the hem of his clothes but didn't dare to say that he wanted a turn as well. Shen Yiyi looked on, unsure of what to say. Chan Chong was good in many ways and was quite diligent, but he was deeply influenced by the traditional male-dominated mindset of the time. He firmly believed that household chores were a woman's duty. Even when his wife was pregnant, he didn't think there was anything wrong with letting her continue working. After all, women in the village still had to go to the fields and earn work points while pregnant. Doing some chores at home was nothing in comparison. As for his brother, Chan Chong thought of him as an anomaly. And when it came to Wang Kai, his stepson, it was hard to say how he truly felt. If one were to say he treated Wang Kai as his own son, he still seemed much closer to the 3 bows. But if one were to say he didn't treat Wang Kai as a son at all, he had never truly mistreated him either. Regardless, it was someone else's family matter, and Shen Yiyi had no right to interfere. However, since Lin Daniu had always been good to her, she couldn't help but say one more thing. "Changzi, whether your wife can handle it or not is her business, but as her husband, she's about to give birth soon. You should at least help share some of the household chores." Because of Li Chen's influence, Shen Yi's words still held some weight with Chan Chong. He laughed and let go of Air Bao, saying, all right, I'll do it." He then headed into the kitchen and told his wife to come out. In the past, Lin Daniu would have refused. But perhaps after witnessing how Li Chan treated Shen Yiyi, she hesitated for a moment before finally handing over the task to Chan Chong and stepping outside. Shen Yiyi glanced at her large belly and couldn't help but ask, "It should be any day now, right?" Lin Daniu gently touched her stomach, her face full of warmth as she smiled. "Yes." But as soon as she finished speaking, her expression dimmed. She lowered her head slightly, rubbed her belly and whispered to Shen Yiyi, "I think it's a girl." "What's wrong with that?" Shen Yiyi replied, "I think having a daughter is great. Don't fall into that old thinking of favoring boys over girls." "I don't have that mindset," Lin Daniu quickly said. She glanced toward the kitchen where Chan Chong was working and added in a lower voice, "I'm afraid he does. And my mother-in-law too." After all, Lin Daniu had brought her son into this marriage. If she gave birth to another son, it would be more beneficial for her position in the family. "Don't stress over it. Whether it's a boy or a girl isn't something you can control." Shen Yiyi comforted her. "If Changzi treats you badly just because you gave birth to a daughter, you tell me, and I'll have Li Chan talk to him. As for your mother-in-law," Shen Yiyi glanced at the room where Mother Chen lived. "I thought she treated you quite well." Come to think of it, Shen Yiyi had visited this house many times but had never actually seen Mother Chan. Mother Chan had injured her leg and spine, so she had been bedridden for many years. Previously, when Shen Yiyi had come over to learn how to make clothes from Lin Daniu, she had seen Mother Chan. Aside from calling for Lin Daniu when she needed help with eating, drinking, or using the chamber pot, she never troubled her much. She also spoke in a gentle and soft voice. "She really is very kind," Lin Daniu said with a smile. If she had to name the thing she was most satisfied with after remarrying, it would definitely be her mother-in-law. She had a good temper and never made things difficult for her. As for Chan Chong, he didn't hit or scold his wife, never let her go hungry or cold, worked hard and diligently. If one didn't compare him to Li Chan, then compared to the other men in the village, he was already a very good husband. As long as things are good, that's all that matters, Shen Yiyi said. Besides, it's not like this will be the only child you ever have. Lin Daniu felt much more reassured by Shen Yi's words and gave her a grateful look. Shen Yiyi glanced at her large belly again, then at her thin limbs and hesitantly asked, "Are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital for the delivery?" "No need. The clinic costs extra money. I've already given birth once before, so I have experience." I've also arranged for a midwife, so it'll be fine. Lin Daniu said nonchalantly. Besides, my mother-in-law needs someone around. If she went to the clinic, Chan Chong would have to choose, either stay with her or take care of Mother Chan. If he looked after one, he wouldn't be able to tend to the other. Staying at home was simply more convenient. Most people in this era gave birth at home, so Lin Daniu's thinking wasn't unusual. Shen Yiyi couldn't say much more about it. After chatting a little longer, she took the 3 bows and went home. Not long after the meal was prepared, Li Chun finally hurried back, covered in dust from his journey. With an apologetic expression he said, "Wife, I'm sorry, I had to go out for something." Shen Yiyi pretended not to know and asked, "Was it about that matter?" Li Chun nodded. "That's right." "Then go ahead," Shen Yiyi said understandingly. She even picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his bowl, smiling warmly. "I support you. It's all for our family after all." Li Chun then told her that he would have to go out again tomorrow. Shen Yiyi continued to smile and nodded in agreement. Seeing that she showed no signs of being upset, Li Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he eat the piece of meat she had given him, feeling a warmth spread in his heart. His wife was truly wonderful. Scooping up a mouthful of rice, he asked, "Wife, has a letter from my parents arrived?" "Not yet." At the mention of this, Shen Yiyi found it strange. It had already been a month. Even if her letter had taken half a month to arrive, the reply should have come by now. Maybe they're really angry this time. Li Chun took her hand and reassured her. "It's all right. Old Zhao's shipment will reach them within a week at most. Once they receive the letter, if they still don't reply, then I'll go back with you and personally apologize to them." "What about the 3 bows?" Shen Yiyi glanced at the 3 little ones, who were eating earnestly. She had thought about going back too, but in order to return home they needed an introduction letter. Taking the 3 bows along would undoubtedly make things more complicated. With his cheeks puffed full of food, Bao mumbled, "I can go with Dad and Mom to see maternal grandparents." "I can too." Bao quickly followed. "I also want to see my maternal grandparents." Bao chimed in right after. "We can ask Dad and Mom to watch them for a few days." Li Chun ignored their protests. "No, I don't want that." "I don't want that either. Mom, I want to go see maternal grandparents with you." Seeing that the 3 bows were about to throw a tantrum, Shen Yiyi had no choice but to calm them down and urge them to finish their meal first. Chapter 79. The next day, after finishing breakfast, Li Chun set off. After he left, Shen Yiyi took Bao to the old Li's family home. The one who opened the door was He Zhaodi. "Where's Mother?" Shen Yiyi looked inside and saw Mother Li wearing a hat, holding a knife and some rope. "Mother, what are you going to do?" "Mother is preparing to go collect firewood with Dahua and the others," He Zhaodi said. Originally they had enough firewood, but after the family split up, the firewood was also divided, which left them with not enough. So they had to go and gather more. Seeing that Shen Yiyi had brought Bao, He Zhaodi immediately guessed her purpose for coming and asked with concern, "Are you going to the city? If there's no one to watch Bao, I'll be at home cooking today. I can help take care of him." "No way." A sudden loud voice startled both Shen Yiyi and He Zhaodi. They turned their heads to see Mother Li rushing over, shoving the knife and rope into He Zhaodi's hands. "You go up the mountain to chop firewood. I'll stay home and cook." Mother Li looked up and saw both Shen Yiyi and He Zhaodi staring at her in shock. Only then did she realize that she had overreacted. "Oh no. Mother." He Zhaodi looked at her with a hurt expression. Mother Li paused for a moment before sighing. Forget it. You don't have to go either, eldest daughter-in-law. And Dahua Xiaohua, you all don't have to go either, okay? Just stay home and play for a day. Let your father and grandfather handle it. Also, take all of last night's leftover meat and cook it all. Look how skinny our Sanhwa has gotten. We need to make sure she eats well." Shen Yiyi, He Zhaodi, the Sanhwa sisters. After speaking, Mother Li smiled and looked at Shen Yiyi. "So you don't have time to take care of Bao, right?" Just as Shen Yiyi nodded, Mother Li had already squatted down, picked up Bao and waved to the Sanhwa sisters behind her. "Come on girls, let's go for a walk with Grandma." The Sanhwa sisters looked utterly bewildered, standing there dumbfounded, but they still followed Mother Li's instructions. As they got closer, Mother Li even reached out to hold Xiaohua's little hand, while Dahua and Erhua followed behind. "Let's go, we're going out to play." Mother Li hummed a tune, looking unusually cheerful. Shen Yiyi glanced at He Zhaodi. He Zhaodi pressed her lips together and smiled at her. Mother has changed a lot in the past 2 days. Shen Yiyi twitched the corners of her mouth and left. As she walked away, she couldn't help but rub her arms. Why did she suddenly feel chills? Just like the day before, Shen Yiyi left the village, disguised herself as Old Hay, and made her way to an abandoned old mansion in the suburbs of the city. This place had once been the home of a landlord. During the reforms, he had been sent away for labor re-education, and the mansion was confiscated by the government. Since it was in the outskirts, no one knew what to do with it, so it was simply left abandoned. Inside, the house was already in ruins, with wild grass growing everywhere. Shen Yiyi walked around the place. It had been thoroughly looted, tables and chairs were crooked, and there were plenty of broken and tattered items. However, there was nothing of real value. She felt a bit disappointed. Then from her space she took out 5 tons of grain and 100 wristwatches. As soon as Shen Yiyi took out the goods, she suddenly heard movement. Li Chan, Zhou Fengshou and Chan Chong had arrived. The moment Chen Chong and Zhou Fengshou stepped inside and saw the bulging sacks and the neatly stacked small boxes beside them, their eyes widened in shock. "Check the goods," Shen Yiyi said in a hoarse, rough voice. Chan Chong and Zhou Fengshou stepped forward to inspect the goods. Everything was in order. Next came the payment. The rice was priced at 0.8 yuan per jean, totaling 10,000 jean, which came to 8,000 yuan. The wristwatches were 140 yuan each, with 100 watches amounting to 14,000 yuan. In total it was 22,000 yuan. However, Li Chan didn't pay immediately. Instead he signaled for Chan Chong and Zhou Fengshou to bring something inside. A half-filled sack. When they opened it, it was filled with porcelain, paintings, calligraphy, and various gold and silver jewelry. Shen Yiyi was allowed to pick whatever she wanted. She was stunned. She had a keen eye for valuables, and there were quite a few priceless items among them. Some of the calligraphy and paintings were authentic works from well-known historical figures. The porcelain pieces were also impressive, but what caught her attention the most was a celadone teapot. When she picked it up and examined it closely, she realized it was Ruware porcelain. Ruware was considered the finest of the 5 great kilns of the Song dynasty, and had a revered status in Chinese ceramic history. The phrase "Ruware is the best" was well known. By the 21st century, fewer than 100 authentic Ruware pieces were known to exist, making them extremely rare and valuable. Some had even been auctioned for over 300 million yuan. In addition to that, there were also various gold and silver ornaments, items that would fetch an incredible price at modern-day auctions. Shen Yiyi declared, "I'll take all of these." 12,000 yuan. Li Chun stated. Shen Yiyi looked up at him in disbelief. Not just her. Zhou Fengshou was also completely shocked by Li Chen's words. He only managed to rein in his stunned expression after Chan Chong gave him a discreet nudge, quickly putting on a face that read, "Yes, of course, that's the correct price." Shen Yiyi. "Don't think I didn't see that." She knew very well that these items were worth far more than what they were asking for. Of course, even if the price was 100,000 or even 1,000,000, getting her hands on these antiques would still be a massive win for her. But that was because she had foresight. Li Chan and the others didn't. They had no idea what she knew. Right now, antiques were practically worthless. Money was the most valuable thing. Li Chan was blatantly trying to rip her off. If she agreed to this deal, she would be a fool. It seemed Li Chan had already figured out her thoughts as he suddenly declared, 10,000. No bargaining. Fine, fine. He's my man after all. Letting him make a little extra, what's the harm in that? Deal. Shen Yiyi agreed. Li Chan gestured for Chan Chong to hand over the money. After deducting 10,000, the remaining 12,000 yuan was placed in a thick stack inside a bag. With that, Shen Yiyi took the money and the half-sack of old valuables and left. She hadn't walked far when she distinctly felt someone following her. So they don't trust me, huh? Not surprising. After all, being able to supply this much grain and these many goods would naturally raise suspicions. As long as they weren't planning to rob her, she didn't care. She still trusted Li Chun. Ignoring her tail, she rode her bicycle into the city. Weaving through the narrow alleyways, she twisted and turned multiple times before finally disappearing into her personal space. When she emerged, she was disguised as a middle-aged woman. She waited inside for half an hour before coming out, then casually rode her bike back toward Qingshui village. Before entering, she slipped back into her space, removed her disguise and returned home. Chapter 80. The weather was getting colder and colder. The sweater that Shen Yiyi was knitting for Li Chan was still not finished. Seeing that winter was about to arrive, Shen Yiyi had not gone anywhere these past few days. She stayed at home, sitting on the warm heated bed, focusing on knitting the sweater. After knitting for 7 or 8 days, she finally completed it. She held it up and compared it against herself. Although the stitches were uneven, and it looked a bit crooked, at least it was wearable. Shen Yiyi felt a bit excited and wanted to call Li Chun over to try it on, only to realize that it was already past 10 at night, and Li Chun had not returned yet. These past few days, Li Chun had been leaving early and coming back late every day. Shen Yiyi knew what he was busy with, so she did not question him. 3 bows were already asleep. Shen Yiyi carefully got out of bed, put on a cotton coat, and took an oil lamp to the kitchen. She reheated the food and also made a bowl of brown sugar ginger tea. Just as she finished, Li Chun returned. Are you cold? Shen Yiyi touched his hands. They were so icy that she shivered. She quickly turned around to scoop hot water for him. Go wash up first and warm yourself up. You go ahead, I'll get you some clothes. Shen Yiyi said, then hurried back to the room to fetch his sleepwear. After he went to wash up, Shen Yiyi brought the food and brown sugar ginger tea to the heated bed in the small house. On such a late night, sitting on the heated bed to eat was much warmer than eating in the main hall. Li Chun finished washing up and changed into clean clothes before coming in. Seeing the steaming hot food and brown sugar ginger tea on the table, he felt a warmth spread through his heart. Shen Yiyi handed him the brown sugar ginger tea. Drink this first. All right. Li Chun obediently drank the entire bowl of brown sugar ginger tea in one go. Then started eating. Shen Yiyi propped her chin up with her hand and chatted with him. You didn't run into any danger, did you? No. That's good. Shen Yiyi nodded and earnestly reminded him. No matter when, if you encounter danger, you must run first. Even if you lose money, it doesn't matter. Your safety is the most important thing. I know, wife. Li Chun answered seriously. While eating, he reached out with one hand, grasped Shen Yi's hand and gently squeezed it. He was clearly very touched. Shen Yiyi glared at him playfully, then took his large hand in hers and rubbed it gently. Li Chun suddenly remembered something and got off the heated bed. Wife, I have something for you. What is it? Shen Yiyi asked. Eat first, then. Before she could finish speaking, she saw Li Chun take out a large burlap sack from a cabinet. From inside, he pulled out a rectangular object tightly wrapped in cloth. He handed it to Shen Yiyi, his tone full of eagerness. Wife, this is the money I earned these past few days. It's all for you. Shen Yiyi untied the knot in the cloth, revealing a thick stack of cash. Even though she had been mentally prepared, she still gasped sharply. How much is this? 16,500 yuan. Oh. Shen Yiyi was completely stunned. You. She didn't even know how to praise him. How are you this amazing? Being looked at with such shock and admiration by his wife immensely satisfied Li Chun's vanity. He had sold 5 tons of grain in batches to different buyers. Some he sold at 1.2 yuan per jean, some at 1.3, and others at 1.4 or 1.5. On average, he sold at around 1.3 yuan per jean. That meant his total income was 13,000 yuan. After deducting the 8,000 yuan cost, his profit was 5,000 yuan. Li Chun had sold the 100 watches in batches to 3 black market bosses in Shanghai, increasing the price by 195 yuan per watch. The total revenue was 19,500 yuan. After deducting the 14,000 yuan cost, the profit was 4,500 yuan. Adding everything together, that made 9,500 yuan. On top of that, he had earned another 10,000 yuan from antiques, bringing the total to 19,500 yuan. Considering that Chan Chong and Zhou Fengshou, although they hadn't contributed much in terms of negotiations and sales channels, had put in significant effort in transporting and covering for him, Li Chun had originally planned to give them 2,000 yuan each. However, they felt they had only contributed physical labor and were too embarrassed to take too much, so they each accepted just 1,000 yuan. That totaled 2,000 yuan. Additionally, he had spent 500 yuan on smoothing over relationships and connections. Li Chun skipped over the details of negotiations, transactions, and transportation, as well as who exactly he had dealt with. Instead, he gave Shen Yiyi a rough explanation of how the money had been made. Shen Yiyi was so shocked that she didn't know what to say. She could only instinctively ask, so there's still 17,000 yuan left? And what about the extra 500 yuan? Was he trying to stash some private savings? Li Chun glanced at the burlap sack on the floor. I bought this bag of stuff. Shen Yiyi looked at the large sack and had a faint premonition. Sure enough, when she opened it, it was filled with old items, calligraphy, paintings, porcelain, and gold and silver jewelry. The calligraphy and paintings were similar to the ones she had acquired before, many of them authentic works by historical figures. As for the porcelain, while there weren't any particularly rare pieces, in this era, antiques were generally untouched by counterfeits. The gold and silver jewelry went without saying, they were all valuable. Altogether, if this collection were taken to the future, it could easily be worth an 8-figure sum, or even 9 figures. Shen Yiyi opened her mouth, but it took her a long while to find her voice again. So this whole sack? You got it for just 500 yuan? Then how much had her half sack cost? Li Chun nodded. Worried that she might feel he had wasted so much money on things that seemed useless at the moment, he explained. These items were either looted from landlords' homes or brought to the black market by people who couldn't afford to eat, exchanging them for food. They were all extremely valuable in the past. Even though they aren't worth much now, I just casually tested the waters and threw out an absurdly high price. I didn't expect that old Hay would actually spend that much money to buy these things, which means they must have real value. Although she had indeed been the one to suffer a loss, he didn't have to say it so lightly. She still had her pride. Shen Yiyi, weren't you afraid that if you asked for too much they just wouldn't take it? If they didn't want it, then so be it, Li Chun said indifferently. Either way, I wouldn't have lost anything. Shen Yiyi, you should be grateful that you're my man, Li Chun promised. Wife, don't worry. I'll hide them well. No one will ever find them. Shen Yiyi nodded with tears in her eyes, hugging the 16,500 yuan tightly. In the end, after all the twists and turns, the money still ended up in her hands. However, she hadn't expected Li Chun to be so sharp, to deduce from just her reaction that these antiques had value. More than that, he had the courage to take a gamble, spending 500 yuan to acquire so many antiques. This gave Shen Yiyi some comfort. Although she had spent 10,000 yuan to buy things that Li Chun might have gotten for just 200 or 300, making her look rather foolish, at least it served as a lesson for Li Chun, pushing him to earn even more antiques for her. In a way, it was a blessing in disguise. However, she swore that next time she would never do business with Li Chun again. If she wanted antiques, she would just have him buy them for her. No way was she letting him scam her again. Chapter 81. Dear. Li Chun clearly sensed that something was off with Shen Yiyi's emotions. Shen Yiyi looked up. What's wrong? Li Chun asked with concern. Nothing, I'm just too happy. Shen Yiyi sniffled. My man is actually so smart and capable. Being praised by his wife, Li Chun's lips curved slightly. He climbed back onto the Kong and continued eating. Shen Yiyi hugged the money and returned to the Kong. She glanced again at the bag of things on the floor and asked, where are you going to put these? These things couldn't be left out in the open. If someone with ill intentions saw them and tried to pin a crime on them, it would be disastrous. Just as Shen Yiyi was about to suggest that she hide them herself, Li Chun leaned in and whispered, there's a hidden door in the cellar. We can store things inside. Shen Yiyi had been in the cellar many times but had never noticed any hidden door. Seeing her confusion, Li Chun revealed a smug expression as if to say, see? Even you didn't notice it, so others definitely won't either. His expression bore an uncanny resemblance to Air Bao when he was showing off. It was somewhat childish yet innocent at the same time. But while Air Bao could act like this in front of anyone, Li Chun only showed this side of himself in front of her. Shen Yiyi chuckled softly in amusement. Hurry up and eat. We'll hide everything inside later. All right. Li Chun replied with a doting smile. Suddenly remembering something, Shen Yiyi excitedly ran to the next room and came back with a sweater. I finished knitting the sweater. Quick, try it on. Li Chun's eyes lit up. He followed his wife's movements and put on the sweater, then adjusted it himself before eagerly looking at her. Does it look good? They always said that clothes made the man, just like gold adorned the Buddha, but in Li Chun's case it was the man who carried the clothes. The uneven stitches became even more noticeable once he wore it, with some loose thread sticking out as if the sweater had been clawed by a cat. Fortunately, his good looks made up for it. At least at first glance, people would notice his face before they noticed the sweater. She really wasn't suited for needlework. Shen Yiyi twitched the corner of her lips. It looks terrible. I think it looks great, Li Chun countered. He looked around and hesitated for a long time before finally adding, at least you can tell it's a sweater. Shen Yiyi tried to hold it in but couldn't. Would it have been just a piece of fabric otherwise? Li Chun laughed as well and replied confidently, as long as my wife made it, it looks good. Shen Yiyi couldn't stop the smile tugging at her lips. She mumbled, you're just sweet-talking me, and reached out to take the sweater off him. Li Chun thought she disliked it and didn't want him to wear it, so he dodged. I want to wear it. I know, Shen Yiyi insisted. But wash it first before wearing it. Oh. Li Chun obediently let her take the sweater off. Then he leaned in close to her ear, pointed at the last layer of clothing he had on and whispered, take this one off too. The moment she saw his expression, Shen Yiyi immediately understood his intentions. Flustered and annoyed, she punched his firm chest. You haven't even finished eating. I'm full, Li Chun declared. Without hesitation, he picked up the small table with the half-eaten food and set it on the floor. Then he turned back, lifted the blanket, and covered them both underneath. For now, the matter of making money had come to a temporary halt. Li Chun had been leaving early and coming back late for the past few days, to the point where the three Baos hadn't even seen him. Today, when they woke up and saw their father, they were overjoyed. They clung to Li Chun, chirping excitedly for a long time. At that moment, Mother Li stormed over, cursing under her breath. It was clear that she had gotten into another argument with Jiang Ailing. As for what the argument was about, Shen Yiyi didn't even need to think about it. Every morning and afternoon for the past few days, she had been hearing the angry shouts of Mother Li and Jiang Ailing. And as for why they were arguing, of course it was because of the kitchen. Even though the family had split, no matter how clearly they divided everything, there was still only one kitchen. Whoever used it first meant the other had to wait. The problem was that both Mother Li and Zhang Ailing were stubborn. Last time, Mother Li saw that Zhang Ailing had deliberately occupied the kitchen for an extended period. The next day, she copied her and went into the kitchen early, purposely dragging out her time and refusing to come out. And just like that, the two of them locked horns. Whenever Zhang Ailing delayed, Mother Li would scold her outright. But when it was Mother Li's turn to stall, Zhang Ailing didn't dare to curse directly at her, so she turned her anger on Li Sanhong, using indirect insults to target Mother Li. The conflict kept escalating, and Shen Yiyi could hear everything loud and clear from her side. Mother Li, filled with grievances and unable to endure it any longer, came over to seek comfort from her 3 beloved grandchildren. Since Li Chun had been out all day for the past few days, he had no idea what had been going on. Seeing his mother's furious expression as she approached, he frowned and asked, "What happened?" At that, Mother Li immediately started pouring out her frustrations, as if she had been holding them in for ages. Shen Yiyi and Li Chun exchanged a glance before Shen Yiyi slowly said, "Mother, there are 3 possible solutions." Mother Li's eyes lit up. Second daughter-in-law always had good ideas. Second daughter-in-law, tell me. She looked completely ready to listen carefully. Shen Yiyi then said, "First, you endure it and say nothing." Mother Li. She already despised Zhang Ailing. Asking her to endure it? That was absolutely impossible. Forget it next. What's the second option? Mother Li asked eagerly. Second, you just keep arguing. One day when the argument gets out of hand, just fight it out. Shen Yiyi suggested. If you can't win, you still have 2 sons. Call them over. Li Sanhong definitely won't be able to take them both on. Mother Li. What kind of ridiculous ideas were these? The third option is to build a new kitchen. Shen Yiyi said. Mother Li shot her a resentful look. Did she think building a kitchen didn't cost money? She wasn't as rich as Shen Yiyi. Isn't there another way? Mother Li asked, unwilling to give up. There is. Shen Yiyi replied. Let Li Sanhong get a divorce. Mother Li. Did she not already know that was an option? If divorce were possible, wouldn't it have happened by now? Still, Mother Li seriously considered the choices. The first option was immediately ruled out. The second one, though crude, wasn't entirely unreasonable. If it really came to a fight, Zhang Ailing might not even be able to beat her. At that thought, a sly grin appeared on Mother Li's face. Shen Yiyi didn't need to guess to know exactly what she was thinking. To prevent their household from turning into complete chaos, Shen Yiyi advised, Mother, you should seriously consider the third option. Building a kitchen would make things much easier. If you're reluctant to spend money, have the eldest and third families split the cost, or let the third family pay more. After all, the old kitchen was built by you and Father, so it's only fair that they pay for the new one. As for their second household, Li Chun had built their house with his own money, so the cost of a new kitchen had nothing to do with them. If something was supposed to be covered by the eldest and third families, then they should pay for it themselves. Of course, if it was about showing filial respect to the elders, Shen Yiyi wouldn't mind giving them an iron pot once the kitchen was built. That being said, iron pots weren't cheap either. She only had one because of her access to certain resources. In reality, buying one would require industrial vouchers. Mother Li, though tempted to have a brawl with Zhang Ailing, knew deep down that fighting wouldn't actually solve anything. So, she seriously considered the third option. And, to be honest, she was quite tempted, especially because it gave her a legitimate reason to squeeze some money out of Zhang Ailing. With that thought, Mother Li couldn't sit still any longer. She quickly rushed off to discuss it with Father Li. Chapter 82. Mother Li had just stormed out in anger, and Zhang Ailing couldn't be more pleased with herself. Now that Mother Li had returned, Zhang Ailing's smugness only grew, her nose practically tilting toward the sky. The sight of her arrogance made Mother Li even angrier. Seeing this, she abandoned the idea of discussing matters with Father Li, and instead shouted directly in the courtyard. I'm building a new kitchen. It was just after breakfast, and everyone in Old Li's family was still at home. Upon hearing this, they all turned to look. Zhang Ailing was delighted. Since the family had already split up, she naturally didn't want to squeeze into the same kitchen with everyone else. Who knew if they would secretly use her oil and salt? Indeed, her ongoing rivalry with Mother Li was proving effective. Thinking of this, Zhang Ailing became even more excited. She pretended to be considerate and said, Mother, really? If you're going to build a new kitchen, Sanhong can help with the construction. He should help, of course. Mother Li shot a glance at Li Sanhong. Li Sanhong looked slightly embarrassed and turned his head away. But there's one more thing. Since I'm building this kitchen, the cost must be shared between the first household and your third household. Jiang Ailing's face stiffened. They had to pay? How could that be? She quickly protested. Mother, you're the one building a new kitchen. Why should we pay? We don't even want a new kitchen. You don't want to pay? Fine. Mother Li retorted bluntly. The old kitchen was built by me and the old man. Now that the family has split, since we're living with the eldest household, the kitchen should be ours. You can pack up your things and get out. Then where are we supposed to go? Jiang Ailing panicked. Go wherever you want. It's none of my damn business. Mother Li snapped unceremoniously. You dare to use my kitchen and still throw an attitude at me? Well, I don't want to share a kitchen with you anymore. Figure it out yourself. Sanhong. Jiang Ailing quickly signaled Li Sanhong to say something. I agreed to build a new kitchen. Li Sanhong spoke up before Mother Li could even glare at him. Jiang Ailing panicked. Li Sanhong, you. Shut up. Li Sanhong roared impatiently, his head aching. Did she really want to keep fighting with his mother? The last time they had argued with Mother Li, it had even led to the family splitting up. Because of that, Jiang Ailing no longer had the same confidence when speaking to Li Sanhong. Now, after being scolded by him, she could only bite her lip in frustration and stay silent. Mother Li, pleased to see Jiang Ailing suffer a setback, turned to the eldest household couple. Eldest son, eldest daughter-in-law, do you agree? No matter how this turned out, the decision favored the eldest household. Li Dabin and He Zhaodi naturally agreed and nodded eagerly. But Jiang Ailing was still unwilling to accept this. If they had to build a new kitchen, why should only their household and the eldest household pay? After all, the elderly couple didn't just have Li Dabin and Li Sanhong as sons, they also had Li Chan. Clearly, Mother Li was favoring the second household. The second household was the wealthiest, yet they weren't being asked to contribute at all. Unwilling to back down, Jiang Ailing said, Fine, Mother, let's build it then. But shouldn't second brother and second sister-in-law contribute some money too? Why should they pay? Mother Li scoffed. Are they the ones who need this kitchen? Or did you chip in when they built theirs? But won't you and father be using the new kitchen too? Shouldn't second brother and second sister-in-law show some filial respect? Pa! Mother Li spat on the ground. When they show filial piety by giving me meat and wool yarn, do you ever contribute anything? Jiang Ailing remained stubborn. Even so, shouldn't eldest brother and eldest sister-in-law pay more? They're the ones who will be using the new kitchen. She spoke as if using the old kitchen put her at a disadvantage. Mother Li flared up. The eldest household has to take care of me and the old man. If they don't pay extra, that's already a favor to you. Why should they pay more? Enough. We'll do as Mother says. Seeing that his mother was getting angry again, Li Sanhong quickly reprimanded Jiang Ailing. Jiang Ailing shrank her neck. No matter how unwilling she was, she had no choice. She regretted everything now. If she had known, she wouldn't have gone head-to-head with that wretched old woman. Now who knew how much money they'd have to spend? And just like that, the kitchen construction was settled. Old Li's family had a large courtyard and plenty of laborers. Li Dabin often built houses for others, so they didn't even need to hire help. With nothing else to do, they discussed with Father Li where to build the kitchen and how big it should be. That afternoon they borrowed a cart and went to buy adobe bricks. Jiang Ailing reluctantly took out 20 yuan, only to be scolded and spat at by Mother Li. In the end, Li Sanhong took charge and handed over 50 yuan. Mother Li's face instantly lit up with joy, blooming like a flower. The sight of it made Jiang Ailing grind her teeth in frustration. As soon as Mother Li left, Jiang Ailing dragged Li Sanhong into their room and scolded him. What are you doing? Why did you give mother so much money? Building a kitchen doesn't cost that much, and the eldest household is paying too. Didn't Mother say she'd return any extra? Li Sanhong replied impatiently. His frustration toward Jiang Ailing was growing. If not for her, he wouldn't be in such an awkward situation with his parents, eldest brother and sister-in-law, or even his second brother and second sister-in-law. You actually believe her? Jiang Ailing was livid. They had fought hard for that 200 yuan, and now a quarter of it was gone. Given her relationship with Mother Li, she didn't believe for a second that she'd get a single coin back. Thinking about this, she became even angrier. And you didn't even go with eldest brother to transport the bricks. Now when it comes time to settle the costs, won't they have the final say? What do I need to go for? Isn't eldest brother capable? Stop assuming everyone is greedy, will you? Mother and eldest brother aren't that kind of people. Li Sanhong grumbled as he sprawled onto the Kong bed. I'm not going, period. I'm already exhausted from chopping firewood these past few days. Tomorrow I still have to help build the kitchen. Today I'm resting. If you want to go, go yourself. Jiang Ailing was so furious she nearly choked. She glared at Li Sanhong's back for a long time but couldn't find the words to argue. Li Sanhong had been spoiled by Father Li and Mother Li since childhood. Before marrying Jiang Ailing, he had been lazy and carefree. Only after getting married and having children did he start taking on some responsibilities. He would go to work when necessary, but he was far from diligent. As a grown man, he only earned the fixed 8 work points a day, never a bit more. The moment he finished his tasks, he went straight home. Even Shen Yiyi, a female-educated youth, sometimes earned 10 work points. He wasn't even as hardworking as her. Thinking about this, Jiang Ailing suddenly felt a deep sense of regret. She should never have agreed to split from the family, or at the very least, she shouldn't have allowed Father Li and Mother Li to live with the eldest household. She had 4 children. The eldest, Li Taizhu, was only 9 years old. Her 2 daughters were 8 and 6, and the youngest, Guden, was just 5. A single growing child could eat a mother into poverty. Let alone 4. If Father Li and Mother Li were still living with them, things would be different. Both of them were still strong and healthy. Father Li worked almost every day and earned 10 work points, while Mother Li could sometimes earn 10 as well. They could have helped support the household at least a little. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. If it weren't for Shen Yiyi, they wouldn't be in such a miserable situation. But no matter how much she resented it, there was no turning back now. That made Jiang Ailing even more anxious. She couldn't just let that 50 yuan go to waste. Without hesitation, she rushed out and joined the eldest household couple to help transport the adobe bricks. Chapter 83. Shen Yiyi did not contribute money, but since a kitchen was being built, Li Chan, as a son and brother, still had to lend a hand. So the next day, Li Chan went over to help, and Bao and Bao assisted him in carrying bricks. After finishing breakfast, Shen Yiyi also brought Bao along. Apart from Father Li and Mother Li, the entire old Li family was involved, including Li Taizhu. However, the children played more than they worked. Bao disliked how dirty they were while playing. Moreover, there was a lot of dust from building the adobe house, and the ground was covered with mixed mud. Bao pulled at his mother, unwilling to go any closer. For the past month, Bao had been mostly taken care of by Shen Yiyi. Under her influence, he gradually became fond of cleanliness. He would ask to change clothes if they got even slightly dirty, wipe his mouth clean before continuing to eat, wash his hands as soon as he got home, and had even become a little clingy and delicate. Several times, Shen Yiyi noticed Li Chan hesitating as if he wanted to say something but held back. She did not need to guess. She knew he felt that she was spoiling Bao too much. But Shen Yiyi thought that Bao was just a 2-year-old child, and there was nothing wrong with pampering him a little, as long as she did not stray too far in the wrong direction. Thus, she and Li Chan naturally fell into a dynamic where one played the strict role while the other played the lenient one. When she was being lenient, Li Chan would not criticize her, and when Li Chan was being strict, she would try to avoid interfering. Over time, their way of raising children became an unspoken agreement. Now that Bao refused to go closer, Shen Yiyi did not force him and instead stood with him a few meters away under the eaves. Bao still remembered his task for coming. He took out 2 pieces of white rabbit creamy candy from his bag and called out to his 2 brothers. "Big brother, second brother, have some candy." Bao was a little foodie. Ever since his mother had given him white rabbit creamy candy, he had been thinking about it all the time. One day, he had accidentally discovered several packs of white rabbit creamy candy in his mother's cabinet. From then on, whenever he had free time, he would shyly run up to Shen Yiyi and ask for candy. He already bore a strong resemblance to Li Chan, and over the past month, Shen Yiyi had fed him well, making him noticeably chubbier. His little face was round and plump, making it irresistible for anyone who saw him to want to give it a pinch. Whenever he looked at Shen Yiyi with his big, wet eyes filled with anticipation, she simply could not bring herself to refuse him. Even if she did refuse, he would immediately switch to a pitiful expression, like a little puppy that had been denied food. Who could resist that? Shen Yiyi, as his mother, certainly could not. So she negotiated with him, saying he could only have 1 piece per day. Bao, of course, was not happy about this. He puffed up his chubby cheeks and continued to act pitiful. But then his father sternly said, "If 1 piece isn't enough, then you won't get any at all." Scolded by his father, Bao pouted in grievance, his big eyes welling up with unshed tears as he looked toward his mother, appearing utterly pitiful. Shen Yiyi, feeling sorry for him, wiped away his tears while agreeing with Li Chen's words. "You see, if your father won't give it to you, there's nothing I can do either." Although Bao was young, he already understood that his father was completely obedient to his mother. Clinging to her arm, he said, "Dad is mean, hit Dad. But Mom can't beat Dad. Look how strong he is and how small and delicate I am. How could I possibly win?" Shen Yiyi coaxed him. "Just like you and second brother. Can you beat him?" Bao thought for a moment. That's true. So, he was successfully convinced and reluctantly agreed to the rule of having only 1 piece of candy per day. However, he did not forget about his big and second brothers. He negotiated on their behalf as well, ensuring that they each received one white rabbit creamy candy per day too. When it came to collecting the candy each day, he was always the most enthusiastic. Not only would he claim his own, but he would also make sure his big brother and second brother got theirs. Of course, while he was greedy for candy, he would always hand it over to his brothers after getting it. If there was a day when he could not resist and ate his own piece first, he would stare longingly at his big and second brothers while they ate theirs. Bao, more often than not, would break his piece in half and share it with him. Bao, on the other hand, would scold him. But sometimes, despite the scolding, he would still break his piece in half and share it with him. As for Bao, he was neither resentful nor one to hold grudges. He was an optimistic little baby. Even if Bao scolded him, he might get upset for a short while, but he would soon forget and go running after Bao, calling out eagerly, "Second brother this, second brother that." Today, when Bao and Bao came to the old house, Bao took his candy and pestered his mother to bring him over so he could give his big and second brothers their share. Since Shen Yiyi was bored anyway, she decided to take him along to have a look. Bao and Bao were passing mud bricks to Li-chan when they heard Bao's voice and immediately ran over. Bao handed them the candy, speaking loudly enough that everyone nearby could hear. The adults were not particularly tempted by sweets, so it was not a big deal. But the children were different. One by one, they turned to look at him with eager eyes. Shen Yiyi was not the type to let other children watch longingly while Bao handed candy only to his two brothers. So, she simply took a handful and put them in Bao's pocket. Seeing the other children staring at them, she said to Bao, "Bao, what about the other brothers and sisters?" Bao obediently called out their names: big cousin sister, second cousin sister, all the way to fifth cousin sister, and even Gooden brother. However, he deliberately left out Li Taiju. Due to Bao's influence, Bao strongly disliked Li Taiju, and naturally had no intention of giving him any candy. The children who were called eagerly ran over and lined up to receive their share, while Li Taiju, not having been called, remained where he was. Jiang Ailing, standing beside him, nudged him slightly, signaling for him to go over and get some candy. But ever since the last time he was beaten, Li Taiju had grown up quite a bit in just a few days. However, he had also become much more stubborn. Even when his mother urged him, he refused to go. Frustrated by her persistence, he even shoved her and snapped, "If you want it, go get it yourself." Everyone's eyes turned toward them. Jiang Ailing felt both angry and heartbroken, but she forced a smile and said, "Bao, give your brother Taiju a piece too. He wants some candy as well." Bao had wanted to eat his candy at home earlier, but Shen Yiyi had convinced him to wait. She had promised that when he brought candy for his brothers, he could also give some to his cousins. If he ate all of his beforehand, he would only be able to watch the others eat later. So he had held back. Bao held back his urge to eat more candy. Now that all his brothers and sisters were eating, he also had a piece in his mouth, his cheeks puffed up like a little squirrel. His voice, soft and childish yet firm, rang out, "I don't want to give him any. I hate him." Bao immediately followed up, "I hate him too. Bao doesn't have to give him candy." Jiang Ailing choked on her words and turned to look at Shen Yiyi. Shen Yiyi had given the candy to Bao not only because he wanted to distribute it himself but also precisely for this reason. She, as an adult, did not want to bicker with a child, but her Bao was only 2 years old. He spoke without a filter, and there was nothing she could do about it. She pretended not to hear what Jiang Ailing said and completely ignored the glances thrown her way. Instead, she calmly wiped the sweat off Bao and Bao, and told them to continue helping Li-chan. Bao still had 3 pieces of candy in his pocket. One was originally meant for his father, but since his father refused to take it, he turned expectant eyes toward his mother. Shen Yiyi allowed him to eat an extra piece today. With 2 pieces left, he ran over to Father Li, who was weaving baskets under the eaves, and Mother Li, who was sewing shoe insoles. He handed each of them a piece. Mother Li beamed so widely that her eyes disappeared in her smile. She pulled Bao into her arms and smothered him with affectionate kisses. Shen Yiyi sat with Mother Li for a while, chatting casually before taking Bao home. Meanwhile, Jiang Ailing was seething, gritting her teeth in frustration. She cast a glance at Li-chan but did not dare to voice her complaints directly. At noon, when she returned to the house, she immediately began venting to Li Sanhong. "Can you believe she calls herself an aunt? She couldn't even spare a single piece of candy for our Taiju. How stingy! And look at her. While even the children were helping, she didn't lift a finger. She just stood there all dressed up, acting all high and mighty. Does she think she's some rich man's wife instead of a villager? Standing so far away, like she's afraid getting close to us would lower her status. If someone didn't know better, they'd think she was some capitalist lady." "Li Sanhong, why did you kick me?" Li Sanhong, worried that someone might overhear, did not dare to scold her too loudly. Suppressing his anger, he hissed. Can't you keep your mouth shut? Do you think it's wise to say things like that? What? I'm just telling the truth. And now I'm not even allowed to say it. Jiang Ailing retorted, clearly dissatisfied. Li Sanhong was so frustrated he felt like coughing up blood. Unable to reason with her, and unwilling to stay in the same space any longer, he turned and left. Jiang Ailing fumed even more, left alone with her resentment. Chapter 84. For the construction of old Li's family kitchen, having Li Chan to help was enough. Shen Yiyi had no intention of getting involved. After lunch she took Xiaobao to town. Her main purpose was to retrieve the photo she had taken earlier, and to stop by the post office to check if there was any letter from her parents. As expected, there was no letter. Shen Yiyi no longer had any expectations. She believed her parents were definitely still angry. This time she wasn't in a hurry. Based on her calculations, Zhao Yuliang should have already delivered her second letter to her parents. In this second letter, she had explained some of the background details, and it also included words from Li Chan and the three bows. Knowing her parents, no matter how angry they were, reading that letter should ease their frustration. Most likely they would write back to her. In a few days Zhao Yuliang would return. By then, her parents' reply should be brought back by him. If there was still no reply, then she and Li Chan would really have to make a trip back home. At noon, when Xiaobao learned that he would be going to town with his mother, he was so excited that he couldn't even take his nap. But once they arrived in town, as they walked, he started nodding off like a little chick pecking at grains. At that time, Shen Yiyi was at the post office counter inquiring about her letter, and didn't notice Xiaobao. It wasn't until she suddenly felt his grip on her hand loosen that she instinctively grabbed him, preventing him from falling to the ground. Xiaobao woke up with a start. He scratched his chin and looked up at his mother with sleepy, innocent eyes. Shen Yiyi asked, "Xiaobao, are you sleepy?" The little boy shook his head. Even though he was clearly exhausted, he stubbornly insisted, "Mother, I'm not sleepy." But the result was that not long after they left the post office, he was already dozing off while walking. Shen Yiyi found it both amusing and exasperating. She sat down under a tree for a while, and before long, Xiaobao leaned against her and fell asleep. Shen Yiyi picked him up and let him sleep in her arms. Then, she went to the supply and marketing cooperative in the meat processing factory. She pretended to browse casually, but by the time she came out, her basket was already filled with items she had secretly retrieved from her personal space. When Xiaobao woke up, he was surprised to find himself already on the ox cart heading home. He pouted his lips and sulked for a long time. Only when Shen Yiyi took out a piece of egg cake from her basket did he finally cheer up. By the time they arrived home, it was nearly 5 o'clock. After resting for a while, Shen Yiyi began preparing dinner. Once the meal was ready, Li Chan and the others returned from next door. Just as the family was about to eat, there was a sudden knock on the door. Chun Chong's anxious voice came from outside. "Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law." Li Chun opened the door and Chun Chong rushed in. "Sister-in-law Daniu is going into labor. She's giving birth?" Shen Yiyi was startled and quickly stood up. "Have you called the midwife?" "Yes. It's been 2 hours already, and she's in terrible pain," Chun Chong said, his face tense and his hands shaking. Clearly, this was his first time experiencing such a situation. With trembling hands he pleaded, "Sister-in-law, can you come with me to see Daniu? She wants you to be there with her." Of course she could. Shen Yiyi told Li Chan to stay home and eat with the three bows, then hurriedly followed Chun Chong to the Chun family's house. Inside the room, Lin Daniu and the midwife were already present, and the door was closed. Even from outside, Daniu's cries of pain were heart-wrenching. Outside the room, little Wang Kai stood there, his face streaked with tears. His thin, small shoulders trembled as he sobbed. Mother Chen also came out. She was placed on a large reclining chair, with a cotton quilt beneath her. Leaning weakly against the rattan chair, her eyes were filled with anxiety. Shen Yiyi felt sorry for Wang Kai and walked over to wipe his tears. The moment she did, Wang Kai completely broke down. Sobbing, he asked, "Auntie, my mother will be okay, right?" "She will," Shen Yiyi said gently. "Your mother will definitely be fine." In the book, Lin Daniu was nothing more than a minor background character, with barely any description. But in her past life, Shen Yiyi knew that Lin Daniu had survived and indeed given birth to a daughter. Beyond that, she didn't know much. In her previous life, she had followed the plot, hated Li Chan and disliked Chun Chong, so she naturally never paid much attention to Chun Chong's wife. Bang! Just as she finished speaking, the door to the room swung open. The midwife rushed out, sweat beading on her forehead, clearly distressed. "The baby is too big. She can't push it out. I have to ask you now, if something happens you need to decide." The midwife hesitated, struggling to say the words, but in the end she forced them out. "Do we save the mother or the child?" Mother Chan shook her head violently in disbelief. She tried to sit up, but her weakened spine wouldn't support her. All she could do was lie on the chair, pleading desperately. Auntie, please. You must save my daughter-in-law and the baby. Neither of them can be harmed. I beg you. Chan Chong clenched his fists, his expression dazed, as if he had lost all sense of direction. He opened his mouth, then shut it again, unable to make a sound. The midwife looked at him, waiting for him to make a decision. Shen Yiyi also looked at him, wanting to see if Lin Daniu was truly worth it for this man. After all, they were a couple who had come together halfway through life. Just as Lin Daniu had no deep feelings for Chan Chong, he too felt the same. They were merely two people coming together out of necessity, making do with life. On one side was a wife he didn't have strong feelings for, and on the other was a child carrying his bloodline. Choosing between them was indeed a difficult decision. Though Wang Kai was still young, he understood enough to grasp the situation. He burst into tears, clinging to Shen Yi's hand so tightly that it hurt. Auntie, I want my mother. Save my mother. Chan Chong glanced at him, took a deep breath and finally spoke with firm resolve. Granny Wang, save the mother. Shen Yiyi sighed in relief and comforted Wang Kai. It's okay. Auntie will go in and check on your mother. She will be fine, all right? After that, she turned to the midwife. Granny Wang, can I go in and have a look? Granny Wang was in a hurry. She glanced at Shen Yiyi and gave a quick nod before turning back to Chan Chong. The mother is running out of strength. Go and get some brown sugar water to help her regain her energy. Without waiting for a response, she rushed back into the room. Shen Yiyi followed her inside. As soon as she entered, she was hit by the strong scent of blood. On the heated brick bed, Lin Daniu was completely drained. Her face was pale, drenched in sweat. When she saw the midwife return, she weakly shook her head and murmured, Save the baby. I want to save the baby. She had already repeated this request to Granny Wang countless times. No matter how the midwife tried to reason with her, she refused to listen. In the end, Granny Wang simply ignored her words. Save your strength. Stop talking. Drink some brown sugar water later and keep pushing. As long as you have the strength, the baby will be born safely, and you will be fine too, all right? But Lin Daniu clearly believed she wouldn't make it. Her gaze shifted past the midwife and landed on Shen Yiyi. Save the baby. Save the baby. Chapter 85. Shen Yiyi reached into his pocket and took out a handful of chocolate from his space. Breaking off a small piece, he fed it into Lin Daniu's mouth. Don't be so pessimistic. If you leave, what will happen to Wang Kai? Would Chan Chong take care of him? In the short term it was possible. But what if Chan Chong remarried in the future? By then, Chan Chong might not even be able to protect the child growing in Lin Daniu's belly. His own flesh and blood, let alone Wang Kai. Lin Daniu paused. Clearly, she had considered the same possibility. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she began sobbing uncontrollably. Granny Wang grew anxious. Don't cry. You need to conserve your strength. Shen Yiyi continued to push chocolate into her hands. Even if the situation really becomes as dire as choosing between saving you or the baby, you must always save yourself first. Only by surviving can you have the right to love your child. Besides, things aren't that bad yet. As long as you believe in yourself, both you and your child have hope of making it through safely. Lin Daniu quickly wiped away her tears. Seeing that she was finally persuaded, Shen Yiyi let out a sigh of relief and handed her another piece of chocolate. Calm yourself first, then eat all of this. Chocolate replenishes energy. It'll help you regain strength. Hearing this, Lin Daniu immediately took the chocolate from Shen Yi's hand and stuffed it into her mouth. Shen Yiyi gave her all the chocolate, and soon the brown sugar water from outside arrived. She drank some, gradually calming down. Enduring the intense pain, she gathered her strength. An hour later, after a piercing scream, a loud and clear infant's cry echoed through the room. The baby was born. A girl weighing nearly 7 pounds. The moment Lin Daniu heard her child's cries, she was completely drained and passed out. Granny Wang held the newborn in her arms, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and let out a sigh of relief. Using warm water, she carefully cleaned the baby before wrapping her in a piece of cotton cloth. Then she carried the child outside. The moment the door opened, the people waiting outside rushed forward. Chan Chong was the first to step up. He glanced at the baby in Granny Wang's arms, then peered inside the room before turning back to Granny Wang with a tense expression. Granny Wang smiled warmly and announced, Mother and daughter are safe. Both are safe. Chan Chong let out a deep breath of relief. Only then did his expression relax into a smile as he looked at the baby in Granny Wang's arms. A daughter. Yes. Granny Wang confirmed with a smile. Chan Chong wiped his hands, his movements slightly nervous and uncertain. He turned to Li Chan, who had arrived at some point, and said excitedly, Brother Chun, I have a daughter now. His words were filled with undisguised joy. Li Chan simply responded with a casual his eyes scanning the room in search of his own wife. Mother Chun lay on a reclining chair, unable to move. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she repeatedly murmured, "Good, good, good." Only little Wang Kai rushed straight to his mother's side. Seeing her unconscious, he panicked, thinking something had happened to her. Tears welled up in his eyes as he gently pushed her. Shen Yiyi quickly stopped him. "Your mother is fine. She's just exhausted and has fallen asleep. Don't disturb her. Let her rest properly." Wang Kai wiped his tears and nodded. "Is Dainyu asleep?" After some time under Granny Wang's guidance, Chun Chong finally managed to hold the baby properly. He showed her to his mother before handing the child back to Granny Wang. Then, he took out 2 coins and gave them to her before stepping inside to see his wife. His face was still filled with happiness. Lin Dainyu had fought with all her might to give birth to this child. Yet in the end, this was the response she got from Chan Chong. It was understandable perhaps. But as a woman, a mother, and Lin Dainyu's friend, Shen Yiyi couldn't help but feel a surge of anger toward Chan Chong. In response to his question, Shen Yiyi simply snorted. Chan Chong, who had just been met with Shen Yi's cold attitude, touched his nose in confusion, not understanding what he had done wrong. "Make some millet porridge for your wife later," Shen Yiyi said. "Add some red dates. Do you have any?" Chan Chong hesitated. No. How could he have remembered such details? Under Shen Yi's gaze, he suddenly felt a strange sense of guilt, as if he were some heartless man. Feeling uneasy, he quickly asked, "Sister-in-law, do you have any? Can I buy some from you?" Shen Yiyi didn't even know what to say. She suspected that the brown sugar water Chan Chong had prepared earlier had probably come from the batch of brown sugar she had given Lin Dainyu when she had asked her to make clothes. "I'll have Li Chun bring some up later," she finally said. "Ah, okay. Thank you." Chan Chong hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Take good care of your wife and daughter," Shen Yiyi added. "Especially your wife. Giving birth to such a strong and healthy girl wasn't easy for her. Treat her well." Chan Chong nodded repeatedly. Shen Yiyi wasn't sure how much of her words he would actually take to heart. She wanted to speak up for Lin Dainyu, but in the end, this was someone else's family matter. Besides, Chan Chong wasn't exactly a scumbag or a terrible husband. In fact, by the standards of the time, Chan Chong could even be considered a decent man. Realizing this, Shen Yiyi felt an even deeper appreciation for Li Chun. She had been pregnant twice. Her first pregnancy with the Bao and Air Bao had been the result of her attempting to drug Lin Jiadong, only to mistakenly end up with Li Chun instead. Xiao Bao, on the other hand, had come about after she had overheard Zhang Wanru confronting Lin Jiadong about his relationship with her. She had listened as Lin Jiadong desperately distanced himself, insisting that she was already married with children, and that there was no longer any possibility between them. Heartbroken, she had drowned her sorrows in alcohol and in her drunken haze, had once again ended up with Li Chun. Both of her pregnancies had been unplanned and against her wishes. At the time, she had absolutely hated Li Chun and treated him terribly. Yet, Li Chun had never once shown any resentment toward her. Throughout her entire pregnancy and recovery, he had treated her like a precious treasure. When she gave birth, he had taken her to a hospital, and the moment it was over, he had rushed in to see her. During her postpartum recovery, he had prioritized her in everything. The most common nutritional supplements for pregnant women in this era, red dates, brown sugar, eggs, malted milk, were never in short supply at their home. On top of that, he frequently made her bone broth, fish soup, and chicken soup. At the time, Shen Yiyi had been following the storyline, and thanks to the system's assistance, she had felt no pain during childbirth. Her labor had gone smoothly, and her body had suffered no damage. She hadn't even truly needed the nourishment. But despite that, Li Chen's unwavering devotion had moved her deeply. She had even thought the original author had set things up unfairly. Why would such a deeply affectionate man fall in love with a woman who already had feelings for someone else, a so-called vicious female supporting character? As she pondered this, she caught sight of Li Chun standing outside the door from the corner of her eye. Immediately, joy surged within her. It didn't matter anymore. Now he loved her, and she would never treat him the way she had in the past. Having said all she needed to say to Chan Chong, Shen Yiyi no longer paid him any attention. She walked out and immediately clung to Li Chen's arm, her voice turning soft and sweet. "Why are you here too? Are the 3 Baos at home by themselves? Mother is watching them." Li Chun replied as he gently brushed aside the stray hairs on her forehead. "Are you hungry? Let's go home and eat." "Okay." Shen Yiyi responded with a bright smile. The two of them left the Chun household together. On the way, Shen Yiyi keenly sensed that something was off with Li Chun. His voice was slightly lower than usual, even more tender than before. She glanced at him curiously. Li Chun noticed her gaze. Without a word, He suddenly withdrew his hand from hers and instead wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Holding her like this felt more real to him. And to Shen Yiyi, it brought an even greater sense of security. Chapter 86. This action was a bit intimate. If it had happened during the day, there would have been all kinds of gossip. But it was nighttime now, and the sky had long since darkened. There were hardly any people outside. Some households, unwilling to light their kerosene lamps, had already gone to bed. So Shen Yiyi did not struggle to break free. Instead, she stopped in her tracks, wrapped her arms around his lean waist, and looked up at him. What's wrong? Li Chun turned off the flashlight and likewise wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Shaking his head, he spoke in a low, somber voice. We won't have any more children. After Shen Yiyi went in to check on Lin Daniu, Li Chun had arrived. He had heard Lin Daniu's waves of agonized screams loud and clear. When he learned that the situation had become so severe that they had to choose between saving the mother or the child, a cold sweat instantly broke out all over his body. He knew childbirth was dangerous for women. That was why, when Shen Yiyi had been pregnant with both of their children, he had taken her to the hospital to give birth. But Shen Yiyi had delivered both times extremely quickly. She had barely gone in before coming back out, and even the doctors had praised her for having a strong body. But Li Chun could not bear to imagine it. As he thought about it, he tightened his arms and held the person in his embrace even closer. Shen Yiyi was momentarily stunned. She had not expected him to say such words. In fact, even though this body had already given birth to 3 children, when she had delivered 3 bows she had the system. Her body had been well taken care of, and even if she wanted to have another child, it was completely possible. But in truth, she also did not want to have another child. In her past life, she had owed Li Chun and their 3 sons too much. In this life, she only wanted to give all the love she had left to them. If she had another child, she wasn't sure if she would still have the energy to divide her attention. But she didn't know how to bring this up with Li Chun. She also felt that she had only just returned not too long ago. Even though Li Chun had gradually adapted to her changes, it had still been a short time. Deep down, he surely hadn't fully trusted her yet. She was afraid that if she told him now that she didn't want to have more children, he would misunderstand and think it was because she didn't love him, that she didn't want to have his child, which would create distance between them again. Or perhaps he wouldn't misunderstand, but if he actually wanted a soft, sweet daughter and had to give up on that because she didn't want to have another child, he might be left with regret. That wasn't what Shen Yiyi wanted to see. Every morning after their nights together, she would secretly take a contraceptive pill from her space. She had planned to find an opportunity to discuss it with Li Chun later. If he truly wanted a daughter, she could still consider having another child. But now, he had actually said it himself. We won't have any more children. Why? Shen Yiyi asked. I just want you to be well, Li Chun said. Shen Yi's lips curved into a smile. She leaned in closer and hugged him even tighter. All right, then we won't have any more children. Li Chun rested his chin on the top of her head and responded softly. After enjoying a brief moment of warmth, the two finally held hands again and walked home together. At home, Mother Li was still there, while the 3 bows had already gone to bed. Just as she was about to leave, she saw the 2 of them returning together and gave them a mischievous smile. Li Chun and Shen Yiyi. The 2 finally let go of each other's hands. Li Chun went to get the food that had been kept warm in the pot for Shen Yiyi, while Shen Yiyi sat down and started eating. Mother Li, seeing that they had returned, didn't rush to leave. Instead, she sat down and casually chatted with Shen Yiyi. I heard that Changzi's wife couldn't give birth because the baby was too big. Is everything all right now? It's fine now, Shen Yiyi said. A baby girl around 7 pounds. But Changzi's wife is too thin, so the baby got stuck. A girl, huh? Mother Li's tone carried a hint of regret. Why couldn't it have been a boy? Sigh. Shen Yiyi looked up at her. Mother, a daughter is just as good. Changzi and his mother-in-law are both very happy. Mother Li let out an awkward laugh. Yes, daughters are good too. I just feel like for the first child, having a son would be better. She's not even having her first child. Wang Kai was the first. Shen Yiyi replied, not knowing why she suddenly found herself arguing with Mother Li. That's different. Mother Li insisted. Wang Kai was brought into the marriage by Changzi's wife. He's not Changzi's biological son. When Changzi and Daniu got married, they had already agreed that Wang Kai would be part of the family. Changzi accepted it, even changed Wang Kai's surname. Wang Kai is Changzi's son now. And besides, Shen Yiyi returned to her original point. The first child, whether boy or girl, is just as good. Mother, your way of thinking isn't right. You should change it. Mother Li was momentarily choked by Shen Yi's retort. Instinctively, she glanced at Li Chun. Li Chun was busy making malted milk for his wife, not even raising his head. That was clearly his way of siding with his wife. Mother Li adjusted her tone, deciding not to argue with Shen Yiyi. All right, you're right about everything. But she glanced at Shen Yi's stomach and smiled knowingly. Since daughters are so great, shouldn't you two consider having one? As soon as she finished speaking, before Shen Yiyi could even respond, Li Chan placed the cup of malted milk in front of Shen Yiyi and said, Mother, my wife and I don't plan on having any more children. Mother Li was stunned. Why not? You two are still young. You should at least try for a daughter. In any case, we've decided not to, and that's final. Li Chen's tone was straightforward and firm, completely shutting down any further discussion. Mother Li looked at Li Chan, then at Shen Yiyi, remaining silent for a long moment before finally saying, All right, I'll head home then. Anyone with eyes could see that Mother Li was a little displeased. But Shen Yiyi had no intention of coaxing her. Whether or not they had children was a decision that only she and Li Chan, as husband and wife, could make together. No one else had the right to interfere, not even her mother-in-law. She glanced at Li Chan, and he took her hand in his. It's fine. She'll come around on her own. Shen Yiyi smiled. All right. Chapter 87. Mother Li returned home listlessly. Father Li noticed that something was off with her mood, so he asked, What's wrong? At that, Mother Li began pouring out her grievances as if emptying a bucket of bitterness. I just said that it would be better if Chan Chong's wife had a son, and she actually talked back. She said that Wang Kai is already Chongzi's son now, but Wang Kai was never Chan Chong's son to begin with. He is Chan Chong's son now, at least in name. If you directly say he isn't, then you're in the wrong. Father Li said slowly, taking a drag from his cigarette. Mother Li choked on her words for a moment, then continued, And what about having a daughter? The second son didn't even consider it before saying they wouldn't have another child. They're still so young. What's wrong with having a daughter? Now you want a granddaughter? Father Li said, speechless. They've already given you 3 grandsons. Isn't that enough? Mother Li wanted to say that one could never have too many descendants, but for some reason she didn't say it aloud. Father Li, exasperated, exposed her real thoughts. You're just upset because your daughter-in-law talked back to you, and your son didn't take your side. Mother Li was left speechless. He was right. Shen Yiyi had already given her so many grandsons, and she herself had plenty of granddaughters. It wasn't as if she absolutely needed Shen Yiyi to have another child. But Shen Yi's attitude had annoyed her. Muttering, she said, I am her mother-in-law after all. Can't she at least show me some respect? Then stop meddling in their business. Father Li said. Mother Li let out 2 disgruntled grunts. Her daughter-in-law had a strong temper, and her son didn't stand up for her. Even if she wanted to meddle, she had no way to do so. On the other side, Lin Daniu was not sleeping well either. The sharp cries of a baby woke her up. Groggily, she opened her eyes and the first thing she saw was Chan Chong, sleeping soundly on the heated brick bed. Beside him, the newborn baby was wailing loudly. She wanted to get up and hold the child, but the moment she moved, a wave of excruciating pain surged through her body. She grimaced, clenching her teeth, and had to stop. She then felt an uncomfortable dampness beneath her. Looking down, she saw that the quilt underneath her was soaked with blood and other fluids from childbirth. Shen Yiyi had helped clean her up but hadn't moved her to a fresh spot. Chan Chong, on the other hand, had likely never even lifted the blanket covering her, let alone thought to replace the soiled bedding underneath. The sticky sensation was unbearable. She wanted to shift her position, but another sharp pain tore through her body. The baby, most likely hungry, cried even louder. The piercing sound filled the room, yet Chan Chong only grunted a few times and remained asleep, completely unbothered, like a dead pig. Lin Daniu tried to call him. Chongzi? Chongzi. Her voice was hoarse from the strain of childbirth, so weak that it couldn't even compete with the baby's cries, let alone wake Chan Chong. Gritting her teeth, Lin Daniu forced herself to endure the searing pain and moved inch by inch toward him. With every slight movement, her face turned a shade paler. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and the veins on the back of her hands bulged from the effort. Finally, she managed to reach Chan Chong and pushed him. Chan Chong groggily opened his eyes, only to be startled awake by the sight of Lin Daniu's deathly pale face. Sleep instantly fled from his mind. You look awful. What's wrong? Lin Daniu didn't mention her pain. Instead, she pointed at the crying baby beside him. She's probably hungry. Hearing this, Chan Chong immediately picked up the child and held her in front of Lin Daniu. Then feed her some milk. He had no idea that a mother didn't produce milk immediately after giving birth. Lin Daniu's abdomen and wounds burned with pain. Panting, she said, I don't have any milk yet. It'll take until tomorrow or the day after. Go and cook some rice soup, make it thick. Then you go. Chan Chong had just started to say when he suddenly remembered that she had just given birth. Realizing his mistake, he got up and went himself, but before leaving, he placed the crying baby beside her. Lin Daniu had no choice but to endure the pain and try to soothe the baby. However, no matter how she coaxed, the baby wouldn't stop crying. When she reached out to touch her, she realized the baby had wet herself. Forcing herself to sit up despite the pain, she struggled to change the baby's diaper. Her hands trembled uncontrollably from exhaustion. Once she was done, she had no strength left to clean up, so she simply tossed the soiled diaper onto the floor and lay back down on the heated brick bed. Chan Chong eventually returned with the rice soup. Clumsily, he fed the baby, who gradually calmed down and fell asleep. As soon as she did, he flopped down and went back to sleep as well. Lin Daniu, however, was too hungry to sleep. Looking around, she noticed a bowl of millet and red date porridge beside her. Enduring the pain, she reached for it, only to find that it had turned ice cold. She glanced at Chan Chong. He was already sound asleep. Her hunger was unbearable, so despite the cold, she forced herself to eat the porridge. After eating, she felt a little uncomfortable, but once the discomfort passed, she finally managed to drift off into a dazed sleep. She hadn't slept for long before the baby suddenly wailed again. Because of the rice soup she had drunk earlier, she had wet herself once more. The night air was cold, nearly reaching freezing temperatures. If the baby wasn't changed, she might catch a chill. Lin Daniu looked at Chan Chong, who was snoring away, and had no choice but to struggle up once again to change the baby's diaper. The real torment was that newborns were always fussy at night. If they weren't wetting themselves, they were soiling their diapers, and if not that, they were crying. Meanwhile, Lin Daniu herself was struggling. Having just given birth, her blood circulation had changed, making her need to urinate frequently. However, her injuries from labor made going to the toilet a painful ordeal. She couldn't squat. If she tried, the pain was unbearable. Even though she felt the urge to urinate, nothing would come out, and if she forced it, it tugged at her wounds. She barely slept the entire night. By morning, diapers were scattered messily all over the floor. When Chan Chong woke up and saw the scene, he was momentarily stunned. But he didn't say anything. Instead, realizing that Lin Daniu couldn't cook, he hurried off to prepare breakfast. After preparing the meal, Chan Chong brought the food into the room and then left. He had to take care of his paralyzed mother, Mother Chan. Wang Kai noticed how pale his mother looked and asked worriedly, "Mother, are you okay?" Lin Daniu reassured him that she was fine, then asked him to pick up the soiled diapers on the floor and set them aside. Enduring the pain, she fed her daughter. While feeding, she also had to soothe the baby, and by the time she was done, she once again had to eat cold leftovers. By noon, the clean diapers had run out, so she asked Chan Chong to wash them. Chan Chong picked up 2 or 3 and went to clean them. However, even after washing and drying them, they still carried the lingering stench of feces and urine. Lin Daniu attempted to stimulate milk production, but the pain was excruciating. Despite her efforts, no milk came. In the afternoon, Chan Chong made a trip to town. Meanwhile, over at Mother Chen's room, she had soiled herself. Since Wang Kai slept in the same room as her, he smelled it and ran to tell Lin Daniu. Wang Kai wanted to help clean up, but Mother Chen stubbornly refused, insisting she could wait for Chan Chong to return. By now, Lin Daniu had grown numb to the pain in her body, but the baby kept crying, and no matter what she did, she couldn't calm her down. Her heart ached with helplessness. She wanted to cry, but she forced herself to hold back, blinking rapidly to stop the tears from falling. That evening, Chan Chong finally returned. He had bought 2 cans of malted milk powder, 2 gin of red dates, 2 gin of brown sugar, and a good amount of eggs, all meant to nourish Lin Daniu and help her produce milk. Lin Daniu, however, was hesitant to eat too much. Eating more meant more trips to the toilet, and going to the toilet was torture for her. But for the sake of her child, she ate anyway. That night, after yet another round of exhaustion, she finally managed to produce milk, and her daughter was able to breastfeed for the first time. Throughout the night, Lin Daniu had to wake up not only to change diapers but also to nurse her baby. You can skip the author's note if you want to, but I just want to include this in this chapter, so I also translated it. Author's note. There was a lot of unnecessary rambling in the beginning. If you don't like it, feel free to skip. I hadn't expected so much criticism in the past 2 chapters. Feeling a bit down, I thought about it and decided I still wanted to explain. I noticed that readers were fixated on 2 main points. First, Shen Yiyi shown a bit of attitude toward Chan Chong. To begin with, Chan Chong was Lin Daniu's husband. Even if they got together halfway through life, they had gone through life and death situations together, and the child was his. After Lin Daniu gave birth, she even fainted from exhaustion, yet Chan Chong didn't come to see her right away. Instead, he let his mother see the child first, then sent the midwife away before finally coming over to take a quick look at his wife and child. Didn't this show that he wasn't particularly attentive to Lin Daniu? I had personally witnessed Lin Dania's difficult labor. Out of empathy as a fellow woman and considering that I had a good relationship with her, it wasn't hard to understand why I felt uncomfortable. Moreover, all I did was let out a small hum of dissatisfaction at Chan Chong. I even taught him how to properly take care of Lin Daniu. In fact, I had fully acknowledged that Chan Chong was indeed a good man, which was explicitly mentioned in the story. However, readers had completely ignored this, and instead fixated on my tiny emotional reaction. That was something I truly couldn't comprehend. Some said that I was meddling in other people's affairs. But they seemed to forget. Chan Chong was the one who knocked on my door in the first place. He was the one who asked me to accompany Lin Daniu. Chan Chong was Li Chen's brother, and Lin Daniu had always treated me well. How could I refuse? Besides, I'm a human being, and as a human I have to socialize. Lin Daniu had been good to me, so showing concern for her was understandable. Even if some considered it meddling, it was something anyone could sympathize with. Just because I'm the protagonist doesn't mean people have to be so harsh on me. The second point of criticism. Some believed I was morally coercing Chan Chong into treating Wang Kai as his own son. Everyone has selfish motives and I'm no exception. That's evident just from my personality. Throughout my life aside from myself, the thing I loved the most was my small family. This was something the story had repeatedly portrayed, both directly and indirectly. I was not someone who possessed boundless love for the world. So I absolutely wouldn't morally coerce Chan Chong into treating Wang Kai as his biological son just because he married Lin Daniu. When I said, Wang Kai is Chan Chong's son, did readers not notice who I was speaking to? I was saying this to Mother Li. Regardless of how Chan Chong treated Wang Kai, at least in name Wang Kai was indeed his son, right? It was similar to how Mother Li and Father Li weren't my biological parents. But because I had married the male lead, I had to call them father and mother. However, that didn't mean I could truly treat them as my real parents. In a certain sense, wasn't this the same logic? One more side note, since many readers kept emphasizing that Chan Chong was a good man, saying that he was already doing well by not favoring sons over daughters and by helping Lin Daniu raise her son. First, let me clarify. Both I, as the author, and I, as the protagonist, fully acknowledge that Chan Chong was indeed an exceptional man for that era. But what I want to ask is, while readers recognize Chan Chong's good qualities, did they fail to see Lin Daniu's sacrifices? Don't forget, their marriage in the first place was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Lin Daniu's condition for marrying Chan Chong was that he had to help raise her son. Otherwise, why would she marry him? Why would she take care of him? Why would she care for his paralyzed mother? Why would she manage all the household affairs for him? Their relationship was equal. Both of them were good people. It was only the harsh reality that kept their hearts from truly coming together. Lastly, I just want to say that, at the end of the day, it was my lack of writing skill that failed to fully convey the intended meaning. I sincerely apologize for that. I rambled a bit too much, sorry again. Chapter 88. At noon on the third day, the smell of urine from the soiled diaper finally became unbearable for Lin Daniu. After coaxing the baby to sleep, he asked Wang Kai to watch over his little sister and forced himself to get up to wash the diaper. In the village, there had been cases where women returned to work in the fields just 2 days after giving birth. So when Chan Chong returned with water and saw Lin Daniu washing the diaper, he assumed that she had recovered. Without much thought, he asked her to help wash his mother as well. Mother Chen ate, drank, and relieved herself all while lying in bed. Due to her paralysis, she often did not feel the urge to relieve herself until it had already happened in her clothes. Previously, Lin Daniu had been the one taking care of her, always keeping her clean and tidy. But after Lin Daniu gave birth, Chan Chong had temporarily taken over. However, no matter what, he was still a man, and dealing with such private matters was awkward for him. As a result, he had never given his mother a proper wash. His mother-in-law had always treated Lin Daniu well, so upon hearing his request, Lin Daniu gritted her teeth and did it. But immediately afterward, she collapsed in Mother Chen's room, burning with fever. Chan Chong was terrified. He hurriedly carried his wife onto the heated brick bed, and then rushed out to knock frantically on Shen Yiyi and Li Chen's door. Shen Yiyi had just finished preparing a meal, and had not even started eating when she heard the knocking. Without hesitation, she followed him to see what had happened. As soon as Shen Yiyi stepped into the room, an overwhelming mix of smells, blood, sweat, urine, milk, and an indescribable stench, hit her nose. She nearly gagged. Lin Daniu had already regained consciousness. The past few days, no matter how much pain or exhaustion she had endured, she had not shed a single tear. But the moment she saw Shen Yiyi, she finally broke down. She cried in muffled sobs, unable to stop the tears from flowing, her suppressed weeping tugging at everyone's heartstrings. Shen Yiyi was utterly shocked when she saw Lin Daniu. Lin Daniu looked utterly emaciated. completely devoid of energy. Her eye sockets were deeply sunken, dark circles heavy under her eyes. Her hair was dry and disheveled, her complexion deathly pale, and her lips cracked. She looked like someone who had not slept for days. Even the clothes on her body were the same ones she had worn on the day she gave birth. Chan Chong stood beside her at a complete loss and asked Shen Yiyi, "Should I go get the barefoot doctor?" "What barefoot doctor?" "Borrow an ox cart and take her to the hospital immediately." Shen Yiyi had lost all patience. Chan Chong responded with two hurried "Oh" sounds and rushed off to find Uncle Nyo to borrow his ox cart. When they arrived at the county hospital, they received devastating news. Lin Dainyu had suffered a difficult labor, which had severely damaged her body. She had severe perineal tears, had come into contact with cold water, and had eaten cold food, causing her uterus to be weakened by the cold. As a result, it would be difficult for her to conceive in the future. Even if she did manage to get pregnant, she would be at high risk of miscarriage. The moment Chan Chong heard this, it felt as if a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over his head. He was completely stunned. Shen Yiyi no longer knew what to say. Giving birth was already like walking through the gates of death. A woman's body would inevitably suffer great damage afterward, and if she wasn't properly cared for, she could be left with lifelong health problems. Chan Chong and Lin Dainyu had been a marriage of convenience, each fulfilling their own needs. However, Lin Dainyu was still his wife in name, and she had given birth to his child. Having survived such an ordeal, Chan Chong should at least show some care and concern. With this outcome, it could be said that Chan Chong was a decent person in general, but as a husband he was still lacking. That night, Chan Chong had no choice but to return home to take care of his mother, leaving Lin Dainyu in Shen Yi's care. Lin Dainyu cried the entire night. By morning, her eyes were so swollen that she could barely open them. When the doctor came in to check on her, he turned to Shen Yiyi and advised, "A postpartum woman's emotions should not fluctuate too much. Try to comfort her and keep her calm." Shen Yiyi brought Wang Kai to the hospital. With Wang Kai by her side, Lin Dainyu's emotions finally improved a little. She stayed in the hospital for 5 days, but Chan Chong never once found the time to visit her. At home, he not only had to take care of his mother but also the baby. The overwhelming responsibilities had completely exhausted him. Knowing that Li Chan had experienced soothing children, Chan Chong ran to him in the middle of the night, eyes red from stress, begging for help. However, Shen Yiyi didn't let Li Chan go. No matter how good their relationship was, they could help for a moment but not forever. Twice, she had felt sorry for Lin Dainyu and twice reminded Chan Chong to be more attentive toward his wife. Yet both times, he listened but soon forgot, making it seem as if Shen Yiyi was meddling in his affairs. Since that was the case, then she decided not to interfere anymore. Everything had a cause and effect. Whatever seeds one planted, they would have to reap themselves. Chan Chong and Lin Dainyu had been forced together by unfortunate circumstances. Even if they couldn't devote themselves selflessly to each other, they still needed to learn to consider one another's struggles and show some understanding. Otherwise, their marriage was doomed to be filled with sorrow. Rejected and left with no other choice, Chan Chong could only return home, holding the baby with a bitter expression. For every day that Lin Dainyu stayed in the hospital, he was on the verge of breaking down. When Lin Dainyu was finally discharged, she returned home only to find that Chan Chong had lost a significant amount of weight. His face was covered in stubble, his entire appearance unkempt and exhausted. The house was a complete mess. Dirty pots piled up in the kitchen, unwashed dishes left on the table, diapers, clothes, and trash scattered all over the floor. The entire place reeked of filth, an unbearable stench lingering in the air. It was impossible to even step inside. Shen Yiyi helped Lin Dainyu into the house. The moment she entered and took in the scene, the foul smell made her gag. Clutching her chest, she turned around and left without another word. Chan Chong felt like his heart had been pierced repeatedly, but when he saw his wife return home, he couldn't hold back his emotions and burst into tears. From that day onward, Chan Chong finally started paying more attention to Lin Dainyu. At the very least, he began sharing some of the household chores and learned how to show her some care. But to Lin Dainyu, her relationship with Chan Chong now felt more like simply partnering up to get through life. Days passed steadily, neither too fast nor too slow, and in the blink of an eye December arrived. Zhao Yuliang returned but did not bring back any letters from Shen Yi's parents. He explained that when he arrived at her home, there was no one there. He had left the grain at the neighbor's house, and the neighbor mentioned that her parents seemed to have gone to visit her grandparents. Hearing this, Shen Yiyi finally made up her mind to return home. She discussed it with Li Chan and decided to leave on December 8th. The train ride alone would take 2.5 days one way, making it around 5 days for a round trip. She planned to stay with her parents for 10 days and return on December 22nd, just in time for the winter solstice. In total, Shen Yiyi and Li Chan would be away for half a month. This also meant that Shen Yiyi wouldn't be able to see her little treasures for 15 days. So, in the days leading up to her departure, she spent most of her time with the three bows. On December 6th, the kitchen for old Li's family was finally completed. In the afternoon of the 7th, Shen Yiyi took the three bows with her and carried a large iron pot and a hot water kettle to old Li's family. What's all this for? Mother Li was the first to see them. She quickly put down her work and came over to help. The kitchen is finished now, isn't it? Li-chan and I wanted to show our respect to you and father. Shen Yiyi explained. Mother Li's face lit up with joy, but she hesitated and said, "This is too precious." It was indeed valuable. In reality, such items could only be purchased with ration tickets. These are gifts of respect for you and father. It's only right. Shen Yiyi reassured her. The eldest and third households had jointly built the kitchen. Although each family had their own designated space, Father Li and Mother Li would still be using it as well. So, Shen Yiyi felt it was only proper to show some filial respect. Initially, she had planned to give just the iron pot, but then she remembered that she and Li-chan would be gone for half a month. During that time, the three bows would be under the care of Father Li and Mother Li. So she decided to bring an extra hot water kettle as well. Hearing Shen Yiyi's words, Mother Li finally accepted the gifts. Chapter 89. Shen Yiyi told Mother Li about her plan to return to her parents' home the next day. Mother Li had heard a little about it from Li-chan a few days ago, but she didn't know the details, so she asked, "How long will you be gone?" "Half a month," Shen Yiyi replied. "So, I'll have to trouble you, Mother, to help take care of the three bows during that time." Taking care of the three bows was of course not a problem. However, Mother Li hesitated for a moment and asked, "Why are you going for so long?" Shen Yiyi explained. "Mother, ever since I came here I haven't gone back home even once. It's so far away, and now that I finally have the chance to go, of course, I want to stay with my parents for a while." 10 days really wasn't that long. If she could bring the three bows with her, she would have even considered staying until the new year before returning. Hearing this, Mother Li realized it had indeed been a long time since Shen Yiyi last visited home. She then smiled and said, Yes, after so many years it's about time you went back for a visit. Go ahead, leave the three bows to me. I'll make sure to take good care of them." Shen Yiyi nodded. "Then Mother, why don't you stay at our place tonight? I've already prepared grain, meat and vegetables. I'll bring them over to you later." "All right." Mother Li was just about to agree when she suddenly caught sight of He Zhaodi coming out of the house from the corner of her eye. Startled, she quickly changed her mind and said, No. I'll go to your place and cook instead." Shen Yiyi looked at her in confusion. She didn't understand why Mother Li had suddenly reacted so strongly. It wasn't a problem if she went over to cook. She had already prepared enough grain, meat and vegetables. She had even set aside a generous portion of meat. Originally, she had planned for the three bows to come over and eat, but she knew she couldn't let them enjoy it alone. She had to consider everyone else as well. And with that, the matter was settled. Jiang Ailing saw the large iron pot Shen Yiyi had brought over and approached with a smile. "Mother, since second sister-in-law has given you a new iron pot, does that mean we can have the old one?" The new kitchen had been completed, but it needed a couple of days to air out before being used. Once it was in use, the kitchenware from the old kitchen would have to be divided up. Most of the items were easy to distribute, but there was only one iron pot for cooking. This kind of item was valuable and hard to come by. Whoever got it would have it while the others would have to go without. Even if they wanted to buy another, it might not be possible. And with Father Li and Mother Li present, their third household had no chance of competing against the eldest household for it. Jiang Ailing had been fretting over this when Shen Yiyi suddenly brought over a brand new iron pot, solving her urgent dilemma. Although she was jealous that Shen Yiyi had the ability to acquire such a thing, she still thickened her skin and asked. Mother Li shot her a glare. "Then the aluminum pot, as well as the ladles and bowls, will all belong to us. Mother, at least leave a few for us, won't you?" Jiang Ailing was unhappy. Without pots, bowls and ladles she would have to buy new ones, which meant spending money again. "Leave you what?" Mother Li spat. "If you don't want to give them up, then we'll take the iron pot instead." Although the iron pot was old with a chipped edge, it was still far more valuable than ladles and bowls. Jiang Ailing had no choice but to agree and left angrily. Shen Yiyi stood to the side watching. Realizing that with Mother Li around, she didn't even need to deal with Jiang Ailing herself. Since she was going to be away for so many days, Shen Yiyi thought for a moment and decided to visit Lin Daniu. It had been more than 10 days since Lin Daniu had given birth. At this moment, she was leaning against the heated brick bed, weaving something. Her face looked pale and weary, but she was much better than she had been before she had fainted. When she saw Shen Yiyi enter, her eyes lit up slightly. She sat up a little and smiled. What brings you here?" "I came to check on you," Shen Yiyi said, glancing at the yarn in Lin Daniu's hands. What are you knitting? A little hat for Anen. Lin Daniu replied. Anen was the name of Lin Daniu's daughter, carrying the meaning of peace and safety. Shen Yiyi asked. Didn't you prepare one before? I did, but her head turned out to be a little bigger than expected, so the hats I prepared before are a bit loose. Lin Daniu said with a smile, her expression filled with maternal warmth. Shen Yiyi also smiled and set down the things she was carrying. Here I brought a pig's trotter. Let Shen Chong stew it for you later. And this is a bag of nuts. Keep them for yourself and eat them regularly. They're great for recovery. These were things Shen Yiyi had stocked up on for her trip back to her parents' home, as well as food she had prepared in advance for the 3 bows over the next half-month. She had taken them out from her space, all of which had been properly purchased through legitimate means in the market. Lin Daniu panicked upon hearing this. Take them back. These things are too valuable. I can't accept them. I'm not giving them to you for free, Shen Yiyi said. Don't worry, I'll have Changzi give me the money later. I really don't need them. Lin Daniu continued to refuse. You should take them back. You do need them. Before she could finish speaking, a voice interrupted her. Chan Chong came in, holding Anen in his arms. He peeked his head inside and grinned sheepishly. Sister-in-law, how much? I'll pay you. I don't need to buy these things. Lin Daniu still wanted to argue. Shen Yiyi ignored her and turned to Chan Chong. 20 yuan. Hearing this, Chan Chong immediately pulled out 2 large banknotes and handed them to her, thanking her as he did. Thanks, sister-in-law. If you get more of these in the future, feel free to bring them over to us. Shen Yiyi didn't stand on ceremony with Chan Chong. She knew that ever since he started working with Li Chan, he had earned quite a bit of money. The only issue was that his money couldn't be openly spent, making it difficult for him to use. Chan Chong was about to leave with the baby in his arms when the child whimpered twice and started crying. He immediately lifted the baby toward Lin Daniu, his expression no longer as natural as it had been in front of Shen Yiyi. Instead, he looked somewhat stiff. She's hungry. Lin Daniu carefully took the baby into her arms. Just as she was about to feed her, she noticed that Chan Chong was still standing there. Her tone turned slightly cold. Go out first. Chan Chong finally reacted. On normal days it might not have mattered, but with Shen Yiyi present, it did feel a bit awkward for him to stay. He said, Call me when you're done. Lin Daniu nodded. Chan Chong hesitated for a moment, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he left. Shen Yiyi watched from the side, finding it rather interesting. Reality really had a way of teaching people lessons. Afraid that Lin Daniu might refuse to eat the food she had brought out of spite toward Chan Chong, Shen Yiyi added, I brought these things for you so you better eat them. Lin Daniu understood what Shen Yiyi was trying to say. She was advising her not to let her grievances with Chan Chong make her neglect her own well-being. Her eyes grew slightly misty, but she forced back her tears. I know. As long as she understood, that was enough. Shen Yiyi nodded. She had no intention of advising Lin Daniu any further. One should not lecture others on kindness without experiencing their suffering firsthand. Besides, she didn't think Lin Daniu needed her advice. Lin Daniu might not have had much education, but she had endured too many hardships. She was intelligent, resilient, and knew how to adapt to circumstances. She understood better than anyone else what choices were best for her. After the difficult labor that had left her unconscious and hospitalized, it was certain that she held some resentment toward Chan Chong. But in no time, she would still be his caring and devoted wife. Once Anen was full, Shen Yiyi watched as the little one burped in Lin Daniu's arms. She felt an itch in her hands and, unable to resist, asked eagerly, Can I hold her? Chapter 90. Lin Daniu looked at Shen Yiyi in surprise before handing the child in his arms to her. Shen Yiyi tried to hold the child as she had seen him do, but the soft and limp little body made her nervous. Afraid that the baby might slip from her arms, she held on a little tighter. Little Anen waved her hands twice, seemingly uncomfortable, and let out a small whimper. Shen Yiyi quickly loosened her hold a bit. Seeing her nervous expression, Lin Daniu laughed and said, Why do you look like you're holding a baby for the first time? To be honest, even though Shen Yiyi had already given birth to 3 children, it was indeed her first time holding such a tiny baby. However, she found it inconvenient to explain the reason to Lin Daniu. Fortunately, he seemed to recall some rumors about her from the past and changed the topic, instead teaching her how to hold the child properly. Shen Yiyi fumbled awkwardly, and in her clumsy attempts, little Anen ended up crying. Hearing the cries, Chan Chong walked in. When he saw his daughter crying in Shen Yi's arms, he gave her a glance, his expression carrying a hint of reproach. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Shen Yiyi quickly handed the baby back to him and awkwardly touched her nose. Looking at Chan Chong, who had gone from being completely flustered, running to find Li Chan in the middle of the night for help, to now skillfully soothing the baby, Shen Yiyi suddenly thought of Li Chan. Back when she had her first children, she had given birth to twins. At the time, how had the new father Li Chun taken care of Dabao and Erbao? She didn't know, but she was certain it hadn't been any easier for him than it was for Chan Chong. After sitting for a while at the Chun family home, Shen Yiyi got ready to return to her parents' house. Seeing this, Lin Daniu handed her a bag of dried vegetables that she had sun-dried earlier. Shen Yiyi understood that it was her way of expressing gratitude, so she did not refuse the gift. When she arrived home, the three Baos, who had been eagerly waiting for her return, immediately brightened up upon seeing her. They rushed forward and surrounded her excitedly. "Mother, let me carry that for you." Erbao ran over enthusiastically and took the bag of dried vegetables from her hands. Dabao brought out a small wooden stool and said, "Mother, sit." Xiaobao clung to Shen Yi's leg, tilted his head up and grinned at her. The moment Shen Yiyi saw this, she knew it was Erbao's idea. As for the purpose, she didn't even need to guess. She sat down and asked with amusement, "What do you want?" Mother Erbao giggled as he leaned in, massaging her shoulders while acting spoiled. "Take us to maternal grandparents' house, we'll be very well behaved. Big brother, am I right?" "Yes, yes." Dabao quickly chimed in, his handsome little face serious and earnest. "Mother, I also want to visit maternal grandparents." "Maternal grandparents?" Xiaobao raised his hand in agreement. Shen Yiyi picked Xiaobao up and looked at Dabao and Erbao's expectant expressions, feeling a little helpless. Originally, she hadn't planned on telling the three Baos about her trip to her parents' house because she knew they would insist on going with her. But Erbao had overheard the conversation. Knowing that their parents were trying to keep it a secret, Erbao had initially thought himself clever, threatening them. Either they took him along or he would tell his big brother and little brother about it. Little did he know that he was actually the one his parents were most wary of. Naturally, his request was rejected. So, in his frustration, he rebelled and told Dabao and Xiaobao everything. Even though Dabao was the most sensible of the three, he was still just a 6-year-old child. Of course, he longed to go to his maternal grandparents' house with their parents. As for Xiaobao, he didn't fully understand what it meant for their parents to be gone for half a month. But since his second brother egged him on, he simply followed along, standing firmly on Erbao's side. So for the past few days, Erbao had been leading Dabao and Xiaobao in finding every possible opportunity to pester Li Chun and Shen Yiyi, begging to go with them. By now they had tried everything, except throwing themselves on the ground and throwing a tantrum. However, Shen Yiyi suspected that tomorrow, when she and Li Chun were about to leave, that exact scene would unfold. How could Shen Yiyi not want to take them along? After all, they had never met their maternal grandparents, and her parents had never seen their grandchildren either. Even though the issue of the introduction letter had been resolved, it was the end of the year, and the trains were not only overcrowded but also filled with all sorts of people. Traveling with the children would be extremely inconvenient. Not to mention, the journey was long and exhausting. Even adults would struggle with the fatigue, let alone young children. She could only harden her heart and refuse them. "Mother will take you with me next time, okay?" The three Baos responded in unison. "Not okay. I'll leave lots of delicious food for you at home." Shen Yiyi coaxed. Dabao and Erbao. "We don't want it." Xiaobao's eyes instantly sparkled. "I want candy." As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with the furious glares of his two older brothers. Erbao immediately corrected him. "Xiaobao, if you go with mother, you'll get even more delicious food. You have to tell mother you want to go to grandmother's house." Xiaobao's eyes lit up again. Hugging his mother's neck, he declared, "Mother, I want to go to grandmother's house. To eat lots and lots of delicious food." Shen Yiyi. Her second child was truly not easy to fool. That night, when Li Chun returned home, Shen Yiyi discussed the plan with him. "Brother Chun, let's leave early tomorrow morning before the three Baos wake up." Their train was scheduled for 4 p.m. the next day. It took about half an hour to get from Qingshui village to the county, and nearly 3 hours by coach to reach the city. Realistically, they could leave around noon. But Shen Yiyi knew the three Baos would cry if they saw them leaving, so she wanted to avoid that. Li Chun understood her concerns and agreed. Early the next morning they got up and washed up. Mother Li also came over to see them off. Shen Yiyi showed her where the food was stored in the house. "Mother, the three Baos prefer fine grains. The rice and flour are here. You can cook rice or make steamed buns for them. The meat is here. The chicken and pork need to be eaten within the next 2 days. Even though the weather isn't hot, they'll still spoil if left too long. The dried meat, cured meat, and sausages can be saved for later. There are 50 eggs and I've filled the oil barrel to the brim. It's all here, more than enough. I've also prepared plenty of snacks, but don't let the three Baos eat too much, especially candy. 1 piece per day, no more than that. As for the nuts, mother, you and father should eat more of them. They're really good for your health." Shen Yiyi went on and on, listing every detail carefully. Motherly stared at the food in front of her dumbfounded. She swallowed and asked in disbelief. Is this all for just half a month? These fine grains alone were enough to last her 3 months, not to mention the meat. In the past they barely had a few chances a year to eat meat, but now there was enough to last for years. It's not that you have to finish it all, Shen Yiyi explained. I just want you to know that with all this food, you don't need to be frugal. She understood Motherly's habits well. While she would never let the 3 bows go hungry, she was so used to living frugally that even with all this food, she might still be reluctant to eat it. Motherly nodded stiffly. She had always known that Li Chen's family was doing well, but she hadn't realized it was this good. Shen Yiyi thought for a moment and finding nothing else to add solemnly said, Mother, thank you for taking care of the 3 bows for me. Motherly was caught off guard by her formal tone and instinctively responded in kind, and no need to thank me. With that, Li Chen and Shen Yiyi set off. Shen Yiyi glanced back at their small home, a trace of melancholy in her expression. I wonder if the 3 bows will cry when they wake up. Li Chen carried their luggage and stated with certainty, De Bao and Air Bao won't. He wasn't sure about the youngest, but the older 2 knew how to act depending on the situation, especially Air Bao, who only pretended to be pitiful in front of his mother. Shen Yiyi shot him a look and pursed her lips, feeling a little down. But they'll definitely be sad. And Xiao Bao will cry for sure. Li Chen felt a bit helpless. In his opinion this wasn't a big deal at all. But since it mattered to his wife, he could only go along with her feelings and offer some comfort. What neither of them knew was that this trip wasn't going to happen. Chapter 91. Li Chen and Shen Yiyi had just left when De Bao woke up. He looked around but didn't see his parents. He nudged the still sleeping Air Bao beside him. Air Bao, wake up. Father and mother are gone. Air Bao was startled awake. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he processed De Bao's words, then quickly sat up. He jumped off the heated brick bed barefoot, ran outside and saw Motherly sweeping the courtyard. Grandmother, where are father and mother? Motherly noticed that both De Bao and Air Bao had run out without wearing clothes or shoes. She let out a startled cry, immediately dropping her broom and rushing over. Oh my, why aren't you wearing clothes or shoes? What if you catch a cold? Hurry back and put them on quickly. Hearing this, De Bao turned and ran back inside to fetch their shoes and clothes. Air Bao, however, remained persistent. Grandmother, where are father and mother? De Bao brought out Air Bao's clothes as well. As the 2 of them put on their clothes, they looked at Motherly with anticipation. While helping them dress, Motherly casually replied, Your father and mother went to your maternal grandmother's house. They went to grandmother's house? Air Bao's voice suddenly rose, and his hands paused in the middle of dressing, his face full of disbelief. Yes. Motherly said nonchalantly. Finish putting on your clothes first, be good. Air Bao allowed his grandmother to help him dress, but his little face puffed up like a small pufferfish. Father is a bad man. Motherly finished dressing him snugly and upon seeing his puffed up face, found it amusing. She chuckled and asked, How is your father a bad man? Father took mother away and left us behind. Air Bao huffed angrily. In his heart, his mother could do no wrong. There was no way she would abandon them. It must have been father's idea. Grandmother, how long have they been gone? Not long, about 20 minutes. Motherly replied casually. Air Bao's eyes lit up instantly. He grabbed his older brother's hand and dashed toward the outside. Big brother, if we go now, we can still catch up to father and mother. You can't go. De Bao, Air Bao, come back. Motherly realized what was happening and quickly shouted after them. Her voice startled Xiao Bao, who was still inside. The little one, dressed in only thin inner clothes, had also come outside. Motherly immediately rushed back inside, grabbed Xiao Bao's clothes, wrapped him up, and then scooped him into her arms before hurrying after the 2 older boys. Meanwhile, Air Bao wasn't running very fast, mainly because his older brother had slowed down. After running for a while, De Bao lost the will to continue. Air Bao, let's not go anymore. After 20 minutes, who knows how far father and mother have walked. Our legs are too short, we can't catch up to them. Let's just go back. We can still catch up, Air Bao weakly insisted, though his confidence was clearly wavering. We're definitely not going. De Bao said firmly. We need to go back quickly, or grandmother will start worrying. Air Bao hesitated for a moment. He didn't want to give up, but since his older brother wasn't going, he didn't dare to go alone either. Reluctantly, he followed De Bao back, mumbling in disappointment. If only I could fly, then I'd definitely catch up to father and mother. No one in this world can fly. De Bao mercilessly shattered his dream. It'd be better if we had a car. That way we could definitely catch up to them. A bicycle? Air Bao's eyes lit up again. Grandpa Village Chief has one. Let's go ask him to lend it to us. Not a bicycle, a car. Dabao corrected him. A car. Erbao tilted his head in thought. He had heard of cars before. People said they could move very fast, but he had never actually seen one. Curious, he turned to his older brother and asked, "Big brother, have you ever seen one?" "No, I haven't." "Then how do you know about it?" "There's a picture book." "Which picture book? How come I don't know about it?" "Big brother, did you hide it?" "I didn't." "You definitely did," Erbao declared with certainty and started pestering his older brother. "When we go back, you have to find it for me. I want to see the car too." "Let's talk about it when we get back," Dabao said, feeling annoyed by Erbao's persistence. Just as he finished speaking, a loud rumbling sound filled the air. Both Dabao and Erbao turned their heads and saw something speeding toward them. Dabao's mouth formed an O in astonishment. Erbao, not knowing what it was, asked his brother, "What is that?" "It's a car," Dabao said excitedly, taking 2 steps forward. Erbao's eyes lit up immediately. Without hesitation, he ran to the middle of the road, jumping and waving his hands at the approaching car. "Hey! Hi! Can you stop for a moment?" "Erbao, that's dangerous," Dabao had just shouted when the car came to a halt. A young man, around 16 or 17 years old, with a clean and refined appearance, stepped out from the front passenger seat. He quickly walked up to Erbao and said, "Little guy, why are you standing in the middle of the road? That's too dangerous. Move aside quickly." "Big brother," Erbao called out sweetly, grabbing the young man's hand. "Can you drive us to find our father and mother?" "Find your parents?" The young man was momentarily stunned. Yes, Erbao huffed indignantly. "Our father and mother abandoned me, my big brother, and my little brother to go to our grandmother's house. We want to find them." The young man. "Xiaoxian, what's going on?" At that moment, the back door of the car opened, and a well-dressed middle-aged woman with an elegant demeanor stepped out. "Aunt," Erbao smiled sweetly and repeated, "Can you drive your car and take my big brother and me to find our parents?" The middle-aged woman was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. "Little one, you have such a sweet mouth. I'm old enough to be your grandmother." Erbao giggled. "But Aunt looks so young and beautiful." "Big brother, don't you think so?" Dabao was not talkative, but he spoke sincerely. "Yes." The middle-aged woman was so amused that she could hardly close her mouth from smiling. Shen Yiyi couldn't stand it any longer and reminded her speechlessly, "Mom, they want us to drive them to find their parents." What a way to spoil the moment. Mother Shen shot him a glare, then crouched down to meet Dabao and Erbao's eyes, speaking hesitantly. "Little ones, did your parents go to your grandmother's house?" "Where is your grandmother's house?" "In Beijing," Dabao and Erbao said in unison. "Beijing? That was way too far." Mother Shen paused for a moment before asking, "Did your parents say they would take you with them?" Dabao and Erbao bit their lower lips and replied sadly, "No." Mother Shen comforted them. "If they didn't say so, then you can't go. Beijing is very far, and there are many dangers on the road. Your parents didn't take you along because they wanted to keep you safe. What if you try to catch up with them but can't find them? What if you run into bad people who take you away?" She deliberately frightened them. "I've heard that some traffickers eat children." Dabao and Erbao looked at her in horror. Mother Shen continued slowly. "If that happens, you'll never see your parents again. Your parents would be very, very sad. Even knowing this, do you still want to go?" Dabao and Erbao shook their heads frantically. "We don't want to go anymore." Mother Shen smiled with satisfaction. These two were so obedient. "Then be good and go home to wait for your parents." "Dabao! Erbao!" Before she could finish speaking, an urgent and anxious voice called out from a distance. Mother Li came running over in a hurry, holding Xiao Bao in her arms. "Grandma, slow down," Dabao called out. Chapter 92. Mother Li quickly arrived and put Xiao Bao down before pulling Dabao and Erbao by the hand. "You two are really something. Do you even know where your parents are? Running off just like that, do you have any idea how dangerous it is? Huh, you nearly scared your grandmother to death. Come on, let's go home." Dabao and Erbao obediently held onto Mother Li's hand. Erbao explained, "Grandma, we won't run anymore. You don't have to worry." "Really not running anymore?" Mother Li eyed Erbao, feeling that his words were not entirely trustworthy. "Grandma, we really won't run anymore." Dabao stepped forward to guarantee. Since it was Dabao speaking, Mother Li believed him. Smiling, she said, "Now that's a good child. Come, let's go home with Grandma." Just as she picked up Xiao Bao again, Mother Li noticed 2 men and a woman standing behind her, along with a car. She asked, "You are?" Had some important figures arrived in their village? They even had a car. In these times, anyone who could afford to drive a car was no ordinary person. Most were government employees, and not just any employees, the ones with significant positions. Mother Li took a glance and noticed a trailer attached to the back of the car, loaded with various items. Among them a bicycle stood out. "Grandma, they are good people." Before Mother Shen and the others could speak, Dabao quickly recounted what had just happened. Hearing that they had even tried to stop a car earlier, Mother Li was startled. She hurriedly thanked Mother Shen and the others, her tone becoming more refined. "I sincerely apologize. My disobedient grandchildren have troubled you." "It's nothing." Mother Shen smiled, her gaze toward the three bows filled with kindness. "They are very well behaved and smart. You've taught them well." Hearing others praise her grandchildren was far more satisfying than being praised herself. Overjoyed, Mother Li smiled and humbly responded, "No, they can be quite mischievous too." The moment they heard that their parents had gone to their maternal grandmother's house without them, they ran faster than rabbits. "I almost couldn't catch up with them." "Sigh, the main issue is that their maternal grandmother's home is too far. It's in Beijing. Even taking a train would take several days, so bringing them along would have been really inconvenient." Mother Shen nodded in agreement. "Beijing is indeed quite far. I just came from Beijing myself, spent several days on the train, and it was utterly exhausting." "It must have been terribly tiring," Mother Li remarked. She glanced at the car and the driver behind Mother Shen before cautiously asking, "What brings you all the way here?" "I came to visit my daughter," Mother Shen replied. "She married and settled here." "Oh dear, how did she end up marrying so far away?" Mother Li, being quite the gossip, asked curiously. "Even made you as her mother travel all this way?" At the mention of this, Mother Shen immediately grew indignant. "Exactly. She secretly went to the countryside for the Down to the Countryside movement without telling us. She hasn't been home for years, and then she even got married without informing us. It makes me so mad. That really shouldn't have happened." Mother Li agreed. "Could it be that some young lad tricked her?" Mother Shen sneered. "Tricked my daughter? Does he think I'm dead?" Mother Li. Why did she suddenly feel that this woman was not to be trifled with? She thought back to the educated youth women who had married into the village, wondering which of them had such wealthy family backgrounds. She sifted through a few possibilities in her mind, and just as a familiar figure surfaced in her thoughts, Mother Shen spoke. "Sister-in-law, I want to ask you something. Do you know Li Chun?" "Oh." Mother Li looked at Mother Shen, her mouth slightly open in shock. Before she could even respond, Bao had already spoken up. "Aunt, Li Chun is my father." Mother Shen looked at Bao, then at Dabao and Xiaobao, before finally turning her gaze to Mother Li. She opened her mouth slightly, but no words came out. For a moment, the atmosphere fell into silence. Mother Li had no idea how she made it back home. After pouring a cup of water for Mother Shen and Shen Yushuan, she left the three bows to accompany them and hurriedly rushed home. Old man, what's with all the fuss? What happened?" Father Li quickly emerged from the latrine. "Mother-in-law is here." Mother Li lowered her voice, afraid that the neighbors might hear. "Which mother-in-law?" Father Li was still trying to process the information. It couldn't be the mother of their third son's wife. Could it be He Zhaodi's mother? Or perhaps the mothers of their two daughters-in-law. "It's second daughter-in-laws," Mother Li said urgently. "Second daughter-in-laws?" Father Li was stunned for a moment before recalling something. Didn't second daughter-in-law go back to her maternal home this morning? I remember their train was supposed to be in the afternoon. If we hurry, we might still catch up with them. As he spoke, he was about to call someone. "I'll have the eldest go borrow a bicycle from the village chief right away and chase after them." Do you even know what I'm trying to say? Father Li was completely missing the point, and Mother Li was getting anxious. In Mother Li's understanding, Shen Yiyi had married Li Chun because Li Chun had used some sort of trickery on her. So now that Mother Shen had arrived, Mother Li was beside herself with worry, especially since Mother Shen had just made some rather harsh remarks in front of her. She hurriedly explained her concerns to Father Li, then anxiously suggested, "Why don't we have second daughter-in-law come back and let our second son go into hiding for a while?" Father Li frowned. "What kind of nonsense idea is that? The mother-in-law has come all this way, and you want the son-in-law to run off? How does that make any sense? What if they beat our second son to death?" Mother Li fretted. "That mother-in-law is fierce. Her younger brother is here too, and they even brought a driver. They came in a car. What kind of family can afford a car? If they wanted to crush our family, it'd be as easy as squashing an ant." Father Li's frown deepened so much that it could probably pinch a fly to death. "What nonsense are you talking about? What crushing and not crushing? This isn't the old society anymore. You better watch your words. If the wrong person hears you, both our family and our in-laws will be in serious trouble." Mother Li immediately spat a few times to ward off bad luck and stared at Father Li expectantly. "Then what do we do now? What else can we do? First, have someone call the second son and his wife back. If an apology is needed, then he should apologize. As for what his mother-in-law wants to do, he'll just have to endure it. He brought this on himself, Father Li said. But what if he really gets beaten to death? Mother Li asked worriedly. Do you not know what kind of person your son is? Father Li snapped. And do you not know what he's like in front of his wife? Mother Li shot back. Father Li was momentarily speechless. Finally he said, Fine. We'll have the eldest go find them and tell them their in-laws have arrived. Whether the second son decides to come back or run away, that's up to them. For now this was the only solution. Mother Li hurried off to find Li Dabin. Dabin, go to the village chief's house and borrow a bicycle right away. Then head to find your second brother and his wife. They said they were going to the state-run restaurant for breakfast, so they definitely missed the 8 o'clock bus. They're probably planning to take the 10 o'clock one instead. It's only 9 o'clock now, so they shouldn't have left yet. Check the state-run restaurant first. If they're not there, go to the bus station. Got it. Li Dabin, entrusted with this important task, quickly borrowed a bicycle and set off. Meanwhile, Mother Li rushed next door. Chapter 93. As soon as Mother Shen and Shen Yiyi entered the house, they began to observe their surroundings. Their eyes immediately landed on the 2 rooms built with blue bricks. Although blue brick houses were not uncommon in Beijing, they had noticed on their way over that most of the houses in this area were made of rammed earth. Inside, the space was small, but it had everything one needed. It was clean, tidy, and exuded warmth. It was clear that the person living here had a love for life. Their gaze then fell on the 3 Baos, who were fair and chubby. Mother Shen and her son exchanged a glance. It seemed that their daughter, big sister, was not living as miserably as they had imagined. Only then did they feel somewhat relieved. The 3 Baos stood in a neat row, facing their grandmother and little uncle. Their bright, watery eyes were filled with curiosity as they looked at them. Seeing this, Mother Shen and Shen Yiyi felt their hearts melt. Mother Shen spoke to them gently. Are you the 3 Baos? Yes. De Bao and Air Bao answered in unison. Are you our grandma and little uncle? Yes, we are. Mother Shen and Shen Yiyi also responded at the same time. Their voices filled with warmth. They were completely captivated by the adorable little ones. Xiao Bao looked at Mother Shen and Shen Yiyi. Realizing that he did not recognize them, he quickly lost interest. He glanced around, searching for his parents. When he could not find them, he turned to his older brothers. Mother. He was looking for his mother. Mother was taken away by father. Air Bao huffed indignantly at the mention of this. Xiao Bao only half understood, pursing his lips. I want mother. Seeing that he was about to cry, Mother Shen hurriedly picked him up and comforted him. Don't cry, okay? Mother will be back soon. Really? At her words, the shimmering tears in Xiao Bao's eyes disappeared. Really? Mother Shen reassured him. While Mother Shen was busy soothing Xiao Bao, Shen Yiyi was looking at the handsome and adorable De Bao and Air Bao. The thought that they were his sister's children, and therefore shared a blood connection with him, made him feel a natural sense of closeness. Looking at their chubby little faces, he had the sudden urge to pinch them. Just as his hand was about to reach De Bao's cute yet expressionless face, De Bao, who had already noticed Shen Yiyi's actions, turned to look at him and said seriously, Little uncle, I'm a big kid now. You're not allowed to pinch my face. Shen Yiyi. The more serious he was, the cuter he looked. And the cuter he looked, the stronger the urge to pinch him became. What was he supposed to do? Little uncle, my big brother is very particular about this. Only our mother is allowed to pinch his face. If you do it, he'll get mad. Air Bao grinned mischievously. De Bao's gaze instantly turned icy as he stared at Air Bao. Who are you calling particular? Me. Air Bao immediately backed down. Shen Yiyi was quite surprised by this. He secretly leaned in closer to Air Bao and whispered in his ear. Is your big brother really that fierce? Air Bao's eyes lit up, as if he had finally found someone who understood him. He nodded repeatedly. Yes. He's just like my father, super fierce. Your father is fierce? Shen Yiyi immediately caught onto the key point, his voice rising in volume. Yes. Air Bao complained. When he hits people, he's really fierce. He often hits me. At this, not only did Shen Yiyi tense up, but even Mother Shen turned to look at them. She quickly asked, Does he hit your mother? She had heard that many men in rural areas like to hit their wives. Of course not. Just then, Mother Li entered and happened to hear this part of the conversation. Startled, she feared that Mother Shen and Shen Yiyi would misunderstand her son. She hurriedly rushed in. Mother-in-law, little brother-in-law, Li Chun treats Yi very well. He would never hit her. De Bao Air Bao, isn't that right? De Bao had always been a loyal defender of his parents, so he naturally confirmed it. As for Air Bao, he had only been venting about his father. Seeing how nervous his grandmother was, He told the truth as well. My father isn't fierce toward my mother, but he's really fierce toward me. Mother Shen and Shen Yiyi exchanged glances, then looked at Mother Li, de Bao and Air Bao. Although they were no longer as alarmed, they still harbored some doubts in their hearts. Mother Li assured them that someone had already gone to fetch Li Chan and Shen Yiyi. Mother Shen decided to be patient. She would wait for her daughter and son-in-law to return. Then she would ask them herself. Chapter 94. The county town had only 3 buses heading to the city in the morning, departing at 8, 10, and 12 o'clock. When Shen Yiyi and Li Chan arrived in the county town, it was not yet 8 o'clock. However, they did not intend to catch the 8 o'clock bus, as they had plenty of time. Since they were not in a hurry, they ate breakfast leisurely. The 2 of them ordered a bowl of wontons, a bowl of porridge, 2 eggs, 2 fried dough sticks, and 2 meat buns. Whenever Shen Yiyi was with Li Chan, she became particularly finicky. Even though she had ordered the wontons herself, she lost interest after eating only a few and wanted to trade them for Li Chan's meat porridge. As for the rest of the food, she merely took a bite or 2 of each, leaving the leftovers for Li Chan to finish. Li Chan had a large appetite and was not picky about food. Naturally, he did not mind his wife's behavior. Whatever she wanted him to eat, he would eat. In fact, before taking anything for himself, he would even ask her if she still wanted it. Only after she refused would he continue eating. At around 9:30, the 2 of them finally prepared to head to the bus station. They had only just stepped out of the state-owned restaurant when a familiar voice called out from behind them. Second brother. Second sister-in-law. The 2 turned around and saw Li Dabin speeding toward them on his bicycle. They stopped and waited for him to get closer. Li Chan then asked, "Big brother, what's the matter?" Panting heavily, Li Dabin finally caught up and managed to say between breaths, "Your mother-in-law is here." "What mother-in-law?" Shen Yiyi asked as she casually took out a bottle of water from her bag, which she had just bought from the state-owned restaurant, and handed it to Li Dabin. "Big brother, have some water first." Li Dabin took several gulps before he finally caught his breath. "Second sister-in-law, your mother and your younger brother have arrived." "Her mother? And her younger brother? They are here." Shen Yiyi was stunned. She exchanged a look with Li Chan and asked again for confirmation. "Big brother, you're not joking with me, are you?" "Of course not." Li Dabin affirmed with certainty. Shen Yiyi found it surreal, almost missing the moment entirely. Knowing that they were in a hurry to get back, Li Dabin considerately offered them his bicycle, saying that he could walk home instead. Li Chan did not stand on ceremony. He stuffed 2 yuan into Li Dabin's hand, telling him to take an ox cart later, then rode off with his wife on the bicycle, heading home first. On the way, Shen Yiyi sat sideways on the back seat, holding onto Li Chen's waist. She could clearly sense that the closer they got to home, the more uneasy Li Chan became. As for what he was nervous about, Shen Yiyi curled her lips into a smile and called out, "Brother Chan." Li Chan, still pedaling, tilted his ear slightly to listen. Shen Yiyi hooked her arms around his shoulders and teased, "Is there something you want to ask me?" Cough. Li Chan pretended not to understand. "What would I need to ask you?" Still playing dumb. Shen Yiyi huffed proudly. "Then I suppose there's nothing." Li Chan admitted defeat. "Wife, tell me about mother's preferences." Shen Yiyi couldn't help but chuckle, letting out a light hum. "Didn't you just say you had nothing to ask me?" Wife, Li Chan pleaded. Shen Yiyi giggled and said, "My mother's favorite thing in the world is me. Li Chan." Shen Yiyi clicked her tongue, patted his back and emphasized, "I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth." And she was telling the truth. Her original role was that of the wealthy and willful vicious female supporting character in the novel. In order to justify her character's arrogance and misdeeds, the original author not only gave her a well-off family background but also made her family dote on her to an absurd degree, as if their intelligence had been downgraded solely to spoil her. Of course, that included her mother as well. Her mother had previously served as the director of the neighborhood committee. To have reached that position in Beijing was no small feat. She was undoubtedly a strong and efficient career woman. She could handle anyone with ease, except for her own daughter. When it came to Shen Yiyi, she was utterly helpless. In the storyline, her mother had doted on her from a young age. Later, when she grew spoiled and unruly, her mother did try to correct her. However, the moment she was too harsh, Shen Yiyi would throw a tantrum, and in extreme cases even threaten to end her own life. After experiencing this 2 or 3 times, her mother grew fearful and eventually let her do as she pleased. Later, when she followed Lin Jiadong to the countryside, her mother had even less control over her. Given the distance and fearing that she might do something reckless, her mother was extremely cautious, even in her letters, carefully choosing her words. "So you really don't need to be nervous," Shen Yiyi said. "As long as my mother sees how you usually are, she'll definitely like you." Li Chun let out a sigh of relief, only to hear his wife chuckle again. But my younger brother might give you a little trouble. That did not worry Li Chun. The boy was only 16 or 17. How hard could it be to win him over? Shen Yiyi noticed his confidence and raised an eyebrow. Very well, she would just wait and see how he planned to handle her younger brother. Before long, the two of them arrived home. As soon as Shen Yiyi got off the bike, she saw Mother Li sneaking out cautiously, looking anxious and on edge. "Second son, why are you back?" she asked, her voice full of urgency. "Mother, what's wrong?" Li Chun asked, confused. Oh, how anxious Mother Li was. Hadn't she already reminded the eldest son? She had told him to send Li Chun away to hide for a while. Had he failed to do so, or had he simply forgotten? Useless. Absolutely useless. Mother Li hesitated, wanting to say something but holding back. With Shen Yiyi standing right there, she felt too embarrassed to speak frankly and could only mumble awkwardly. "It's nothing. In that case, Mother, if there's nothing else, we'll head inside first," Shen Yiyi said. "Ah." Mother Li hesitated before nodding reluctantly. Shen Yiyi and Li Chun entered the house. Inside, Mother Shen and Shen Yuxuan were happily playing with the three bows, completely unaware of their arrival. Seeing that familiar figure, Shen Yiyi suddenly paused. It hadn't been long since she last saw her mother. Just a little over a month ago. Her final memory was of her mother cradling her blood-soaked body, sobbing uncontrollably. Recalling that scene, Shen Yiyi felt her eyes grow hot. Li Chun noticed and gently took her hand, giving her an encouraging look. Shen Yiyi smiled at him, took a deep breath and called out toward that familiar figure. "Mother!" The people inside turned at the sound. Mother Shen froze for a moment when she saw the young man and woman standing at the door. Beside her, Shen Yuxuan had already jumped to his feet in excitement. "Sister!" After 7 years, the siblings met again. Yet time and distance had not made them strangers. Shen Yiyi shifted her gaze from her mother to Shen Yuxuan. Her younger brother was 9 years her junior and had been her little shadow since childhood. The type to follow her around even after she had made him cry. "Sis, you haven't changed at all," Shen Yuxuan said in surprise. He had thought that after spending so many years in the countryside, getting married and having children, his sister would have turned into an old-looking wife. Mother Shen also looked over. Although she had already guessed from the sight of the 3 children that her daughter's life was not too bad, seeing her in person confirmed that she was actually doing quite well, even better than expected. If her life had been difficult, she wouldn't have been able to maintain herself so well. Shen Yiyi had previously possessed a system and had never needed to do any hard labor, so naturally, she had taken good care of herself. Saying she looked 18 would not have been an exaggeration. Without much thought, Shen Yiyi could easily guess what Shen Yuxuan was thinking. She narrowed her eyes dangerously. "Were you looking forward to me turning into an old-looking wife?" "No, no, no." Shen Yuxuan waved his hands frantically, his survival instincts kicking in. "Of course, I hope you stay young and beautiful forever." Shen Yiyi snorted with amusement. "You've grown quite a bit taller, haven't you? You're even taller than me now. I almost didn't recognize you." "Of course," Shen Yuxuan said proudly, though he still held grudges. He asked in a sinister tone. "Do you remember how you once told me that I'd never grow taller than you? Does that slap you in the face now? If you were still shorter than me, it wouldn't just be a slap in the face." Shen Yiyi retorted bluntly. "Besides, why are you comparing yourself to me? Do you even know that men and women have different body structures? And anyway, you're still not as tall as your eldest brother-in-law." "Sis, I'm only 16, okay?" Shen Yuxuan protested indignantly. "I'm still going to grow taller." Shen Yiyi didn't seem too convinced and nodded absent-mindedly before smoothly introducing Li Chun into the conversation. "Brother Chun, this is my younger brother. Little brother, this is your eldest brother-in-law. Come on, call him eldest brother-in-law." Shen Yuxuan had already noticed Li Chun standing beside his sister. The man had a rugged yet handsome appearance and seemed to treat his sister well. However, to Shen Yuxuan, anyone who had taken his sister away, good or bad, was an eyesore. He had originally planned to ignore him completely, but out of consideration for his sister, he begrudgingly muttered, "Eldest brother-in-law. Yuxuan." Li Chun nodded slightly, neither overly friendly nor distant, but just enough to avoid seeming cold. After dealing with Shen Yuxuan, Shen Yiyi pulled Li Chun over to Mother Shen. "Mom." Having not seen her daughter for so long, Mother Shen could no longer keep up her stern facade. She shot Shen Yiyi a glance. "So you still remember I'm your mother? What kind of nonsense is that?" Shen Yiyi let go of Li Chun, sat down beside her mother, and wrapped her arms around her neck, acting coy. "Mom, I'm really happy to see you." Mother Shen had not come all this way just to hold a grudge against her daughter. Besides, with Mother Li and Li Chun present, it wouldn't be appropriate to keep a cold expression and put Shen Yiyi in an awkward position. she relented awkwardly. At least you still have a conscience. Shen Yiyi grinned, then stood up and grabbed Li Chen's hand. Mom, this is my man Li Chen. Brother Chen, this is my mom. Hurry, call her mom. Mom! Li Chen called out immediately, his demeanor calm as usual. However, Shen Yiyi could tell he was slightly nervous. Mother Shen, however, was not as kind toward the son-in-law who had taken her daughter away. She questioned him sternly. Don't call me mom just yet. You went ahead and married my daughter without informing me or her father. Do you think that was appropriate? Nearby, Mother Li, who had been keeping the 3 children from disturbing Shen Yiyi and Mother Shen's reunion, felt her heart skip a beat. She looked over nervously. Mom! Shen Yiyi wanted to say something, but Li Chen stopped her. Taking full responsibility, he admitted without hesitation. Mom, I'm sorry. That was my mistake. But I am serious about Yi. Please believe me. In the letter Shen Yiyi had sent through Zhao Yuliang to her parents, she had already explained everything except for the part about following the storyline. However, Mother Shen had never seen the letter. Now, as she looked at her daughter's expression, she could tell there was more to the story, perhaps even that her daughter was at fault. Yet, seeing Li Chen take all the blame upon himself made Mother Shen develop a much better impression of her son-in-law. Her expression softened as she glanced at the large and small bags behind them and asked, Are you planning to visit me and her father? That's right. Shen Yiyi quickly answered. It was your son-in-law's idea. Who asked you? Mother Shen rolled her eyes at her, but the next second she hesitated, glancing at her daughter somewhat nervously. Shen Yiyi keenly noticed this and felt a pang of sorrow. She knew her mother was worried she might get upset again. So she scooted closer, sat beside her mother, and grinned cheekily. What? I can't answer on my own. Mother Shen let out a quiet sigh of relief, though she was also surprised that her daughter hadn't lost her temper. Still keeping up appearances, she said stiffly but with a noticeably softer tone. Say whatever you want. Aya. Shen Yiyi cooed, leaning against her mother's shoulder. Mom, I missed you so much. Mother Shen. Had her daughter been possessed? But despite her confusion, her attitude finally softened. She gave Shen Yiyi a half-hearted glare. And Shen Yiyi responded with a playful grin. Mother Shen couldn't help but smile a little, and the atmosphere lightened. Shen Yiyi secretly winked at Li Chen, who curled his lips into a slight smile and discreetly gave her a thumbs up. Mother Shen noticed their silent exchange. Although she still had many unanswered questions, she felt much more at ease. On the other side, Mother Li also exhaled in relief. Crisis averted. Li Chen wasn't going to be beaten to death after all. Chapter 95. Mother Shen had traveled a long distance, and it was her first time visiting. Naturally, the Li family had to offer proper hospitality. Mother Li immediately went back to discuss the matter with the old man. Li Chen, being perceptive, knew that his mother-in-law and his wife must have more to talk about. So he found an excuse to take the 3 bows outside. Shen Yushuan also understood the situation and left as well. Now alone with her daughter, Mother Shen no longer felt at ease. She anxiously said, Daughter, tell me what exactly is going on. How did you suddenly get married and even have several children? Why didn't you tell your father and me? The day Mother Shen found out her daughter had married and given birth had been a complete shock. It would have been one thing if her daughter had simply gotten married, but the shocking part was that she had not married Lin Jiadong. She had married someone else. Her heart was filled with worry and fear. She suspected that her daughter had either been deceived or suffered some grievance. As soon as Shen Yushuan returned home from school, she had sent Father Shen to her daughter's in-laws' house before hurriedly making her way to the countryside. Shen Yiyi knew she could not hide the truth from her mother. So, she concealed the part about following a scripted storyline but told the rest honestly. After hearing everything, Mother Shen exclaimed, So you originally planned to drug Lin Jiadong, but Li Chen accidentally consumed it instead, and the 2 of you ended up having a relationship which led to your marriage. But throughout this time you had been wanting a divorce, which is why you didn't tell us. Then, about a month ago, you finally figured things out and decided to live a good life with Li Chen and the 3 bows, so you are only telling us now? Shen Yiyi looked at her mother cautiously, feeling extremely guilty. More or less, that's the gist of it. You. Mother Shen almost choked on her breath. She had initially thought her daughter had suffered some terrible injustice, but it turned out that her daughter was the one who had caused someone else great suffering. What kind of sin had she committed to have raised such a daughter? She wanted to scold her daughter, but she was afraid that, just like in the past, her daughter would react dramatically, as if life and death were at stake. Holding back her anger, she found herself stuck in frustration, neither able to vent nor fully suppress it. Shen Yiyi feared that her mother might make herself ill from holding it in. She took the initiative to lean over and said sheepishly, Mom, if you want to hit me or scold me, just go ahead. I won't get angry, and I definitely won't fight back. Her submissive attitude softened Mother Shen's anger. After all, having gone through so much, her daughter had finally matured a bit. Sighing, Mother Shen patted her daughter's hand and said, "Since you've realized your mistakes and since Li Chun loves you so much, and the three Baos are all so well behaved, you must live a good life with them from now on. You can't be like before anymore, understand?" Shen Yi nodded quickly, obediently replying, "I understand, Mom." The mother and daughter then had a heartfelt conversation, but before long, a noisy commotion came from outside. Mother Shen suddenly remembered something and grabbed her daughter's hand. "I almost forgot. Daughter, I brought your dowry over as well. We need to unload everything from the car first and let old Su head back." Just as Shen Yi returned home with Li Chun, she saw a car parked at the entrance, with large bags and bundles piled up behind it. She didn't even need to think. Her mother had clearly brought all this to give her prestige and support. If this had happened before she moved to the countryside, she wouldn't have been surprised at all that her mother would go to such lengths to uphold appearances. But now, she was fully aware of her family's current situation. Having lived through an entire lifetime before, she knew it all too well. So, she quickly grabbed her mother's hand. "Mom, wait a moment. What is it?" Mother Shen was confused. "Tell me first, where did the car come from? And what about all these large packages? I even see a bicycle. These things must have cost a lot of money. Where did it all come from?" "To this, of course, your father and I prepared these for you. Do you think our family can't afford these things?" The roles had suddenly reversed, and Mother Shen's tone wavered with guilt. "Mom, you're still not telling me the truth." Shen Yi frowned. "Both you and Dad lost your jobs. Where would you get this much money?" Mother Shen's eyes widened. "How do you know that?" "Xiaoli wrote me a letter and told me." Shen Yi lied without hesitation. Xiaoli was their neighbor. They had gotten along well before, but after Shen Yi moved to the countryside, Xiaoli had stayed in the city, and they had lost contact. However, that didn't stop Shen Yi from using Xiaoli as an excuse to support her lie. Mother Shen believed her, hesitating slightly. "Mom, Xiaoli also told me that Dad is sick. Losing your jobs and not telling me is one thing, but how could you not tell me that Dad is ill?" Shen Yi pressed. "Your father is much better now." Mother Shen replied weakly. Shen Yi felt awkward asking why she hadn't been told before. After all, in the past, she had been following a scripted storyline, and even if her parents had told her, it wouldn't have mattered. However, she knew her mother was telling the truth. In her previous life, her father had indeed started recovering this year. By the time she returned home, he had already been almost fully recovered. "All right," Shen Yi said. "But you both have been unemployed for years, and Dad's medical treatment and medication must have cost a lot. So where did you get the money to buy all these things? And where did this car come from?" Mother Shen realized that her daughter had not only matured, but also become more assertive. Facing her, she actually felt guilty, so she could only tell the truth. "The money was borrowed from your grandparents." Shen Yi's grandfather had been a mid-ranking military officer during the war. After the country's founding, he had retired instead of continuing in politics. Because of this decision, he had avoided the political upheavals that followed and was instead highly respected. Now he received a monthly state subsidy, so it wasn't surprising that he had some money. "And what about the car?" Shen Yi asked again. "The car was borrowed from a friend who studied in Sioux country with your father. We only recently found out that he's now the factory director of the machinery factory in the city, so we got in touch with him. He's a regional-level cadre, and the state allocated a car to him. He happened to be coming from the city to the county for official business, and when he learned that we needed to transport so many things to you, he lent us his car to help with the delivery." Shen Yi nodded. After the country's founding, heavy industry had been a major focus, and many elites had been sent to Sioux country for training. Her father had been one of them, so it wasn't surprising that he knew the factory director of the city's machinery factory. Mother Shen carefully observed her daughter's expression and continued. "I just thought since you married so far away, if someone were to bully you, we wouldn't be able to support you. Coming here in a car at least shows people that you have backing. If anyone wants to give you trouble, they'll have to think twice. So I figured we might as well borrow it." Shen Yi felt both touched and heartbroken. She hugged her mother tightly. "Mom, thank you for being so good to me." Mother Shen patted her back. "What's there to thank? I'm your mother. If I don't treat you well, who else would I treat well?" Just as she finished speaking, a middle-aged man walked in, smiling at Mother Shen. "Madam Shen, I may need to head back now. We'll unload the things right away," Mother Shen said immediately. Shen Yi let go of her mother, linked arms with her, and walked outside. Outside, a large crowd had already gathered, drawn by the sight of the car. Chapter 96. Wherever there was excitement, there was Wang Yan. As soon as Wang Yan saw Shen Yi and Mother Shen come out, her eyes lit up. She moved closer, glanced at Mother Shen, and fawningly asked Shen Yi, Li Chen's wife, is this your mother? That's right, she came to see me. Shen Yiyi nodded and replied. Oh my, so she really is your mother-in-law. She looks so young. If I didn't know better, I'd think she was your sister. Wang Yan spoke without reservation, immediately showering Mother Shen with compliments, making her laugh. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yan probed further. Mother-in-law, your family must be quite wealthy, huh? You can even afford a car and brought so many gifts along. She was trying to trap Mother Shen with her words. But Mother Shen was not someone to be easily fooled. She immediately caught on and, with a playful smile, replied, Wealthy? Not at all. These are my daughter's dowry. We lived far away before, so we couldn't send them over. Now that we finally had the chance, we brought them. Besides, this money didn't come from me or her father. It was from her grandparents. Her grandparents once fought alongside the leaders in war. Later, after they retired, they lived on a small pension, saved every penny, and just wanted to prepare a proper dowry for their granddaughter so she could marry with honor. And as for the car, it isn't ours. It belongs to a leader who, after learning that my daughter had voluntarily signed up to work in rural development, was deeply moved by her spirit of dedication. Out of appreciation, he let us use the car to transport these things. Wang Yan. Your daughter did volunteer to go to the countryside, sure, but as for calling it dedication, I certainly haven't seen it. Mother Shen, however, couldn't care less whether Wang Yan saw it or not. She simply continued with her narrative. As a former community director, Mother Shen was skilled in speech. Without directly admitting whether her family was wealthy, she effortlessly recounted the honorable past of Shen Yi's grandparents and emphasized that all these items were bought through their frugality. Even the car was lent out of admiration for Shen Yi's dedication. One statement after another, she not only left no room for anyone to find fault but also subtly revealed that their family was not ordinary. Shen Yiyi covered her mouth and smiled, just as she was thinking about going back to fetch something to share. Mother Shen efficiently directed Li Chan and Shen Yuxuan to unload everything from the car. Then, she took out a few packs of White Rabbit creamy candy and announced, Dear villagers, I wasn't able to attend my daughter and son-in-law's wedding, but proper etiquette must still be observed. There won't be a banquet, but please have some milk candy instead. From now on, I hope you will all look after this young couple. Li Chan quickly hand these out to everyone. Like a newlywed couple distributing wedding favors, Li Chan and Shen Yi began passing out the candies to the gathered villagers. At present, White Rabbit creamy candy was considered a rare treat. Many people had never even tasted it before. Receiving 2 pieces for free instantly turned those who had harbored some jealousy into cheerful well-wishers, and they began offering compliments one after another. Wang Yan, in particular, was overjoyed when Shen Yi secretly slipped her 2 extra pieces. Feeling valued, her grin stretched all the way to the back of her ears. Those extra 2 candies proved to be quite useful, as Shen Yi had hoped. In the following days, when gossip spread through the village about Mother Shen arriving in a car to visit her daughter, Wang Yan helped deflect a good number of both open and hidden criticisms on Shen Yi's behalf. Once the candy was distributed, the crowd gradually dispersed. Driver Su was preparing to leave as well. Before he departed, Shen Yi handed him a bag of nuts and a pack of White Rabbit creamy candy as a token of appreciation. Mother Shen was a step behind but felt deeply gratified by her daughter's thoughtfulness. Lunch that day was prepared by Li Chan, with Mother Li and He Zhaodi assisting him. The last time Li Chan cooked, Shen Yi had been polite enough to eat without complaint. However, Li Chan had noticed that she hadn't actually enjoyed the food. Since then, whenever Shen Yi cooked, he had made an effort to observe and learn. Now, his cooking skills had improved significantly. With better ingredients available, the food turned out to be quite tasty. Previously, thinking they would be heading to Beijing, Shen Yi had stocked up on a large amount of meat for the 3 bows. Now it came in handy, allowing them to prepare an exceptionally lavish meal. Mother Shen was secretly shocked at the sight. After all, during this time, even in Beijing, it was uncommon to have so much meat at once. It seemed that the Li family's financial situation was more stable than she had initially thought. Already feeling guilty about the truth behind her daughter's marriage, Mother Shen's attitude toward Li Chan had completely changed. Compared to when she first arrived, she was now much more cordial and friendly toward him, as well as toward Father Li and Mother Li. In fact, her attitude toward Li Chan was even warmer than toward Shen Yi. She kept picking food for him throughout the meal. On the other side, Mother Li also felt uneasy. Not only did she believe her son had schemed to marry Shen Yi, but she also thought that the meat on the table had been bought with Mother Shen's money. As a result, her attitude toward Shen Yi improved dramatically. She practically praised her as if she were a celestial being who had descended to earth. Overall, this meeting between the in-laws ended on a joyful note, with both hosts and guests enjoying themselves. Zhang Ailing also came. Even though the families had officially separated, Li Sanhong was still Father Li and Mother Li's son, so he was naturally invited. Jiang Ailing, however, shamelessly invited herself along. Of course, she was well aware that she was not welcome, so she simply focused on eating. However, when she overheard that Shen Yi's eldest brother was already 27 and still unmarried, her eyes flickered with interest. That afternoon, their home remained lively. Many villagers, curious about what the car looked like, wanted to come and take a look. When they found out it had already left, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. Some of the older women, seeing that Mother Shen was not as aloof as they had imagined but was instead quite warm and friendly, decided to stay and chat. Mother Shen was a natural conversationalist. Her speech and knowledge were impressive, yet she never gave off an air of superiority or looked down on the villagers. Because of this, the older women in the village quickly grew fond of her. Before long, Mother Shen had blended seamlessly into their group, chatting and laughing as if she had always been one of them. Watching from the side, Mother Li couldn't help but feel admiration. At the same time, a sense of pride swelled in her heart. It was an honor to have such a capable in-law. That evening, dinner was also held at their place, though it wasn't as grand as the midday meal. The eldest and third branches of the family didn't come over again, but Father Li and Mother Li, at Shen Yi's insistence, stayed for dinner. After the meal, Mother Li lingered until nightfall before finally returning to the old house. Before leaving, she held onto Mother Shen's hand and said, "My dear in-law, stay a few more days. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, all right?" Don't worry. Mother Shen reassured her repeatedly. "I'd love to chat with you more. I won't be rushing off so soon." Hearing this, Mother Li beamed with joy as she headed home. Li Chun and Shen Yi. Shen Yi shot Li Chun a look, and he immediately went to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Shen Yi wrapped her arm around her mother's and teased, "Mother dearest, you're fitting in quite well in the countryside." "Of course. Do you even know what I did before?" Mother Shen gave her daughter a proud sideways glance. But Shen Yi understood. If it weren't for her, her mother wouldn't have put so much effort into building relationships here. Yes. Shen Yi praised without hesitation. "My mom is the best." Mother Shen was delighted by her daughter's flattery, and was just about to say something when she saw Li Chun approaching with a basin of water. She froze for a moment and asked, "Is this for me?" "Of course it is. See how filial your son-in-law is." Shen Yi wasted no opportunity to boost her husband's reputation in front of her mother. But she forgot. Her husband no longer needed her to do that. No sooner had she finished speaking than her mother playfully smacked her. "I have eyes. I can see how filial my son-in-law is. I don't need you to tell me. Are you just looking for an excuse to take credit?" Hiss. Although Mother Shen had only given her a light tap, Shen Yi exaggeratedly sucked in a breath and quickly ran to hide behind Li Chun. She peeked out and complained, "Brother Chun, Mom hit me." Li Chun, ever the devoted protector, immediately stepped in front of his wife. His tall figure shielded her as he smiled and said, "Mom, don't be too hard on Yi. She's the one who asked me to fetch the water for you. You just spoil her," Mother Shen said in what seemed like a complaint. However, the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her true feelings. She was more than satisfied with how well Li Chun treated her daughter. She took the wash basin from Li Chun and went off to freshen up. Star operator succeeds under relation. Precedes under relation star operator. Chapter 97. Shen Yuxuan was playing in the courtyard with the three bows, their laughter filling the air. Meanwhile, Shen Yi pulled Li Chun back into the house. As they changed the bedsheets and duvet cover in the small house, she teased with a mischievous smile, "Brother Chun, you'll have to stay here with Shen Yuxuan for the next few days." Li Chun neither agreed nor disagreed. He was not particular about such things, especially since the person in question was his brother-in-law. However, he wrapped an arm around his wife's waist. "Then let me hold you for a while we still have time." "So clingy," Shen Yi muttered under her breath. As she lifted her head, she accidentally bumped into his Adam's apple. Li Chun paused for a moment, then lowered his head, his dark eyes locking onto her. He looked somewhat dangerous. Shen Yi smacked his hip and said playfully, "Stop right there. Don't even think about it. Otherwise, you're the one who'll suffer." Li Chun. The thought of his mother-in-law and brother-in-law being in the house instantly deflated his mood. He rested his chin on her shoulder, his voice filled with suppressed frustration. "Wife." Shen Yi cupped his face, gave him a quick peck on the lips and then dashed away. Li Chun reached out to grab her hand but missed. Shen Yi fled so quickly that she almost ran into Xiao Bao, who was about to enter. She skidded to a stop just in time and scooped him up. "Almost bumped into my little Xiao Bao." Xiao Bao giggled happily. Shen Yuxuan looked at his sister curiously. "Why is your face so red?" "Red? Is it?" "I don't think so." Shen Yi put Xiao Bao down and patted her cheeks innocently. Just as Shen Yuxuan was about to move closer for a better look, He saw his eldest brother-in-law walk out of the house. In an instant he understood everything and shot him a glare. Shen Yiyi smacked him on the head. You're just a kid. What are you thinking about? Huh? What did I think about? Shen Yiyi felt wronged. I didn't even say anything. But I saw you glare at your eldest brother-in-law. Shen Yiyi insisted, though her argument lacked conviction. Huh? Just because he glared at his eldest brother-in-law. His sister thought she knew what was on his mind? Her thoughts were so dirty. Shen Yiyi, who was just as dirty-minded as his sister, pulled the three bows along and stormed off angrily. As they left, Shen Yiyi overheard Bao whispering to his little uncle. Little uncle, don't badmouth my dad in front of my mom. She won't like it either. Then we'll do it in secret. Shen Yiyi whispered back. Li Chan and Shen Yiyi. That night, the sleeping arrangements were supposed to be as follows. Shen Yiyi, her mother, and the three bows would sleep in the main house, while Li Chan and Shen Yiyi would stay in the small house, each with their own bedding. But somehow, Bao had cozied up to his little uncle and sneaked over to the small room as well. The big one and the little one huddled together, making a ruckus. Under the covers, they whispered to each other. Bao, are there any wild pheasants or game in the mountains here? There are. Little uncle, do you want to go hunting? I do, but I don't have a hunting rifle. I know who has one. I can borrow it, but you have to promise to take me with you, or I won't get it for you. Deal. Li Chan was kept awake by their hushed chatter. He turned over, sat up and said, Yuxuan, you want to go hunting? Shen Yiyi, who wasn't particularly fond of him, replied reluctantly. Yeah. I'll go with you tomorrow. Shen Yiyi was about to say something, but Bao excitedly grabbed his hand and exclaimed, Little uncle, my dad is amazing at hunting. If he comes with us, we'll definitely catch lots and lots of game. I'm amazing too. Shen Yiyi emphasized. He had trained in shooting and had excellent scores. But the little traitor, Bao, had already abandoned him, climbing over to his father's side and eagerly asking, Dad, if little uncle doesn't want to go with you, can I go with you instead? Li Chan glanced at Shen Yiyi, then patted Bao's head. Go to sleep now, and I'll take you tomorrow. Yay! Bao immediately lay down beside his father and obediently closed his eyes. Shen Yiyi. When it came to hunting, the more people the better. So the next day, Li Chan called Li Dabin to join them, and Li Sanhong shamelessly tagged along as well. The group set out in a grand procession up the mountain. Shen Yiyi, her mother, and Bao didn't go. Since the weather was cold, they chose to stay home. Mother Shen noticed that Shen Yiyi still had quite a bit of yarn in her wardrobe and asked, What are you planning to do with all this yarn? Shen Yiyi glanced at the extra yarn her mother had taken out. I haven't decided yet. Then I'll decide for you. Mother Shen said, taking the yarn out without hesitation. Curious, Shen Yiyi asked, Mom, what do you want to do with it? I'm going to knit a sweater for Li Chan. Mother Shen replied as she smoothed out the yarn. But as she spoke, her tone grew irritated. Look at you. You say you want to live well with Li Chan, but marriage is about mutual care and understanding. If he treats you well, you should treat him well too. Do you understand? Huh. Shen Yiyi felt completely wronged. How am I not treating him well? You dress so nicely yourself, yet you let Li Chan wear such ragged clothes. Is that what you call treating him well? Mother Shen huffed. What ragged clothes? Shen Yi's mind suddenly flashed to the sweater Li Chan had worn this morning, the one she had knitted for him. She was momentarily speechless. Mother Shen thought Shen Yi's silence was an admission of guilt, and was about to start lecturing her again. What do you mean ragged clothes? I just knitted that for him this year. Okay? Shen Yiyi retorted. Though it wasn't well made, it wasn't that bad, right? Mother Shen nodded and continued to twist the knife. Oh, so you made it. No wonder. Shen Yiyi fell silent. Fine, fine. You knit it then. Hurry up. Mother Shen chuckled behind her back and sat down on the heated brick bed to start knitting. With nothing to do, Shen Yiyi picked up a book to read, while Bao sat beside her flipping through a picture book. Mother Shen noticed and found it surprising. You're actually reading? By now, it was already the end of 1973, with almost 4 years left until the college entrance exams resumed. Since Shen Yiyi had time on her hands, she would read whenever she had a chance. But she couldn't explain it to her mother too clearly, so she simply said, Mom, learning never stops. Fine, learning never stops. Mother Shen nodded approvingly before asking, What about the 3 bows? When are you sending them to school? Next September when the school year starts. Shen Yiyi replied. Because Qingshui village wasn't too far from other villages, the commune had an elementary school, so the village never built one of its own. If the kids wanted to study, they had to go to the commune school. Back in September, the 3 bows should have started school, but at that time, Shen Yiyi hadn't returned yet, and Li Chan was busy with work, so there was no one to send them. As a result, their schooling had been put on hold. Technically, they could still enroll mid-year, but Shen Yiyi planned to teach them at home first. She wanted to make sure they mastered first-grade lessons so that when they started school, they could go straight into the second grade. Mother Shen nodded. As long as her daughter had a plan, that was enough. As they were talking, Mother Li arrived. Seeing Mother Shen knitting a sweater, she asked, "Why are you suddenly knitting a sweater?" "Oh, it's for Li Chun," Mother Shen replied. After spending time together the previous day, the two had grown familiar with each other and no longer spoke so formally. She then recounted how she had mistakenly thought Li Chun was wearing ragged clothes. Mother Li immediately defended Shen Yiyi. "In-law, you don't know Yi well enough. She treats Li Chun very well. She would never let him wear tattered clothes." Yes. Mother Shen agreed, but she couldn't resist poking at her daughter again. "It's just that her knitting skills aren't great." Mother Li covered her mouth and laughed. Shen Yiyi. Noticing the large bag of yarn, more than enough for 2 sweaters, Mother Li's hands started itching to knit as well. She volunteered to make one for Shen Yiyi and sat down working on it while chatting with Mother Shen. From village gossip to the customs and culture of Beijing, their conversation flowed endlessly, as if they would never run out of things to talk about. Shen Yiyi. She seriously suspected that her mother and mother-in-law weren't actually interested in knitting sweaters for her and Li Chun, they just needed something to do while they chatted. Chapter 98. Li Chun and the others went hunting and only returned by dusk. Shen Yuxuan and Li Sanhong arrived first, bringing back a total of 8 wild pheasants, 5 wild rabbits, 1 roe deer, and 2 wild mountain goats. Before Shen Yiyi could ask anything, a commotion outside passed by her doorstep. Amidst the noise, she vaguely heard the words wild boar. Shen Yuxuan's expression was filled with excitement. "Sister, let's keep these things at home for ourselves. We've brought them back first." Eldest brother-in-law also caught a wild boar, and has already called the villagers to help carry it. "I'm going to help too." After saying that, he and Li Sanhong, who was equally unable to contain his excitement, ran off again. Having grown up in the city, Mother Shen had never witnessed such a scene. Without hesitation, she took Xiaobao and Mother Li along to join the excitement. Shen Yiyi did not go. She had just noticed how dirty Shen Yuxuan was and figured that Li Chun, along with Dabao and Airbao, would be no better. She decided to heat 2 large pots of water so they could wash up when they returned. Just as the water finished boiling, Li Chun returned alone. The mud and blood on him were even worse than on Shen Yuxuan. Shen Yiyi hurriedly stepped forward, her face full of concern. "What happened to you? Why is there so much blood? Are you injured?" Li Chun patted the bloodstains on his clothes. "No, it's the blood of the prey." Shen Yiyi let out a breath of relief and scooped some water for him to wash his hands. "That's good. Where are Dabao and Airbao?" "They went with Yuxuan to watch the pig being slaughtered." "Why do they love excitement so much?" Shen Yiyi muttered before asking. "They didn't get hurt, did they?" "No. The moment there was any danger, I told them to climb the trees." Li Chun reassured her. "I wouldn't let them get hurt. Don't worry. If Dabao and Airbao really got injured, wouldn't his wife skin him alive?" Since Li Chun was their father, Shen Yiyi trusted him and didn't press further. Instead, curiosity got the better of her. "I heard you caught a wild boar? You're amazing." Her praise was generous, making Li Chun feel elated. With a hint of pride in his voice, he said, "That's right. It's even bigger than the one you encountered last time." Shen Yiyi looked at his smug expression. Unable to help herself, she rained on his parade. "But it's still too dangerous. You need to be more careful next time, understand?" "Got it," Li Chun replied. "But don't you already know what I'm capable of? I never charge into anything unless I'm confident." No matter what, he always found a way to praise himself. Shen Yiyi couldn't help but laugh. This man, seriously. Maybe after observing her for a month and realizing that she truly intended to build a life with him, he had become increasingly relaxed around her. His shamelessness had also grown. "All right, as long as you're confident." Shen Yiyi smirked and aimed right for his weakness. "Just remember, if anything happens to you, I'll take the 3 bows and remarry. I'll have them call someone else dad." Li Chen's expression instantly turned serious. "Not allowed. You think just because you say it's not allowed it won't happen? If something happens to you, you won't be able to stop me." Shen Yiyi taunted. Li Chun reached out to grab her. Shen Yiyi couldn't escape. She struggled while laughing. "Don't touch me. Ah, you're filthy. I boiled hot water. Go wash up first, Taking advantage of the fact that no one was home, Li Chun pulled his wife into his arms and kissed her fiercely. Shen Yiyi nearly lost her mind. The mud and grime on him had rubbed off on her clothes. "You better wash my clothes properly later, I'm telling you." "All right." The fully satisfied man was particularly obedient. He rubbed his nose against hers and bargained. "Wife, can you stop saying things like that just to make me mad?" "Of course not," Shen Yiyi replied bluntly. I have to remind you all the time, or else how would you know how serious the consequences are? Hurry up and take a bath before Mom and the others get back. Shen Yiyi pushed him. We should deal with the game first, or it'll just make another mess later. Li Chun said. Shen Yiyi looked at the pile of prey. But how should we divide it? Since Li Dabin and Li Sanhong had joined the hunt, they would definitely need a share. Give eldest brother and his family 2 pheasants, 1 rabbit and 1 mountain goat. Give Li Sanhong 1 pheasant. We'll keep the rest for ourselves. Li Chun decided. On this hunting trip, Li Chun had been the main force, while Shen Yuxuan was the most enthusiastic. Li Dabin with his great strength had also helped a lot. Li Sanhong on the other hand was slow to react and not as agile as the others. At the first sign of danger he would run. During the wild boar hunt, he had even dragged them down. Li Dabin ended up with a cut on his hand while trying to save him. The only thing he managed to do was work with air bow to corner a pheasant. Later, when the village divided the wild boar meat, everyone who had gone hunting would surely get a good share. Giving him a single pheasant was already more than enough. All right. Shen Yiyi had no objections. She set aside Li Dabin's and Li Sanhong's portions, leaving them with 5 pheasants, 4 wild rabbits, 1 roe deer and 1 mountain goat. Let's make lamb soup today. Shen Yiyi suggested. It's too cold and this will warm us up. The rest should either be air-dried or cured. It won't spoil in this weather anyway. All right. Li Chun completely followed his wife's lead and began processing the game. Just as they were finishing up, Mother Shen Yuxuan, and the 3 bows returned, carrying wild boar meat. Each of the adults who participated in the hunt received 20 jin of wild boar meat. Normally, Shen Yuxuan, not being a resident of Qingshui village, wouldn't have been given such a large share. However, because Mother Shen had bonded so well with the village women the day before and spoke highly of Shen Yuxuan, he also received 20 jin of meat. Shen Yuxuan was overjoyed. The moment he saw Li Chun, his eyes practically sparkled. He and Airbao, 1 big, 1 small, chased after Li Chun, chattering nonstop, bombarding him with questions about hunting techniques. They both looked like little fanboys. Shen Yiyi. Her little brother had been won over by her husband this quickly. She wasn't sure if she should be happy or not. Star operator succeeds under relation, precedes under relation star operator. Hello dear readers. I'm truly sorry for not posting any updates over the past few days. To make it up to you all, I've unlocked 17 chapters. Please note that this may not be reflected on the INU page right away, as it's part of a mass update/unlock. Once again, thank you so much for reading my translations. Enjoy the chapters. Star operator succeeds under relation, precedes under relation star operator. Chapter 99. Before long Li Dabin arrived. Shen Yiyi took the opportunity to ask him to bring the wild pheasant meant for Li Sanhong back as well. On Li Sanhong's side, Jiang Ailing had been urging him to collect the game ever since he returned. Thinking about how he had held them back and caused his eldest brother to cut his hand, Li Sanhong felt embarrassed to go. With his usual bluntness he said, I didn't contribute much. It was all big brother, second brother, and second brother's little brother-in-law who did the hunting. We already got 20 pounds of pork, so we shouldn't take anything else. What are you talking about? You went along with them, so the game should be shared equally. Just hurry up and go. If you don't, we really won't have anything to eat. Even if you don't think about yourself, at least consider your son and daughter. I'm not going, Li Sanhong said. What's there to consider? Isn't 20 jin of wild boar meat enough for us? You! Jiang Ailing wanted to say more, but just then Li Dabin called out to them. Third brother, third sister-in-law, second sister-in-law asked me to bring you a pheasant. Hearing this, Jiang Ailing quickly went outside. When she saw the game inside the sack in Li Dabin's hands, her eyes lit up. Big brother, you brought it back for us? Thank you so much. Third sister-in-law, this. Li Dabin wanted to explain that second sister-in-law had only given them a single pheasant. But he wasn't good with words, and in his flustered state, his mind went blank. He could only watch as Jiang Ailing took the sack from his hands. Just as Jiang Ailing was about to ask Li Sanhong to boil water and prepare the game, a hand suddenly reached out and snatched the sack from her grasp. What are you doing? That's ours. Mother Li bellowed, grabbing a pheasant from the sack and tossing it to Jiang Ailing. This is yours. Holding the pheasant, Jiang Ailing looked incredulously at the remaining pheasants, wild rabbits, and even a mountain goat in the sack. This is too unfair. Then go ask your husband how much effort he put in. Mother Li snapped impatiently. Lately, she had found Jiang Ailing increasingly unpleasant to look at, and by extension, her own youngest son as well. Naturally, she felt no sympathy for them. She shoved the sack back into Li Dabin's hands and said gruffly, Take it back and clean it up. We're having meat tonight. Got it. Li Dabin, afraid that Zhang Ailing might snatch it again, grabbed the sack and hurriedly ran back to his own kitchen. Before leaving, Mother Li let out a cold snort in Zhang Ailing's direction. Zhang Ailing carried the pheasant back into the house, fuming. Li Sanhong, your second brother and the others are too biased. Big brother actually got 2 pheasants, a wild rabbit, and even a mountain goat. And we only got a single pheasant. This favoritism is ridiculous. Even Mother laughed at us. Are you even their real family member? Li Sanhong, growing impatient, said. Didn't I already tell you? I didn't help much. Then why didn't you help? Li Sanhong shot back. Zhang Ailing was momentarily speechless. Ignoring her, Li Sanhong took the pheasant and went to prepare it. Zhang Ailing was both angry and frustrated. Thinking of something, she suppressed her emotions for now. That evening, Shen Yi's family enjoyed a warm and comforting mutton soup, filling the house with warmth and happiness. After that day, Shen Yuxuan completely idolized his eldest brother-in-law. The next day, he eagerly pulled his eldest brother-in-law along with Dabao and Erbao to the river to catch fish. At home, Shen Yi, her mother, and Xiaobao stayed behind. After breakfast, just like the day before, Mother Li came over to sit by the fire, knitting a sweater while chatting with her mother. Meanwhile, Shen Yi read a book while playing with Xiaobao. Partway through, a knock sounded at the door. Shen Yi went to open it. Standing outside were 2 unexpected visitors, Zhang Ailing and Zhang Wanru. This was Shen Yi's first time seeing Zhang Wanru since her rebirth. In their past life they had been mortal enemies, bound by deep-seated hatred. But in this life, they were merely 2 unfamiliar acquaintances. The moment Zhang Wanru saw Shen Yi, a fleeting expression flashed across her eyes. She was well aware that Shen Yi had once admired Lin Jiadong, the man she herself had won over. Zhang Wanru had no particular feelings toward Shen Yi, but because Lin Jiadong loved her, she always carried a subconscious sense of superiority whenever she faced Shen Yi. Zhang Ailing, oblivious to the silent calculations between the 2, grinned amiably and said, Second sister-in-law, what are you doing staying home on such a cold day? Why not go out for a walk with mother-in-law? As she spoke, her eyes subtly scanned the room. Shen Yi had no idea what Zhang Ailing was after, but that didn't stop her from disliking her. She sneered. Whether we go out or not, what business is it of yours? Zhang Ailing was caught off guard, not expecting Shen Yi to be so blunt and unyielding. Zhang Wanru stepped in to defend her sister, her voice soft yet laced with a hint of reproach. Second sister-in-law, my sister is your sister-in-law after all. How could you speak to her like that? She deliberately emphasized second sister-in-law, as if reminding Shen Yi of something. Shen Yi was more than happy for Zhang Wanru to call her that title, but she found her words utterly ridiculous. So you knocked on our door just to demand my attitude? Are you the one who's sick? Or am I the crazy one? With that, she slammed the door shut right in their faces with a loud bang. Second sister-in-law, Zhang Ailing started to say something, but Zhang Wanru pulled her back. Sister, forget it. It's obvious she doesn't like you. Aya, you silly girl. Can't you see I have something to discuss with her? Zhang Ailing said, irritated. Sister. Zhang Wanru frowned. What exactly do you need from her? Zhang Ailing leaned in and whispered something into Zhang Wanru's ear. What? Zhang Wanru was stunned. Sister, you want to set me up with Shen Yi's brother? And even have her make an impression in front of Mother Shen? Shoo! Keep your voice down. Zhang Ailing hurriedly covered Zhang Wanru's mouth. I'm only thinking of you. You're already 23. If you don't get married soon, you really won't find a good match. Of course, her definition of a good match was quite different from others. Zhang Wanru's eyes flickered, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she remained silent. Zhang Ailing continued. You've been staying in town lately so you don't know. Shen Yi's family is doing really well. She mentioned before that her dad is a factory director, and her mom is a community office director. When her mom came over, she drove a small car and even brought a lot of dowry. Most of it was wrapped up tightly so we couldn't see what was inside, but we did see the bicycle. If they could give their daughter that much dowry, what kind of family do you think they are? Even more importantly, how many people can actually afford to drive a small car? Not many. They claim it's borrowed from a leader, but if they didn't have some connections, which leader would lend them a car? Besides, her grandparents used to fight alongside the leaders. Even if they've retired now, their family isn't one that ordinary people can compare to. If you marry into that family, your sister and I will be able to enjoy a good life as well. Zhang Wanru's gaze flickered. She hadn't expected Shen Yi's family to be so well off. After a moment of hesitation, she quickly regained her composure and said firmly, Sister, this isn't going to work. With the attitude Shen Yi showed us just now, how could she ever let me marry her brother? Hearing this, Zhang Ailing grew irritated again. If only her brother were here with your looks, he'd definitely fall for you. Jiang Wanru didn't respond immediately, as she was always confident in her own beauty and charm. Since she couldn't reach the high branch for now, Jiang Ailing shifted tactics. Didn't you say last time that the son of the vice factory director at the textile factory was pursuing you? What are you planning to do about that? The thought of the greasy, pudgy man made Jiang Wanru feel repulsed. He looks like that. Sister, I don't want to be with him. Wanru, don't be so picky. Jiang Ailing said earnestly, as if giving advice. You're beautiful and smart, that's true, but you're already 23. If you keep being so choosy, no good family will want you. Although the vice factory director's son doesn't look great, at least he has money. Don't forget, you're still just a temporary worker. If you get together with him, it'll be easy for his dad to get you a permanent position. Besides, you promised to help your sister live a good life. It was the last sentence that truly carried weight. Jiang Wanru lowered her head. You'd better think carefully about what I've said. Jiang Ailing continued, pausing for a moment before extending her hand toward Jiang Wanru. What about your wages for this month? Lend them to your sister. We've just split up the family, and there's a lot to buy. Taiju and Gooden need new clothes too. Jiang Wanru bit her lip, took 12 yuan from her pocket, and handed it to Jiang Ailing. Only 12 yuan? Jiang Ailing said, surprised. Sister, I'm a temporary worker. My salary is only 17.5 yuan a month. I need to save a little for myself. Jiang Wanru explained. So you're saving 5 yuan for yourself? Jiang Ailing remarked. You really don't know how to manage money. From now on, just give your salary to me. I'll save it for you. When you get married, I'll give it to you as your dowry. Jiang Wanru remained silent. Did you hear me? Jiang Ailing asked again. Don't tell me you think I'd steal your money? Don't you have any conscience? Don't you remember how I raised you after our parents passed away? Cleaning up after you and taking care of you. Jiang Wanru could only respond. I heard you. Jiang Ailing finally smiled in satisfaction. Chapter 100. Mother Shen had stayed at Shen Yi's place for 21 days. During these 21 days, she had knitted a sweater for Li Chan and had become very close with Mother Li, as if they were sisters. From time to time, they would go out and chat with the village women, spending more time together than with Shen Yi. Shen Yuxuan, on the other hand, had become the leader of the Three Bows and a little fan of Li Chan. Whenever the Three Bows couldn't see him for a while, they would ask, "Where is little uncle?" As for Shen Yuxuan, whenever he couldn't see his eldest brother-in-law for a while, he would ask, "Where is eldest brother-in-law?" The 21 days passed in the blink of an eye. Mother Shen and Shen Yuxuan had managed to return home just in time for the Laba festival, so they had to leave on the 28th. On the evening of the 27th, when Mother Shen returned to the room, she saw her daughter packing, with big and small bundles making the room look very messy. "What are you doing?" she asked. "I'm packing some things for you to take home." Shen Yi replied without turning around. Mother Shen walked in and saw that the bags were filled with many items: dried meat, dried fish, dried chicken and duck meat, ham, bacon, nuts, vermicelli, various beans, cloth, peanut oil and milk powder, all packed into 3 large bags. Mother Shen was left dumbfounded. "Where did you get all these things?" "These are the things I had planned to take back earlier, but since you came I didn't manage to," Shen Yi explained. "It's a bit heavy but it's fine. I'll have Shen Yuxuan carry it when the time comes." Mother Shen's focus was not on that at all. "No, I can't take these things from you." "Mom, what are you being so polite about?" Shen Yi said. "We're mother and daughter. It's only right that I show you my respect." "But you're already married, and these are your in-laws' things. I can't take them," Mother Shen replied. "But you even gave me a dowry. What's a little bit of stuff compared to that?" Shen Yi countered. When Mother Shen came this time, aside from the bicycle everyone saw, there were also blankets, a kettle, candies and so on. It had cost at least 500, not including the receipts. "That's different." "How is it different?" Shen Yi asked. "And do you really think these are my in-laws' things?" Mother Shen raised her head to look at her. After staying there for so many days, without her daughter saying anything, she had already noticed something was off. It wasn't true that the Li family was wealthy. It was just that her daughter's side was living well, while the other 2 branches of the family were living in poverty. And from her usual chats with Mother Li and the village women, she had learned that Mother Li and the others all thought she was the one supporting her daughter's family. She keenly sensed something was wrong but didn't say anything. As for where the money came from, Mother Shen had some suspicions, but she didn't feel comfortable asking directly. Now with her daughter's question, it confirmed some of her thoughts. She became both anxious and angry. "You two are really too bold. How could you do something like this? Aren't you afraid?" Mother Shen didn't finish her sentence, but they both understood each other perfectly. "Mom, this is Brother Chen's doing and he has connections. It's fine." Shen Yiyi explained. No, he can't be doing such dangerous things. If something really happens, what will you and the three bows do? Mother Shen said, walking out to speak with Li Chan. Shen Yiyi ignored her and continued packing. She believed that Li Chan would definitely be able to convince her mother. Sure enough, half an hour later, her mother returned with a smile on her face, but when she saw Shen Yiyi, her expression immediately darkened. She slapped her and grinding her teeth whispered, "From now on you better live well with Li Chan. If I find out you've let him suffer any grievances, I'll hit you." Shen Yiyi. She might not be her biological child, Li Chan was. Then, can you take these things back? Shen Yiyi pointed to the packages on the floor. Fine. Mother Shen was not one to be overly coy. Seeing this, Shen Yiyi seized the opportunity to pull out a wad of money from her pocket and stuffed it into her mother's hand. Mother Shen opened it and was shocked, wanting to say something. Mom, let me explain. Shen Yiyi took her mother's hand. Although Dad's condition has improved, he's not fully recovered. He still needs to go to the hospital, take medicine, and most importantly, he needs nutrition. These all cost money. You don't have any money right now, but your son-in-law can earn it. Right now, your daughter and son-in-law are helping Dad with his treatment, and you can't refuse it for him. You don't need to worry about whether this money is too much or if it will be a burden on us, because I can tell you, your son-in-law is very capable. This money is just a drop in the bucket. You also don't need to worry about whether it's appropriate or not, because I believe that as a daughter, and Li Chan as a son-in-law, it's our duty to show respect for Dad. Of course, if you're really concerned that this money isn't earned by your daughter but by your son-in-law, and you think it's inappropriate to take money from him, you can consider this money as a loan from your son-in-law to you and Dad. When Dad's health improves with his skills, ability, and connections, he won't have trouble making money. When the time comes, your son-in-law can be repaid, and it will be a happy situation for everyone. Shen Yiyi couldn't say that she could earn money too, so she rambled on for a long time. She knew her mother would never feel at ease accepting money from Li Chan directly. But her words were truly effective, as Mother Shen was persuaded by her daughter. Seeing that her mother wasn't accepting the money, Shen Yiyi directly stuffed it into her bag. Then she leaned on her shoulder and noticed the white strands in her mother's dark hair. Mom, I know these past few years have been hard for you, but you have to believe that our family is going to get better and better. Shen Yuxuan will graduate from high school next June, and then he'll be able to work. As for your eldest brother, he's only 27, and he's preparing for a promotion, which shows he's doing well in his career, and his leaders are paying attention to him. You don't have to worry about him anymore. As for me, you've been here for so many days, so you must have seen that I'm living well now. Li Chan treats me very well, and the three bows are all very obedient. Dad's health is also improving little by little. As long as his recovery goes well, the chance of relapse will be very small. Look, everything is indicating that our family's life is gradually getting better, so you don't need to worry so much. For the next 2 or 3 years, you can just focus on taking care of Dad at home, and leave the rest to us, okay? Mother Shen looked at her sensible daughter, and suddenly felt a lump in her throat. Over the years, her daughter had gone to the countryside, her husband had fallen ill, she lost her own job, her eldest son had experienced those distressing incidents, and her youngest son was still in school. Everything, though spoken lightly, had in reality been heavy burdens weighing down on her shoulders. She seemed unshakable, but in the quiet of the night, she didn't know how many times she had cried in her dreams. Now, however, her daughter was telling her that their lives were getting better and better. Shen Yiyi wiped her tears, knowing what her mother was most concerned about. She said, Mom, don't worry, I have a feeling that in a few years, I'll definitely be able to return to Beijing and live with you. Mother Shen, of course, didn't believe it. She didn't know whether the college entrance examination would be reinstated in the future, and given the current situation, employment in the city was becoming more and more saturated. Moreover, Shen Yiyi had already married and had children in the countryside. Returning to the city seemed nearly impossible, but she didn't want to discourage her daughter and nodded. Then I'll wait for you in Beijing. Yeah, and I'll definitely make time to visit you all in the meantime, Shen Yiyi said. Good. Mother Shen replied. That night, Shen Yiyi sent the three bows next door to sleep with their father and little uncle. She and her mother lay on the kong, having a long detailed conversation well into the night. Chapter 101. A family of 5 playing in the snow. The next morning, Shen Yiyi and Li Chan got up early to prepare some mantu and pancakes for Mother Shen and the others to eat on the way. Mother Shen was deeply moved. After breakfast, it was almost time to depart. What Shen Yiyi did not expect was that the person most reluctant to part with Mother Shen was actually Mother Li. She held Mother Shen's hand tightly, asking her to visit again next time. Some of the elderly women in the village also came out to see them off, chattering in front of the ox cart, exchanging farewell words. As they talked, the conversation drifted further and further. If Shen Yiyi had not reminded them, they might have missed the train. The family of 5 took the ox cart to escort Mother Shen and Shen Yuxuan to the county town. The 3 Baos were especially reluctant to part with their grandmother and little uncle, clinging to them and chattering along the way. Mother Shen and Shen Yuxuan were also unwilling to part with the 3 Baos, hugging them tightly for a long while. Before Shen Yuxuan boarded the bus, Shen Yiyi pulled him aside and said, "Xiao Xian, eldest brother, and I can't be by our parents' side right now. Please take care of them and be more attentive to their needs." "Big sis, I know." The young boy patted his chest and spoke with a maturity beyond his years. "Sis, you should also live well with eldest brother-in-law. He's a really good man." "All right." Shen Yiyi smiled. After chatting for a while longer, she finally sent them off on the bus. Parting with family always carried a lingering sorrow. "Wife." Li Chun put his arm around Shen Yi's shoulders. "You still have me and the 3 Baos with you." De Bao and Er Bao, who had been feeling a bit down due to their grandmother and little uncle's departure, immediately latched onto Shen Yi's legs upon hearing their father's words. They both looked up at her and said, "Mother, we will always be with you." Xiao Bao chimed in. "With mother." Shen Yi's melancholy dissipated a lot, and she smiled. All right. Life continued as usual. It snowed. A thick layer of snow covered the ground, rooftops, and trees. The swirling snowflakes painted the entire world white. Early in the morning, the 3 Baos woke up, all extremely excited. Er Bao rushed into the snow, gathered a lump of snow in his hands, and threw it at his eldest brother. De Bao was caught off guard by the snowball and got angry. He quickly scooped up a handful of snow and retaliated. Just like that, the Great Snowball War began. Er Bao was the kind who liked asking for trouble. It wasn't enough for him to play with his eldest brother. His hands itched to provoke his father as well. As a result, he ended up being attacked by both his father and his eldest brother. He screamed, calling for his mother to help him. Shen Yiyi was afraid of the cold, but joy had a way of making people forget their fears. She joined the battle without hesitation. And so the battlefield took shape. De Bao versus Er Bao, Li Chun versus Shen Yiyi. The fight between De Bao and Er Bao was a clash of equals, an intense back and forth that was thrilling to watch. But for the couple, the situation was quite different, at least for those expecting a real snowball fight. For anyone who enjoyed witnessing public displays of affection, however, the scene was nothing short of delightful. Shen Yiyi did not hold back. When it came to snowball fights, she played them seriously. Li Chun, on the other hand, cherished his wife and would never throw snow directly at her. But a snowball fight needed some back and forth to make it fun. So instead, he scooped up handfuls of snowflakes and gently sprinkled them over his wife, making it look like a light snowfall drifting down on her. Shen Yiyi, annoyed, leaped onto his back and shoved snow down the collar of his coat. Li Chun shivered from the cold and immediately begged for mercy. But as soon as Shen Yiyi stopped, he grabbed her by the waist and spun her around in circles. Meanwhile, Xiao Bao ran alongside them, gleefully scooping up snow and randomly throwing it, sometimes at his father, sometimes at his mother, sometimes at his eldest brother, and sometimes at his second brother. However, he hit absolutely no one. Yet, he still laughed foolishly to himself. The entire courtyard was filled with laughter and joy. Even the old house next door could hear the commotion. Curious, the neighbors climbed onto benches and peeked over the courtyard wall. Excited by what they saw, the village children grabbed handfuls of snow from the wall and jumped into the battle, making the scene even more lively. Mother Li let out an exaggerated, "Oh my!" Her face was glowing with an amused, maternal smile as she climbed down from the bench. They're really having the time of their lives. Jiang Ailing, on the other hand, pursed her lips and muttered under her breath, making sure no one else could hear. Hugging and cuddling like that in broad daylight, how improper. She turned and walked back to her house, only to see Li Sanhong still lying on the Kong bed. Thinking about the lively scene she had just witnessed, she suddenly felt a sense of imbalance in her heart. She yanked away his blanket. "Li Sanhong, why are you sleeping again? Get up right now. It's winter. What else is there to do besides sleep?" Li Sanhong grumbled, pulling the blanket back over himself. "The water jar is almost empty." Jiang Ailing huffed. "Get up and fetch some water." Li Sanhong was utterly exhausted, and now someone was nagging in his ear. He impatiently covered his head with the blanket. "I saw there was still some water last night. Just use it sparingly for now. I'll get more later." Jiang Ailing couldn't get him to budge, so she had no choice but to stomp off angrily. Meanwhile, over at the main house, their water jar had also run dry. Early in the morning, Li Dabin had gone out to fetch water. It wasn't until half an hour later that he returned, carrying 2 buckets of water. "Why did it take you so long?" Mother Li asked. "There were a lot of people and some of the roads were frozen over. It was hard to walk," Li Dabin explained. Hearing this, Motherly glanced at Fatherly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she held back. Jiang Ailing suddenly thought of the well Shen Yiyi had dug next door. She had wanted to fetch water from there for a while, but since even Li Dabin, who had been invited to help dig the well, never went, she hadn't dared to go either. Now, seeing an opportunity, she eagerly suggested, "Doesn't second sister-in-law have a well over there? Normally we wouldn't, but in this heavy snow we're all family. Surely we can fetch water from her place, right?" Everyone knew exactly what she was trying to do. Motherly rolled her eyes. Her shamelessness truly knew no bounds. As for fetching water from the well next door, when Shen Yiyi had the well dug, she had paid the workers for their labor. Anyone with common sense could see that she didn't want others taking advantage of her. Because of this, neither Fatherly, Motherly, nor Li Dabin and his wife had ever brought up the idea of fetching water from there. However, Dehua felt sorry for her father. She quietly ran next door and timidly asked Shen Yiyi if they could fetch water from their well. Shen Yiyi did not refuse. Back then she had only paid Li Dabin wages because at that time, the main and third branches of the family hadn't officially split yet, and she didn't want Jiang Ailing to take advantage of the situation. Now that the families had separated, and considering that Li Dabin was a decent person, most importantly, Fatherly and Motherly were living with them, Shen Yiyi had already planned to ask Li Chun to invite them over for water, even if they hadn't asked themselves. And so the main house naturally started fetching water from Shen Yi's well. Watching them carry bucket after bucket of water back, Jiang Ailing was overjoyed. Without wasting a second, she grabbed a bucket and rushed over, eager to take advantage of the situation. But she was met with a closed door. Fuming, she cursed under her breath as she returned home. Motherly had seen right through her intentions the moment she grabbed a bucket. So when Jiang Ailing came back empty-handed, she seized the chance to mock her. Some people, she sneered, made all kinds of excuses when asked to help dig the well, but now they shamelessly want to use it. They don't want to put in any effort but expect to reap the benefits. Do they really think the world works like that? Pa! Jiang Ailing was seething with frustration. Determined to get back at Motherly, she made up her mind. She would send Li Sanhong to fetch water from now on. Let's see if Motherly, as his mother, wouldn't feel distressed then. Chapter 102. Dabao was a genius. The world outside was now covered in ice and snow, so Shen Yiyi rarely went out. Previously, she had found all sorts of excuses to stock up on supplies. She had stored a large amount of goods, various meats, dried vegetables, snacks, and more. Even if she didn't leave the house, they could still live a prosperous life throughout the winter. She no longer needed to prepare breakfast herself. Li Chun usually made it according to her routine, ensuring that when she naturally woke up, a steaming hot meal was ready for her. After breakfast, she would take a walk under the eaves to aid digestion before returning to the heated brick bed. She would either read or teach Dabao and Airbao how to recognize characters. By lunchtime, if Li Chun was at home, the couple would cook together. If he was not, she would prepare the meal alone and eat with the three Baos. In the afternoon, she would take a refreshing nap. After waking up, she would continue reading and teaching literacy. In the evening, Li Chun was usually home. After dinner, the family would take another walk to aid digestion. Then, after washing up, they would lie on the heated brick bed, where Shen Yiyi would tell the three Baos one or two fables before bedtime. Motherly once said that Shen Yiyi was living a life better than that of the immortals. One particular thing worth mentioning was, Dabao was exceptionally intelligent. Whatever Shen Yiyi taught him, he often remembered after hearing it just once. It was no exaggeration to say he had a photographic memory, which both surprised and delighted Shen Yiyi. She began to take Dabao's education seriously, designing a study plan based on his learning pace. Not only did Dabao show no resistance, but he was also incredibly thoughtful and eager to learn. Sometimes, even after completing the study plan she had set for him, he would still cling to Shen Yiyi and ask about new topics for a long time. Of course, Shen Yi's life wasn't without troubles, and her main concern was that Airbao disliked studying. Compared to Dabao's talent, Airbao was rather ordinary. The same knowledge that Dabao could grasp after hearing once, Shen Yiyi had to repeat 3 times for Airbao. He might remember it in the moment, but after a while, he would forget again. This was normal, it was just an average level of intelligence. Shen Yiyi understood this well and had endless patience with her son. If Airbao couldn't remember, she would teach him until he did. But while she had patience, Airbao did not. He was always finding ways to escape studying. The moment Shen Yiyi let her guard down, Airbao would either fall asleep, start flipping through picture books, play with Xiaobao, or simply run outside to play. If she forced him to focus, he would obediently sit at the desk, but his big, rolling eyes made it clear that his mind was wandering elsewhere. His attitude toward studying was completely unserious. Yet, Shen Yiyi simply couldn't bring herself to get angry at Airbao. The moment she put on a stern expression, Bao would immediately start acting pitiful. If she really lost her temper, he would quickly admit his mistake. His attitude toward admitting fault was extremely sincere, but he never actually changed. In contrast, he had an intense passion for things outside of textbooks. If he saw a martial arts routine in a picture book, he would be thrilled. Despite the freezing weather, he would rush outside to the courtyard and practice with great enthusiasm. He would practice over and over again, repeating the moves until he had mastered them. He also couldn't sit still and rarely stayed home for long. If Shen Yiyi wasn't paying attention, he would sneak out to play wildly. After a few times, Shen Yiyi simply decided to let it go. Not everyone was suited for academics. It was in Bao's nature to be this way, and with Bao's exceptional talent in front of him as a comparison, it was inevitable that he would feel a sense of inferiority. If she forced him to study over time, it could easily lead to an unhealthy mindset. Shen Yiyi had come back to this life only wanting the three Baos to live happily. She had no expectations for them to achieve great things. There were thousands of paths in life, and studying was just one of them. Besides, Bao was not without his strengths. He was lively, energetic, quick-witted, and articulate. He was also bold and strong. Unlike Bao, who preferred to explore the unknown through books, Bao enjoyed discovering things through hands-on experience. With this kind of personality, he was unlikely to suffer losses in life. So, Shen Yiyi never hesitated to praise him. She wanted Bao to know that even if he wasn't good at studying, he still had his own shining qualities in other areas. Of course, while Shen Yiyi did not force Bao to study, she also would not let him become illiterate. Every day, she assigned him a set amount of tasks. He could study whenever he wanted, but before going to bed, he had to go over everything with her. As it turned out, Shen Yi's approach was very effective. By not pressuring Bao, his learning efficiency actually improved, and his face showed far more smiles compared to when he was forced to study. Li Chun was also an open-minded father. He had no grand expectations for the futures of the three Baos. His main focus in parenting was on their character and behavior. Bao was highly intelligent and loved reading, which naturally pleased him. Bao was mischievous and disliked studying, but Li Chun had no complaints about that either. He treated them the same way as always regardless of their differences. As for himself, he was not idle. Whenever he had free time, he would also pick up a book and read. Was it because he enjoyed reading? Not exactly. He mostly just wanted to have common topics to discuss with his wife. Before they knew it, their home had developed an atmosphere of reading. One day Mother Li, having nothing better to do, came over to chat with Shen Yiyi. When she saw the scene, she was utterly shocked. Her views on the usefulness of reading had gone through a long and complicated journey. Before the 1960s, she believed that studying was beneficial. So, among the children she gave birth to, those who were willing to study were sent to school. After the 1960s, however, the waves of great reforms came, and many educated youth were sent to the countryside. Her perspective shifted. She started to believe that studying was useless. Moreover, she thought that her family simply lacked the talent for academics, so when her grandchildren showed no interest in studying, she never considered sending them to school either. But after Mother Shen arrived, her extraordinary knowledge and refined speech deeply impressed Mother Li, once again altering her perspective. Seeing this scene, Mother Li was overjoyed and repeatedly exclaimed, "Good, good. Studying is great." Although Bao didn't like studying, that didn't stop him from bragging about his older brother's abilities. When he saw his grandmother arrive, he immediately raised his voice and declared, "Grandma, you don't know this, but my big brother is incredibly smart. No matter what he learns, he only has to hear it once to remember it." "Really?" Mother Li's eyes lit up. "Really?" Bao said proudly, his face full of confidence. Mother Li was grinning so wide that her mouth nearly reached her ears. She quickly asked, "And what about you, Bao?" At this, Bao's face fell and he muttered in disappointment, "I'm no good. I'm really dumb." "Our Bao is not dumb at all." Shen Yiyi immediately interjected. "Look, you just learned an entire set of martial arts moves, but did your big brother learn them? See, you both have your own strengths, so don't look down on yourself." Hearing this, Bao's face instantly brightened, and he proudly turned to his grandmother. "That's right. I can do martial arts, but my big brother can't." Bao, however, was more concerned about something else. "Mother, what does look down on oneself mean?" "It means not to underestimate yourself too much," Shen Yiyi explained. Yes, don't underestimate yourselves too much." Mother Li immediately chimed in. "Both our Bao and Bao are amazing." This greatly satisfied Bao's sense of pride. He flexed his little muscles and declared, "Mother, Grandma, if bad people ever try to bully you, I'll use my martial arts and defeat them with one punch. No one will ever dare to bully you again. Then Grandma will be counting on our Bao to protect us." Mother Li laughed so hard she could barely close her mouth. Still unable to contain her excitement over discovering that Dabao was a little genius, and after successfully coaxing Bao, she couldn't wait any longer. She hurried off to tell Father Li all about it. Chapter 103. The couple's afternoon conversation. Old man. Old man. Mother Li's suppressed voice carried an unmistakable excitement. Hearing her voice, He Xiaodi and Zhang Ailing couldn't help but look over. However, Mother Li ignored them and went straight into the house. Father Li was squinting as he smoked his pipe. What is it now? Dabao is a little genius. Mother Li clenched her fists in excitement. What do you mean? Father Li opened his eyes and looked at her. Mother Li recounted everything that had happened. Father Li was so thrilled that his pipe nearly fell to the ground. Oh really? Really? Mother Li nodded fervently. Unlike Mother Li, Father Li had always believed that studying was valuable. Unfortunately, their family had never produced anyone good at it. Now he couldn't contain his joy and kept nodding. Great! Great! In a few years, we might even have a worker peasant soldier university student in our family. Mother Li's eyes welled up with tears. Yes, yes. If you ask me, Dabao must have inherited it from second daughter-in-law. That's why he's so smart. Because of Mother Shen, Mother Li already viewed Shen Yiyi with a layer of affection as if she were her own daughter. Now she liked her even more. As she thought about it, Mother Li told Father Li about how their entire family was studying. Father Li kept nodding in approval. Then he turned his gaze out the window and sighed. Second son really married the right wife. The earthen walls of the Li family home were not soundproof. Even though they had lowered their voices, He Xiaodi and Zhang Ailing outside still heard everything. Zhang Ailing curled her lips in disdain and turned to go back inside. He Xiaodi lowered her eyes slightly, hiding her disappointment. Li Chun did not always stay at home. He often went out. Although the weather was freezing, Qingshui village was not too far from the county town. Moreover, now that the family had a bicycle, traveling back and forth had become much more convenient. It had to be said that Mother Shen's visit in her small car had indeed brought great convenience to Shen Yi's family. Take the bicycle for example, Shen Yiyi could have afforded one before. However, considering that her family was already living better than others and had even dug a well, buying a bicycle at that time would have definitely stirred up a lot of controversy. So, she had originally planned to delay the purchase. Now, although they didn't need to buy a bicycle anymore in the future, if they wanted to purchase other large items, they wouldn't have to be overly cautious about it. Of course, this also caused Li Chun to bear quite a bit of gossip, accusations of relying on his wife's family, and being a so-called phoenix man. But Li Chun remained completely unfazed. He rode the bicycle gifted by his mother-in-law to town and back home without giving those nasty rumors a second thought. Naturally, no one dared to say such things in front of him. As for why Li Chun went out, it was of course to make money. Shen Yiyi roughly knew that he had acquired a lot of goods from elsewhere and was busy selling them. She didn't interfere. It was too cold and she was too lazy to go out. So, she didn't use Old Hei's identity to get him more supplies either. Half a month later, Li Chun returned with 500 yuan and a bunch of ration tickets. Shen Yiyi rewarded him with a kiss. Amazing! Li Chun reached around to hold her neck, deepening the kiss. He had initially intended for it to be light, just a quick taste, but unexpectedly, he found himself unable to stop. When he finally pulled away, his breathing was a little heavy. He glanced around and asked, "Wife, where are Dabao and Bao?" "They went out to play," Shen Yiyi replied, holding on to him. As for Bao, he had caught a slight cold the night before. She had secretly taken some cold medicine from her personal stash and given it to him. Now he was still sleeping. Li Chun had only one thought. There was no one to disturb them now. Wife Li Chun wrapped his arms around Shen Yiyi, his voice husky, his intentions unmistakable. "It's broad daylight," Shen Yiyi reminded him. "There's no rule saying we can't do this during the day," Li Chun replied, his reasoning far from solid but his determination unwavering. Shen Yiyi was momentarily speechless, about to retort when Li Chun scooped her up and carried her to the next room. He even put on a serious act, whispering, "Wife, don't talk yet. Don't wake Bao. Let's go next door to talk." Once they were in the next room, everything slipped out of Shen Yi's control. They had never tried it during the daytime before. The sunlight filtering through the window, the thin walls that failed to muffle sound, and the constant possibility of Dabao and Bao returning at any moment made Shen Yiyi both nervous and exhilarated. She kept urging Li Chun to hurry up. Li Chun hadn't felt anything unusual at first, but her anxious excitement rubbed off on him, making him nervous too. But the more nervous he got, the longer he lasted. By the time it was over, Shen Yiyi, both exasperated and spent, smacked him. The fully satisfied man immediately began coaxing her. "Wife, next time I'll earn even more money for you." Since when did coaxing involve throwing money around? "You." Shen Yiyi hit him again, laughing in disbelief. Do you really think I care that much about money? Of course not. Li Chun was quick to reassure her, though he couldn't deny that his wife always looked exceptionally happy when she received money. But I still want to earn more for you. Humph. Shen Yiyi scoffed with a laugh, though the corners of her lips betrayed her amusement. She did like money. Who didn't? But to her, money could always be earned. Li Chun, however, was one of a kind. Brother Chun, I'm serious, she said. We already have more than enough to live comfortably for a long time. You don't have to push yourself so hard. No, Li Chun shook his head. He knew his wife was worried about him, but he said, I like making money. Shen Yiyi looked up at him in surprise. In her impression, Li Chun had never been someone particularly obsessed with money. On the contrary, his material desires were quite low. Li Chun held her close and explained, to be more precise, I don't love money itself. I love the feeling of making money. It makes me feel like I have value. That I'm more than just some countryside man who only knows how to dig in the dirt for food. Shen Yiyi hadn't expected such an answer. She was momentarily stunned, her emotions difficult to put into words. Li Chun was an extremely capable person, far ahead of his time in both thinking and methods. That was why, in the future, he would become someone who could stand on equal footing with the Son of Heaven's will, the male protagonist of the novel. But right now he was just an ordinary man, restricted by his family background and the era he was born into. Brother Chun, don't worry. Shen Yiyi hugged him tightly. You will never be just a countryside man digging in the dirt for food. Li Chun curved his lips into a faint smile, knowing she was trying to comfort him. What he didn't tell her was that, more than proving his own worth, what truly concerned him was the fear that she would be dragged down by him, forced to suffer a lifetime of hardship in the countryside because of him. What Li Chun didn't know was that Shen Yiyi was already making her own plans in secret. Understanding his thoughts, she decided to reach out to him as old hay before the new year. This time she didn't sell grain. Instead, she traded a large quantity of pork, cured meat, chicken, and a small amount of beef. In addition, she brought a huge supply of fabric. The final earnings? 8,000 yuan. As before, the transaction took place in the same abandoned house on the outskirts of the city. After collecting the money, Shen Yiyi dusted off her hands and left without looking back. Just like last time, she walked around the alleys of the city, a few times before slipping into her personal space. Half an hour later she emerged, her disguise removed. But this time she didn't go straight home. Instead, she took a detour and wandered around the city. Chapter 104. Shen Yiyi encountered a sleazy man. Shen Yiyi wandered around near the transport team, inquiring about a few things before finally locating Zhao Yuliang. Zhao Yuliang hurried out, looking a bit flustered. Sister-in-law, what do you need from me? Shen Yiyi handed him 2 large apples from her bag and smiled. Last time, I really appreciated your help in transporting food for my parents. Here, have some apples. No, sister-in-law. Zhao Yuliang quickly refused, waving his hands. You don't have to be so polite. Brother Chun has helped me a lot, so it's only right that I return the favor. Besides, Brother Chun has already given me something. What exactly Brother Chun had given him, both of them understood without needing to say it out loud. Just take it. Shen Yiyi insisted, pressing the apples into his hands. Actually, I need a favor from you. If you don't accept them, I'd feel too embarrassed to ask. Zhao Yuliang stared at the apples in his hands and swallowed hard. He had never seen such big, perfectly ripe apples before. After hesitating for a moment, he finally accepted them. Well, thank you, sister-in-law. If you need any help, just say the word. As long as it's something I can do, I'll definitely help. Shen Yiyi smiled and stated her request. I want to meet your station chief. Would you be able to introduce me? The station chief? He went to the city for a meeting and won't be back for another 3 days. Zhao Yuliang replied. What about the deputy station chief? She asked. He went along with him as well. Sister-in-law, is there something urgent? Zhao Yuliang inquired. It's nothing major. Shen Yiyi said, a bit disappointed, though she didn't let it show on her face. I'll just wait until they return. All right then. Zhao Yuliang responded. He felt uneasy, having failed to help. He wasn't sure if he should keep the apples or return them. After a brief hesitation, he was just about to hand them back to Shen Yiyi. Shen Yiyi stopped him, saying that she wasn't so petty. Since she had already given the apples away, she wouldn't take them back. After speaking, she turned and left. She made her way to the state-run restaurant. It was mealtime and the place was quite crowded. A long line had formed, slowly moving forward. As she waited, she unintentionally noticed a man in front of her reaching into his pocket. A large denomination bill slipped out and fell to the ground. Out of kindness, she reminded him. Comrade, you dropped your money. The man glanced down, quickly bent over to pick it up, but due to his plump body, crouching proved difficult. After some struggle, he finally retrieved the bill. As he straightened up, he shot Shen Yiyi a glare and began to grumble. "Mind your own damn." Before he could finish, his eyes suddenly widened. His previously impatient expression turned lecherous, his greasy hair and fleshy face making him appear even more repulsive. His tone immediately changed. "Female comrade, thank you for reminding me. If not for you, I would have lost 10 yuan just like that." Shen Yiyi felt disgusted and instinctively took a step back. "You're welcome. That won't do. To show my gratitude, let me treat you to a meal." Her expression turned cold. Just as she was about to refuse, she saw him reach out with his thick, hairy hand, attempting to grab hers. Without hesitation, she tightened her grip on her chopsticks and swiftly struck his hand with them. Hiss! The sleazy fat man gasped in pain, sucking in a sharp breath. He stared at her in disbelief. "You dare hit me? Harassing a woman in public? Not only do I dare to hit you, but I also dare to report you to the police." Shen Yiyi sneered coldly. As soon as she said this, many people turned their attention toward them. "You!" The fat man was stunned. He hadn't expected that this seemingly delicate and beautiful girl would be so difficult to deal with. The fleeting lecherous thoughts that had just arisen in Yang Xiong's mind vanished instantly, replaced by embarrassment and rage. No one had ever dared to treat him like this before. He immediately raised his voice and shouted, "I harassed you? Are you out of your mind? My fiancé is right here. You're falsely accusing me." As he spoke, he grabbed the wrist of the woman in front of him and forcefully pulled her forward. "This is my fiancé." His voice was loud, as if volume alone could prove his innocence. A moment ago, Yang Xiong had been standing directly in front of Shen Yiyi, his broad figure blocking her view. She hadn't paid much attention to the person ahead of him. Now, as Yang Xiong yanked the woman forward, Shen Yiyi finally saw who he was referring to. His so-called fiancé was none other than Jiang Wanru. Noticing Shen Yi's slightly surprised gaze, Jiang Wanru felt nothing but humiliation and embarrassment. She struggled out of Yang Xiong's grasp and snapped, "Comrade Yang Xiong, stop making things up. We are just ordinary colleagues." Her tone was sharp, unmistakably laced with anger. Under normal circumstances, Yang Xiong would have tried to pacify her with sweet words. But right now, he was desperate to clear his name and deflect the accusation of harassing Shen Yiyi. How could he let Jiang Wanru throw a tantrum at such a critical moment? Even though Jiang Wanru had never officially agreed to be in a relationship with him, in his mind, she was already his woman. "You eat my food, drink my drinks, and now you say you're not my fiancé?" Yang Xiong bellowed, completely disregarding Jiang Wanru's dignity. "When have I ever eaten or drunk anything of yours?" Jiang Wanru's face flushed red. More and more people were gathering around, whispering and pointing at her, making her feel even more humiliated. Yang Xiong's eyes widened as he glared at her fiercely. Chapter 105. Her relationship with her man was not good. Jiang Wanru truly disliked Yang Xiong. Being with him made her feel utterly humiliated. She was terrified that he might say something shocking again. If that happened, she feared that under the pressure of public opinion, she would have no choice but to be with him. However, at this moment, she could not afford to offend Yang Xiong. How should she resolve this? Jiang Wanru felt both anxious and afraid, but her mind remained clear. From the corner of her eye, she noticed Shen Yiyi watching the scene unfold with a composed expression, as if enjoying a show. She hated her to the core. If not for Shen Yiyi, this disaster would never have been redirected toward her, completely ruining her carefully planned act. Since that was the case, she had no reason to hold back. Shen Yiyi noticed the resentment in Jiang Wanru's expression, and immediately guessed that she was scheming something again. She was not surprised. The novel was called The Perfect Life in Reverse. Although it was a male-oriented story, it was not just about the male lead, Lin Jiadong, who had to struggle for survival after experiencing a major family crisis. It was also about the female lead, Jiang Wanru, a woman born into poverty, who appeared delicate and kind on the surface but was actually full of cunning. It was the story of her relentless climb upward. She was not a good person. Sure enough, in the next second, Jiang Wanru shifted the target onto her. "But I know that Comrade Yang Xiong is not the type of person who would molest a woman. He pursued me for a long time but has never done anything inappropriate to me, so I find it very strange. Second sister-in-law Li, you say that Comrade Yang Xiong harassed a woman. May I ask what exactly he did to you? Do you have any evidence?" Her words were skillfully crafted. She distanced herself from Yang Xiong while simultaneously defending him. She redirected his attention and pressed Shen Yiyi for proof. But in this era, there were no surveillance cameras. Even if someone had witnessed the incident, she could easily claim that they were in league with Shen Yiyi. Second sister-in-law Li? Yang Xiong's anger subsided as soon as he heard Jiang Wanru speaking up for him. He was surprised and asked, "You two know each other?" "Yes," Jiang Wanru replied. "She is my big sister's sister-in-law." "She's already married?" Yang Xiong was astonished and quickly caught on to Jiang Wanru's act, cooperating with her seamlessly. "She even has 3 children," Jiang Wanru said, pretending to hesitate as if she were struggling with whether to speak further. Finally, with an embarrassed look, she added, "But it seems like her relationship with her husband isn't very good. I heard she even has something going on with a male-educated youth in the village." Splash! Before Jiang Wanru could finish her sentence, a bowl of steaming hot soup was thrown straight at her face. The liquid soaked her completely, and a few wilted cabbage leaves clung to her hair, making her look utterly wretched. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock. They stared at Shen Yiyi completely stunned. Who would have thought that such a delicate-looking woman could act with such decisiveness and ruthlessness? Shen Yiyi calmly placed the now empty bowl onto the food tray of a woman standing behind her. The woman was of medium height and dressed neatly and dignifiedly. With an apologetic expression, Shen Yiyi said, "Big sister, I'm really sorry for using your soup without asking first. Please take a seat. I'll go get you another bowl in a little while. Is that all right?" This big sister wasn't angry at all. In fact, she was almost the same age as Mother Li, so being called big sister by Shen Yiyi only made her grin even wider. "It's fine, go ahead and deal with your trouble first," she said, glancing at Yang Xiong. Yang Xiong's face darkened as he glared back at her. It was obvious they knew each other, and they had a grudge. However, the woman didn't say anything more, nor did she stay behind to watch the drama unfold. Instead, she simply found a seat with her companions. Shen Yiyi had just confirmed something in her mind. Only then did she turn back to Jiang Wanru, her expression icy. "What exactly do you mean by saying I have something with a male-educated youth? Name him. If you can't give me a name, I'll sue you for slander." "You!" Jiang Wanru trembled with rage. Shen Yiyi was playing her like a fool. She knew full well that Jiang Wanru wouldn't dare to name the man, because that male-educated youth was Lin Jiadong. "Can't say it? Then it doesn't exist." Shen Yiyi sneered and turned to the crowd. "Can someone help me call the public security over?" As soon as Jiang Wanru heard the words public security, she panicked. She turned to Yang Xiong, her eyes brimming with tears, looking pitiful and helpless like a delicate flower in the rain. Yang Xiong's protective instincts surged. He immediately turned to Shen Yiyi and shouted, "You shameless! Shameless!" Shen Yiyi cut him off with a smirk. "And what about you? Are you brainless? Chasing after her? Do you even know she already has a man? Her man is none other than the male-educated youth from our village, Lin Jiadong." "You idiot! What?" Yang Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief. He turned to look at Jiang Wanru, his face filled with shock. "No, that's not true." Jiang Wanru stammered, trying to defend herself. Shen Yiyi didn't let up. "Lin Jiadong has probably come to town to see her many times. He's about 1.85 meters tall, always wearing a hat, looking refined and scholarly. Think carefully, you must have seen him before." Yang Xiong suddenly roared. "Didn't you say he was just a relative?" "Oh." Shen Yiyi raised an eyebrow, pretending to be surprised. "You actually have seen him? What relative? How come I never heard of that? I'm also an educated youth. Before Lin Jiadong was sent to the countryside, he was my neighbor. His sister is now my sister-in-law. I've never heard of any family ties between them." The onlookers began whispering and pointing fingers at Jiang Wanru. Her face turned bright red, but she was quick-witted. In this moment of crisis, she decisively abandoned Yang Xiong and chose to protect her own reputation. "It was you who kept pestering me," she accused. "You're so aggressive. I didn't dare tell you that he and I are together." Slap! Yang Xiong struck her across the face with a loud slap, the force of it making her head snap to the side. Jiang Wanru whimpered and started crying. She was terrified that Yang Xiong would hit her again. But she was also afraid that the situation would escalate even further. Taking the opportunity, she turned and ran. Yang Xiong immediately chased after her. The excited crowd, unwilling to miss the drama, hurriedly followed. Shen Yiyi curled her lips into a faint smile but didn't bother following the commotion. She ignored the lingering gazes around her and instead let her eyes wander, searching for someone. Soon, her gaze landed on the woman whose soup she had taken earlier. Coincidentally, that woman was also looking at her and gave her a small smile. Shen Yiyi returned the smile. She actually knew this woman. Her name was Qian Shaoling, the union director of the county textile factory, and the wife of the factory director. Previously, when Shen Yiyi had exchanged grain for ration tickets in the residential area, Qian Shaoling had bought grain from her. However, at that time, Shen Yiyi had disguised herself, so Qian Shaoling hadn't recognized her. Shen Yiyi walked over to the food window, ordered a bowl of minced meat rice noodles, a serving of braised pork, and scooped 2 bowls of soup before heading toward Qian Shaoling and her group. At that moment, Qian Shaoling was chatting with her companions. Yang Xiong is really too arrogant. He scared Zhang Wanru so much that she didn't even dare to admit she had a fiancé. Do you still believe Zhang Wanru is that innocent? Sister Ling, what do you mean? Zhang Wanru is not simple. She was just using Yang Xiong. What she said just now was only to protect her reputation. What? But Zhang Wanru doesn't seem like the scheming type. I didn't expect this at all. And Yang Xiong, he always acts like he's so smart. How did he end up getting tricked by her? Because he's an idiot, Qian Shaoling said with a hint of schadenfreude. Chen Yulan chuckled as well. Do you think Zhang Wanru will be able to officially get together with Lin Jiadong? Knowing her, she will definitely come up with something else, Qian Shaoling said with certainty. Chen Yulan's mouth fell slightly open in surprise. Shen Yiyi was a little taken aback. Qian Shaoling seemed to understand Zhang Wanru quite well. Chapter 106. Shen Yi's retaliation. Chen Yulan cautiously asked, Sister Ling, are you just going to watch Zhang Wanru take up a position at the factory without doing anything? Yang Pangshan is so powerful now that even our old Su has to carefully curry favor with him. What can I do if I don't agree? Qian Shaoling sneered. Chen Yulan did not dare to respond. Shen Yiyi raised an eyebrow, roughly guessing that Yang Pangshan was Yang Xiong's father, which meant he was the deputy factory director of the textile factory. Meanwhile, Qian Shaoling's husband was the factory director. Although these two held a superior-subordinate relationship, their statuses were only one step apart, creating a competitive dynamic between them. As a result, they did not get along. This situation worked to Shen Yi's advantage. Seizing the moment, Shen Yiyi carried her tray and walked over. Seeing her approach, Qian Shaoling and Chen Yulan stopped their conversation. Shen Yiyi placed a bowl of soup in front of Qian Shaoling. Sister, I used your soup earlier, so I brought you another bowl. And here's some meat. I'm treating you both. Consider this my apology. I'm really sorry about earlier. Oh dear, how could I accept this? Qian Shaoling said as she attempted to push the plate of meat back. It was just a bowl of cabbage soup. How could it warrant a dish of braised pork as an apology? Besides, you had no choice at the time. We completely understand. Then let's eat together, Shen Yiyi said with a smile. Don't refuse. I can't finish it all on my own. Upon hearing this, Qian Shaoling studied her carefully, then exchanged a glance with Chen Yulan. From Zhang Wanru's words earlier, they had learned that Shen Yiyi was a sent-down youth. But she was already married, and her family was from the countryside. However, her elegant demeanor and generous actions suggested that her background was anything but simple. Qian Shaoling immediately beamed and no longer declined. All right then, let's eat together. As she ate, Qian Shaoling subtly inquired about Shen Yi's background. Without changing her expression, Shen Yiyi relayed the same well-known story from Qingshui village, the one that everyone there believed. The more Qian Shaoling listened, the more warmly she smiled at Shen Yiyi, addressing her as sister at every turn. At the same time, she also shared details about her own background with Shen Yiyi. Shen Yiyi also laughed. For two people who had only met by chance, nothing brought them closer than discovering potential mutual benefits. Sensing that the timing was right, Shen Yiyi glanced around. They were seated relatively far from others, and the nearby tables had already emptied out after their meals. She leaned in slightly and asked with a soft chuckle, Sister Ling, I just heard you say that even your old Su has to be cautious around Yang Pangshan. But isn't Yang Pangshan just a deputy factory director? How is he more powerful than your old Su? Sigh. Qian Shaoling sighed, her frustration surfacing as she began to complain. From Qian Shaoling's words, Shen Yiyi learned that Yang Pangshan had been promoted just 2 years ago. He was full of underhanded tricks, outwardly flattering Director Su while secretly bypassing him to curry favor with higher-ups. This naturally displeased Director Su. He had warned Yang Pangshan multiple times, but Yang Pangshan refused to change his ways and repeatedly stole credit for Director Su's achievements. Angered by the situation, Director Su reported Yang Pangshan to their superiors, almost costing him his job. From that moment on, the two had become bitter enemies. That alone wasn't too much of a problem. After all, Yang Pangshan was only a deputy factory director, and Director Su had no reason to fear him. But the real trouble came a year ago when Yang Pangshan secretly orchestrated a scheme. He manipulated Director Su into signing a 1-year contract with a cotton and hemp base in Xinjiang, purchasing high-quality cotton and hemp at a premium price. However, at that time most regions had weak purchasing power. Originally, they had expected that turning the raw materials into fabric would generate considerable profits for the factory. But when they tried selling the finished goods to the supply and marketing cooperative, the cooperative deemed the price too high and refused to buy them. Selling at a lower price would mean a huge financial loss for the factory, leaving the goods unsold and piling up as stagnant inventory. Director Su was scolded harshly by the higher-ups and was on the verge of taking the blame for the disaster. But at that moment, Yang Pengshan somehow managed to establish connections with several supply and marketing cooperatives in Haishur. He arranged for them to purchase the unsold products at a favorable price. As a result, Yang Pengshan earned recognition in front of the leadership, who then shifted the factory's main responsibilities into his hands. Now Director Su found himself in an awkward position, living under constant frustration. The more Qian Xiaoling spoke, the angrier she became. Now Yang Pengshan is trying to sideline our old Su, gradually removing his trusted subordinates and replacing them with his own people. Just yesterday he even fired my niece, probably to make room for Jiang Wanru. Ha! That cunning, despicable man. Sister Ling, I have a way to help Director Su regain his authority, Shen Yiyi said bluntly, getting straight to the point. Qian Xiaoling's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you just say? Chen Yulan also looked unconvinced. They had been racking their brains for a solution without success. How could a sent-down youth possibly have one? Even if she had connections back home, there was no way they extended all the way here. I said I have a way to bring down Yang Pengshan. Shen Yiyi stated even more directly, then laid out her condition. However, when the time comes, I want a job position. Attaching a condition actually made her offer more credible. After all, an offer with no apparent benefit was more likely to be a trap. Both positions if you want. Qian Xiaoling clapped her hands excitedly and leaned in closer. Sister, tell me. Shen Yiyi glanced at Chen Yulan. Qian Xiaoling waved a hand dismissively. Don't worry, she's my trusted confidant. Shen Yiyi nodded but then said, Sister Ling, shouldn't we establish some trust between us first? Qian Xiaoling was a shrewd person and immediately understood Shen Yi's implication. She was worried that after revealing her method, Qian Xiaoling might discard her once she got what she wanted. This made Qian Xiaoling view Shen Yiyi with newfound respect. She suddenly suspected that even the incident with the bowl of soup earlier had been intentional. Her wariness toward Shen Yiyi deepened, but at the same time so did her trust. Without hesitation she brought Shen Yiyi home and, after gritting her teeth, handed over 1,000 yuan as a pledge. Shen Yiyi accepted it without the slightest hesitation. Even if Qian Xiaoling failed to keep her promise later, she wouldn't be at a loss. After all, it was just a matter of a few words on her part. As for how she planned to bring down Yang Pengshan, she actually didn't need to do anything. Because that batch of fabric was never sold to the supply and marketing cooperative at all, it had been sold on the black market. In other words, Yang Pengshan had used his authority to exploit loopholes, secretly selling the textile factory's goods at twice the intended price, making a personal profit in the process. And how did she know this? Because she had read the novel. In the story, Jiang Wanru eventually became fed up with Yang Xiong's harassment and reported them to Qian Xiaoling. As a result, Jiang Wanru was promoted to a permanent worker. Shen Yiyi originally had no plans to interfere, but she never forgot a grudge. After revealing the truth to Qian Xiaoling, what happened next was no longer her concern. The moment Qian Xiaoling finished listening, she hastily acknowledged Shen Yiyi before rushing off to the factory. Shen Yiyi casually stashed the 1,000 yuan into her hidden space, hopped onto her bicycle, and rode home in high spirits. Chapter 107. Li Chan was deeply moved. By the time Shen Yiyi returned home, it was already afternoon. To her surprise, Li Chan was at home. He was squatting by the water tank, doing something she couldn't quite see. Curious, she quietly walked over, only to find that he was scrubbing her dirty shoes. She was overwhelmed with emotion. Unable to hold back, she threw herself at him. Brother Chan. Li Chan was caught off guard by her sudden pounce and almost lost his balance. After steadying himself, he said, Wife, you scared me to death. You won't die from that. Shen Yiyi teased as she clung to his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her cold hand slipped into his collar to warm up. Li Chan shivered slightly from the chill but did not push her hands away. Instead, he stood up to help her find a more comfortable position. Then, he placed the shoes on the stone table and continued scrubbing them. Her weight seemed to have no effect on him at all. Shen Yiyi was delighted. This was both his recognition of her and hers of him. Unable to resist, she leaned in and kissed his ear. His body instantly tensed, and his ears turned red in an instant. His voice became slightly hoarse. Wife, don't mess around. Heh. Shen Yiyi chuckled, deciding not to tease him further. Why are you home so early today? You like eating beef, don't you? I brought some back. Li Chan replied. 10 pounds of it. You and the 3 bows can eat to your heart's content. Beef was more tender than pork and contained less fat, making it the preferred choice for someone like Shen Yiyi, who wanted to maintain her weight and figure. She had brought out beef before, but since it was in short supply on the market, she usually only took out about a pound each time, just enough for a single meal. Every time the three bows would eat it with great relish, always wanting more. The beef Li Chan brought back was actually supplied by Shen Yiyi. However, she had only given him 10 pounds, never expecting that he would bring all of it home. Then let's make a beef hot pot, Shen Yiyi suggested. I'm really craving it. Li Chan didn't know how to make it, but whatever his wife said was what they would do. All right. Just as he agreed, something came to his mind. Wife, Changzi said he wants to treat us to dinner tonight. Why is he treating us to dinner? Shen Yiyi asked curiously. Back when his daughter turned a month old, he wanted to invite us to celebrate. But since your mother was still here at that time, they decided to postpone it. Li Chen explained. Got it. Shen Yiyi responded. Then let's make the beef hot pot tomorrow instead. It just so happens that tomorrow is Xiaonian. Li Chen had no objections. Shen Yiyi looked around but didn't see the three bows. She asked. Are the three bows at Changzi's house right now? Yes. Shen Yiyi nodded, then rested her chin affectionately on his shoulder. Brother Chen, aren't you curious about where I just went? What did you do? Li Chen asked casually, still focused on scrubbing the shoes. In the past, when he washed the three bows' clothes, he had been quite rough. But now, when washing her clothes and shoes, he was incredibly meticulous, because he knew she liked things clean. I ran into Jiang Wanru in town. She was having a meal at the state-run restaurant with the son of the textile factory's deputy director, Shen Yiyi said. Li Chen paused for a moment. He knew about Jiang Wanru and Lin Jiadong's situation, but he didn't understand why his wife was bringing it up now. Without revealing his thoughts, he simply followed along with her words. Oh, and then she said that our relationship is bad. Shen Yiyi said deliberately. I was so mad that I threw a bowl of soup on her. She huffed. Who says our relationship is bad? We're doing great. Right, Brother Chan? Did you get hurt? Li Chen put down the dirty shoes and turned to look at her. That was his focus? Shen Yiyi quickly shook her head. No, I didn't get hurt, didn't suffer a loss. I had a fight with them and I won. Only then did Li Chen breathe a sigh of relief. He turned back and continued scrubbing the shoes. I said our relationship is great. Shen Yiyi repeated, dissatisfied that he hadn't answered her. I'm asking you, isn't it? It is. Li Chen's lips curled up slightly. He knew she was coaxing him. Only then was Shen Yiyi satisfied and returned to the main topic. I wasn't trying to talk about Jiang Wanru. What I actually wanted to say was that the woman I threw the soup at is actually the head of the textile factory's union. Her husband is the factory director. I helped her out, and she said she could offer me 2 job positions. She even put down a deposit of 1,000 yuan with me. I think she's likely to keep her promise. Li Chen was puzzled. What kind of help did you give her? To promise 2 job positions, it had to be something significant. Shen Yiyi briefly explained the grudge between Director Su and Yang Pangshan, omitting the real reason she knew that Yang Pangshan was selling products on the black market. She only gave a rough explanation. I just reminded her that Yang Pangshan's so-called channels might have hidden risks. She immediately caught on. Of course, she probably also thinks my background could be useful to her, so she wants to curry favor with me. That's why she promised me the 2 jobs. Li Chen nodded. Since his back was to her, Shen Yiyi couldn't tell whether he believed her or not. But at least he didn't press further. Shen Yiyi then asked, Brother Chan, if we do get job positions, do you have any thoughts on it? You want me to work at the textile factory? Li Chen immediately understood what she meant. Thinking he was unwilling to weave fabric, Shen Yiyi quickly explained. You don't have to work as a weaver. The textile factory has other jobs too, like mechanical repair or auxiliary work. Li Chen remained silent, but he also stopped scrubbing the shoes. Instead, he picked up the soap and began washing his hands. Seeing that he wasn't responding, Shen Yiyi continued. I just think this is much better than farming in the countryside. I don't want you to work so hard. Li Chen still didn't say anything, focusing intently on washing his hands. Shen Yiyi didn't notice anything unusual and went on. Besides, working in the city would be much more convenient for what you want to do. Didn't you say you didn't want to be just a countryside man who only knows how to dig in the fields? Li Chen dried his hands, then gripped her legs and adjusted her position on his back. Carrying her, he walked back toward the house while asking. So, because I once said I didn't want to be just a countryside man who only knows how to dig in the fields, you specifically went out of your way to find me a job? Shen Yiyi answered matter-of-factly. Of course. But actually, I wasn't planning to look for a job at the textile factory. This opportunity just came to me. Originally, I was thinking of the transport team. Before she could finish, Li Chen had already carried her into the house. He patted her on the backside, cutting her off. Wife, get down first. Shen Yiyi didn't understand but obediently slid off his back. What's? Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden wave of dizziness hit her. The next second she fell into the blankets. The second after that, an overwhelming scent of his presence surrounded her. And in yet another second, his lips were already sealing hers. Why was he suddenly so intense? After a long while, Li Chan rested his forehead against hers, breathing heavily. Wife. Shen Yi's face was slightly flushed. She nestled obediently in his arms and playfully scolded. Were you so moved that you lost control? Li Chen's voice was hoarse. I never even dared to dream. Shen Yi's eyes became slightly misty, but she didn't want to turn the mood sentimental. Cupping his face, she kissed him lightly and looked into his eyes. Let the past stay in the past. From now on, let's live a good life together. Okay. Okay. Li Chan tightened his arms around her. Chapter 108. Li Chan couldn't bear to be separated from his wife. Shen Yi sensed something and tried to divert his attention. Brother Chan, you haven't told me yet. If there were a job position available, would you want to take it? Li Chan countered. Do you really want me to work in the county town? If I go, I won't be able to be with you and the three bows all the time. It's fine, the county town isn't far. Shen Yi said. You can still live at home. Ride your bicycle to work in the morning and come back in the evening. It's just that we don't know what kind of job Sister Ling would offer. Plus, at first, you'd definitely be a temporary worker. It would take some time before she could find a way to make it permanent. Right now, most jobs assigned were position-based and there were only so many vacancies. If someone wanted to be placed into a job, someone else had to leave. With Yang Pengshan's downfall, his trusted subordinates would definitely be dismissed. When that happened, many positions at the textile factory would open up. However, there was still a process to go through. Thinking about this, Shen Yi felt that getting a job at the textile factory seemed too troublesome. Moreover, Li Chan didn't seem particularly suited for such work either. She then said, maybe we should wait a little longer. Actually, I went to the transportation team today, but both the station chief and deputy chief weren't there. They'll be back in 3 days. I'll go again then, and see if I can find a way to get you into the transportation team. You want me to join the transportation team? Li Chan was a little surprised. Shen Yi nodded and explained. I just think that for what you do, being in the transportation team would be much more convenient. Li Chan was involved in reselling goods, and his market was primarily outside the local area. If he could join the transportation team, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. It would not only make things easier but also allow him to fully utilize his skills. Li Chen's expression turned a little strange. Shen Yi noticed it and asked, what's wrong? Li Chan looked at his wife. The station chief of the transportation team has always wanted me to join. Oh? Shen Yi's eyes lit up. Wasn't this like getting a pillow delivered just when one was dozing off? Really? Really? Li Chen nodded. When he was a teenager, he used to travel far and wide with the current station chief, Liang Jun, back when he wasn't yet in charge. Because of that, they had a good relationship. That was also why it was so easy for him to transport goods out now. Liang Jun had always recognized his abilities, and had been trying to recruit him for a long time. Then go talk to him. You should go. Shen Yi said decisively. But if I join the transportation team, I'll have to travel frequently. Li Chan brushed aside the stray hairs on her forehead and voiced his hesitation. Previously, he had refused because his wife and the three bows were still young, and there was no one to take care of them. Now, he hesitated because his wife had changed her mind, but he couldn't bear to be apart from her. Shen Yi instantly saw through his thoughts. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him closer. I'm not going anywhere. And I also hope you'll become stronger, so you can shield me and the three bows from the storms. Li Chan felt a warmth spreading in his chest as he listened. He still didn't know that the college entrance exams would eventually be reinstated, but if he didn't want her to spend her whole life struggling alongside him, he needed to find a stable job in town. And right now, joining the transportation team was his best option. All right. Li Chen agreed. The two of them embraced for a while. After some time, Shen Yi, feeling a bit breathless under his weight, pushed him. Why are you still not done? This isn't my fault. Li Chen said, sounding a little aggrieved. His hand, itching to move, rested at the hem of her clothing. Shen Yi grabbed his hand. No. The three bows will be back soon. And didn't we say we'd be going to Changzi's house for dinner later? Li Chan turned his hand over and held hers instead, his dark eyes locking onto her with a look full of unspoken meaning. Oh? Did you lock the door? I did. Wife, I'll finish quickly. Shen Yi turned her head away, silently acquiescing. But as for what Li Chan meant by quickly, Shen Yi had no idea. She only felt fortunate that the three bows didn't return midway. By evening, the couple carried a tin of malted milk and a bag of white rabbit creamy candy and headed to the Chan family's house. Xiao Bao was the one who opened the door for them. As soon as he saw his mother, he excitedly grabbed her hand. Mother! Shen Yiyi patted his head. Brother Chan, sister-in-law. Chan Chong greeted them as he stepped out, holding little Anan in his arms. Shen Yiyi responded while looking at Anan. The baby had grown sturdy and chubby, his newborn redness and wrinkles fading into soft, fair skin. With his round head and big eyes, he looked at her curiously. She's not afraid of strangers, Shen Yiyi remarked. That's right. Someone had just praised his daughter, and Chan Chong looked a little proud. She's very well behaved. Just as he finished speaking, little Anan reached out toward Shen Yiyi, babbling and asking to be held. Shen Yiyi found it amusing and reached out to take Anan into her arms. Not even 10 seconds later, Anan started whimpering, as if uncomfortable in her embrace. Shen Yiyi adjusted her hold, but before long the baby stopped whimpering, only to start crying outright. Shen Yiyi. Chan Chong, standing beside them, hesitated. He wanted to adjust Shen Yi's hold but didn't dare to directly intervene. After all, his older brother was watching like a hawk. He could only offer verbal advice. Sister-in-law, relax a little. Don't hold her so tightly. Put your hand here. Shen Yiyi followed his instructions and loosened her hold slightly, but Anan kept crying. Shen Yiyi felt a little embarrassed and was about to hand the baby back to Chan Chong. Behind her, Li Chan handed the items he was holding to Chan Chong and reached out. Let me do it. Shen Yiyi wasted no time and quickly placed Anan into his arms. Li Chan held the baby skillfully, bouncing her lightly a couple of times. To everyone's surprise, Anan immediately stopped crying. Shen Yiyi. From the kitchen, Lin Daniu peeked out with a grin, still holding a spatula. Brother Chun, you're here? We're here, Shen Yiyi replied. Lin Daniu quickly noticed the tin of malted milk and the bag of white rabbit creamy candy they had brought and said somewhat sheepishly, Why did you bring such expensive gifts? They're for Anan, Shen Yiyi said. Don't turn them down. Since she put it that way, Lin Daniu didn't insist any further. Instead, she invited them in. All right then. Make yourselves comfortable. I'm already cooking. It'll be ready soon. With that, she disappeared back into the kitchen. Shen Yiyi was about to follow her to help when Chan Chong hesitated for a moment before standing up. Sister-in-law, I'll go. You and Brother Chun can just help watch Anan for me. Shen Yiyi glanced at Chan Chong, then at Lin Daniu before sitting down. All right, you go ahead. Chan Chong then headed to the kitchen. Li Chan sat down while holding Anan. Shen Yiyi and Xiaobao curiously leaned in. Just as they did, little Anan yawned, then reached out toward Shen Yiyi again upon seeing her. How fascinating. Shen Yiyi marveled. Do you want to try holding her again? I can teach you. Li Chen offered. Shen Yiyi shook her head and sat back down. Instead, she scooped Xiaobao onto her lap, resting her forehead against his and playing with him. I'd rather hold our Xiaobao. Doot doot doot. Xiaobao giggled, then pointed at Anan in his father's arms. Mother, little sister. That's my little sister. Wang Kai, along with Dabao and Airbao, ran out of the room. Airbao's eyes lit up as he ran up to her, his gaze sparkling with excitement. Mother, can you give us a little sister to play with too? Dabao also looked at her expectantly. Shen Yiyi. You already have a younger brother. Shen Yiyi reminded them. Can't we have both a younger brother and a younger sister? Dabao asked curiously. Before Shen Yiyi could respond, Airbao cut in. Then we don't want a younger brother anymore. Xiaobao's lips quivered, and he looked incredibly wronged. Why don't you want me? Seeing Xiaobao about to cry, Airbao immediately felt guilty and quickly comforted him. I was just joking. I like you very much. Tears clung to Xiaobao's long eyelashes. Really? Really? Airbao nodded earnestly. Only then did Xiaobao cheer up. Shen Yiyi. The Chun family had prepared quite a feast for dinner. After the meal, they sat and chatted for a while before the family of 5 finally headed home. Chapter 109, Dividing Pork, Braised Pig Head. The next day was the Little New Year. Early in the morning, Shen Yiyi heard a lively commotion at the drying yard. However, she didn't think much of it and stayed home, teaching Dabao and Airbao how to read. By late morning, Motherly hurried over. Second daughter, La, why are you still at home? What's wrong? Shen Yiyi was puzzled. Seeing her expression, Motherly realized she truly didn't know. She slapped her thigh and said, Today is the day we divide the pork. Only then did Shen Yiyi remember. Oh, that's right. Motherly was utterly exasperated. Countless people in the village had been looking forward to this day, hoping to get some pork to celebrate the new year properly. Many had gotten up before dawn to line up at the drying yard. Yet she had actually forgotten. Where's old second? Motherly glanced around. Did Shen Yiyi forget, and Li Chan forget too? He went to town early in the morning. Li Chan had been busy selling the batch of goods Shen Yiyi gave him the day before. He had left at dawn. Motherly. Seeing the complicated expression on Mother Lee's face, Shen Yiyi quickly climbed off the heated brick bed. Let's go, let's go. We'll head there right away. Mother Lee pulled her back. No need to rush. The village chief is busy today, so your father took his place. I asked him to save your share. Just put on some thicker clothes before heading out. It's freezing outside. Hearing this, Shen Yiyi quickly dressed warmly and bundled up the 3 boughs tightly before following Mother Lee to the drying yard to collect the pork. However, Father Lee hadn't actually saved a portion for Shen Yiyi. And the reason why? Shen Yiyi glanced at the brigade leader, whose face was cold and stern, then at Father Lee, who looked helpless. She immediately understood. It was probably the brigade leader who had stopped him. Mother Lee also considered this point. Their Lee family belonged to the same clan as the village chief, while the brigade leader did not get along with the village chief, nor with their Lee family. Naturally, he would not be willing to let Father Lee use his position for personal gain. But if they were talking about personal gain, as soon as the pigs were slaughtered, the butchers would automatically set aside the best cuts of meat for the village officials. The brigade leader's family, for instance. Who knew how much good meat they had already taken? What right did he have to stop them? Mother Lee was furious, but since everyone understood how things worked, it wouldn't sound good to say it out loud. Shen Yiyi, however, didn't mind. On one hand, it was indeed her own fault for forgetting. On the other hand, the leftovers picked over by others were actually the best parts. In this era, people considered fatty meat to be the best, followed by lean meat. Bones and offal were generally unwanted. Since she arrived late, only bones, offal, and about 4 to 5 gene of lean meat remained. How much meat can our family get? Shen Yiyi asked. Your family only has Li Chan working in the brigade, plus the basic grain allotment. The accountant checked his ledger. You can get about 8 gene in total. There's 5 gene of meat and the rest is bones. The brigade leader added. See what you want. That's not fair. Mother Lee wanted to argue. The 5 gene were all lean meat, while the leftover bones were worthless. Mother, it's fine. Shen Yiyi stopped her. In truth, she wasn't even interested in the pork because what was left was pork rump, extremely tough and dry. She'd rather take something else instead. Brigade leader, I don't want the pork. I want the bones and offal instead. But since bones and offal don't have as much meat and tend to be strong-smelling, could I get a little extra? Second daughter-in-law. Mother Lee was anxious. Giving up the meat for bones and offal? Those things were fishy, smelly, and barely had any meat on them. Was she out of her mind? Sure. The brigade leader, worried she might change her mind, nodded eagerly. Tell me what you want. I want that pig head. Shen Yiyi pointed at it. The pig head has a strong smell. Mother Lee tugged at her hand. Mother, it's fine. Shen Yiyi continued. I also want those 2 marrow bones and that rack of ribs. No one wants that pile of offal, right? Can I have it? You can. The brigade leader, feeling like he'd scored a huge win, quickly gathered everything for her. There was quite a lot to carry, so Shen Yiyi asked Mother Lee to help her take it home. Mother Lee carried about 20 gene of pig offal, looking as if she had suffered a great loss. Second daughter-in-law, you should have insisted on taking the pork. They must have more meat stashed away to send to the commune leaders. If they couldn't refuse you, they'd have no choice but to give you pork in the end. But now you're carrying home bones and offal, what good is that? Look at these ribs, they've been stripped completely clean of meat. Mother, actually, pig head and offal taste really good. If you don't believe me, wait until I cook them, and you can try for yourself. Shen Yiyi said with a smile. Xiaobao wrinkled his little nose in disgust, fanning the air as if to drive away the smell. He clutched his eldest brother's hand and shook his head in disapproval. It stinks. It's not good to eat. It's delicious. Before Shen Yiyi could say anything, Bao, who had eagerly volunteered to carry the pig head for his mother, immediately retorted. Everything mother makes is tasty. I won't eat it. Xiaobao shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. Then don't eat it later. Bao said, raising an eyebrow. Won't eat it. Xiaobao nodded firmly and moved a little farther away from Bao, disliking the strong smell of the pig head he was carrying. Bao was furious. He shouted at Xiaobao. You said it yourself, so you can't eat any later. Although their family had been able to eat meat nearly every day this month, Shen Yiyi hadn't had the chance to try many new dishes. Now that she had brought home so much pig offal and a whole pig head, she was ready to showcase her cooking skills. As soon as they arrived home, she told Bao and Bao to keep an eye on Xiaobao before rolling up her sleeves to get to work. Seeing her working alone, Mother Lee stayed behind to help. Shen Yiyi handled the pig head while Mother Lee took care of the offal. Once the pig head was cleaned, Shen Yiyi added scallions and ginger to remove the gaminess, then seasoned it with rock sugar, dark soy sauce, salt, dried chili peppers, and a small bowl of rice wine. Finally, she added braising spices and set it to simmer. The pig intestines, however, were another story. They were difficult to clean. Shen Yiyi and Motherly worked on them together, and after half an hour, they were finally washed thoroughly. Since there were about 20 genes of pig intestines, Shen Yiyi didn't plan to cook them all at once. After blanching them to remove any lingering odor, she took 2 to 3 genes and put them into the pot with the pig head, letting everything simmer for another 15 minutes. Soon, the entire kitchen was filled with an irresistible aroma. The large pot of braised meat was visibly tender and delicious. When Motherly saw how many seasonings Shen Yiyi had added, she had wanted to say something but hesitated. Deep down she felt distressed over the generous use of ingredients. She muttered to herself, good thing second daughter-in-law's family is well off, or who in their right mind would dare to marry a wife like this? But when Shen Yiyi handed her a piece of braised pig intestine, she nearly swallowed her tongue along with it. Delicious. Delicious. It's not stinky at all. Shen Yiyi then gave her a piece of pig head meat. Motherly ate while nodding repeatedly, her eyes filled with astonishment. Seeing her looking like she was about to cry from sheer delight, Shen Yiyi couldn't help but laugh. Motherly, realizing she was being laughed at, felt embarrassed. Just then the 3 bows caught the enticing scent and gathered around. Shen Yiyi cut up half of the braised pig head, served it with rice, and drizzled it with the rich, fragrant sauce. The dish was overwhelmingly tempting. Bao ate with his mouth full of grease and still found time to tease Bao. You can't eat any. You just said you wouldn't. Bao stared unblinkingly at the braised pig head, his mouth practically watering. He was just waiting for his mother to serve him a bowl of rice when he heard his second brother's words. He hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and weakly denying. I didn't say that. You did. Bao declared loudly, his voice firm. He pointed at Bao accusingly. Don't try to weasel out of it. Big brother heard it too. Big brother, tell him. Bao, unwilling to get involved in the childish argument between his 2 younger brothers, simply ignored them and continued eating his rice in dignified silence. Chapter 110 Preparations before the New Year. Bao failed to find an ally. He wanted to look for his mother, but she was not around, so he turned to his grandmother instead. Grandma, did you hear that too? Oh dear, yes, I heard it. Motherly responded while agreeing with Bao. At the same time, she handed a piece of pig's head meat to Bao. Bao, afraid that his second brother would snatch it away in the next second and not let him eat it, quickly stuffed the meat into his mouth with a loud ah and then covered his mouth. Bao widened his eyes and jumped off the stool. Bao immediately bolted. Oh my, don't fight. Motherly quickly stepped in to mediate. Shen Yiyi entered with a bowl of food, almost bumping into them. All right, stop making a fuss. Bao clung to his mother's leg. Bao accused. Mother, Bao lied. Shen Yiyi set the food down, squatted and looked at Bao. Bao, children who lie are not good children. Parents don't like such children. Think again. Did you say you wouldn't eat it? Bao pouted and pointed at the braised pig's head. I want to eat it. Mother knows you want to eat it. If you want to, you can just say it directly. Even if you said before that you wouldn't eat it, it doesn't matter. Your second brother will understand you. But you mustn't lie. Shen Yiyi said. Bao lowered his head. I did say that. Then did you lie? Do you want to apologize to your second brother? Bao nodded, walked up to Bao and said. Second brother, I shouldn't have lied just now. Can you forgive me? Bao snorted. Second brother? Bao reached out to grab Bao's hand. Forgive me, okay? Aren't I your most favorite little brother? Bao's resistance crumbled. Awkwardly, he muttered. Hurry up and eat. Bao cheered. Seeing that the 2 brothers had reconciled, Motherly happily fed Bao another piece of pig's head meat. Shen Yiyi patted Bao's head. Our Bao is so generous. Go eat your food now. Bao returned to his seat. Bao, feeling generous, picked up a piece of pig's head meat from his own bowl and placed it in his second brother's bowl. He grinned widely at him, then stuffed his mouth so full that, looking like a little hamster, a few grains of rice fell out. He quickly covered his mouth. Bao couldn't help but laugh at Bao's comical expression. You little fool. Bao pouted. Motherly ate with them, and when she finished and was about to head back, Shen Yiyi handed her a bowl to take home for Fatherly. The rest was saved for when Li Chun returned, and it would last them another 2 days. They had originally planned to have a beef hot pot that evening, but it was postponed. As the spring festival drew closer, the festive atmosphere became more intense. Especially in the days following the Little New Year, Shen Yiyi could feel the excitement even while staying at home. Her mood was also lifted by the festive spirit. She made another trip to the county town, where the supply and marketing cooperative had anticipated the holiday demand and brought in a large stock of ready-made garments from the city department store. They were all the latest styles, though quite expensive and required cloth tickets. Shen Yiyi had no shortage of money or tickets, nor did she fear others' speculation. Generously, she bought a set of new clothes for herself, Li Chan, the three Baos, and Father Li and Mother Li. After coming out, she retrieved a lot of New Year goods from her personal storage space and unexpectedly ran into Qian Xiaoling. Qian Xiaoling happily told her that the textile factory had started its holiday break that day. She also mentioned that Yang Pongshan had been dismissed from his position the day before, though his close associates would not be dealt with until after the holiday. Shen Yiyi acknowledged the news and chatted with her for a while. Before they parted, Qian Xiaoling gave her some candies, saying they were bought from Haisher. Shen Yiyi accepted the gesture and in return gave her 2 big apples. Qian Xiaoling was so delighted that her eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. On the 29th of the 12th lunar month, Mother Li came over holding red paper and asked Shen Yiyi, "Second daughter-in-law, have you found someone to write the spring festival couplets?" "Not yet," Shen Yiyi replied. She had only just taken out the red paper from her storage the day before. "Perfect timing. Give me the red paper, and I'll take it to have Lin Jiqing write them for you," Mother Li said. The Lin Jiqing she referred to was Lin Jiadong. Only then did Shen Yiyi remember. Lin Jiadong had excellent calligraphy, and many villagers sought him out to write their spring festival couplets. "Mother, no need. I can write them myself," Shen Yiyi said. "You can write?" Mother Li was surprised. Of course, Shen Yiyi wrote the couplets herself, and they turned out quite well. However, since she hadn't practiced for a long time, she felt an itch to give it a try. With excitement she said, "Mother, if you don't mind, I can also write yours." Mother Li remained skeptical, worried that Shen Yiyi might ruin her red paper. Shen Yiyi didn't mind her doubt. She quickly ran back to get some red paper, placed it on the table, and picked up a calligraphy brush. Her strokes were powerful, horizontal lines thin, vertical lines thick, fluid and graceful, like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing across the paper. Upper couplet. Peace and good fortune come from all directions. Lower couplet. The whole family rejoices as wealth flows in. Horizontal inscription. Blessings from the stars above. Mother Li's eyes lit up. She couldn't read, but she could still tell good calligraphy from bad. Wasn't this much better than Lin Jiadong's? Without hesitation, she asked Shen Yiyi to write hers as well. As a result, Shen Yi's house was anything but quiet that day. A flood of villagers arrived, all wanting her to write spring festival couplets for them. Meanwhile, Li Chan had been leaving early and returning late for several days, busy with work. When he finally finished and came home, he almost thought he had walked into the wrong house. After learning what had happened, he looked at his wife with immense pride. De Bao's eyes sparkled with admiration as he bustled around like a little spinning top, organizing red paper and handing brushes to his mother. It wasn't until evening that the crowd finally dispersed. In return for her calligraphy, their home was now stocked with plenty of candies and eggs. Li Chan handed Shen Yiyi the money he had earned in the past few days, 1,500 yuan, and brought her some fantastic news. Liang Jun had offered him a job in the transportation team after the Lantern Festival. Shen Yiyi was overjoyed and eagerly pulled Li Chan to the neighboring room for a small meeting. This was the first time Shen Yiyi had taken the initiative like this. Li Chan was so thrilled that he couldn't contain himself and kept her up for most of the night. As a result, on New Year's Eve, when she had originally planned to wake up early, she ended up sleeping in until almost noon. Shen Yiyi almost cursed it out loud but quickly got up. The moment she stepped out of the room, she saw Li Chan leading the three Baos in cleaning the house, moving up and down busily. Bao was holding a small rag, wiping down the cabinets. When he saw his mother, he immediately said, "Mother is such a lazy bug." "Shen Yiyi." She glanced at Li Chan. Li Chan put down the bowl in his hands and said, "You sure talk a lot. Hurry up and wipe properly. These bowls here are your responsibility too." Bao looked aggrieved. "Wife," Li Chan said guiltily. "There's hot water in the pot. I'll fetch some for you to wash up, okay?" Shen Yiyi pursed her lips slightly. Fine, she would let him redeem himself this time. After breakfast, Shen Yiyi joined the cleaning efforts. The family of 5 spent the entire morning tidying up the house. After lunch, Li Chan took Bao with him to paste the spring festival couplets. Originally, they were supposed to have New Year's Eve dinner at the old house. However, since Mother Li now disliked Zhang Ailing even more than Shen Yiyi did, she felt that, given Zhang Ailing's nature, if they dined together, there wouldn't be a single meat dish on the table. She wasn't willing to let Zhang Ailing take advantage of them. Moreover, during Mother Shen's last visit, the family had already gathered for a meal. At that time, Zhang Ailing had devoured food like a storm at the table, making Mother Li feel utterly embarrassed in front of Mother Shen and Shen Yiyi. So, with a wave of her hand, Mother Li decided that since they had only just separated households this year, there was no need to eat together. This arrangement suited Shen Yiyi perfectly. While Li Chan was busy putting up the couplets, she took Dabao along to start preparing the New Year's Eve feast. Chapter 111. New Year's Celebration. From noon onwards, the sound of firecrackers rang out one after another. It was a tradition to offer tributes and burn incense during the new year. Although government policies now discouraged extravagant ceremonies, these customs had been passed down from the ancestors and were not so easily abandoned. As a result, the authorities mostly turned a blind eye, as long as things were not taken too far. This was Shen Yi's first time managing the household, and she was not very familiar with all the responsibilities. Just as someone from the old house came over to urge her, she had just finished making 2 large bamboo baskets of dumplings. There was no time to cook any other dishes, so she took a generous amount of peanuts and candies over instead. The crackling of firecrackers signaled that the festive atmosphere was reaching its peak. At 3 in the afternoon, Li Chun finished putting up the Spring Festival couplets and New Year paintings before coming over to help with the New Year's Eve dinner. Meanwhile, Dabao and Erbao took Xiaobao to clean themselves up properly. By 5:30 in the evening, Shen Yi and Li Chan had finally completed the New Year's Eve feast. The dishes included steamed perch, taro pork ribs, fried meatballs, stir-fried potatoes with beef, braised pork bones and sauce, and chestnut chicken soup. 6 dishes in total, symbolizing good fortune and smooth success in the coming year. After everything was ready, Shen Yi took a plate and carefully selected a portion of each dish, placing them all onto one plate. She also brought along the new clothes she had bought for Father Li and Mother Li a few days earlier and carried everything over to them. Mother Li was so delighted that she could not stop smiling. They had been staying with the main family, and since the village had distributed a generous portion of pork this year, they had been able to use a full gene of pork to make dumplings. They had also prepared another gene of pork with dried vegetables for a meat dish, while the rest of the meal consisted of vegetarian dishes. Compared to previous years, this was already a decent spread. However, when Jiang Ailing found out that they would not be having New Year's Eve dinner together this time, she immediately guessed the reason. Ever since the pork was distributed, she had been eating meat every day. She even took Jiang Wanru's meat tickets and went into town to buy half a chicken. Before she had even started cooking, she had already begun boasting about it in the courtyard, proudly announcing that their family would be eating chicken that night, implying that their portion of the distributed meat had been well worth it. Mother Li rolled her eyes. Now that Shen Yi had sent over more meat and even new clothes, Mother Li could not help feeling smug. Mimicking Jiang Ailing's boasting tone, she too started showing off in the courtyard. This time Jiang Ailing lost the competition once again. Meanwhile, on Shen Yi's side, they finally began their own New Year's Eve feast. The staple food was dumplings. As soon as Dabao took his first bite, he spat out a coin. Shen Yi immediately played along, exclaiming, "It's a tradition to put coins in dumplings on New Year's Eve. Whoever gets one will be blessed. Wishing our Dabao good health and success in the coming year." Dabao beamed with joy. Erbao and Xiaobao, who had been gnawing on braised pork bones, suddenly lost interest in their meat. Hearing Shen Yi's words, they hurriedly stuffed dumplings into their mouths. Shen Yi quickly urged them to slow down, afraid they might accidentally swallow the coins. Li Chen's gaze flickered slightly. While his wife was busy coaxing Erbao and Xiaobao, he quietly started eating the dumplings in his own bowl. Shen Yi had prepared a total of 5 dumplings with coins, placing one in each person's bowl. Before long, Erbao and Xiaobao also found their coins and were overjoyed. Shen Yi repeated the same blessing for them. Just as she finished speaking, Li Chan nudged her lightly. "Wife." Shen Yi turned her head, only to see the coin in Li Chen's bowl. He was looking at her expectantly. "Childish man." Shen Yi held back her laughter and deliberately teased him. "Oh, you got one too? That's great." With that, she turned away and continued chatting with Erbao. Li Chan was still waiting. "Wife, that's it. What else do you want?" Shen Yi feigned innocence. Li Chan instantly saw through her teasing and gave her hand a gentle squeeze. Shen Yi couldn't hold it in anymore and finally gave in. All right. Wishing our brother Chun a loving marriage, a happy family, peace and abundant wealth in the coming days." A loving marriage, a happy family. Li Chan was satisfied. But Erbao had objections. "Mother, why did you say so much more for father? And it's completely different from ours." Before Li Chan could respond, Dabao held him back and said calmly, "Erbao, you really need to read more books in the future." "Why?" Erbao was confused. Dabao sighed. "Because you're too dumb." Erbao, utterly devastated. Li Chan and Shen Yi. Shen Yi picked up a meatball and placed it into Erbao's bowl. Eat. That New Year's Eve dinner lasted for more than an hour. With Erbao, the little troublemaker, around, the atmosphere was nothing short of lively and joyful. By the time they finished eating, the sky had already turned dark. After tidying up and washing up, The family of 5 headed to the old house to stay up late and welcome the new year. A large group of family members sat around the fire, warming themselves. Meanwhile, Zhang Ailing, feeling excluded, hid in her room and refused to come out. Mother Li and Shen Yiyi, on the other hand, were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Especially Mother Li, who, feeling a bit idle, began telling stories to the children. The little ones were completely captivated, begging her to tell one story after another. Shen Yiyi had long outgrown such stories and wasn't particularly interested. Instead, she leaned against Li Chen's shoulder, absent-mindedly playing with his fingers. At 10:30 p.m., the 3 bows started getting sleepy. Shen Yiyi took them back home to sleep, while Li Chen stayed at the old house to continue the vigil. The sound of firecrackers continued sporadically until midnight, quieted for about 4 hours, and then resumed again at 3 in the morning. Shen Yiyi woke up at 6 o'clock to find that Li Chen had returned. She poured out the warm water from the kettle to help him warm his hands and feet before sending him to the neighboring room to get some rest. Meanwhile, she started preparing breakfast. As dawn broke, the 3 bows also woke up. They changed into their new clothes, and Shen Yiyi filled their pockets with candies, peanuts, and sunflower seeds. At this moment, Bao suddenly became unusually sharp-witted. "Mother, Happy New Year. Wishing you prosperity." Xiaobao immediately followed suit, mimicking him. The Bao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Shen Yiyi found it both amusing and exasperating. She handed them the red envelope she had prepared in advance. The children instantly cheered, but Shen Yiyi quickly hushed them. "Not so loud. Your father is catching up on sleep next door." Bao immediately quieted down, then grabbed his older and younger brothers, preparing to head to the old house to collect red envelopes from their grandparents. However, to their surprise, their grandmother was even more impatient than them. She had already dressed in the new clothes Shen Yiyi had bought for her, styled her hair neatly, and tidied herself up before coming over. Right in front of Shen Yiyi, Mother Li twirled around once and eagerly asked, "Does it look good?" "It looks great," Shen Yiyi responded enthusiastically. Mother Li grinned even wider. Looking at the 3 bows, who were fair and chubby like little lucky dolls, she hugged them affectionately for a while before taking them out for a stroll. Not long after they stepped outside, they ran into Wang Yan. Mother Li's heart skipped with joy, and she discreetly adjusted her clothes. The moment Wang Yan saw the 4 of them, dressed festively and appropriately for the occasion, her eyes lit up. It wasn't surprising for the 3 bows to be wearing new clothes. After all, their mother had money. But in all these years, Wang Yan had never seen Mother Li wear anything new. Even if she did, it was always made from poor quality fabric. Yet now, Mother Li was dressed in a fine Dacron outfit. Dacron wasn't cheap at this time. Most people couldn't afford it, and those who had even 1 or 2 pieces would brag about it for a long time. It was usually reserved for important occasions. Well, Aunt Li, your family must be doing really well this year. Even wearing Dacron now," Wang Yan said, her tone laced with curiosity. Mother Li lifted her chin proudly, her voice full of satisfaction. "Of course. This was bought for me by my second daughter-in-law. She got one for her father-in-law too. Both are Dacron. Your second daughter-in-law treats you 2 elders really well," Wang Yan remarked. "That's right." Mother Li beamed with pride. That day, Mother Li strolled around the village with the 3 bows for a long time. Everywhere they went, people praised them. The more compliments she received, the more she felt like she was floating on air. In the end, it was only when Shen Yiyi, having prepared breakfast and noticing the 3 bows still hadn't returned, went out to look for them that she finally called them back home. Chapter 112. Shen Yiyi laughed heartily. When it was time to prepare breakfast, Shen Yiyi finally woke Li Chen up. After finishing breakfast, it was time to pay New Year's visits. Shen Yiyi discussed with Li Chen. "Brother Chen, you were able to join the transport team thanks to Brother Liang. Let's go visit him for the new year, shall we?" Li Chen hesitated a little. "Wife, I need to tell you something." "What is it?" Shen Yiyi asked. "Well, Station Chief Liang's wife Yu Hong, Li Chen was not the type to speak ill of others behind their backs, but if he kept silent, he was afraid his wife might suffer grievances. So he decided to tell her everything. A few years ago, she wanted to introduce me to her niece. I refused so she might have some opinions about me." Shen Yiyi was speechless for a moment. Then she couldn't help but laugh. "You can't force these things. After all these years, her niece must be married by now, right? She should have moved on. She is also quite materialistic," Li Chen added. Shen Yiyi immediately understood. To put it bluntly, she was just snobbish. She couldn't help but ask, "Did she make things difficult for you?" "Not really, just rather cold toward me," Li Chen replied. Yu Hong had no idea how much money he had made. She merely assumed he was a countryside man who couldn't offer anything valuable to collaborate with Liang Jun. Since it was such a secretive matter, And Yu Hong was quite sociable. Liang Jun couldn't explain everything to her in detail. He had only warned her to be polite to Li Chan. However, Yu Hong believed that he was merely relying on Liang Jun, coupled with the fact that he had rejected her niece before. She had always put on an air of superiority in front of him. Li Chan had little interaction with her, and never bothered to explain himself. However, he still said, "But this time we truly owe Brother Liang a favor, so I'm worried she might give you a hard time." He didn't want her to be treated poorly. "That makes it even more necessary for us to go," Shen Yiyi insisted. She never liked owing people favors. "We have to return what we owe. Otherwise, once you officially join the transport team, who knows how she might talk about you. Don't worry, I won't let myself be mistreated." Li Chan couldn't argue with her, so he had no choice but to agree. Shen Yiyi swiftly packed up their things. Nuts, apples, chocolates, 5 pounds of cured meat, and white rabbit creamy candy. They packed a large gift bundle with all sorts of items, and the family of 5 set off. As the transport team station chief, Liang Jun's household was naturally well off. Their home was located in a prime area of the city, consisting of 3 rooms and a spacious courtyard. The person who opened the door was a middle-aged woman, around 40 years old. She had a plump figure and, though no longer young, still carried an air of elegance. It was evident that she lived a comfortable life. Brother Liang's wife, Li Chan greeted first, his tone neither humble nor overbearing. "We're here to wish you a happy new year." "Oh." The woman responded indifferently. Her gaze then shifted to Shen Yiyi behind him. "And this is?" "This is my wife," Li Chan replied. Then, turning to Shen Yiyi, his tone noticeably softened compared to when he spoke with the woman. "Wife, this is Brother Liang's wife." Shen Yiyi gave a polite smile. "Sister-in-law Liang." Yu Hong looked Shen Yiyi up and down, somewhat surprised. She had long known that Li Chan had a wife and even 3 children. She had assumed that his wife must be an old and worn-out village woman, something she had often used to tease her niece. But she had never expected this. Shen Yiyi was so young, her face full of collagen, looking barely older than Yu Hong's own daughter. She was wearing a light gray, knee-length cashmere coat from the overseas Chinese store, with a fluffy collar. Paired with black boots, her entire appearance was both elegant and refined. There was no trace of an old, weary-looking wife. Shen Yiyi remained composed under Yu Hong's scrutiny. She had dressed carefully for this occasion. After all, the only thing that could counteract magic was more magic. Sure enough, Yu Hong's attitude became less cold. She invited them inside and called out, "Old Liang, Li Chan and his wife are here for a New Year's visit." "Li Chan is here?" A deep, surprised male voice responded from within. Before anyone appeared, Shen Yiyi took the opportunity to take the gifts from Li Chen's hands and smiled. "Sister-in-law Liang, Happy New Year. We brought a little something for you. Just a small token to share with your family." "Oh, you didn't have to bring anything. Our family isn't short on food." Yu Hong had already noticed the large package and assumed it was just some homegrown grains or other common foodstuffs, things her family had in abundance. She spoke politely but accepted the package rather absent-mindedly. However, the moment she opened it, the words on her lips were swallowed back, and her eyes widened slightly in surprise. These were high-end goods? Shen Yiyi maintained her pleasant smile. "My mother brought them from Beijing." "You're a Jiqing?" Yu Hong asked. Given her elegant attire and the fact that her mother could bring things from Beijing, there was no other explanation. "Yes." Yu Hong's expression shifted subtly. In that brief moment, countless thoughts raced through her mind as she reassessed Shen Yi's background and family conditions. At that moment, Liang Jun walked out. Seeing Li Chan, he burst into hearty laughter. "You, of all people, actually came to visit me for New Year's?" "Brother Liang." Li Chan greeted with a smile. "This is my wife." Shen Yiyi also greeted him with a bright smile. Liang Jun was slightly surprised by how young she was, but he didn't dwell on it. He simply exchanged a few pleasantries. When he saw the items in Yu Hong's hands, he wasn't the least bit surprised. He assumed they were just something Li Chan had procured through his usual means. Knowing that Li Chan had made quite a bit of money, he didn't stand on ceremony. He playfully punched Li Chen's shoulder and laughed. "You didn't forget about me when you got your hands on some good stuff, huh? Good kid. I knew I wasn't wrong about you." Yu Hong, on the other hand, was astonished that her husband wasn't even fazed by the fact that Li Chen's family could bring out such high-quality goods. At that moment, she started reevaluating Shen Yi's family background with a whole new perspective. Li Chan and Liang Jun had matters to discuss, so they went to the study. Yu Hong stayed behind to entertain Shen Yiyi. During their conversation, she subtly and not so subtly inquired about Shen Yi's family background. Once she had gathered enough information, her demeanor changed completely. She finally broke into a warm smile and became much friendlier. Holding Shen Yi's hand, she said, "Sister, you've already given birth to 3 kids, yet your skin is still so soft and radiant. like it could be squeezed for water. How do you take care of it? Previously, Shen Yi's good skin was thanks to the system. Now that the system was gone, she was using high-end skincare products from her spatial storage, products from the future. Since those things couldn't be given away, she simply said, I just use clam oil and snow cream. I use those too. How come my skin isn't as good as yours? Yu Hong was skeptical, convinced that Shen Yi was hiding some secret. Shen Yi leaned in and whispered something into her ear. Yu Hong's expression instantly turned embarrassed. You little girl, you look so innocent, but why do you talk so boldly? How else was she supposed to divert Yu Hong's attention? Shen Yi playfully huffed. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, try it more often with Brother Liang. Hey, you're still talking. Yu Hong pretended to slap her but then stopped, pondering for a solid 10 seconds before hesitantly asking. Are you sure this is real? That can't be right. My old Liang and I used to be pretty frequent too. Maybe my old Liang isn't as high quality as your Li Chan. Ptahaha. Shen Yi hadn't expected her to actually take it seriously. She couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. Realizing she had been tricked, Yu Hong became genuinely annoyed and lunged forward to swat at her. Shen Yi laughed so hard her stomach hurt. I can't. My stomach hurts. The three little ones playing in the courtyard stopped and looked at their mother in confusion. Li Chan and Liang Jun, hearing the commotion, came out as well, both equally puzzled. Li Chan was the most bewildered of all. He had never seen his wife laugh so unreservedly before. Chapter 113. Li Chan was a wolf. Because of Shen Yi's bold and carefree laughter, she and Yu Hong became much closer. Yu Hong warmly invited her to stay for a meal, and instructed her daughter-in-law to prepare the food. Her daughter-in-law looked to be around 19 years old, about the same age as Shen Yi. However, because Shen Yi appeared youthful, the two of them seemed to be of similar age. Upon hearing Yu Hong's words, the daughter-in-law quickly went to prepare the meal. Yet, Yu Hong's attitude towards her seemed somewhat impatient. Shen Yi wanted to gather some information and soon learned that the daughter-in-law had married into the family last year. However, her family's financial situation was not ideal. Initially, Yu Hong had opposed the marriage, but her son had insisted on marrying her. Left with no choice, Yu Hong finally agreed. After the wedding, Yu Hong found herself quite satisfied. After all, the girl was quick with her hands and diligent in her work. However, what displeased Yu Hong the most was that she did not have a job. Her son wanted to secure a position for her in the transportation team's logistics department. With Liang Jun's influence, this was certainly possible. The problem, however, lay in the fact that Yu Hong had originally planned to reserve that logistics job for her own daughter, Liang Shanshan. Although Liang Jun was the station chief of the transportation team, the team did not belong to their family. If the daughter-in-law joined, their family would have two people in the transportation team. If they inserted yet another family member, those with ulterior motives might report them, which could even cost Liang Jun his position as station chief. Because of this, Liang Shanshan had been unable to find a job since graduating from high school last June. As of February this year, if she still failed to secure employment, she would have to register to be sent to the countryside. As the deadline loomed closer, Yu Hong grew increasingly anxious, and her frustration inevitably spilled over onto her daughter-in-law. Shen Yi raised an eyebrow. This was perfect. She did not want to owe Yu Hong anything. She had already been considering whether Yu Hong's family, or any of their relatives, needed a job. She could offer them a position at the textile factory, as a way to repay the favor of Li Chan getting into the transportation team. So she said, Sister-in-law Liang, if Shanshan doesn't mind, I could recommend her for a position at the textile factory. Oh, you know someone at the textile factory? Yu Hong looked at her in surprise. I happen to be acquainted with the factory's trade union director. We got along quite well. Shen Yi replied with a smile. She did not mention her dealings with Qian Shaoling and simply added, a couple of days ago, she told me that their factory might be recruiting a batch of workers this year, and asked if I had any suitable candidates to recommend. The textile factory was the largest factory in their county. Countless people had their eyes on securing a job there. Because of this, most of the factory's influential leaders were widely known, especially Qian Shaoling, the trade union director, who was also the wife of the factory director. Yu Hong had long wanted to send her daughter to the textile factory. However, the factory had been at full capacity for a long time. Even if someone left, there was already a long queue of temporary workers waiting eagerly to take their place. Because of this, Yu Hong had never found an opportunity. Moreover, she was well aware of the character of Yang Xiong, the son of Deputy Factory Director Yang Pangshan. She feared that her beautiful and youthful daughter would suffer grievances if she entered the factory, so she had given up on the idea. A few days ago, Yang Pangshan's downfall had caused quite a stir in the county. Those who understood how things worked knew that this meant several job positions would soon become vacant. Yu Hong was one of those people. Over the past couple of days, she had been contemplating ways to get closer to Qian Xiaoling. She never expected that Shen Yiyi would suddenly present herself as a connection. That's wonderful. Yu Hong was overjoyed but still put on an act of hesitation. Wouldn't this be too much trouble for you? It's no trouble at all. Someone just asked me to help find candidates, that's all. I'll mention it to her. It's just a couple of sentences. Shen Yiyi said with a smile. Whether she gets hired or not still depends on them. Yu Hong was a shrewd woman. Although Shen Yiyi spoke modestly and tactfully, she understood that Shen Yiyi was intelligent. If she wasn't confident about this, she wouldn't have brought it up in the first place. Besides, job positions at the textile factory were highly sought after. Qian Xiaoling might have asked Shen Yiyi to help find candidates, but wasn't this, in a way, also her way of offering Shen Yiyi job placements? As for why Shen Yiyi had such a good relationship with Qian Xiaoling, so much so that Qian Xiaoling was willing to grant her such a favor, Yu Hong didn't particularly care. She only cared about the benefits this connection could bring her. She smiled and responded with some polite formalities. All right then, I'll trouble you to put in a word for us. If she gets hired, that would be wonderful. If not, we won't force it, right? Shen Yiyi raised an eyebrow. Dealing with smart people was always easy. Initially, Yu Hong had thought that while Shen Yiyi came from a good family background, that background was in Beijing, far away beyond her reach. Because of that, she had maintained a somewhat reserved attitude earlier. At this point, she could no longer maintain her aloof demeanor. Yu Hong took out 2 batches of high-quality fabric from the cabinet, smiling as she claimed that she had bought them from the overseas Chinese store. She said she thought they suited Shen Yi's temperament well, and wanted to gift them to her. This was her way of expressing her desire to build a good relationship with Shen Yiyi. After a brief pretense of refusal, Shen Yiyi accepted the gift with a smile. Now that Li Chan had joined the transportation team, Liang Jun was his direct superior. Strengthening her relationship with Yu Hong was undoubtedly a wise move. The Liang family had prepared a lavish meal. After Shen Yiyi and her family of 5 finished eating, they stayed at the Liang household until 5 in the afternoon before heading home. Yu Hong personally walked them to the door, smiling warmly as she urged Shen Yiyi to visit often. Her enthusiasm was so obvious that even Liang Jun couldn't help but glance at her in surprise. He secretly whispered to Li Chan, "Your wife is impressive. She managed to win over my wife just like that." Li Chan let out a low chuckle. "Of course my wife is impressive." Liang Jun was momentarily speechless but wholeheartedly agreed. "Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to handle a guy like you." Li Chan remained silent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. As he watched them leave, Liang Jun let out a sigh of admiration. Back in the day, Li Chan had been like a wild wolf, fierce, ruthless, and fearless. He remembered when they had once traveled together to Yun province for a shipment, only to have their goods stolen. Li Chan spent an entire day observing the situation and unexpectedly discovered that the culprits were actually enemy spies. Worse yet, they had stolen highly classified national intelligence. There was no time to wait for the authorities. Without hesitation, Li Chan infiltrated the enemy's base alone. When Liang Jun received the news, he thought Li Chan was surely doomed. But against all odds, Li Chan returned completely unharmed. And not only that, he had also coordinated with the police to take down the entire enemy operation in one fell swoop. Liang Jun greatly admired this kind of courage and determination. That was why, from then on, he always liked to bring Li Chan along whenever he went on shipments. With Li Chen's assistance, he completed every mission exceptionally well. This success eventually led to his promotion, and in the end, he became the transportation team's station chief. Once he finally had authority, he wanted to promote Li Chan and keep him close as his right-hand man. However, to his surprise, Li Chan told him that he had gotten married, had children, and needed to take care of his family. He refused the promotion. Liang Jun tried to persuade him multiple times, but to no avail. He felt a deep sense of regret, thinking that Li Chan had essentially ruined his future. But now, looking at him, that didn't seem to be the case at all. Li Chan was still a wolf, a true wolf, fierce and ruthless toward outsiders, but utterly loyal to his mate. When they arrived home, Bao eagerly dragged Bao along to play with the other children in the village, setting off firecrackers. Xiao Bao wanted to go too, but he was still too young. Shen Yiyi was afraid he wouldn't know how to dodge properly, so she didn't let him join them. Having just returned from the Liang family's feast, there was no need to cook dinner tonight. She prepared some hot water, deciding that if they got hungry later, they could just cook some dumplings. Li Chan hadn't slept the previous night, so Shen Yiyi told him to go and catch up on rest. Meanwhile, she took Xiao Bao for a walk around the village, enjoying the festive atmosphere of the new year. Just like that, the first day of the Lunar New Year passed. On the second day, married daughters traditionally returned to their parents' home. Naturally, Shen Yiyi had no plans to return. Not long after lunch, someone from the old house came to inform them that Li Chen's eldest sister, who had married out, had come back for a visit. Shen Yiyi and Li Chen took the 3 bows over. Li Chen's eldest sister, Li Diya, was sitting in the courtyard, chatting with Mother Li and He Zhaodi, who had just returned from visiting her maternal family in the neighboring village. When she saw them arrive, Li Diya gave a shy smile. Shen Yiyi greeted her, and she responded to every question but never said a word more than necessary. However, her smile toward the 3 bows was much more genuine. She reached into her pocket and took out 3 peanuts, handing one to each of them. Jiang Ailing, watching from the side, let out a mocking snort. Chapter 114. Shen Yiyi would not indulge her. Li Diya paused for a moment but said nothing. She played with the 3 bows while chatting and joking with He Zhaodi. Shen Yiyi noticed Li Diya's submissive demeanor and glanced around, realizing that Li Diya seemed to have returned alone. She knew that this eldest sister-in-law had married into the Chen family in the neighboring commune. However, after so many years of marriage, she had not borne any children, and her husband's family had continuously tormented her. In addition to working in the fields, she was responsible for all the household chores. At 34 years old, she looked even more haggard than Mother Li, who was in her 50s. Li Diya was Mother Li's eldest child. When she was younger, whenever Grandma Li and Mother Li were too busy, it was she who took care of Li Chen. Li Chen's attachment to her was even deeper than to Mother Li. When he had learned about her suffering, he had gone and beaten up her husband. However, deeply influenced by feudal traditions, Li Diya ultimately chose not to divorce, leaving Li Chen helpless. Shen Yiyi felt a sense of gratitude towards Li Diya. Besides the affection from when she had taken care of Li Chen in childhood, there was also the time when Shen Yiyi had neglected the 3 bows. Li Diya had secretly made a set of clothes for each of them despite her husband's family's disapproval. Of course, there wasn't much more she could do for her, given that she herself was struggling in dire circumstances. Shen Yiyi wanted to exchange a few words with Li Diya, but seeing that Li Diya seemed to be avoiding her, she decided to let it go. Instead, she pulled a bow and air bow over to play with string figures. As they played, a loud and boisterous voice suddenly rang out. "Dad! Mom! 3rd brother! 3rd sister-in-law! I'm back! Come out and help me carry my things. I'm exhausted. Arya is back." Jiang Ailing's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly ran outside. Coming. What are you yelling about? Can't even carry a few things yourself? Do you think you're made of gold?" Mother Li glared, kicked a stool aside and walked out. He Zhaodi and Li Diya both stood up. Shen Yiyi glanced over but quickly turned away. She took the string from Airbao's hands, twisted it into a new pattern, and held it up in front of Dabao. "Dabao, it's your turn." Dabao thought playing with string figures was childish, but seeing his mother so eager, he sighed like a little adult. Resigning himself to it, he reached out his small hands and changed the string figure in his mother's hands. Nestled in Shen Yi's arms, Xiao Bao was eating candy. He stretched out his hand wanting to play too. He didn't know how to play at all. Every time he tried, he would tangle the string into a mess. Shen Yiyi didn't want to play with him. She stuffed a biscuit into his hand instead. Xiao Bao, delighted with his new treat, immediately forgot about the string figures and started munching away with a crisp crunch. Airbao kept his eyes on the door and leaned close to his mother's ear. "Mom, little aunt is back. Let her be." Shen Yiyi held up the string figure in front of him. "We don't care about her. Come on, it's your turn." Hearing this, Airbao took the string from his mother while whispering, "Mom, do you not like little aunt? She doesn't like us either. She prefers Taiju and the others. She used to always give Taiju candy, but she never gave us any. Then we don't like her either." Shen Yiyi patted his head. "We don't need her candy. If you want candy, just ask Mom." Hearing this, Airbao was overjoyed and focused on playing string figures with his mother. As Li Arya entered, surrounded by Li Sanhong and Jiang Ailing, this was the scene she saw. A wave of being ignored washed over her, making her somewhat displeased. She raised her voice again. "Dad, I came back with Jiming and your grandson too. What are you yelling about?" Mother Li scolded gruffly. "So what if you're back? Do you think you're some noble lady that everyone has to rush out and greet?" "Mom!" Li Arya called out angrily. Her husband, Su Jiming, spoke up for her. "Mom, Xinyan didn't mean it that way. She's just excited. It's been a long time since she came home." Mother Li snorted. She knew exactly what kind of people her youngest daughter and son-in-law were. Her son-in-law was a county elementary school teacher. He appeared mild-mannered on the surface, but deep down, he was arrogant and looked down on rural folk like them. Every time he visited, he would bring large bags of things, but his attitude always carried an air of condescension, as if he were bestowing charity upon them. As for her youngest daughter, she was vain. Marrying a teacher and gaining access to ration goods, She thought she had soared to a higher status, completely forgetting her roots. Every time she came home, she acted all high and mighty. Zhang Ailing, who always liked flattering Li Area, chimed in. That's right, Mom. Area is just really happy to be back. I am happy, Li Area echoed, then emphasized. But third sister-in-law, I've changed my name to Li Xinyan now. You all have to call me Xinyan. I've told you so many times already. If outsiders hear you calling me by my old name, I'll be laughed at again. All right, Xinyan, Zhang Ailing said with a smile. Motherly rolled her eyes and reached out to pull Li Area's 4-year-old son, Su Jinxian, closer. However, as soon as Su Jinxian saw Motherly's hands, rough, darkened, and callous from years of labor, he recoiled in disgust and hid behind his father. Dirty, he whined. Su Jiming let out an awkward chuckle but made no effort to scold his son. Motherly felt as if she had been stabbed in the heart. Furious, she turned back into the main room and picked up Xiao Bao, seeking comfort from the little one. Li Area entered and glanced at Shen Yiyi. Despite Shen Yi's casual and relaxed attire, there was something about her that effortlessly drew people's attention. A wave of insecurity washed over Li Area. Instinctively, she straightened her back and sucked in her stomach. For some reason, she decided to show off the things she had brought with her. 2 bags of White Rabbit creamy candy, a tin of malted milk powder, 2 pounds of sponge cakes, and various yarn and fabric. In the countryside, during these years, bringing such an abundance of goods to one's parental home was considered a luxury. Take Li Daya, for example, she had only brought a few eggs back. Li Area was smug, chattering away about who would receive what. In the end, Zhang Ailing received the most, while He Zhaodi also got a share. When it was Shen Yi's turn, Li Area paused for a moment before smiling. Second sister-in-law, I figured you wouldn't need these things, so I didn't bring anything for you. You don't mind, do you? Before Shen Yiyi could respond, Motherly spoke up. Of course, your second sister-in-law doesn't need these things. She knew she couldn't control Shen Yiyi, and ever since Mother Shen had started seeing Shen Yiyi through the lens of a doting mother, Motherly's attitude toward her had softened as well. Now, watching her youngest daughter openly favor some sisters-in-law over others, especially Zhang Ailing, Motherly was utterly exasperated. On one hand, she wanted to put her daughter in her place. Just because she had married a teacher didn't mean she was superior. There were always people better than her in the world. While Motherly, as her mother, wouldn't hold it against her, Shen Yiyi certainly wouldn't indulge her behavior. On the other hand, she also worried that Shen Yiyi might actually take offense. Although Motherly disapproved of Li Area's conduct, she was still her daughter. She didn't want her to become enemies with Shen Yiyi. So, pointing at her own clothes, Motherly said, Do you think everyone would care about your little gifts? Look at what I'm wearing. This was given to me by your second sister-in-law. Li Area knew quality when she saw it. One glance and she could tell that her mother's clothes were made of fine woolen fabric. Her grip tightened on the bag she was holding, the very bag that contained the clothes she had bought for Motherly. However, her purchase paled in comparison to what Shen Yiyi had given. Her expression soured. Motherly immediately realized that not only had her words failed to get through to Li Area, but they had also made her feel even more unbalanced. Frustration bubbled inside her, but she decided to let it go. Instead of handing out the gifts for Father Li and Mother Li in front of everyone, Li Area took the bag directly to their room. Meanwhile, her conversation with Zhang Ailing grew even livelier, while Su Jiming and Li Sanhong also seemed to be getting along well. Chapter 115. Li Daya's husband cheated. As they chatted, Li Area suddenly noticed that Li Daya, who had been talking with He Zhaodi, had returned alone. She blurted out without thinking. Sister, why did you come back by yourself? Didn't eldest brother-in-law come with you? Li Daya was not the type to come home and complain, but her situation was no secret in the Li family. It all started when her husband, Chun Jianjun, nearly beat her to death. At that time, Li Chun happened to visit her. The Chun family hesitated and refused to let Li Chun see her, claiming she was not home. Sensing that something was wrong, Li Chun forced his way in and found Li Daya lying there, barely alive from the beating. Li Chun was furious. He immediately gave Chun Jianjun a harsh beating, nearly killing him. As a result, word spread about the incident. Later, Li Daya chose to forgive Chun Jianjun. Li Chun, however, frequently visited their home afterward. Although the Chun family no longer dared to lay a hand on Li Daya, they also never dared to step foot into the Li family's home again. Out of consideration, no one brought up her painful past, maintaining a silent understanding. Sure enough, when Li Daya heard Li Area's words, her face turned pale for a moment. She hesitated before replying, Your eldest brother-in-law. He caught a cold a few days ago. He was afraid of passing it on to father and mother, so he didn't come. Are you just looking for something to do? Motherly smacked Li Area on the head, almost giving herself a heart attack from anger. Motherly, of course, knew why Chun Jianjun had not come, but she chose not to ask. She was, after all, a very traditional woman. Though she deeply cared for her daughter, she also firmly believed in the saying, among the 3 unfilial acts, having no descendants is the worst. Her daughter had married into another family, but was unable to provide them with an heir. Because of this, Mother Li herself felt ashamed. So, even when her daughter suffered grievances, she did not have the courage to stand up and confront the Chan family. Li Area regretted asking as soon as the words left her mouth. She did not argue back after being hit by Mother Li. Li Zhaodi then went to cook. Not wanting to stay in the room any longer, Li Daya followed her into the kitchen. Shen Yiyi also wanted to join them, but the kitchen was small, and 3 people would be too crowded. Besides, Li Zhaodi and Li Daya were chatting enthusiastically. If she went in, she would only make them feel restrained, so she decided to step back. Instead, she brought out some braised pig's head meat and pig offal from home. However, when the food was served at the table, it was unexpectedly met with disdain. What is this? Can this even be eaten? Li Area looked at the braised offal in front of her with a face full of disgust. I've never seen anyone in the city eat this kind of stuff. Then don't eat it. Shen Yiyi responded decisively, taking the dish away from Li Area and placing it in front of Li Daya. Then she switched the plate of cabbage in front of Li Daya with the offal, saying, eldest sister, try it. It's really delicious. Li Daya had not expected Shen Yiyi to offer her food, and she was slightly taken aback. Feeling a little flattered, she picked up a piece with her chopsticks, took a bite and nodded. It's good. Mother Li had already certified that the intestines were tasty, so she enthusiastically took a piece as well. It's really good. Old man, you should try some too. All right. Father Li responded and started eating as well. One after another, the others also tried it, all agreeing that it tasted delicious. Everyone except Zhang Ailing ate some. Li Area, on the other hand, was nearly fuming. When she saw Su Jinxian reaching out with his chopsticks to take some, she immediately blurted out, Xian, that's pig intestines. It's where all the pig's poop is. So disgusting. Let's not eat that, let's eat meat instead. With just one sentence, she successfully ruined everyone's appetite. Shen Yiyi was speechless and was just about to scold her. With a loud clack, Li Chan put his chopsticks down, shot Li Area a cold glance, and spoke in a voice as frigid as ice. Are you fucking looking for death? The whole room fell silent. Li Area immediately shrank back. Since she was little, she had always been closest to Li Sanhong, and just like him, she was most afraid of their second brother, Li Chan. She knew that if she really angered him, he wouldn't just talk. He would actually hit her. Although she was unwilling to back down, she didn't dare to say another word. After the meal, once she had recovered from the earlier tension, Li Area resumed talking about how great her life was and how smart Su Jinxian was. Zhang Ailing played the perfect role as a hype woman, agreeing with everything Li Area said. Shen Yiyi had originally planned to go home, but when she saw Li Chan calling Li Daya outside to talk, she decided to sit down and wait for him. Not long after, sobbing sounds came from outside. Shen Yiyi frowned and stepped out to see what was happening. The rest of the old Li family also heard the noise and followed her outside. They saw Li Daya crouching on the ground, hugging herself as she sobbed uncontrollably. What happened? Mother Li asked anxiously. Li Daya shook her head, unable to speak through her tears. Li Chan stood across from her, his expression cold and stern. He did not answer Mother Li's question. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Li Daya and said, He's already gotten involved with a widow from the village, and you're still defending him. What widow? Li Area blurted out without thinking. But the others immediately connected the dots with Li Daya's situation, and understood everything in an instant. Mother Li exploded on the spot, spitting on the ground. Chen Jianjun got involved with a widow? That bastard. It's bad enough that he torments my daughter, but now he dares to cheat on her with a widow behind her back? Just watch me go expose him. Mother. Li Daya panicked upon hearing this. She grabbed Mother Li's hand and begged her not to go. It's all because of me, because I couldn't give his family a son. Woo. As soon as Mother Li heard this, all the rage in her chest deflated like a wilted eggplant. The rest of the family fell silent as well. He Zhaodi turned her head away, covering her face as she cried. Shen Yiyi couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't help but ask, Eldest sister, have you ever gone to the hospital to check why you can't conceive? Li Daya shook her head and choked out. No, but I did see the barefoot doctor in the village. He said my body isn't good, that I can't get pregnant. My mother-in-law even found someone to check me. They said I was fated to have no children. The person Li Daya referred to was a shaman. Although superstitions were officially discouraged, most rural people still deeply believed in them. Since Li Daya had grown up before the founding of the country, she believed in these things even more. This was a remnant of outdated traditions, and Shen Yiyi knew she couldn't change it overnight. She could only ask, "Have you ever considered that they might have been bribed by the Chun family?" Chapter 116. Bao said father was a good man. A single sentence awakened the dreamer. Li Diya's eyes widened in an instant. "Sister-in-law, why you mean?" Shen Yiyi waved her hand. Sometimes, the one who can't conceive is not necessarily the woman. However, people were used to blaming women for infertility, just like how the determination of a child's gender lay with the man, yet in the end, it was the woman who was labeled as a hen that couldn't lay eggs. Mother Li immediately grasped Shen Yi's meaning and exploded. "Second daughter-in-law, you mean the one who actually can't have children is Chun Jianjun?" "Not necessarily. This is just my reasonable speculation," Shen Yiyi said. "Otherwise, why is it that in their family, Chun Jianjun is the only son?" Knowing that big sister couldn't conceive, and that she was almost beaten to death by brother Chun due to domestic violence before, why did he still not divorce her? And why didn't he come to our family seeking justice? Don't you all think there's something suspicious about this? Oh. Everyone carefully thought it over. And it did seem odd. Shen Yiyi looked at Li Diya and said, "So I think if you want to know the truth, you should go to the hospital for a checkup. Hospitals have professional doctors and proper medical equipment. Checking whether one can conceive is the most scientific way." Li Diya opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Li Chun looked at Li Diya. "If you want to get checked, I can take you." Li Diya's long-held beliefs had been completely shaken. She stood there in a daze and nodded blankly. "Wife." Li Chun turned to Shen Yiyi. "Go ahead, but ride your bike slowly and wear an extra layer." Shen Yiyi paused for a moment. Noticing that Li Diya's clothes were a bit thin, she added, "Take one of my coats and let big sister wear it." Li Diya, who had been following behind Li Chun numbly, stopped in her tracks upon hearing this. She turned back and glanced at Shen Yiyi. Her eyes were already brimming with tears, and at that moment, they poured down uncontrollably. She choked out a thank you before quickly turning her head away. The others, affected by her emotions, couldn't help but feel their eyes moisten as well. Bao didn't quite understand what his eldest aunt had been through, but seeing her cry so pitifully, he wiped his own tears and quietly asked his mother, "Why is Big Aunt crying?" "She went through some bad experiences." Shen Yiyi comforted him. "Then can we help her?" Bao also asked. He was not as expressive as Bao, but it was clear he felt uneasy as well. "Aunt has been good to us. Your father is helping her right now." Shen Yiyi patted their heads. "Father is a good man," Bao said seriously. Hearing him express such a heartfelt sentiment for the first time, Shen Yiyi couldn't help but smile. Among everyone present, only Jiang Ailing remained unmoved. Instead, she ruined the moment by asking, "It's the new year. Isn't it bad luck to go to the hospital?" She immediately received piercing glares from Mother Li and Li Area. Li Area scolded, "Third sister-in-law, this is not the time to say such ominous things." Jiang Ailing was momentarily silenced by Li Area's reprimand. Though she laughed awkwardly on the surface, inside she was deeply anxious. She absolutely did not want Li Diya to go to the hospital. If something really got diagnosed, then Li Diya would most likely get divorced. If she got divorced, she would have to return home. But then what would she eat? Where would she live? She was already at this age, looked weathered, and was a divorced woman. It was uncertain if any man would be willing to take her in. If that happened, she might have to stay at home for the rest of her life. Wouldn't that mean Li Sanhong and his brothers would have to support her? Jiang Ailing had no intention of providing for Li Diya for free. However, she couldn't think of a way to prevent it at the moment. She glanced at He Zhaodi, who was crying the hardest among everyone present, and felt nothing but disdain. That fool still hadn't realized how serious this was. She made up her mind. Whatever happened to Li Diya was none of her business. Since the eldest and second branches wanted to interfere, they could deal with it themselves. Meanwhile, Li Chun and Li Diya had gone into town. Shen Yiyi did not stay behind either and took the three Baos back home. Li Chun and Li Diya had been gone for a long time. After sending off Li Area and her family, Mother Li grew restless and went over to Shen Yi's house to wait. Shen Yiyi paid her no mind, continuing to read while teaching Bao and Bao how to recognize characters. When it was time, she went to cook dinner, setting aside food for both Li Chun and Li Diya. It wasn't until 9:30 in the evening that Li Chun and Li Diya finally returned home. Li Diya's eyes were swollen red, clearly from crying her heart out. Mother Li immediately stepped forward and asked anxiously, "How did it go?" At the sound of her voice, Li Diya could no longer hold back her emotions and began sobbing again. Seeing her distress, Mother Li grew even more anxious. It was Li Chun who finally spoke. "My sister's health is fine." Then that meant the problem was with Chun Jianjun. Mother Li cursed furiously, and after venting her anger, she held her daughter and wept bitterly. Shen Yiyi had already expected this outcome, so she was not too surprised. Seeing that Li Chen's ears were red from the cold, she quickly went into the kitchen to bring out the brown sugar ginger tea she had prepared. She also brought a bowl for Li Daya. Since Li Daya was crying too hard, Shen Yiyi handed the tea to Mother Li, letting her comfort her daughter while she took Li Chan back to the room and prepared hot water for him to soak his feet. It took Li Daya more than half an hour to calm down. Shen Yiyi brought over the warmed food and set it in front of her and Li Chan. Aside from the younger children, the rest of old Li's family had come over after hearing the commotion. Once they learned the test results, they were all furious. Father Li furrowed his brows deeply, holding his tobacco pipe in his hand. He wanted to smoke but, remembering that this was his second son's home, he restrained himself. Mother Li looked at her daughter, who had lost her appetite, then glanced at her husband, the eldest son and his wife and Li Sanhong. Finally her gaze settled on Li Chan and Shen Yiyi, who were both eating heartily. Unable to hold back any longer, she asked, "Everyone tell me, what should we do about Daya's situation?" Zhang Ailing was afraid that Li Sanhong would speak first, so she quickly interjected. Mother's second sister-in-law was the one who noticed something was wrong. Why don't we ask her for advice? Hearing this, Shen Yiyi glanced at Zhang Ailing, who avoided her gaze, clearly feeling guilty. Shen Yiyi smirked slightly and looked at Li Daya. This isn't something you should be asking me. You should be asking eldest sister what she wants to do. Li Chan had already tried to pull Li Daya out of the fire pit, but she herself had refused to leave it. In the end, the most important thing was that she had to come to terms with it herself. Otherwise, no matter how much others wanted to help, it would be useless. Father Li put down his tobacco pipe, his clouded eyes settling on Li Daya. Daya, what do you think? Li Daya's voice was hoarse, and it was clear she was still hesitating. Father Li understood her concerns. He looked at his three sons and asked, eldest, second, third, if your sister divorces and returns home, do you have any objections? I don't. Li Chun replied carelessly. Li Dabin followed suit without hesitation. Just as Li Sanhong was about to respond, he suddenly let out a sharp hiss of pain. Everyone turned to look at Zhang Ailing, who had just pinched Li Sanhong. Father Li's gaze darkened. Third daughter-in-law, do you have any objections? At this point, Zhang Ailing knew that the divorce was inevitable. Gritting her teeth, she said, Father, I don't have any objections either. But let me make it clear, eldest sister can get a divorce, but there's no extra room in the house for her to stay in. If she needs a new house built, I can't afford to contribute. As for food, Sanhong and I don't earn much to begin with, and we still have to provide for Taiju and the others. We won't be able to help with that either. In other words, if Li Daya got divorced, Zhang Ailing had no intention of supporting her. Chapter 117. Shen Yi's change in attitude stunned everyone. Father Li nodded. Offering help was an act of kindness, while not offering it was simply within one's rights. He also understood the difficulties of his third son's family. Without hesitation, he made the final decision. Since that's the case, let me say a few words. Daya is back, and I will pay for the house. You brothers, help if you can, but if you can't, I won't force you. After all, this old man can still work. Raising another daughter is no big deal. I can afford it. Daya, you will go and get a divorce tomorrow. I will find someone to build you a house. Don't worry, with your father here, everything will be fine. Woo woo woo. Li Daya started crying again. Moved by her father's support yet heartbroken that at her age she was still making him worry. Mother Li originally wanted to say something, but upon seeing her daughter crying so sorrowfully, she wiped away a tear and silently accepted the situation. However, Li Daya couldn't bear to put her father in such a difficult position. Choking on her sobs, she said, Father, maybe I shouldn't. Li Chun looked toward his wife. Shen Yiyi grasped his hand and said, I'll do it. Then she turned to Li Daya. Elder sister, if you truly feel that you can't go on with Chan Jianjun and want a divorce, then get a divorce. The world has changed. We are no longer bound by the outdated virtues of the past, like the so-called 3 obediences and 4 virtues, obeying one's father before marriage, obeying one's husband after marriage. Divorce is not a big deal anymore. We often chant the chairman's words. Women hold up half the sky. But this is not just an empty slogan. If you don't understand what half the sky means, just look up. What happens if half the sky falls? The entire sky collapses. This proves that women have already become the backbone of society. We have the same ability as men to earn a living through our own labor. Women can support themselves just like men, and even live better lives. Look at the bigger picture. How many women are employed in the cities? Their earnings are no less than men's. Now let's talk about our own village. Some women here earn even more work points than the men. Elder sister, you are diligent, hardworking, and don't have a whole family to support. Are you really worried that you won't be able to take care of yourself? Besides, father is willing to stand behind you and hold up the sky for you. Since you have a way out, why not take a chance? In the Chun family, you will always be nothing more than a beaten and scolded wife. But if you get a divorce, I can't guarantee you'll live an amazing life, but it will certainly be better than staying with the Chun family. For a moment, silence filled the room as everyone stared blankly at Shen Yiyi. From the moment Shen Yiyi began speaking, Li Daya's swollen red eyes gradually lit up, as if she could already see the future that Shen Yiyi had painted for her. She wiped her tears away with all her might, sniffled, and though her voice was choked with emotion, she finally spoke with determination. I will get a divorce. Hearing her response, Shen Yiyi let out a sigh of relief. At least all her words hadn't been in vain. Just as the situation was settling, Jiang Ailing suddenly jumped out and stirred up trouble again. Second sister-in-law, you've said so much, but why don't you put your money where your mouth is and help eldest sister? You're so rich, taking care of one more person wouldn't be a problem for you. Before anyone could respond, Shen Yi's gaze shot toward Jiang Ailing like a cold arrow. Since you don't have the ability to help, don't concern yourself with whether others do or not. You think you can run your mouth on my turf? Who gave you the face to do that? Get out of my house immediately. Don't dirty my floors, understood? Her words were absolutely merciless. Not only was she scolding Jiang Ailing, but she was also stomping Li Sanhong's dignity into the ground. Li Sanhong's face turned pale on the spot. Jiang Ailing refused to back down and opened her mouth to argue, but Li Sanhong had already lost the nerve to stay. He forcibly dragged Jiang Ailing out of the house. Father Li and Mother Li hadn't expected Shen Yiyi to explode like that, and they were momentarily stunned. The room fell into awkward silence. Li Chun had also never seen his wife curse someone out so fiercely before. Just as he was about to comfort her, Shen Yiyi shot him a glance and muttered, "Relax, I'm not actually angry, I just find her disgusting." Li Chun. After saying that, Shen Yiyi turned back to Li Daya. "Eldest sister, it's not that I won't help you, but even if I want to, you have to stand on your own first." The sudden shift in her demeanor left everyone dumbfounded. Even Li Daya, who had been crying moments ago, didn't dare to shed another tear, afraid of irritating Shen Yiyi. She quickly wiped her face and spoke cautiously. I understand. Sister-in-law, just hearing you say all this, I'm already very grateful." Shen Yiyi nodded. "It's good that you think that way. Once you get divorced, I can see if there's a job for you in the city." Li Daya nodded, but a second later, she processed what Shen Yiyi had said and her eyes widened in shock. Mother Li had heard everything clearly. Suppressing her excitement, she asked, "Second daughter-in-law, are you saying that you might be able to find a job for Daya in the city? The county textile factory will be hiring at the beginning of the year. I know their labor union director. I can ask if there's a spot for eldest sister." Shen Yiyi replied. Labor union director. Mother Li didn't know what level of authority that position held, but it sounded important. As for the uncertainty in Shen Yi's words, Mother Li chose to ignore it entirely. In her mind, Shen Yi's family background was undoubtedly powerful. Even when her mother came to visit, she was escorted by a government vehicle. Knowing a labor union director was hardly surprising. Originally, Mother Li had been worried that if her eldest daughter got divorced and returned to the village, she would be ridiculed by others. But if she secured a job in the city, who would dare to mock her? People would be too busy feeling envious. Just as she was about to say something, Li Daya spoke up. "A job in the city should be left for second brother. I can stay at home and farm with father and mother." Mother Li hesitated again. Li Chun had already spoken. "Sister, you don't have to worry about me. I already have a job. I'll start after the Lantern Festival." His words were like a bomb dropped into the calm waters, sending shockwaves through the room. Mother Li was in disbelief. "Second son, are you serious? What job?" "The transportation team." "The transportation team? What a great opportunity." Mother Li was thrilled, and even the usually composed Father Li repeatedly said, "Good, good, good." The eldest brother and his wife were also happy. For a moment, the excitement overshadowed the sorrow brought by Li Daya's situation. Li Daya was just as overjoyed. Tears that had only just stopped began to well up again. She turned to Shen Yiyi and said repeatedly, "Thank you, second sister-in-law." Shen Yiyi. She had spoken so cautiously. Why did everyone just assume she could definitely get Li Daya a job? "All right, let's discuss the details of the divorce now," Shen Yiyi said. Unknowingly, she had become the de facto leader in this matter, holding even more authority than Father Li. As soon as she spoke, the room fell silent. Li Daya said, "I'll go back tomorrow and tell them I want a divorce. They won't agree to it so easily." Shen Yiyi shook her head. At the same time, Li Chun sneered. Letting them off with an easy divorce would be too kind. Shen Yiyi and Li Chun exchanged a glance. Li Chan said. Wife, you tell them. So Shen Yiyi explained her plan. As she spoke, everyone's eyes gradually lit up. They discussed until midnight, carefully going over the strategy. When it was time to leave, Father Li, Mother Li, and the eldest brother's family prepared to head back. Originally, Shen Yiyi had wanted Li Daya to stay at their place, but Father Li took the initiative to say that Li Daya should return to the old house and stay with them. Shen Yiyi did not insist further. Before leaving, Mother Li was still cursing Chan Jianjun under her breath. His wife hasn't come home and he doesn't even bother to look for her. What kind of man is he? Chapter 118. The Incident of Li Daya's Divorce, Part 1. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, Li Daya returned home in the morning. Before she left, Mother Li held her hand and repeatedly reminded her of various details. Li Daya still felt uneasy. Her gaze, filled with anticipation, turned to Shen Yiyi, clearly seeing him as her pillar of support, hoping he would offer her some words of encouragement. Everything that needed to be said had already been made clear the previous night. After some thought, Shen Yiyi simply said, as long as you catch them in the act, this matter will be settled. The rest can be left to Father and the others to handle. Pausing for a moment, Shen Yiyi finally added, Elder sister, you must be strong and ruthless. Your maternal family will always be your strongest support. Li Daya was so moved by his words that she almost burst into tears. However, she forced back the moisture in her eyes, clenched her fists tightly, and her gaze filled with hatred. They have humiliated and wronged me. I will make them pay for it. Shen Yiyi had thought that, given Li Daya's personality, it would take a long time for her to change. He had not expected her fighting spirit to be awakened so quickly. This was good. At the very least, there was no need to worry about her softening at the last moment. With that, Li Daya set off. Li Chan rode his bicycle and took her to the entrance of the village. Shen Yiyi had given her a coat yesterday when she went to the hospital. He wanted her to wear it back, but she refused. She knew that if she wore it home, her mother-in-law would undoubtedly snatch it away upon seeing such a fine coat. Although she could take it back after the divorce, she did not want to sully Shen Yi's clothing. When she arrived at the Chan family's house, they had already finished lunch. Mother Chan was washing the dishes. The moment she saw Li Daya return, she immediately threw down the rag, rushed forward, grabbed her by the ear and cursed loudly. You little wretched thing. How dare you stay out all night? Did you sneak off to fool around with some man? Huh. You shameless tramp. Let me beat you to death. As she spoke, she reached for the stick in the corner. For more than 10 years, these filthy insults had been hurled at her daily. Li Daya had thought she had grown numb to them, but at this moment she realized she had not. She was utterly disgusted and wanted to fight back, but she knew it was not yet the right time. Li Daya could only dodge Mother Chen's stick while pleading. Mother, I didn't fool around last night. I was at my maternal home. So you went back to your maternal home, huh? No wonder a few eggs are missing from my cupboard. So, you stole them and took them back to your family. Look at you. You're already married into the Chan family. You are our daughter-in-law now, not a daughter of the Li family. And yet you dare to betray us? Just wait till I beat you to death. In the past, when Li Daya was beaten, she never dared to dodge. Avoiding it would only make Mother Chan more ruthless. But this time she dodged. Mother Chan already had a guilty conscience, and now, seeing Li Daya behaving so unusually, she felt a sudden pang of unease. Had her maternal family told her something? A bad premonition crept into her heart. She chased after Li Daya, striking at her while speaking in an indifferent tone. Stop right there. If you keep running, I'll send you back to the Li family. Ha! Don't think life will be any better if you go back. All your brothers are married now. Even if your parents can tolerate you, are you sure your sisters-in-law will? Pa! You might not even be able to step through their door. Or do you think you'll find another man to take you in? A hen that can't lay eggs like you. Who would want you? Only our Chun family was willing to take you in, and yet you still run? Stop right there. In the past, when Li Daya was beaten to the brink, she had thought of escaping. But every time, her mother-in-law's words would deter her, making her believe she had nowhere to go. If she got divorced, she would only be waiting for death. So she endured it again and again, resigning herself to a life of suffering. But now, Shen Yi's words from last night echoed in her ears. Women have become a crucial force in society. We have the same ability as men to earn a living through our own labor. We can support ourselves just like men do. She could support herself. She could get divorced. And if things truly didn't work out, she still had her father to back her up. A flash of determination appeared in Li Daya's eyes. Right now, the only way to escape Mother Chen's beating was to submit. She stopped running, burst into tears, and wailed loudly. Mother, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I won't do it again. From now on, the Chun family is my only home. Please don't hit me, woo-woo. Seeing her seemingly subdued, Mother Chun felt pleased with herself. Just as she was about to strike her a few more times to reinforce her dominance and make sure she wouldn't dare to run again, a voice rang out from next door. Aunt Chun, it's the new year, and you're beating your daughter-in-law again? How many times have we told you to learn your lesson? Have you already forgotten how your son Jianjun was beaten half to death by Daya's younger brother last time? Mother Chun froze for a moment and turned her head. She saw the village chief's wife leaning over the courtyard wall, her face filled with anger. The last time Li Chan came and discovered that Li Daya was being abused, he was so enraged that he beat Chan Jianjun half to death. It was only after the village chief's family intervened and promised Li Chan that they would keep an eye on the Chan family, ensuring they wouldn't harm Li Daya again, that Li Chan finally let it go. Mother Chun was aggressive, but she knew better than to be too brazen in front of the village chief's wife. She forced an awkward smile and said, "Sister-in-law, I was just trying to scare her a little. You don't know how troublesome this little wretch is. Yesterday, she stole my eggs and took them back to her maternal home. She didn't come back all night. Who knows if she was out fooling around with some man. I had to teach her a lesson so she wouldn't make any more mistakes." The village chief's wife knew exactly what kind of person Mother Chun was. But after all, this was a family matter, and she couldn't interfere too much. She simply said, "That's enough. Her younger brother is a ruthless man. If he finds out you've beaten his sister again, your Jianjun can forget about keeping his life." At the mention of Li Chen's ruthless beating, Mother Chun shuddered. She immediately threw the stick aside and forced a laugh. I know, haha. Then she spat in Li Daya's direction. "Why are you still standing there? Go wash the dishes. What bad luck for our family to have married in such a jinx like you." With that, she turned and went inside. Li Daya let out a silent breath of relief and gave the village chief's wife a grateful smile. The village chief's wife pitied her but could do nothing more. She simply offered some words of comfort. "Go wash the dishes. Don't think too much about it." Li Daya's gaze flickered slightly and she smiled. "Thank you, Auntie." Once the village chief's wife left, Li Daya took a deep breath. She could not wait any longer. She would bring ruin to the Chan family today. But on the surface, she maintained the appearance of a timid and obedient daughter-in-law. She quietly washed the dishes and then returned to the house, where her husband, Chan Jianjun, was snoring soundly in bed. Instead of entering the room, she took the initiative to sweep the floor. Mother Chan saw this and scolded her. "Sweeping the floor on New Year's? Are you trying to sweep away all our luck?" Li Daya obediently put down the broom. Mother Chan then ordered her, "Go heat up some water for me to soak my feet." Li Daya went without protest. That entire day, no matter what Mother Chan told her to do, she did it obediently. Finally, night fell. In the past, as soon as it got dark, Chan Jianjun would slip away to visit Widow Zhang in the village. But for some reason tonight he showed no sign of leaving. Li Daya grew anxious. Seeing that Chan Jianjun was about to fall asleep, she gritted her teeth and endured her disgust as she moved closer to him. Chan Jianjun reacted immediately, grabbing her and trying to take things further. Suddenly, Li Daya stopped him and said she needed to go to the latrine. When she returned, she wore a troubled expression. I just got my period." Chan Jianjun, already burning with desire, exploded in frustration. Why now of all times? In truth, Li Daya had already had her period 2 days ago. But since Chan Jianjun had been busy fooling around with Widow Zhang, he hadn't touched her in a long time and had no idea. "I don't know either," Li Daya said, looking flustered. "It just came all of a sudden. Damn bad luck." Chan Jianjun cursed, pulling on his clothes. Annoyed that she was in his way, he even gave her a shove before hurriedly running out. He was going to find Widow Zhang. About 10 minutes after Chan Jianjun left, Li Daya also slipped out. To avoid waking Father Chan and Mother Chan, she moved cautiously and silently made her way toward Widow Zhang's house. Widow Zhang's late husband had been a soldier. After they got married, they moved out on their own. But in the second year of their marriage, he died in service, leaving her with an unborn child. Her mother-in-law believed she brought bad luck, so after the child was born, they took the baby back to the family's ancestral home to raise it, refusing to let her keep the child. As a result, Widow Zhang lived alone, her house standing about 10 meters away from the Zhang family's ancestral home. Li Daya stood in front of the Zhang family's ancestral home, clenching her fists. She took several deep breaths, forcing herself not to waver. Only then did she knock on the door. "Who is it?" The old Zhang matriarch yawned as she came to open the door. Upon seeing Li Daya, a flicker of impatience crossed her eyes. "If you've got something to say it quickly." "Grandmother Zhang, I just saw a man go into sister-in-law Zhang's house," Li Daya said, her fists clenched tightly as she forced out the words. "What?" "Shoo! Don't let them hear." Li Daya quickly interrupted, stopping the old woman from raising her voice. Hearing this, the Zhang matriarch immediately fell silent. Her sharp, calculating eyes darted toward the small house not far away. Without hesitation, she strode forward, stepping over the low fence with surprising agility. At the same time, the old Zhang patriarch and their youngest son, along with his wife, also came outside. The elder couple headed for the front door, while the younger couple moved toward the window. There was no escape. The Zhang matriarch reached the door and kicked it hard, her anger finally breaking free. "You shameless little wench. You still carry the Zhang family's name, yet you dare to sneak around with some filthy man? Get out here this instant." Bang! Before she could finish speaking, the door burst open. It turned out Chen Jianjun had been in such a hurry that he hadn't shut it properly. Despite the darkness, the Zhang matriarch's sharp eyes immediately caught sight of the tangled figures inside the room. Fury erupted within her. Without another word, she stormed in, grabbing at the people inside while shouting curses. The two inside had initially tried to escape, but the Zhang patriarch stood guard at the door. He swung his stick, striking down hard. Meanwhile, the youngest Zhang son and his wife rushed in from the window, grabbing hold of Chen Jianjun and raining blows upon him. Chapter 119. Li Daya's Divorce Incident, Part 2. The commotion was loud and piercing, drawing the attention of the villagers. People rushed out to see what was happening, and the scene quickly descended into chaos. When the villagers realized that it was a case of adultery, their faces were filled with anger. Upon hearing the news, the village chief hurried over and ordered people to beat the drums, summoning everyone to the grain-drying field for a meeting. Li Daya stood among the crowd, watching as Chen Jianjun and the widow were tied up and forced to kneel on the ground. They were kicked, punched, spat on, covered in blood. Father Chen came over after hearing the commotion, expecting to enjoy the spectacle, but to his shock, the spectacle turned out to be his own son. When he rushed forward to shield Chen Jianjun, he was also dragged aside and beaten. The scene was both chaotic and terrifying. Li Daya trembled all over, then turned her head and vomited. The uproar in the Chen family continued until midnight. When Father Chen dragged his barely breathing son back home and called for Li Daya to help, only then did he realize that it was she who had exposed everything. At that moment, he no longer cared about saving face. He grabbed a knife and rushed over to kill her. The village where the Chen family lived was called Qinjia Village. From the name alone, it was clear that the Chen surname was dominant there. At that time, most people still held strong clan-based beliefs. Although they despised Chen Jianjun's actions, that did not stop them from shifting their anger onto Li Daya. Thus, no one made any move to stop Father Chen. Just as the villagers were preparing to witness another dramatic scene, a loud rumbling sound echoed through the night. Two beams of dim yellow headlights cut through the darkness as a truck drove toward them, honking incessantly. While the villagers were still in shock, they saw a group of people wielding axes and large knives jumping out from the back of the truck. No one knew who shouted, "Bandits are coming!" But the cry instantly snapped the dazed villagers back to their senses, sending them scattering in all directions. Only Li Daya ran toward the truck, crying as she called out, "Father! Second brother!" Li Chen had arrived with a truck full of villagers from Qingshui village, bringing along Father Li and Mother Li to seek justice for Li Daya. Mother Chen, of course, refused to agree to the divorce, but with Mother Li present, whether she agreed or not no longer mattered. There was no choice but to go through with it. It was only then that the people of Qinjia village learned the truth. For all these years, the one who had been infertile was not Li Daya but Chen Jianjun. Yet the Chen family had tormented Li Daya for nothing, even allowing him to have an affair with a widow. The villagers gradually sided with Li Daya. Without the support of the crowd, Mother Chen stubbornly insisted that since Chen Jianjun was bedridden, the divorce could not proceed. By this point, Li Daya's family had arrived with their truck, along with the villagers of Qingshui village, each armed with an axe, making it clear that they would not leave without a resolution. The village chief of Qinjia village had no choice but to step in. He wrote a certificate for Li Daya, stating that as long as she presented it at the commune, she could officially end her marriage with Chen Jianjun. Shen Yiyi did not come in person, but Mother Li followed her instructions and demanded compensation from the Chen family on behalf of Li Daya. Otherwise, they would take the matter to the Public Security Bureau. Mother Chen was terrified. In times like these, if a scandal involving illicit relationships got out of hand, not only would there be jail time but public humiliation, being paraded through the streets, was inevitable. What happened that night, with the villagers gathering to beat them up, was already considered a light punishment. Gritting her teeth, she handed over 50 yuan as compensation to Li Daya. Li Daya took 30 yuan and distributed it among the Qingshui village villagers, who had stood up for her. By the time Li Chen arrived home, Shen Yiyi had already dozed off from exhaustion. When she learned that the matter had been resolved, she did not ask any further questions. The next day, Li Dabin borrowed a bicycle and took Li Daya to finalize the divorce. Just like that, her marriage came to an end. Of course, this incident caused quite a stir in Qingshui village. The biggest shock was that Li Chan had actually managed to borrow a transport team's truck to bring people over to demand justice. Such a grand display was unheard of. When the villagers later found out that those who had gone even received money, they were filled with regret, lamenting that they had missed the opportunity. In reality, most of those who went were members of the Li family clan. As part of the same clan, they naturally protected their own. Now that they had received money, they had even more reason to support Li Daya, exaggerating her suffering as much as possible. For a time, everyone sympathized deeply with Li Daya. During this era, divorce was usually accompanied by endless gossip. However, surprisingly, no one spoke ill of Li Daya. Or rather, no one wanted to ruin the moment when everyone sympathized with her. Because Li Daya rarely went out, people gradually stopped talking about the matter, and it eventually faded away. Father Li originally planned to build a house for Li Daya, but due to the freezing weather and icy ground, construction could not proceed. He decided to wait until it warmed up. In the meantime, he considered partitioning a small room in his and Mother Li's house for her, but Shen Yiyi said there was no need. The textile factory was set to resume work on the 10th day of the first lunar month. On the 7th, Shen Yiyi went to see Qian Xiaoling. Since Yang Pingshan's associates had not yet been completely removed, Shen Yiyi suggested letting Li Daya start as a temporary worker for now. Qian Xiaoling readily agreed. When Shen Yiyi returned home and told Li Daya, she was so touched that she nearly cried. She held Shen Yi's hands tightly, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. On the 8th, Shen Yiyi took her to the city and through Qian Xiaoling's connections, helped her rent an 18-square-meter public housing unit for 1.8 yuan per month. Li Daya paid for it herself. After giving 30 yuan to the Qingshui village villagers, she had 20 yuan left from what she took from the Chan family. Adding the 2 yuan she had saved, she had a total of 22 yuan. After paying the rent, she cleaned the entire place thoroughly. Then she went out to buy a clay pot, toothpaste, toothbrush, wash basin, bowls, chopsticks, oil, salt, and other necessities. The 20 yuan was almost spent entirely. Additionally, with the approval of the eldest household, Father Li set aside some rice, flour, and coarse grains for her. He also gave her an old cotton quilt. One noteworthy event was that Zhang Ailing, upon learning that Li Daya had found a job in the city, attempted to get close to her again. She brought a generous amount of sweet potatoes and potatoes for her, but Li Daya refused. Zhang Ailing was infuriated. Meanwhile, Shen Yiyi took out a thick cotton quilt and a hot water bottle from her storage space and gave them to Li Daya. She also slipped 10 yuan into her hands. Li Daya hurriedly refused. Second sister-in-law, this is too much. I can't accept it. Take it. Shen Yiyi insisted. It's freezing right now, don't let yourself freeze. Be a little kinder to yourself. If even you don't treat yourself well, who else do you expect to? She stuffed the quilt into Li Daya's arms. You can pay me back when you get your salary. Holding the quilt, Li Daya felt its warmth seep into her heart, giving her the urge to cry. In her entire life, no one had ever told her to be kind to herself. And now the one saying these words to her was Shen Yiyi, someone she once thought would look down on her. Shen Yiyi walked into her small rental room, glanced around and remarked, "Not bad. This is just right for you to live alone." Li Daya sniffled, holding back her tears. She silently resolved to work hard in the future so she could repay her second sister-in-law, second brother, and her parents. Come on, let's go. Tonight we'll celebrate, Shen Yiyi said. All right. That evening Li Daya, Father Li, Mother Li, and the eldest household's couple all gathered at Shen Yi's place for a meal. The third household was not invited. The next day, Father Li and Mother Li accompanied Li Daya to the city. And with that, Li Daya's matter finally came to an end. Chapter 120. Learning that Li Chan had joined the transport team stirred up a storm. The 15th day of the first lunar month marked the Lantern Festival, and Li Chan was scheduled to report to the transport team on the 17th. There were only a few days left. After Li Chan started working, he could stay at home on regular days, but whenever he was assigned a mission, returning home would not be possible. In other words, by then, only Shen Yiyi and the three Baos would be at home. Although the old house was right next door and there were people living nearby, Li Chan still felt uneasy. Thus, he discussed with his wife the idea of adopting a retired military dog. Not just anyone could adopt a military dog, but because Liang Jun had previously served in the military, he had the necessary connections. If Shen Yiyi agreed, Li Chan would seek his help. Shen Yiyi naturally agreed. Though she was not afraid, there were still the three Baos at home. She did not want them to be placed in any kind of danger. Having an extra layer of protection meant reducing risks. So Li Chan went to find Liang Jun. The adoption process for a military dog was quite complicated, requiring multiple levels of approval. Li Chan was not in a hurry. After all, once he started work, he still had more than half a month of training. During the training period, he would not need to go on missions and could still return home. However, since he would have to work every day, it also meant he would have much less time to spend with his wife and children. Because of that, he did not go out these past few days. He became much more patient with Bao. While Shen Yiyi was teaching Bao, he would sit beside them and teach Bao some handicrafts. Once Shen Yiyi finished teaching Bao and went on to read, he would let Bao play on his own while he moved closer to his wife, offering his shoulder for her to lean on. Shen Yiyi did not hold back. She was afraid of the cold, while Li Chan radiated heat like a furnace. If not for the three Baos acting as little third wheels, she would have wanted to cling to him all day. Of course, the house was not actually cold. Not only was there a heated Kong bed, but the stove was also burning, making it exceptionally warm inside. In the blink of an eye, the Lantern Festival arrived. Early in the morning, Shen Yiyi woke up to find that Li Chan was already gone. She only realized the adoption paperwork had been approved when she saw the note he left behind. He had gone to bring the military dog home. Feeling bored and knowing that Li Chan would be starting work in 2 days, Shen Yiyi decided to prepare a lavish dinner for the Lantern Festival that evening. On this special occasion, tangyuan and dumplings were essential. Just as she finished kneading the dough, she suddenly heard a sharp woof from outside, followed by Bao's delighted voice. Wearing an apron, Shen Yiyi stepped outside and saw Li Chan returning with an animal that had pointed ears, mostly orange-red fur, but with black coloring at the base of its ears, neck, and belly. Its sharp eyes exuded both fierceness and vigilance. A wolf? A dog? It looked like a mix of both. This is a military dog? Shen Yiyi asked. Yes, a Lijo red dog, a type of wolf dog. Its name is Langya. Li Chan replied, stroking Langya's fur. The military dog, which had been tense and on high alert, immediately relaxed and stuck out its tongue in an attempt to please him. Bao, finding this fascinating, wanted to get closer. However, as soon as he approached, Langya bared its teeth at him. Bao was unafraid, but Bao immediately burst into tears with a loud wah. He turned and ran toward his mother, clinging to her leg. Scared hug wah. Shen Yiyi found this amusing. Since her hands were still covered in flour, she quickly wiped them on her apron before picking up Bao. Bao wrapped his arms tightly around her neck. Shen Yiyi gently comforted him. Don't be scared, don't be scared. Then, shifting her gaze to the military dog, which had a few scars of various sizes on its body but still looked strong and energetic, she frowned. Where was it injured? It lost its sense of smell, and its hearing is also weak. Li Chan explained. Shen Yiyi immediately understood. For a military dog, its sense of smell and hearing were crucial in combat. If it could not rely on these abilities, then once its weakness was exposed in battle, survival would be nearly impossible. Bao, still full of excitement, wanted to play with Langya. Though Langya remained highly alert, it refrained from attacking anyone due to its trust in Li Chan. That evening, Shen Yiyi cooked braised pork bones. She gave one to Langya. The dog sniffed at it but, unable to detect the scent, looked up at Li Chan. Only after Li Chan gave it permission did it finally start eating. Langya was incredibly intelligent. Bao was overjoyed. Seeing Langya eating so heartily, he eagerly offered his own portion to the dog as well. And just like that, Langya became a permanent member of Shen Yi's household. The next day, Li Chan and Shen Yiyi, along with the three Baos, made a warm and comfortable shelter for Langya. In the blink of an eye, the 17th arrived. Today was the day Li Chan had to report to the transport team. Shen Yiyi accompanied him, but they decided not to bring the three Baos along. Bao and Bao stayed home to play, while Bao was left in Mother Li's care. Mother Li could not have been happier about her son joining the transport team. Watching them ride off on their bicycles, she grinned from ear to ear, holding Bao and even jogging a few steps after them in excitement. Just then Wang Yan happened to pass by. Catching a whiff of gossip in the air, she eagerly approached with a mischievous smile. Aunt Li, where are your second son and his wife headed? Aside from Father Li, Mother Li, and the eldest son's family, no one else in the village knew about this news yet. Shen Yiyi and Li Chan had not seen the need to announce it. The eldest son and his wife were not the type to gossip, and as for Father Li, he was even less likely to share such things. As for Mother Li, she had been keeping a low profile ever since the incident with Li Deya, rarely mingling with the villagers for idle chatter. So she had not spread the news either. Now that someone had finally asked, she suddenly felt the urge to show off. Playing coy, she deliberately teased. They're going to report in, of course. Report in? Report for what? Wang Yan's curiosity grew even stronger. Our Li Chan. Mother Li finally revealed, flashing a proud smile. He got into the transport team. He's reporting for duty today. Your Li Chan got into the transport team? Wang Yan shrieked in disbelief. Her voice was so loud that everyone nearby heard it. The news was like a bomb dropped into a calm lake, causing a huge ripple. People quickly gathered around. Aunt Li, your Li Chun joined the transport team? How did he get in? How come we didn't hear a single word about this before? No warning at all, and now you hit us with such big news. The old Li's family really knows how to keep a secret. The transport team isn't easy to get into. They haven't recruited publicly in the past 2 years. Most of the people they take in are retired soldiers. If Li Chun got in, that means his abilities are top-notch. Didn't Dia just join the textile factory a few days ago? Now your family suddenly has 2 workers. The old Li's family is really moving up in the world. Aunt Li, you'll be living the good life from now on. That's right. Just don't forget about us when the time comes. Mother Li was beaming with joy and was just about to say something when she was suddenly interrupted. Cough cough. Over at Shen Yi's side, she had just gotten on the bike when she realized she had forgotten her hat. She was afraid of the cold, so going without it was not an option. Li Chun was about to turn back for her, but with all the things they were carrying, Shen Yi handed him the items and walked back herself to get her hat. Just as she returned, she overheard the conversation and let out 2 deliberate coughs before smiling. What's all this excitement about? Hearing her voice, everyone turned around. Seeing Shen Yi, they all plastered on smiles. Oh wow, we were just talking about you. Li Chen's wife, you're really something. You found jobs in the city for both your man and Dia. When are you going to hook us up with a good job too? Chapter 121. Li Chun was a hopeless romantic. What's so impressive? Shen Yi responded with a modest smile. Sister-in-law Wang, you're overpraising me. I'm really not that capable. It's true that I introduced my eldest sister to the textile factory. Shen Yi did not deny knowing Qian Xiaoling. After all, they had dined together several times at the state-owned restaurant. She had encountered many people, so there was no way to hide it. However, but I don't have the ability to make the textile factory except my eldest sister. The reason she got in was because the factory's trade union director appreciated her pure background, her honesty, diligence, and hardworking nature. He admired her courage in standing up against Chen Jianjun's misconduct, her efforts in defending women's rights, and believed that her strong ideological awareness could inspire the female workers in the factory to be more independent. Besides, she really is skilled. Everyone here knows that, right? It's not surprising that she got into the textile factory, and she's only a temporary worker. Whether she can become a permanent employee will depend on her performance later on. If you're asking whether I can help you all get in, then of course not. Shen Yi grinned. Just as she noticed the displeased expressions on their faces, she changed the direction of her words. But I can introduce you to someone. However, everything still has to go through the proper procedures. Whether you can actually enter the textile factory will depend on your own abilities. As for my husband joining the transport team, that has nothing to do with me. He got in purely based on his own abilities, passing multiple assessments. The procedures were strict, and his skills were acknowledged and praised by the leadership. You can't just dismiss all his hard work in one stroke. That would be unfair to him. Also, our family is not some wealthy or privileged one. Whether it's my eldest sister or my husband, they are both bricks in the revolution, ready to be placed wherever they are needed. Whether working in the village or heading to the city, they are committed to contributing to the country's development. They are not, as you say, living in luxury and enjoying special treatment. So, aunties and sisters-in-law, please don't say such things in the future. I know you don't mean any harm, but if someone with bad intentions hears this and reports our family for some fabricated wrongdoing, then I'll have no choice but to report you for defamation at the Public Security Bureau. What happens after that won't be up to me. Shen Yi rattled on, and the previously noisy scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone, dumbfounded by her words, exchanged glances. They didn't even say anything, did they? Weren't they just complimenting her? How did it turn into such a big deal? And now she's even talking about suing them for defamation. Among the crowd, a few with impure intentions had a flicker in their eyes. Wang Yan did feel a bit jealous, but she was mostly just loose-tongued. She had no intention of placing such a heavy accusation on Shen Yi's family. After all, she still remembered the 2 extra pieces of candy she had received last time. Now, hearing the underlying meaning in Shen Yi's words, she suddenly felt a wave of fear. She had always been someone who knew how to read the situation. Without hesitation, she raised a hand and pretended to slap herself a few times. "Ayo, look at my mouth, it really is too careless. Li Chen's wife, you're absolutely right. I really didn't think about how my words might cause trouble for your family if those bad people overheard. I deserve to be punished. I really do. Slap slap. Li Chen's wife, please don't hold it against me." Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit, pretending to slap themselves while apologizing to Shen Yi. Only after they had all finished did Shen Yi smile and say, "Sisters-in-law, aunties, you're all being too polite. I know you didn't mean anything by it. I never blamed you, just be more careful next time. Why go so far as to slap yourselves? The crowd. Even if the slapping was just for show, wasn't her remark a little too late? They had their dignity too. Whether they truly believed Shen Yi's words or not, at least on the surface, no one dared to question them. After exchanging some polite words, they hurriedly dispersed, as if something was chasing them from behind. Only then did Motherly realize that perhaps they had been too high profile. She looked at Shen Yiyi with a face full of fear, stumbling over her words. Old second daughter-in-law, did I cause trouble? Not exactly causing trouble, but Mother. Shen Yiyi looked at Motherly and said, after all, words can be powerful. Even something white can be twisted into black. Our family already stands out quite a bit, so we should try to remain humble in our words. At least on the surface, we shouldn't give others a chance to pick out faults. Do you understand? You understood. Motherly did understand, but she didn't trust her own mind. Sometimes she just couldn't think things through quickly enough. She was afraid she might say something wrong without even realizing it. Swallowing nervously, she muttered, I'll try to speak as little as possible from now on. Her overly cautious expression made Shen Yiyi laugh. Mother, you don't have to be too careful. After all, the fact that Brother Chan and eldest sister found jobs in the county, whether we say anything or not, people will find out. A wave of gossip is unavoidable. But we aren't stealing or robbing. Yes, we did pull some strings, but so have plenty of others. There are so many cases of people buying jobs or children replacing their parents at work. It's all within the policy framework. There's nothing wrong with it. Besides, Brother Chan and eldest sister both got their jobs through proper procedures. Even if someone investigates, they won't find anything against us. The only thing we need to avoid is responding to people who say things like how we're living the good life, or getting rich. Those kinds of sensitive topics. Just don't engage with them. All right, I got it. Motherly nodded repeatedly, looking like a student absorbing a valuable lesson. That's good then. Mother, take Xiaobao back inside. It's too cold out here. Shen Yiyi crouched down and rubbed the little boy's hand as he ran over and clutched hers upon seeing her return. She handed him a white rabbit creamy candy. Be good and stay home with Grandma today, all right? Mother just needs to grab a hat, and then I'll go meet up with your father. Xiaobao had been pouting, reluctant at first, but the moment he saw the candy, his eyes lit up. He took it eagerly, peeling off the wrapper as he obediently replied, okay. You little foodie. Shen Yiyi poked at his puffed-up cheeks as he chewed on the candy, then stood up and said a few words to Motherly before heading inside to grab her hat. Motherly then took Xiaobao back to the old house. Meanwhile, Shen Yiyi had just picked up her hat and was about to go find Li Chan when, the moment she stepped outside, she saw him riding his bicycle back. Wife, why are you back? Shen Yiyi jogged toward him. Didn't I say I'd grab my hat and go find you? I saw that you hadn't come after a while, so I came back to check. Li Chan said as he turned the bicycle around. I ran into a few aunties and sisters-in-law and got caught up chatting with them for a bit. Shen Yiyi explained as she climbed onto the bicycle. She glanced at him and asked, were you getting impatient? No, I just thought something might have happened to you, so I came back to check. Li Chan replied. Once she was seated securely, he started pedaling. Shen Yiyi wrapped her arms around his waist and praised. Not bad, you're a qualified partner. Li Chan chuckled. I'm your husband. Not much of a difference. There's a big difference. Li Chan insisted on his rightful title. Before marriage, it's called a partner. But we're already married, so I'm your husband. So domineering. But the next moment, Shen Yi's mind drifted elsewhere. Speaking of which, we never actually dated before getting married. Li Chan hadn't expected her to bring this up and hesitated for a moment. What? Shen Yiyi didn't mention why they skipped the dating phase, and instead put on a deliberately dramatic tone. So, don't you think you owe me some compensation? Hearing her playful tone, Li Chan relaxed. His voice was full of indulgence as he asked, what kind of compensation do you want? Shen Yiyi knew he had caught on to her meaning and grinned. Jokingly, she said, whatever I ask for, you'll give me? Even your life? That too. His answer came without the slightest hesitation. Shen Yiyi was momentarily speechless. This guy is a total love-struck fool. She gave him a playful slap. You're really generous, huh? Even your life is up for grabs. As long as it's for you, Li Chan said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Shen Yiyi. Normally, she would have scoffed at such cheesy words. But at this moment she actually felt no, she was really moved. After a brief silence, she muttered, I don't want your life. I want you to live well. All right, let's drop this topic. What I actually wanted to say is, after you finish reporting in, let's go watch a movie. Okay? Okay, Li Chan answered. Whether he was responding to her first statement, her last one, or both was unclear. Chapter 122. A couple's movie date. There was no need for a formal check-in since Liang Jun was there. Li Chun simply had to fill in his personal information, and that was it. Afterward, he went to the dormitory to arrange his bedding. The transport team provided dormitories, which consisted of shared bunk beds. However, they were not free. Each bed space required a monthly rent of 20 cents. Shen Yiyi insisted that Li Chun rent one. Although he would return home at night when not on missions, he would not be coming back for lunch. Shen Yiyi wanted him to have a place to rest at noon. Li Chun felt it was unnecessary, but whatever his wife said was final. So Shen Yiyi brought quite a few items from home. Quilts, pillows, slippers, cotton shoes, a washbasin, towels, and other essentials. Since it was working hours, the dormitory was empty when they arrived. Shen Yiyi entered while Li Chun wiped down the bed frame. She made the bed and arranged his belongings neatly. Everything was put in order, but the only problem was the walls. They were too dirty. Shen Yiyi could not stand it. Even if Li Chun did not move around much in his sleep, the quilt would undoubtedly touch the walls. The mere thought of it was unbearable. She asked Li Chun to check with the dormitory guard to see if there were any old newspapers so they could paste them over the walls. Just as he stepped out, a commotion arose at the door. The returning team members had just finished their mission. As soon as they entered, they saw a delicate and beautiful young woman. For a moment, they thought they had walked into the wrong dormitory. But when the woman turned her head to look at them, they were instantly stunned. Shen Yiyi was just about to greet them when Zhao Yuliang emerged from the group and exclaimed in surprise, "Sister-in-law! Sister-in-law? He's married?" The men who had been in shock felt their hearts shatter into pieces. "Yuliang." Shen Yiyi responded with a smile, nodding warmly to greet the others. "Why are you here? Did Brother Chun come to check in? Where did he go?" Zhao Yuliang was visibly excited. Then, he smacked the shoulder of the man beside him. "What are you thinking? This is Brother Chun's wife. Quickly put away those messy thoughts, or else when Brother Chun returns, you'll suffer the consequences." "This is Brother Chen's wife?" The men instantly abandoned their earlier thoughts, blurting out in shock. "So young and beautiful?" "Obviously." A voice interjected. The group turned their heads and saw a tall, well-built man stride into the room. The dormitory instantly erupted into a commotion. "Damn! Brother Chun, it's really you. You finally decided to join us. I heard rumors a few days ago that you were coming, but I thought it was fake. Didn't expect it to be true. How long has it been? Brother Chun, you've bulked up even more. It's been ages since we last hung out. How about going out for a drink tonight?" Shen Yiyi watched as Li Chun was surrounded by the enthusiastic crowd and was momentarily speechless. It seemed her husband was quite popular in the transport team. While exchanging greetings with his comrades, Li Chun did not neglect his wife. He walked over to her and formally introduced her to everyone. "Let me introduce you all. This is my wife Shen Yiyi." Then he introduced each of them to Shen Yiyi. Once the introductions were done, his eyes narrowed slightly. "Now, who was having improper thoughts about my wife just now? Step forward." The group collectively shrank their necks and let out awkward chuckles. Then, putting on exaggerated expressions of anger, whether directed at others or themselves was unclear, they shouted, "Who dares to have thoughts about our sister-in-law? Huh? Who? Step out right now. Forget Brother Chun. His brothers will beat you to death first." Shen Yiyi. She could not help but laugh. After greeting them, she pulled out a bag she had prepared earlier and took out some nuts, handing each of them a handful. The men immediately grinned with flattery. "Oh wow, thank you, sister-in-law." Shen Yiyi smiled. "No need to be polite. These were just some snacks we prepared for the new year. We haven't finished them yet, so I thought I'd share some with you all. Hope you don't mind." "Mind what? We've never had such plump nuts before. Crispy and fragrant, they taste amazing." "Sister-in-law, where did you buy these? My wife loves them. I bought several pounds for her in Beijing before, but she kept complaining about finding bad ones. We've eaten so many of yours, and not a single bad one yet. Got them from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative." Shen Yiyi lied effortlessly. During the new year they had a lot of good stuff. I just happened to snatch some up, but I doubt they have any left now. "Ha ha, well if they're gone then so be it. Sister-in-law, these must have been expensive, right? We feel bad making you spend on us like this. Look at us, we don't even have anything to offer you in return." "What are you talking about? We're all family here. Besides, I'll have to trouble you all to take care of our Brother Chun in the future." "Sister-in-law, you're too polite. Brother Chun is the capable one. If anything, he's the one taking care of us." Shen Yiyi smiled. "Then let's just look out for each other." "Ha ha ha, sister-in-law, you really know how to talk." The group then started teasing Li Chun again. "Brother Chun, where exactly did you find such a virtuous, understanding and sweet-talking wife? Not to mention she's so beautiful. Any more like her?" Introduce one to us. Get lost. Li Chan scolded with a laugh. After chatting for a while and pasting newspapers over the walls, Li Chan and Shen Yiyi declined the group's dinner invitation. Under a wave of knowing, teasing glances, they rode off on their bicycle. It was around 3 in the afternoon. The couple headed straight to the cinema. Films in this era were limited in variety, mostly focusing on historical and war stories, and the audience mainly consisted of young couples. They chose a film about a young woman from Hong Kong entering the music industry. Before heading in, they bought a bucket of popcorn. Compared to later generations, the film's production quality was naturally inferior, but it had a compelling story, strong performances, and a rich period atmosphere that immediately immersed the audience. Shen Yiyi watched with great interest. Li Chan, on the other hand, was not particularly engaged but forced himself to sit through it. He feared that if his wife started discussing the film later, he would have nothing to say. After the movie ended, the two walked out hand in hand. Unexpectedly, they ran into a pair of familiar faces, ones they had not anticipated seeing. Lin Jiadong and Jiang Wanru. Jiang Wanru sat on a cinema bench, her face filled with worry. Beside her, Lin Jiadong asked, "Wanru, what's going on? How could you be dismissed? Didn't you say you were likely to be made permanent this year?" "I was supposed to be," Jiang Wanru replied, her gaze flickering. "But the deputy factory director's son was pursuing me, and the factory director thought I was siding with them. So he fired me as well." In truth, she had been dismissed before the deputy factory director's downfall because of how she had deceived Yang Xiong. However, she dared not tell Lin Jiadong the real reason, fearing that he would think she had tried to use Yang Xiong to climb the ranks and end up resenting her. "But you never even paid attention to Yang Xiong, right? Why would the factory director misunderstand?" Lin Jiadong questioned. "It was all because of Shen Yiyi." Jiang Wanru simply shifted the blame onto Shen Yiyi. Li Chan and Shen Yiyi had originally intended to walk past them, but upon hearing this, they abruptly halted. The two remained unnoticed as Lin Jiadong continued. "Shen Yiyi, what does she have to do with this?" Jiang Wanru explained. "You know about the eldest Li sister joining the textile factory, right? Li Daya's divorce had caused quite a stir, and the fact that she had managed to secure a job in the city was currently a hot topic in their village. Naturally, Lin Jiadong had heard about it. I heard that the deputy factory director's downfall was caused by Shen Yiyi reporting him to the trade union director. The trade union director, Qian Shaoling, who happens to be the factory director's wife, promised her 2 job placements, and Li Daya got one of them." Jiang Wanru's eyes burned with resentment. Yang Pingshan's corruption had been her last trump card. Yet Shen Yiyi had used it before she could. Not only that, but she also made Qian Shaoling fire me. "What? How could she be so vicious?" Lin Jiadong fumed. "And all because of you." Jiang Wanru lightly hit Lin Jiadong. "She likes you but you like me. Of course she resents me. Naturally she would ruin my job. Now how am I supposed to go home? If my sister and my uncle find out I lost my job, they'll kill me." Ah! Bang! A small wooden stool came flying straight at Jiang Wanru. Catching sight of it from the corner of her eye, she swiftly dodged. Lin Jiadong reacted even faster, pulling Jiang Wanru behind him and shielding her with his body. The stool struck him squarely on the back with a heavy thud. He let out a muffled groan from the pain. "Adong!" Jiang Wanru cried out in alarm. "Are you okay?" Chapter 123. Both husband and wife attract romantic troubles. Jealousy ensues. Lin Jiadong bent down, grimacing in pain. He shook his head, then nodded. Jiang Wanru turned to the culprit. When she saw Shen Yi's mocking expression, her anger flared up. "Shen Yiyi, what right do you have to hit people? You all spread rumors slandering me, a married woman, accusing me of having improper relationships with men. The fact that I haven't sued you for defamation is already merciful enough. Why shouldn't I hit you? You've always liked my partner." "Ah!" Before Jiang Wanru could finish her sentence, a stool came flying toward her. This time it wasn't Shen Yiyi who threw it, it was Li Chan. His expression was cold and stern. "Where do you get the nerve?" Jiang Wanru dodged quickly, but the stool still hit her shoulder. The sharp pain contorted her face. Facing this ruthless couple, she was so enraged that she trembled. Shen Yiyi didn't care whether she was trembling or not. She looked at them with a cold gaze. "If you have the ability, bring out the evidence. If you don't, then stop spreading lies. Otherwise, next time, I'll really call the police." Saying that, Shen Yiyi took Li Chen's arm and was just about to leave when something came to mind. She turned to Lin Jiadong, smiling sweetly. "Oh right. Her job loss has nothing to do with me, nor with Qian Shaoling. She tried to use Yang Xiong to secure a permanent position while secretly defying him. At the end of last year, I even saw her having a meal with Yang Xiong at a state-run restaurant. Yang Xiong said she was his partner, that she ate and drank on his tab. I found it strange. She already had you as her partner, so why was there suddenly a Yang Xiong?" So I asked him. When Yang Xiong realized he had been deceived, he was so furious that he slapped her. That's why she was dismissed. Shen Yiyi, Jiang Wanru roared, trying to rush forward to shut her up. Li Chan stepped forward, standing in front of Shen Yiyi. His cold eyes swept over Jiang Wanru. Jiang Wanru recalled the ruthless strength with which he had just thrown the stool and dared not advance any further. Meanwhile, Lin Jiadong was already shaken by Shen Yi's words. He looked at her in disbelief, then turned to Jiang Wanru. Jiang Wanru hurriedly tried to explain. Adong, it's not what you think. I have nothing to do with Yang Xiong. I didn't even let him hold my hand. But you did play hard to get with him. Shen Yiyi delivered another blow. Shut your mouth. Jiang Wanru wanted to shout at Shen Yiyi in anger. But when she met Li Chen's cold gaze, she didn't dare to say another word. She'll definitely tell you that I'm making things up. Shen Yiyi continued, unfazed by the intimidation, further provoking Lin Jiadong. If you don't believe me, you can go ask the staff at the state-run restaurant. This incident caused quite a stir. They're bound to remember it. After dropping that bombshell, Shen Yiyi ignored the crowd gathering around to gossip. She and Li Chan went to retrieve the small stool that had been thrown. Things in this era were built to last. Despite being hurled so forcefully, the stool wasn't broken. Only its edges and corners had a few minor dents. Shen Yiyi simply pulled out 3 yuan and handed it to the cashier. I'm really sorry for damaging your stool. Let me compensate you. The cashier, a middle-aged woman, beamed with amusement. The stool isn't even broken, just a little scuffed. It's still perfectly usable. Don't worry about it. Honestly, women like her deserve a beating. Messing around with men while spreading rumors about others. Ugh. Hitting her was too lenient. She ought to be dragged out and… The more the middle-aged woman spoke, the angrier she became. She turned to Li Chan and advised, Brother, don't just listen to one side of the story. I can tell your wife is truly devoted to you. You better treat her well. Li Chan was usually distant toward strangers, and with his sharp chiseled features, he often gave off an intimidating aura. But suddenly being addressed like this, the cold edges of his expression softened with a hint of a smile. He responded with a simple But though his reply was meant for the cashier, his gaze was fixed on Shen Yiyi. The cashier, force-fed with affection, was speechless. All right, just go already. With that, the couple left the cinema. It was just past 5 in the afternoon, and neither of them felt like cooking, so they decided to head to the state-run restaurant to get some takeout. The bicycle ride from the cinema to the restaurant took about 5 minutes. The moment they got off, Shen Yiyi noticed that Li Chan was still smiling. It wasn't an exaggerated smile, just a slight upward curve at the corners of his lips, a relaxed brow, and a slow, lingering warmth in his eyes. The usually sharp contours of his face seemed noticeably softer. For someone who rarely smiled when he did, it was absolutely lethal. Even the natural air of intimidation he carried was no longer as fierce. Instead, it carried a dangerously alluring charm, drawing people's attention to him without them even realizing it. Li Chan wasn't some delicate, fair-skinned pretty boy, but his sharp features, tall and sturdy build, and strong presence made him the epitome of a mature, tough guy. Some people were particularly drawn to this type, and Shen Yiyi had already noticed several female workers who had just finished their shifts sneaking glances at him as they passed by for dinner. As for the culprit himself, not only was he completely oblivious, but he even lowered his voice to ask her what she wanted to eat. Shen Yiyi shot him a sidelong glance. Brother Chan. You seem very happy? Li Chan, still unaware that his wife was getting jealous, let the curve of his lips lift even more. I am happy. Because of what that cashier said? To be more precise, because you hit Lin Jiadong. Li Chan admitted honestly. Shen Yi's lips curled up slightly, but just as she caught another few women sneaking looks in his direction, her smile abruptly flattened. She spoke domineeringly. Then save your smiles for when we get home. Li Chan was confused. Wife, what's wrong? You're asking me what's wrong? Shen Yiyi huffed. She looked around and seeing no patrol officers nearby, went on tiptoe and pinched both of Li Chen's cheeks. Do you even realize how much unwanted attention you're attracting like this, huh? Li Chan instinctively steadied her to keep her from losing balance, then glanced around. Sure enough, quite a few people were looking in their direction. Finally, he understood the reason behind her unusual behavior. He tried to hold it in, but he couldn't. A deep, uncontrollable chuckle escaped from his lips, his chest even vibrating slightly with amusement. Because Shen Yiyi was pinching his face, the flesh on Li Chen's cheeks was squeezed forward, forcing his lips into a pout. His entire face looked like an adult version of 3 bows. It might not have been the most appropriate comparison, but describing him as both handsome and adorable was neither an exaggeration nor a contradiction. On the contrary, it only drew even more attention. Shen Yiyi. Forget it. It was rare to see him this happy. She let go of him and shot him a playful glare. Let's go, time to buy food. She took the lead into the restaurant while Li Chan followed behind her. Suddenly, he called out in a loud voice. Wife, wait for me. As he caught up, he continued asking, what do you want to eat? The women who had been frequently glancing his way instantly had their romantic fantasies shattered at the word wife. They withdrew their gazes and went back to minding their own business. Shen Yiyi stopped in place, unable to suppress the upward curve of her lips. She playfully chided. Then hurry up. A soft, coquettish tone like that naturally caught the attention of men. Moreover, Shen Yiyi was young and beautiful, so this time, it was the men who started stealing glances at her. Just as Li Chan was feeling satisfied, he noticed those blatant gazes directed at his wife. His face darkened. Since they were already inside the state-run restaurant, no one would scold them for being inappropriate in public. Li Chan took the opportunity to casually drape an arm around his wife's shoulders, silently declaring his claim. Shen Yiyi knew exactly what he was up to. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she teased. Brother Chan, why are you holding me? No hugging in public. Quick, put your hand down. Li Chan was both amused and exasperated. He tightened his grip slightly, pulling her closer just as someone nearly bumped into her. Using this as an excuse, he explained. It's crowded during meal hours. I don't want anyone knocking into you. Oh, really? Shen Yiyi lifted her chin smugly, silently asking. Do you think I believe that? Fine. Li Chan admitted defeat. Wife, what do you want to eat? I'll go line up. Let's go together. Shen Yiyi stifled a laugh. Since they both disliked the attention from others, they might as well stick together and keep each other in check. In the end, they packed up a few steamed buns and meat-filled buns, along with a serving of braised pork and cabbage stewed with glass noodles. Just needed to be reheated once they got home. Chapter 124. A Leisurely Life. Before heading back, Shen Yiyi went to find Qian Shaoling and told her that Zhang Wanru had found out it was she who had reported her. At the time of their deal, besides the two of them, there had also been Chan Yulan. It was not hard to figure out that it must have been Chan Yulan who told Zhang Wanru. Qian Shaoling was utterly shocked, never expecting that Chan Yulan would betray her. As for how to deal with Chan Yulan, Qian Shaoling knew exactly what to do. Shen Yiyi and Li Chan returned home. The next day marked Li Chen's first official day at work. Normally, work started at 8 o'clock, but during the training period it began at 9. Shen Yiyi did not laze in bed. Just like when he went to work before, she got up with him, made breakfast and ate with him. After he left, she read for a while. When the three Baos woke up, she played with them for a bit before teaching De Bao and Air Bao how to recognize words. Air Bao could never sit still. Before long, he took off running outside to play. After finishing the lessons his mother had assigned him, De Bao would sometimes go out with Air Bao, balancing study and play. As for Xiao Bao, he stayed at home with Shen Yiyi. Shen Yiyi was someone who could stay indoors for long periods. If nothing required her to go out, she could stay home for a whole month without stepping outside. Mother Li visited frequently, though mainly to see her precious grandchildren. Additionally, she would share village gossip with Shen Yiyi. For example, Zhang Wanru and Lin Jiadong's secret romance had been exposed. From Mother Li's words, Shen Yiyi pieced together the cause and effect and could roughly guess what had happened. After her previous conversation with them, Zhang Wanru and Lin Jiadong had a falling out. With no job left, Zhang Wanru had no choice but to return to the village. The Zhang sisters had lost their parents early on, so the family had not been divided. The house they lived in had been built by their grandfather. After Zhang Ailing got married and Zhang Wanru went to the city to work as a temporary laborer, her uncle had moved his son and daughter-in-law into the house where the sisters originally lived. He had said that they would move out once Zhang Wanru returned. However, after Zhang Wanru lost her job, his attitude changed. He told Zhang Wanru to go live with her cousin instead. Zhang Wanru's cousin had always been jealous of her beauty and had never liked her. Because of this, they often clashed. Zhang Wanru endured time and again, but in the end, her cousin provoked her to the point of losing her temper. The two nearly got into a fight. This made her aunt, who had never liked her in the first place, even more displeased. Her words became sharp and sarcastic, filled with mockery. Zhang Wanru's days grew increasingly difficult, so she ran to Lin Jiadong to complain. Lin Jiadong still held resentment toward her for deceiving him, but Zhang Wanru took the initiative to coax him. Lin Jiadong, blinded by her beauty and emotions stirred, fell for her again. The two embraced and kissed passionately. Unexpectedly, they were seen by someone. Forced into admitting their relationship, they had no choice but to acknowledge they were courting. When Zhang Ailing found out, she was nearly furious to death. She did not want Zhang Wanru to marry Lin Jiadong, but there was nothing she could do. After all, they had been caught in broad daylight engaging in such an indecent act. If Zhang Wanru did not marry Lin Jiadong, no one else would be willing to take her. Because of this, Zhang Ailing was full of disdain for Lin Jiadong, treating him with a sour attitude. Lin Jiadong, however, was truly fond of Zhang Wanru. He took the initiative to propose marriage and had a conversation with Zhang Ailing behind closed doors. When he came out, Zhang Ailing was all smiles, agreeing to the marriage between Zhang Wanru and Lin Jiadong. It was Wang Yan who somehow got hold of inside information. She said that Zhang Ailing had told Lin Jiadong that if he wanted to marry her sister, he would have to build a house in the village, and she specifically requested that it be built next to old Li's family. As for what she was scheming, there was no need to guess. On the surface, it seemed to be for her sister's sake. After all, once married, it would indeed be inconvenient for the couple to continue living in the shared dormitory for educated youths. In reality, however, she wanted Lin Jiadong to build an extra room so that her own family could have a share. After all, with 6 people squeezed into a single house, they were practically suffocating. If the house was built next door, they could easily move in. Originally, Lin Jiadong had planned to build just one house after marrying Zhang Wanru. Now, with this arrangement, he had no choice but to construct an additional room. He went to the brigade leader to apply for the residential plot. No one knew what kind of bribe he offered, but surprisingly, the approval was granted. Now everything was ready. Only the arrival of spring was awaited. Shen Yiyi. In the book, not only did Zhang Wanru never lose her job, but she even became a leader at the textile factory. Moreover, before the college entrance exams, Zhang Ailing had firmly opposed Zhang Wanru and Lin Jiadong being together. When their secret relationship was discovered, Zhang Ailing forcibly separated them. Of course, they only appeared to be apart on the surface. In reality, they continued seeing each other in secret. It was not until Lin Jiadong was accepted into Peking University after the exams that Zhang Ailing changed her attitude completely. A development path entirely different from this lifetime. Shen Yiyi pondered over it for a moment before putting it out of her mind. She had no interest in Lin Jiadong and Zhang Wanru's complicated love story. There was, however, another matter worth mentioning. The village chief had fallen ill after the new year. With spring plowing about to begin, in order to prevent brigade leader He Herong from seizing power, Father Li was appointed as the acting village chief in a time of crisis. Of course, this had no impact on Shen Yi's life whatsoever. She still ate and drank as usual. Her daily routine consisted of reading, teaching Dabao and Airbao to recognize words, and taking care of Xiao Bao. When she was bored, she would make delicious food and wait for Li Chun to return home and enjoy it. Today, with nothing else to do, she made some fried pumpkin cakes. Sweet, fragrant, and crispy, they were incredibly delicious. Even Langya, after eating one, still wanted more, staring at her with its tongue out and eyes full of longing. Shen Yiyi fed it another one. But when it begged for more, she refused. Fried pumpkin cakes were too heat-inducing. Eating too many would not be good. Langya did not make a fuss. After more than a month of living together, it had completely come to trust Shen Yi's family. Shen Yiyi took meticulous care of Langya, feeding it almost the same food they ate. Of course, this did not make Langya lazy. Li Chun had somehow learned some training techniques. Whenever he came home early from work or had a day off, he would take time to train Langya. During these sessions, Langya seemed to return to the battlefield it was once familiar with, becoming incredibly excited. It even appeared to understand its duty. For example, now that it was certain its master would not give it any more food, it ran outside to the main hall and crouched down, keeping a vigilant watch over its surroundings. It truly looked like it was standing guard, carrying out its duty with unwavering dedication. Seeing how obedient it was, Shen Yiyi went inside and brought out a bone for it. Langya was overjoyed. Perhaps because it had no sense of smell, it particularly enjoyed experiencing flavors through taste and ate very slowly. Whenever it encountered a flavor it liked, its tail would wag vigorously behind it. The contrast between its fierce appearance and this adorable behavior was striking, just like how Li Chun acted in front of her. Somehow, Shen Yiyi found it irresistibly endearing and could not help but give Langya another piece of food. Just then Mother Li arrived. She clutched her chest in distress at the sight, her heart aching. She wanted to scold Shen Yiyi, but instead she subconsciously asked in a questioning tone. Second daughter-in-law, does the dog really need to eat this well? Even humans did not eat this well. Without even looking up, Shen Yiyi replied, Mother, this is a retired military dog. Isn't it still just a dog? Mother Li muttered. She was a typical countryside woman with a small farmer mindset. Having little education and limited exposure to the outside world, she understood the role of military dogs but did not think it had anything to do with her. Hearing this, Shen Yiyi finally looked up and saw Mother Li's pained expression. She said, Mother, retired military dogs receive a pension. Chapter 125, Husband and Wife Part Ways. Upon hearing this, Mother Li's expression eased considerably. She wanted to ask how much the retirement subsidy was, but she quickly realized that she might be overstepping. She had promised not to interfere in second daughter-in-law's matters. With this thought, she carefully glanced at Shen Yiyi and seeing that her expression remained unchanged, let out a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, she ended the topic and handed the bowl in her hands to Shen Yiyi. Smiling, she said, "Here, this is the bowl Bao just brought over." Before I could hand it to him, he ran off in a hurry to play, saying he'd come back for it later. But I figured he'd get so caught up in playing that he'd forget, so I brought it to you. As she spoke, she smacked her lips twice in satisfaction. "Second daughter-in-law, your cooking skills are truly amazing. Those fried pumpkin cakes were absolutely delicious." Receiving praise for her cooking, Shen Yiyi took the bowl. "As long as it tastes good." Just as she finished speaking, Langya barked excitedly and dashed outside. Li Chun had returned. He patted Langya's head and looked inside the house. "Wife, mother. Why are you back so early today?" Mother Li asked in surprise. "It was only noon. I have to join the team heading to Gansu province tomorrow, so I came back early to pack," Li Chun explained. Shen Yiyi was in the middle of pouring hot water. Hearing this, she was taken aback. Why so suddenly? Although Li Chun was bound to go on long-distance missions sooner or later, being notified today and leaving tomorrow was far too rushed. Transporting goods to Gansu and making the round trip, including any delays along the way, would take nearly a month. The person originally assigned to go fell ill in the past couple of days, so I'm stepping in, Li Chun said. Shen Yiyi handed him the hot water she had just poured. "Then you'll have to start preparing soon." Li Chun took a sip, feeling the warmth spread through his body. "There's not much to prepare. Just packing a few sets of clothes will do." "What about food?" Shen Yiyi asked while taking out the fried pumpkin cakes she had just made. "I'll just buy some things in the county before we leave. Besides, I can get food along the way," Li Chun replied. Shen Yiyi stuffed a piece of fried pumpkin cake into his mouth and huffed. "Just buy some things? You really are easy to feed. And what about when you're trekking through the mountains? Where will you buy food then?" Li Chun took a bite of the pumpkin cake and looked at his wife with an innocent expression. "I'll go into town later to buy some supplies for you." "I'll go with you," Li Chun said. "No need, I'll go by myself," Shen Yiyi replied. She planned to take out items from her storage space under a legitimate excuse. If Li Chun went along, it would only make things inconvenient. She then asked, "Have you eaten lunch? I didn't know you were coming back, so I didn't save you any food." "I haven't eaten." "Then see what you want and cook something yourself," Shen Yiyi said hurriedly, afraid he would insist on going with her. She rushed into the house to change clothes. "I'll change quickly and head into town to stock up for you. Ride carefully. The snow has melted, and the roads are muddy," Li Chun called out loudly. "I know." Shen Yi's voice came from afar. Only then did Li Chun turn around and take another bite of the fried pumpkin cake, only to see his mother smiling at him. Li Chun paused. "What is it?" His tone was noticeably colder compared to when he spoke to his wife. If it had been Li Dabin or Li Sanhong speaking to her like that, Mother Li would have already pulled a long face. But this was Li Chun, her son, yet not someone she had raised. Given their circumstances, the way he treated her now was already much better than she could have expected. With a sigh she said, "Yi is a good wife." Li Chun. Shen Yiyi returned about 2 hours later, carrying several large bags. Without stopping to rest, she immediately started packing supplies for him. She had prepared plenty of food, including biscuits, nuts, canned fruit, chocolate, sponge cakes, red dates and brown sugar. These were all energy-boosting items, perfect for when he got hungry or exhausted on the road. She also packed a small amount of rice, flour, eggs, cured meat and sausages, along with a medium-sized cast iron pot. If he couldn't find a household to provide food along the way and wanted a hot meal, he could cook for himself. The medium-sized pot wouldn't allow for much cooking, but there was no need to worry. Most long-distance drivers kept pots, bowls, and other utensils in their vehicles. Clothes were, of course, essential. It was late March, and many places were still quite chilly. She packed both thick and thin layers, a couple of extra pairs of shoes, as well as a raincoat and rain boots. Worried about dryness, she included a few bottles of snowflake cream. Concerned about mosquitoes, she packed 2 bottles of insect repellent. She also gathered some common medications and other necessities. Li Chun watched his wife busying herself, packing everything for him. His heart swelled with satisfaction. That evening, the 3 Baos learned that their father would be away for a long time and clung to him endlessly. Li Chun, who wanted nothing more than to spend precious time with his wife. Without hesitation, he turned off the lights. Once the room was dark, he forbade any more talking, finally managing to coax the 3 Baos to sleep. The couple, understanding each other perfectly, slipped into the next room for a private moment. As their parting drew near, both of them felt a sense of melancholy. This only made them more passionate, both eager to give the other as much happiness as possible. By the time they were finished, it was nearly midnight. Shen Yiyi nestled in the crook of Li Chen's arm, letting him wipe the sweat from her body. I want some water, Shen Yiyi murmured, nudging him gently. Her voice was soft, almost like she was acting spoiled. Li Chen immediately got up, poured a cup of hot water, mixed in some cool water to make sure it wasn't too hot, and then brought it over to her. Shen Yiyi sat up, wrapped in the blanket, and took 2 sips before narrowing her eyes at him. You planned this all along, didn't you? You even brought the thermos inside. Li Chen didn't deny it. He simply let his darkened gaze sweep over her bare skin. His voice was slightly hoarse as he whispered, Still have energy? Shen Yiyi instantly knew what he was thinking. She shoved the cup back into his hands and dove under the blanket. Nope. Li Chen curled his lips into a smile and tilted his head back, finishing the water she had left. The sound of him swallowing, a clear gudu-gudu in the silent night, painted a vivid image in Shen Yiyi's mind. She could almost see the way his Adam's apple moved. After placing the cup on the table, Li Chen lifted the blanket and slipped inside. Shen Yiyi laughed and tried to dodge. Rogue. Wife, we won't see each other for an entire month. You have to drive tomorrow. It's fine. There are 2 of us in the vehicle. I can let my partner drive first while I catch up on sleep. You really planned this all along. Wife. I wanted to wake up early tomorrow and make some pancakes for you to take along. I can buy some at the state-run restaurant. The consequence of their late-night mischief was that Shen Yiyi almost didn't wake up in time to see Li Chen off the next morning. Of course, the only reason she managed to wake up at all was because she had told Li Chen the night before to make sure he called her before he left. Li Chen, after finishing his preparations, finally woke her up. Originally, Shen Yiyi was supposed to go with him to the county and then ride the bicycle back home. But she was simply too exhausted, so she gave up on the plan and only walked him to the door. Li Chen took the bicycle to leave it at the transport team station, and she would retrieve it when she went into town later. After exchanging a few more reminders, the couple reluctantly parted ways. Just as Shen Yiyi was about to close the door, she caught sight of Lin Jiadong standing not far away, staring at her with a complicated expression. Without hesitation, Shen Yiyi rolled her eyes and slammed the door shut with a bang. Chapter 126. She also liked Lin Jiadong and seemed to be stirring up trouble. After the snow melted, the weather gradually warmed, and the construction of the house Lin Jiadong was building had begun. Shen Yiyi's place was nearby, and since the houses were not soundproof, she could hear the constant clanking and banging every day. She could no longer concentrate on her reading. After Dabao and Airbao went out to play, she left Langye at home to watch over the house and took Xiaobao out for a stroll. As soon as they stepped outside, there was a puddle of muddy water by the roadside. Xiaobao reached out his hand. Hand. Shen Yiyi held his small hand as he eagerly prepared to jump. His short legs kicked off the ground, but Shen Yiyi lifted him up, only setting him down again after they had passed the puddle. When his other foot landed on the ground, he thought he had jumped over it by himself. Delighted, he looked up at his mother and giggled. Great! Shen Yiyi found it amusing and pointed to the ground. Your candy dropped. Seeing a piece of fruit-flavored hard candy on the ground, he bent down to pick it up, his little mouth instantly drooping. It's dirty. Since tissues were not yet common in this era, Shen Yiyi carried a handkerchief with her. She wiped the candy's wrapper, then cleaned Xiaobao's hands before peeling the wrapper open, revealing the candy inside. She held it up to Xiaobao's mouth. Xiaobao opened his mouth and ate it, his eyes crinkling with joy. Shen Yiyi tapped his little forehead in exasperation. Eating so much candy. Let's see what you do when you get cavities. Cavities? Xiaobao tilted his head in confusion. It means your teeth will go bad. Brush teeth, no bad. Xiaobao answered seriously. You little clever one. Shen Yiyi chuckled as she stood up and led him forward. Mother. Xiaobao tugged at her sleeve, signaling that someone was watching them. Following his gaze, Shen Yiyi saw that they were passing by the construction site where Lin Jiadong and Zhang Wanru were building their house. The workers were hurrying to move and stack the adobe bricks. Lin Jiadong was also helping with the work, while Zhang Wanru stood beside him, gently and attentively wiping his sweat. Upon hearing movement, she turned to look in their direction. The moment Zhang Wanru saw Shen Yiyi, she was reminded of the humiliation she had suffered at the cinema. Her expression darkened. Shen Yiyi let out a snort and took Xiaobao up the slope to find Lin Daniu. Zhang Wanru's face looked so unpleasant that Lin Jiadong noticed. Worried, he called out, Rower? What's wrong? Zhang Wanru turned her head, her face full of indignation, though her voice remained soft. I just remembered that day at the cinema. That day has passed. Let's not talk about it. Everything else can be forgotten, but I can't get over the fact that she hit you. Zhang Wanru's eyes turned red. Lin Jiadong's heart softened. To reassure her, he pounded his own back a couple of times. I'm completely fine. Look, I can hit myself this hard, and it doesn't hurt at all. But my heart aches for you. Lin Jiadong was deeply moved and pulled her into his arms. Ro! Jiang Wanru let out a soft hiss, making Lin Jiadong tense up. He looked at her shoulder with concern. Still hurts. Just a little. Jiang Wanru replied pitifully. Without hesitation, Lin Jiadong took off his gloves. The reservoir is releasing water for spring irrigation. There should be plenty of fish in the river now. I'll go catch a few to nourish you. Be careful, Jiang Wanru said, filled with worry. All right, Lin Jiadong responded before heading off. As Shen Yiyi and Xiao Bao reached the top of the slope, they saw Chen Yiyi standing there, watching Lin Jiadong and Jiang Wanru below with a face full of jealousy and resentment. When Chen Yiyi saw Shen Yiyi approaching, she shot her a glare before turning and hurrying down the slope, chasing after Lin Jiadong. Shen Yiyi raised an eyebrow. If Chen Yiyi hadn't shown up, she would have almost forgotten about her. So she also liked Lin Jiadong? Looked like trouble was brewing. Mother? Xiao Bao asked, not understanding why she had suddenly stopped. Shen Yiyi was in a good mood. Let's go. We're heading to Uncle Chong's house. From a distance, Lin Daniu saw them approaching and came over to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Xiao Bao hopped forward and greeted sweetly. Auntie. Hey. Lin Daniu responded, patting Xiao Bao's head before looking at Shen Yiyi. Come on in. Shen Yiyi followed her inside. Not seeing Chan Chong at home, she asked. Changzi went to work? Although it was not yet time for spring planting, preparations were already underway. Yes, the reservoir upstream is releasing water, so he went to dig furrows to channel the water into the fields. Lin Daniu explained. Anan is asleep, and Wang Kai went out to play with De Bao and Air Bao. Shen Yiyi nodded. The two chatted for a while before she took Xiao Bao and left. Lin Daniu watched Shen Yiyi leave, but as soon as she heard her mother-in-law calling from inside, she hurried back to take care of Mother Chun. Shen Yiyi strolled around the village. The air was especially fresh, the sky an exceptionally clear blue. The vast fields and rolling hills were scattered with people preparing for spring plowing. The rural atmosphere, where people worked from sunrise to sunset, was strong and lively. As she passed by the He family's house, she saw Wang Yan sitting at the door, peeling corn. She looked a bit listless, but upon spotting Shen Yiyi, her eyes instantly lit up. She let out a playful "oh," and teased. Li Chen's wife, you this secluded? Sensing the dangerous glint in Shen Yi's eyes, she quickly swallowed the words she was about to say and smoothly changed the topic. You, this revolutionary comrade, have finally decided to step out of your house. Shen Yiyi chuckled lightly. Seeing her laugh, Wang Yan breathed a sigh of relief. She swiftly patted the small stool beside her and invited Shen Yiyi over. Since you're already out, don't rush back. Come sit for a while. With nothing better to do, Shen Yiyi brought Xiao Bao over and sat down. She glanced at the basket at Wang Yan's feet and teased. You're quite diligent, you've almost peeled a whole basket of corn. I'm nowhere near as carefree as you. Wang Yan replied with a hint of grievance, glancing at Shen Yi's smooth, delicate hands. She wanted to lament that life treated people differently, but she held back, afraid that Shen Yiyi would once again warn her about how such words could be overheard by the wrong people, and then threaten to drag her to the Public Security Bureau. Thinking about how many times she had suffered losses at Shen Yi's hands, Wang Yan resentfully stuffed a corn cob into her hands and ordered unceremoniously. Hurry up, peel it. If I don't finish this whole basket, my mother-in-law won't let me eat. Shen Yiyi. And what does that have to do with me? Still, she picked up the corn and began peeling. At first, she removed the kernels one by one. After finishing a row, she started breaking them off in strips, her movements slow and refined. Wang Yan looked at herself. She was pressing the corn against a rough surface, gripping one end, using her hands, feet, and even her face, baring her teeth as she exerted all her strength. Rubbing, rubbing, rubbing. Corn kernels rained down. Then she switched to the other end, rubbing, rubbing, rubbing again. The contrast was unbearable. Wang Yan suddenly had the urge to snatch the corn from Shen Yi's hands and forbid her from peeling any further. She was making her look so rough. Of course, it was just a thought. In less than 10 seconds of silence, she couldn't resist gossiping. Li Chen's wife, why are you out today? Just taking a walk. Wang Yan was about to say something else when a noisy commotion erupted. Someone fell into the water. Someone fell into the water? Wang Yan's eyes lit up. Anyone who didn't know better would think she had just heard some great news. Come on, let's go check it out. She grabbed Shen Yi's hand and bolted. Shen Yiyi was still holding on to Xiao Bao and nearly dragged him to the ground. She scolded. Slow down. Aya, so fussy. Wang Yan muttered. She had no intention of slowing down. If she didn't hurry, she'd miss the excitement. Without another word, she scooped up Xiao Bao, slung him over her shoulder, and charged forward with the crowd. Hearing the ruckus, Madame He came outside. Seeing the basket of corn abandoned at the door, she fumed and shouted, "Wang Yan, get back here! Mother, I'll be back later." Wang Yan didn't even look back. "You wretched girl. Will you die if you don't stick your nose in other people's business? Don't even bother coming back." Madame He gritted her teeth in anger. "Mother, it wasn't my idea. Li Chen's wife dragged me along." Wang Yan hurriedly turned her head and called out in defense. Walking behind her, Shen Yiyi. "Madame He. You're the one carrying her son and running ahead. Do you think I'm blind?" Chapter 127. Someone fell into the water, and Shen Yiyi watched the spectacle. By the time Shen Yiyi arrived, the area around the water was already packed with people. Those on the outer edges stood on tiptoes, craning their necks. She tried to find her son, but the noisy crowd blocked her view. After much difficulty, she finally spotted Wang Yan's head at the very front. Just as she was about to squeeze in, a wave of astonished gasps rippled through the crowd. He kissed her? Did he just kiss her? Educated youth Lin kissed educated youth Chen? Heavens! Doesn't educated youth Lin already have a fiancé? The Jiang family's daughter, right? What is he doing? Taking liberties with another female comrade in broad daylight. While the crowd voiced their indignation, Shen Yiyi finally managed to push her way through. What she saw was Lin Jiadong performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on Chen Yiyi. Shen. Well, this was turning into quite the show. Mother. Xiao Bao, whose eyes were covered by Wang Yan's hands, seemed to sense his mother's presence and called out to her in a pitiful voice. Shen Yiyi replied, "Be good, let's not watch for now." Xiao Bao pouted. Another wave of exclamations surged through the crowd. After performing mouth-to-mouth, Lin Jiadong proceeded with chest compressions on Chen Yiyi, and the placement of his hands was a little awkward. Wang Yan's eyes sparkled. People from big cities really are different, so bold. Although Shen Yiyi disliked Lin Jiadong, she still explained, "This is artificial respiration and CPR. He's saving her. Even if he's saving her, he shouldn't be doing it mouth-to-mouth. It's so improper. And look at Chen Yiyi, she's dressed so thinly. His hands are just placed there." Someone in the crowd argued. Indeed, though the temperature had warmed up, it was still quite cold. So why was Chen Yiyi only wearing such thin clothing? Unfortunately, at this moment no one was thinking about that contradiction. Oh right, others might not know, but Shen Yiyi certainly did. Chen Yiyi knew how to swim. Thinking of the resentful expression Chen Yiyi had worn earlier on the slope, Shen Yiyi let out a small smile. "Ah dong." Suddenly, an urgent voice rang out. Jiang Wanru had arrived. Hearing Jiang Wanru's voice, Lin Jiadong's hands stiffened. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, Chen Yiyi coughed up water and regained consciousness. As soon as she woke, she burst into tears and threw herself into Lin Jiadong's arms. Cough, sob. I thought I was going to die. Wah! Educated youth Chen. Lin Jiadong cleared his throat. "Let go of me first." Chen Yiyi sniffled and shook her head. "And no, I can't. So many people are watching my clothes." She meant that her clothes were too thin. If she let go of Lin Jiadong, she would be exposed. Although her clothing wasn't sheer, it clung tightly to her body after being soaked in water. Given how conservative people were at the time in the eyes of others, it was no different from being indecently exposed. Jiang Wanru was about to lose her mind. What did Chen Yiyi mean by clinging to her man like that? As a woman herself, Jiang Wanru could clearly see that Chen Yiyi liked Lin Jiadong. And even more so, she could tell that Chen Yiyi was pretending. She stepped forward and spoke gently. "Educated youth Chen, this is my fiancé. Shouldn't you let go of him?" Sob. Chen Yiyi only continued crying. "Rower, she's in this state. It's not appropriate." Lin Jiadong hesitated, trailing off. There it was. Shen Yiyi smirked. Lin Jiadong's greatest love was Jiang Wanru, the woman who had endured hardships with him. But he also suffered from a common flaw seen in many male protagonists in men's novels. He loved all women. Back when they were sent down to the countryside, this trait wasn't too obvious. But once he returned to the city after passing the college entrance exams, when the real story began, he was practically surrounded by all sorts of beautiful women. While reading the novel, Shen Yiyi had even suspected that if polygamy hadn't been outlawed by the country, Lin Jiadong would have built himself a full-fledged harem. Of course, Lin Jiadong was tolerant of every woman who adored him, except for her, the vicious female supporting character. As for why Lin Jiadong treated her differently, Shen Yiyi figured it was probably because the author thought the typical trope of a man abandoned by his fiancée after a family tragedy, suffering a period of hardship in the countryside, then rising up to slap his ex in the face was too overused. So they decided to add a twist. "But I am your fiancé." Jiang Wanru stubbornly stared at him. Lin Jiadong found himself caught in a dilemma. Jiang Wanru was furious. To stop Chanjai from clinging to Lin Jiadong any longer, she finally removed her coat and draped it over Chanjai's shoulders, speaking softly. Educated youth Chan, can you let go now? Chanjai, drenched from head to toe, quickly pulled Jiang Wanru's coat tightly around her. However, she still refused to release Lin Jiadong. Sniffling, she choked out. And my reputation is ruined. Sob sob sob. Jiang Wanru almost lost her temper right then and there. Seeing Jiang Wanru's expression darken by the second, Lin Jiadong felt even more conflicted. Educated youth Chan, nothing happened between us. How could your reputation be ruined? You already did that. And you're saying her purity isn't lost? Wang Yan scoffed. What did she mean by that? She made it sound like they had actually done something indecent. Lin Jiadong fumed. I was saving her. And touching her was a fact too. Wang Yan shot back without backing down. Shen Yiyi casually scooped Xiaobao back from Wang Yan's arms. Go on, argue. Keep yelling. Fight it out. As she moved, Jiang Wanru finally noticed her. Shooting her a cold glance, she made her disdain clear. Shen Yiyi. Heh. I was performing a rescue. It was an emergency. Lin Jiadong grew agitated. Was I supposed to just watch her die? Sounds nice, but who knows if you were just taking advantage of the situation? Wang Yan's sharp tongue showed no mercy, and her gaze flickered subtly toward Jiang Wanru. After all, this isn't the first time. She was referring to the time when Lin Jiadong and Jiang Wanru had been caught kissing. Some people didn't believe they were actually a couple, thinking they had only claimed to be engaged as an excuse after being discovered. You! Lin Jiadong choked with anger. Jiang Wanru was equally furious. Even though she no longer had the protagonist's aura in this life, she still had her wits. Noticing how thin Chanjai's clothing was, she asked suspiciously, Educated youth Chan, can you tell me what you were doing by the river? Chanjai sniffled. Sob sob. I was just passing by and accidentally slipped. If it was an accident, then why are your clothes so thin? The water didn't wash them away, did it? Jiang Wanru feigned confusion. It was washed away by the water. Chanjai's water-soaked brain was surprisingly quick-witted. She hadn't planned to jump into the river beforehand. It was just that seeing Lin Jiadong and Jiang Wanru busy building a house and preparing to choose a wedding date had made her anxious. She had originally wanted to run up and confess her feelings to Lin Jiadong, but she knew the chances of success were slim. When she saw him catching fish, a plan formed in her mind, and in a moment of desperation, she had thrown herself into the river. Before jumping, she had deliberately removed her outer clothing, leaving only a thin layer underneath. This way, it would be easier to make it seem as though her reputation had been ruined, forcing him to marry her. With a pitiful expression, she explained, I was wearing a padded jacket. It got too heavy when it soaked up water, so after I fell in, I struggled out of it. And then the current carried it away. You! Jiang Wanru was momentarily speechless. Chapter 128. Your whole family are gossips. Just as the commotion was reaching its peak, Father Li, the acting village chief, arrived. Jiang Wanru, as if seeing her savior, hurriedly recounted the entire incident and then tearfully complained. Father-in-law, my fiancé was only acting heroically. Why is she holding on to him like that? What exactly is she trying to do? Jiang Wanru had seen through Chanjai's tricks. Every word she spoke carried an underlying accusation against Chanjai. However, Lin Jiadong believed that Chanjai had done nothing wrong. Instead, it was the villagers who were at fault. He explained, Uncle Li, I was truly saving her, and there was no other intention. But now, the villagers are saying I have ruined Comrade Chen's reputation. Not only is this an injustice to me, but how is she supposed to continue living in the village after this? Father Li immediately took charge of the situation and addressed the crowd. Fellow villagers, this was simply an act of bravery. His actions deserve our praise and admiration. He went on, making it clear that Lin Jiadong had done nothing wrong, nor had Chanjai. It was purely a heroic act. Besides, Lin Jiadong already had a fiancé, while Chanjai was an unmarried young woman. There was no need to spread rumors about them, since Father Li carried the title of acting village chief. His words carried weight. With him having spoken, the villagers, who had been eagerly watching the spectacle, naturally had nothing more to say and soon dispersed. Father Li then reassured Chanjai before instructing Jiang Wanru to escort her back to the educated youth station. What Chanjai had been clinging onto was the idea that the villagers believed her reputation had been ruined. Now that Father Li had resolved the issue on her behalf, she could no longer insist on the matter in front of Lin Jiadong. Reluctantly, she let go of Lin Jiadong and, at least on the surface, agreed to let Jiang Wanru take her back. Although Jiang Wanru found Chanjai utterly disgusting, she still maintained an outward appearance of concern. Lin Jiadong, also being an educated youth, needed to return to the educated youth station as well. Thus, the three of them left together. Now that the excitement was over, Shen Yi naturally took Xiaobao home. Wang Yan, looking disappointed, caught up with her inside. I thought we were in for a great show, but it ended just like that. Your father-in-law showed up at the worst possible moment. Don't worry, this matter isn't over yet, Shen Yi remarked. Oh? How so? Wang Yan's face lit up with curiosity. You're not known as the biggest gossip in Qingshui village? And yet you can't even make sense of this. Shen Yi looked at her with a smirk. Who's a gossip? Wang Yan widened her eyes, but when she saw Shen Yi glance at her sideways, she immediately backed down. Humph, she'd let it slide this time, for the sake of those 2 pieces of candy. But her curiosity got the better of her. How is this not over yet? Of course it wasn't over, because Chen Jai hadn't gotten what she wanted yet. However, this wasn't something she could tell Wang Yan. If she did, Wang Yan would definitely go around spreading it, which would only ruin Chen Jai's plans. Shen Yi had no intention of helping anyone. She would just let them fight among themselves. So she teased, "You'll find out in a few days." That only made Wang Yan even more impatient. She pleaded, "Come on, tell me. We're so close. I promise I won't say a word." As if she'd believe that. Oh? Shen Yi snapped out of her thoughts and looked at Wang Yan in shock. Since when were we close? Aren't we? Wang Yan blinked. Last time your mother-in-law came over, you gave me 2 extra pieces of candy. Shen Yi. 2 pieces of candy? That was all it took to win you over? You're right, Shen Yi said solemnly. Just then they reached a small fork in the road. Her home and He family's house were in different directions, so she seized the chance to take Xiaobao and leave. Wang Yan watched Shen Yi's retreating figure and spat in frustration. Not telling me just to act all clever, huh? You're the gossip. Your whole family are gossips. Chapter 129, Missing Father, turning on the radio for a story. By the time they got home, it was already past 4 o'clock. Shen Yi placed a small stool at the kitchen door, grabbed a handful of raw sunflower seeds, and put them into Xiaobao's pocket. Xiaobao, be good and sit here with Langya. Don't run around. Mother is going to the kitchen to make something delicious. Okay? Xiaobao sat on the small stool, holding the handful of sunflower seeds in his pocket. As he nibbled on them, his big black grape-like eyes blinked obediently. Okay. By now, Xiaobao was no longer afraid of Langya. The dog squatted beside him, as if it understood Shen Yi's words. It barked once, woof, as if to say it would protect its little master. Good boy, Shen Yi said, then entered the kitchen. Tonight she planned to make minced meat, chive and egg pancakes. She mixed flour with yeast powder and water, stirring until smooth, then set it aside to ferment. She washed the chives thoroughly and chopped them into tiny pieces, then cracked and cooked the eggs. The minced meat was stir-fried with seasoning until it was half-cooked, then mixed with the chives to form the filling. Once the dough had risen, she stuffed it with the mixture and gently pressed it onto a hot pan, frying it until both sides turned golden brown. The pancakes were ready. The delicious aroma quickly filled the air. Xiaobao, who had been obediently sitting on his small stool, couldn't help but crane his neck toward the kitchen as the fragrance reached him. Seeing his mother place the golden, appetizing pancakes onto a bamboo tray, he licked his small lips and stood up. The kitchen was off-limits to him. Shen Yi had always been strict about this, fearing he might play with fire or get splashed by hot oil if she wasn't watching. Langya knew this rule too. Sensing that his little master wanted to enter the kitchen, the dog immediately blocked his path, nudging him backward to keep him at a safe distance. Xiaobao could only stare longingly. Are you hungry? Shen Yi caught sight of his pitiful expression. Xiaobao's bright eyes sparkled as he nodded eagerly. Shen Yi took out 2 pancakes, one for Langya and another for Xiaobao. She tore off a small piece, blew on it to cool it down and placed it in his mouth. How does it taste? Yummy. Xiaobao nodded enthusiastically, then pushed the rest of the pancake toward her mouth. Mother, you eat too. Shen Yi took a bite. The pancake was soft, flavorful and indeed delicious. Just as she was about to call his elder brothers back for dinner, a loud bang suddenly came from the doorway. Bao's figure appeared, and his loud voice echoed through the house. Mother, you made something delicious again. Yes, pancakes. Come and eat quickly, or they won't taste as good when they get cold. Shen Yi said. Wash your hands first. As soon as she finished speaking, she realized she hadn't seen Bao and asked, Where's your big brother? Big brother is next door teaching people how to read. Bao said as he quickly washed his hands. He grabbed a pancake and took a big bite, his face lighting up with satisfaction. So good. What do you mean by teaching people how to read? Shen Yi asked. It's just like how you usually teach big brother. Bao replied nonchalantly. He said he'll be back soon. Curious, Shen Yi went over to take a look. She saw a group of children, including Sanhua Wang Kai, and he Weidong gathered around Dabao, following his lead as they recited, Bua, Pa Mahwa, Da Du. Shen Yiyi. She didn't disturb them and quietly returned home. Not long after, Dabao also came back. The four of them had their dinner. Pancakes paired with malted milk. Casually, Shen Yiyi asked, Dabao, why are you teaching cousin and the others pinyin? Cousin and the others asked me to teach them. He Weidong and the rest were just there for fun. Dabao answered seriously. Shen Yiyi nodded, not thinking much of it. That night, after the four of them finished washing up, they returned to their room and lit the kerosene lamp. Dabao sat under its light reading a book. Worried that the dim light might strain his eyes, Shen Yiyi lit a second lamp. Meanwhile, she played a little game with Xiao Bao called The Little Nose. It was a simple childish game, but every time Shen Yiyi poked Xiao Bao's tiny nose, he would burst into laughter. Suddenly, only Bao was left lying on the heated brick bed, rolling back and forth out of boredom. After a few rolls, he suddenly blurted out, Mother, how much longer until father comes back? Hearing this, Dabao turned his head to look over, and even Xiao Bao, who had been playing a game with their mother, stopped and said, Miss Father. It had been 6 or 7 days since Li Chun left home. The three Baos, who had never been apart from their father for so long, naturally weren't used to it. Shen Yiyi also missed her husband, but she couldn't show it too obviously in front of the three Baos. Otherwise, she feared they would end up clinging to her and crying. Shen Yiyi thought for a moment. Probably another 20 days. Upon hearing this, Bao started counting on his fingers. He counted and counted but kept losing track. Then sighed like a little adult. I can't even count it on 2 hands. That means it's a really long time. 4 hands can count it. Dabao said seriously. Bao tried counting again then sighed. It's still such a long time. Xiao Bao, upon hearing that it would still take a long time, pouted with a sad little face. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned gloomy. Shen Yiyi. She tried to tell them a story to distract them, but the three Baos were already too deep in their sadness over their father's absence. Their spirits remained low. Then, Shen Yiyi suddenly remembered the 3 turns and 1 sound appliances her mother had brought over. Among them was a radio that she had stuffed into a cabinet and hadn't taken out yet. Thinking of this, she rummaged through the cabinets and finally took out the radio. The radio was still an old-fashioned, bulky model. She placed it on the table and began fiddling with it. Seeing their mother take out a big unfamiliar object, the 3 Baos curiously crawled over and asked, Mother, what is this? A radio, Shen Yiyi said as she inserted the batteries that came with it. She turned the knob and instantly, a loud, static sound filled the air. The 3 Baos quickly covered their ears. Shen Yiyi lowered the volume until only their room could hear it, then began adjusting the frequency. She turned through several stations but all she got was static. Just as she was about to feel disappointed, wondering if the signal wasn't connecting, suddenly, da-dee-da. Kids, it's time for the Little Trumpet broadcast. Grandpa Sun Jingxiu will be telling the story of Journey to the West, Episode 1. Huh. The 3 Baos were stunned and quickly huddled closer to listen. At that moment, a warm and kind voice filled the room. Little friends, today I'm going to tell you the story of the stone monkey, who is none other than Sun Wukong from Journey to the West. Long ago, there was a mountain called Flower Fruit Mountain. At its peak, there sat a giant stone. One day, with a loud boom bang, a round stone rolled out, tumbling and tumbling. Then, as a gentle breeze blew, something strange happened. That stone ball turned into a stone monkey. Haha. The elderly storyteller brought the tale to life, making it vivid and engaging. The 3 Baos were completely mesmerized. Their longing for their father instantly faded, and even their breathing became lighter, afraid of missing a single word. By the time the radio broadcast ended, the 3 Baos were still eager for more. They clung to their mother, bombarding her with questions. Mother, who are Sun Wukong's parents? Mother, why could Sun Wukong jump out of a rock? Mother, is Sun Wukong really that powerful? Mother, what does havoc in heaven mean? Shen Yiyi answered what she could and brushed off what she couldn't. Eventually, she assured them that the later episodes would explain everything. She promised that if they behaved, they could listen to a new story every day. Only then did they reluctantly stop asking. However, Shen Yiyi made sure to remind them. Listening to stories on the radio is our little family secret. You mustn't tell anyone, understand? Although 3 turns and 1 sound appliances were all the rage in the cities, their village was different. Even bicycles, far more practical, were rare here, let alone a radio. So far, she hadn't seen any other household with one. If the 3 Baos went around talking about it, curiosity would spread. Soon people might come over to see it, and if the village kids got hooked on listening, they'd show up every day. That would only bring trouble. It was best to keep it quiet. After explaining the seriousness of the matter, the 3 Baos nodded in half understanding. Shen Yiyi gave them one final warning. If you tell anyone, I won't let you listen anymore. And you know Mother always keeps her word. Hearing this, the three bows panicked and quickly swore. Mother, we definitely won't tell. Only then was Shen Yiyi satisfied. She sent them off to bed. Chapter 130, Bringing Xiaobao to the city. 2 days later, Shen Yiyi planned to make a trip to the city to retrieve her bicycle. Since the family was no longer short of money, Shen Yiyi had no intention of selling anything this time. So she decided to bring Xiaobao along. They took an ox cart into the city. Upon arrival, she first went to the transportation team to get her bicycle. She let Xiaobao sit on the back and hold on to her tightly. With Xiaobao riding along, she carried a few apples and headed to the Liang family's home. Liang Shanshan had now joined the textile factory, securing a stable job and living a peaceful life. Yu Hong was overjoyed and pulled Shen Yiyi aside to chat for quite a while. Before Shen Yiyi left, Yu Hong even gave her a good amount of dried beef, saying that a friend had brought it back from Xinjiang a few days ago, and that the meat was of the finest quality. Shen Yiyi took a piece and tasted it. The meat was fresh, flavorful, and chewy. If she took it home and added some spices to make it spicy or numbing hot, it would surely be delicious. She did not refuse and accepted it with a smile. After leaving the Liang family's home, she made a trip to the textile factory. When Li Daya heard that she had arrived, she excitedly ran out. But when she reached Shen Yiyi, she suddenly became a little reserved. Second sister-in-law, what brings you here? I came to see you, Shen Yiyi said. She was just about to prompt Xiaobao to greet her when he had already recognized his eldest aunt and called out loudly, Big Aunt. Hey. Li Daya responded with a smile and scooped Xiaobao up into her arms. Xiaobao dug into his pocket and pulled out a piece of white rabbit creamy candy that he had just received from Yu Hong. Big Aunt, eat this. Big Aunt won't eat it. Save it for our Xiaobao. Li Daya shook her head. Xiaobao patted his bulging pocket. Yu Hong had given him a lot of candy. Normally, Shen Yiyi did not allow him to eat so many sweets, but since they were out, she decided to give him some leeway for now. However, once they got home, there would be no escaping her rules. Xiaobao, completely unaware of any impending consequences, was feeling generous with his abundance of sweets, and did not hesitate to share. Seeing this, Li Daya finally took the candy, and her smile softened even more. Shen Yiyi observed Li Daya. It had only been 2 months since her divorce. The once thin, haggard, and lifeless woman was now. Although it could not be considered a complete transformation, after all, she had endured more than a decade of hardship, leaving her physically weakened beyond what 2 months of recovery could fix. Her appearance remained the same, yet she seemed entirely different. What had changed? Shen Yiyi observed for a moment and realized it was Li Daya's eyes. 2 months ago, Li Daya had been utterly dejected, her eyes clouded and lifeless, devoid of any hope for the future. But now there was light in them again. She had started smiling more, though she still seemed a little shy. Noticing Shen Yiyi looking at her, Li Daya felt a bit uneasy. Second sister-in-law, what is it? Shen Yiyi smiled and shook her head. Nothing. Is work going well? It's going well. Li Daya replied obediently. Shen Yiyi nodded and encouraged her. That's good. Keep up the good work. Li Daya nodded firmly. Then the conversation fell into a brief silence. Li Daya wanted to chat with Shen Yiyi a bit more but struggled to find the right words. Several times she opened her mouth to speak but hesitated and swallowed her words back down. Shen Yiyi did not know what was on her mind. Thinking that Li Daya might be worried about being away from work for too long, she suggested, If you're in a hurry to get back to work, you should go. I'm not in a hurry. Before Shen Yiyi could finish, Li Daya blurted out. She had spoken too hastily. Shen Yiyi looked at her in surprise. What was going on? Realizing her own reaction, Li Daya felt a bit embarrassed and quickly explained. Today is actually my day off. A coworker had something to do this morning, so I came in to cover for her since I had nothing else going on. Now that she's back, I have nothing to do anymore. Are you heading home now? Li Daya asked. She had just been about to suggest that, since she was free, she could go back to the village with Shen Yiyi. Shen Yiyi shook her head. I'm not going back. I'm going to find your director, Qian. I heard she's off work today. Then I'll go with you. Li Daya responded immediately. All right. Shen Yiyi agreed without hesitation. Qian Shaoling was the union director and handled employee welfare. It would do Li Daya good to build a good relationship with her. Li Daya hurried back to change out of her work uniform before heading to Qian Shaoling's house with Shen Yiyi. However, neither of them expected that as soon as they entered the alley, they would hear a commotion ahead. Curious about the noise, they approached Qian Shaoling's house, only to find a crowd gathered at the entrance, pointing and whispering among themselves. Shen Yiyi listened closely and soon heard the sounds of an argument coming from inside the house. If it weren't for you, my family wouldn't have ended up like this. I'll kill you. It was your father who did wrong. What does that have to do with my sister? Ah, sister, watch out. Xiaolan, be careful. Bang. 3 voices could be heard, 1 male and 2 female. One of them belonged to Qian Xiaoling. The other female voice sounded familiar to Shen Yiyi, but she could not immediately recall who it was. The male voice, however, was unmistakably Yang Xiong's. Yang Xiong had come to seek revenge over his father's affairs? That's nonsense. Yang Xiong's voice rang out again, filled with fury. It's you. And that whore from Qingshui village, right? After I deal with you, I'll go take care of her. Qingshui village? Whore? Was he referring to her? Shen Yiyi narrowed her eyes slightly. At that moment, the crowd at the entrance let out a collective gasp. Watch out! Someone shouted. More loud crashing noises followed. Shen Yiyi got off her bicycle. She had to settle this matter now. If she waited until Yang Xiong made his way to the village, she would be at a disadvantage. Big sister, take the bike and go a bit farther. Keep an eye on Xiao Bao for me. Thank you. Second sister-in-law? Li Daya called out worriedly, but before she could say anything else, Shen Yiyi had already pushed her way into the crowd. Li Daya wanted to follow but understood that Shen Yiyi meant for her to protect Xiao Bao. She had no choice but to leave first. Since she did not know how to ride a bicycle, she pulled it along while carrying Xiao Bao. Meanwhile, Shen Yiyi forced her way through the gathered onlookers and saw Yang Xiong standing at the entrance of the main hall, blocking the way. He held a sharp knife in his hand and swung it wildly whenever someone inside tried to step out. His eyes were bloodshot, his expression crazed. He had clearly lost all reason and was completely out of control. The women inside were so terrified that they dared not move, one of whom was Qian Xiaoling. Yang Xiong slashed the air with his knife, causing the crowd to let out a collective scream. Shen Yiyi grabbed someone nearby and asked about the situation. Only then did she learn that Yang Xiong's father had been caught selling public property on the black market. He had been accused of exploiting socialism for personal gain. Not only had his home been thoroughly raided, but Yang Pengshan himself had also been dragged out and, now he was barely clinging to life. As for Yang Xiong, without his father's support, he could not even afford to eat. In the past, he had relied on his father's position to harass innocent women and act arrogantly, making plenty of enemies. Now that he had fallen from power, people were finally getting their revenge. Anyone who passed by either kicked him or spat on him. Yang Xiong, having been accustomed to a life of privilege, could not tolerate such humiliation. Enraged, he had come looking for Qian Xiaoling to take his revenge. Chapter 131. Smashing benches was something learned from Shen Yiyi. Has anyone called the public security? Shen Yiyi asked the onlookers in a low voice. Someone already went. They should be here soon. A person replied, glancing anxiously inside. Qian Xiaoling and another woman were trapped in the room. They stood in opposite corners trying to divert Yang Xiong's attention. But Yang Xiong had already realized that they were stalling for time. He no longer wanted to play cat and mouse with them. Gripping his knife tightly, he fixed his eyes on Qian Xiaoling, intending to strike her down. Qian Xiaoling tensed up completely, her gaze wary as she stared at Yang Xiong. The two remained in a standoff for a moment. Ah! Yang Xiong suddenly let out a furious roar, raising his knife and slashing toward Qian Xiaoling. Sis! Qian Xiaolan screamed and lunged forward. She had originally intended to crash into Yang Xiong, but he dodged, causing her to collide directly with Qian Xiaoling instead. This played right into Yang Xiong's intent, killing them both at once. His knife swung down. The blade was aimed straight at Qian Xiaolan's forehead. Her face instantly turned deathly pale, and she shut her eyes instinctively. She was done for. The people outside gasped in horror. Just then, with a loud thud, half a brick slammed heavily onto Yang Xiong's wrist. The sharp pain twisted his expression in agony, yet he gritted his teeth and clung stubbornly to the knife, refusing to let go. Perhaps he knew that the only thing he could rely on was that blade. Yang Xiong turned his head in fury. Another brick came flying, hitting him squarely on the forehead. Blood gushed out, but he remained motionless, his gaze locked onto Shen Yiyi. The moment he recognized her, the hatred in his eyes burned even fiercer than when he looked at Qian Xiaoling. Blood trickled down his face, making him look utterly terrifying. Through gritted teeth, he spat out each word with venom. It's you, you wretched bitch! You coward! Shen Yiyi smirked coldly, her eyes showing no trace of fear. She had successfully provoked Yang Xiong. Clutching his knife, he strode toward her aggressively. Just then, Shen Yiyi suddenly picked up a basin of some liquid, raised her hand and flung it toward him. He glared with wide eyes and charged forward. Flat. A splash of liquid landed, and Yang Xiong suddenly let out a piercing scream. His grip finally loosened, the knife clattered to the ground, and he collapsed, clutching both his eyes and his wound. His entire body curled up, veins bulging as he howled in agony. Shen Yiyi had thrown a mixture of chili and salt water. She had secretly prepared it in the kitchen while Qian Xiaoling and the other woman were confronting Yang Xiong. The eyes were the most vulnerable part of the human face. Combined with the open wound on his head, no matter how tough he was, he couldn't withstand the sting of the chilly salt water. Seeing this, Qian Xiaolin sprang into action. She kicked the knife aside to prevent Yang Xiong from grabbing it again, then snatched up a long wooden bench from nearby and brought it crashing down on him. Yang Xiong's head tilted to one side. It was unclear whether he had passed out or worse. Qian Xiaolin leaned in to check his breathing. Confirming that he was still alive, she raised the bench again, preparing to strike. Her ruthless expression made Shen Yiyi speechless. Though she didn't care about Yang Xiong's fate, killing him outright would be troublesome. What if Qian Xiaolin ended up in prison? Just as she was about to speak up, someone shouted, "Public security is here." Qian Xiaolin's raised bench halted midair before she tossed it aside with a loud thud. For good measure, she gave Yang Xiong a swift kick. The public security officers entered, scanned the chaotic scene, and questioned them. They all told the truth, with the onlookers serving as witnesses. The officers didn't make things difficult for them. As for Yang Xiong with his notorious father, who had spent his life mooching off the socialist system and was despised by everyone, his own record of provoking trouble, engaging in violent brawls, and harassing women had already built a solid case against him. He was now officially guilty of hooliganism, and his fate was unlikely to be pleasant. After the officers dragged Yang Xiong away, Qian Xiaolin sent off the gathered crowd before finally exhaling in relief. She turned to Shen Yiyi, her expression shifting in an instant. A bright smile spread across her face as she eagerly grabbed Shen Yi's hands, her voice filled with sincerity. "Sis, I really owe you one. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead by now." Shen Yiyi studied Qian Xiaolin, finding her oddly familiar. A sudden realization struck her. "Wait, you're the cinema clerk from the movie theater." Qian Xiaolin's eyes lit up in recognition. "And you're that violent girl who smashes benches at the slightest disagreement?" Shen Yiyi. Thinking back to how Qian Xiaolin had just swung a bench at Yang Xiong without hesitation, she wondered, who was the real violent one here? If Qian Xiaolin had known what Shen Yiyi was thinking, she would have definitely said that she had learned it all from her. Though their previous encounter had been brief, Shen Yiyi had left a deep impression on Qian Xiaolin. That swift and decisive moment when she had picked up a bench and smashed it without hesitation had ignited a fire in Qian Xiaolin's heart. Thinking of this, Qian Xiaolin cheerfully introduced herself. "Let's get to know each other properly. I'm Qian Xiaolin, Qian Xiaoling's younger sister." "I'm Shen Yiyi." Shen Yiyi replied with a smile. And just like that, they became acquainted. The Qian sisters showered Shen Yiyi with gratitude, repeatedly expressing that there was no way to repay such a life-saving favor. They clung to her, chatting non-stop, their enthusiasm almost overwhelming her. As they talked, Qian Xiaoling picked up on the connection between Shen Yiyi and her sister through their casual conversation. She suddenly grinned and said, "Xiaolin, guess where he is from?" "Where?" Qian Xiaolin, knowing her sister wouldn't ask without a reason, grew curious. Qian Xiaoling chuckled. "She's from Qingshui village." "Qingshui village?" "From Hongxing commune." Qian Xiaolin's eyes widened. Shen Yiyi had no idea what the sisters were hinting at, but Qingshui village was indeed part of Hongxing commune. She nodded and smiled. "That's right." Qian Xiaolin slapped her thigh and burst into laughter. "My husband is the director of Hongxing commune." "Director Huang Weigua? The top leader of the commune?" Shen Yiyi glanced at Qian Xiaoling, who winked at her. Then she looked at Qian Xiaolin, who was beaming like a flower in full bloom. Suddenly, everything clicked, and Shen Yiyi found the situation amusing. She had known Qian Xiaoling for over 2 months. Since Qian Xiaoling knew she was from Qingshui village, she naturally also knew that it belonged to Hongxing commune. Yet, she had never once mentioned that her own brother-in-law was the director of that very commune. Now, however, she was suddenly bringing it up. So was this her way of repaying Shen Yiyi for saving their lives, by offering up a powerful connection on a silver platter? Although Shen Yi's original intention was simply to prevent Yang Xiong from retaliating against her in Qingshui village, how could she refuse such a golden opportunity? Besides, she had indeed saved the Qian sisters' lives, even if unintentionally. More importantly, she had recently wanted to ask Director Huang for a favor, but had been struggling to find a way in. She had originally planned to leave, but now she decided to stay and help clean up the mess while continuing to chat and laugh with the Qian sisters. Qian Xiaolin was a straightforward person, and both Shen Yiyi and Qian Xiaoling were quick-witted. Some things only needed to be hinted at, and they would understand. As a result, their conversation became increasingly lively. Just then there was a knock at the door. Chapter 132. Shen Yiyi seized the opportunity. Qian Xiaoling thought it was her husband returning, but when she opened the door it was actually Li Daya. Li Daya looked anxious. "Director Qian is my second sister-in-law, all right?" Hearing Li Daya's voice from the main room, Shen Yiyi suddenly remembered her eldest sister-in-law and son, whom she had unintentionally ignored. She quickly stepped out. Elder sister, I'm fine. Li Daya let out a sigh of relief. Mother. Xiao Bao, upon seeing his mother, dashed over on his short legs and grabbed her hand. Good boy. Shen Yiyi said, patting his head. This is your son? Qian Xiaolan walked out from the main room, looking surprised when she heard Xiao Bao calling Shen a mother. He's so adorable. I thought you had just gotten married. I didn't expect you to already have a child. Qian Xiaoling had previously investigated Shen Yiyi. She knew there was someone like her in Qingshui village, and had confirmed her background as Shen Yiyi had described. That was why she felt at ease making friends with her. Naturally, she was also aware that Shen Yiyi had 3 sons. But even she had been shocked when she first found out. Now, she deliberately made it sound even more surprising for her sister. She doesn't just have a child, she already has 3. 3 children already? Qian Xiaolan was even more astonished. She scrutinized Shen Yiyi, feeling amazed that someone who had given birth to 3 children could still maintain such a youthful presence. The other 2 are already 6 years old. Shen Yiyi added. Qian Xiaolan mumbled. That old already? 6-year-olds should be starting elementary school, right? What she actually meant was that Shen Yi's children were old enough for school, yet she herself still looked so young. Shen Yiyi caught the opportunity and sighed in feigned helplessness. They haven't started school yet. Why haven't they started school? As expected, Qian Xiaolan was led astray by her words and asked without much thought. In our village, kids who want to go to school have to travel to the commune. Though the shortcut to the commune isn't very far, it's all mountain roads. My children are still so young, and I don't feel comfortable letting them go alone. Shen Yiyi explained with a smile. Oh, I see. Qian Xiaolan was just about to nod in understanding when Shen Yiyi casually added. Actually, many children in our village don't go to school. When they're too young, their families can't bear to send them away. But once they grow older, their families want them to stay home and work for work points. Plus, they think studying is useless, so they simply don't send them at all. Speaking of which, isn't it time for the commune to select a village for building a new elementary school again this year? I wonder if our village will be chosen. Qian Xiaoling. If she still didn't understand what Shen Yiyi was implying at this point, she would be an absolute fool. Shen Yiyi actually wanted an elementary school built in their village. She wasn't very familiar with the situation in Hongxing Commune, but she did know about Qingshui village. First, Qingshui village was very close to both the county and the commune. Second, it had consistently high grain yields, ranking among the top 3 villages in Hongxing Commune. It was also the village that her husband mentioned the most. Would Qingshui village be chosen for an elementary school this year? Qian Xiaolan didn't even need to think. Her answer was a definite no. It wasn't that Qingshui village didn't meet the criteria for building a school. The problem was her husband, Huang Weigua, was simply too rigid in his thinking. In other communes, the wealthiest village would get priority for a new school. But Huang Weigua was different. He was always looking at the bigger picture, prioritizing support for the less fortunate. He would take resources from prosperous villages to help the struggling ones. So when it came to building schools, he naturally focused on impoverished remote villages. Since Qingshui village had excellent annual production and was close to the commune, he believed the children there could just travel to the commune for school. As a result, Qingshui village was never considered for a new school. This gave Qian Xiaolan a headache. Wasn't this forcing people to move backward? But there was nothing she could do. She couldn't change his mind. Still, people were naturally inclined to seek benefits and avoid harm. Just earlier, she had revealed her background to Shen Yiyi as a gesture of gratitude. But she hadn't expected Shen Yiyi to seize the opportunity so quickly. Building a school wasn't a trivial matter. It required enormous manpower and resources, coordination with commune officials, and approval from county leaders. Even though Qian Xiaolan didn't entirely agree with her husband's approach, she also didn't want to cause him such a big problem. She forced a laugh and politely declined. Well, I'm not too sure about this. We should just wait for the commune to announce the results. Shen Yiyi understood that Qian Xiaolan meant she couldn't help, but she didn't stop talking. Instead, she sighed as if she were just making casual conversation. It's actually quite sad when you think about it. Back when the country was newly founded, there were so many literacy campaigns. The people of Qingshui village kept up with the times, and most of them managed to break free from illiteracy. They even developed their own understanding of production, which is why our village ranks among the top in grain yield every year. But now, the next generation is about to return to the days before liberation. Sigh. Qian Xiaolan's expression stiffened. Shen Yiyi continued. Actually, I don't have much to worry about. I'm teaching my children at home myself. The reason I'm bringing this up is because I'm concerned about my father-in-law. Our village's old village chief is sick. and no one knows when he'll recover. My father-in-law is now the acting village chief. If one day, higher-up officials come for an inspection and see that Qingshui village has such high annual yields, yet the next generation is full of illiterates, do you think he might get punished? If Shen Yi's previous sentence was something Qian Xiaolan could still endure, the next one completely shattered her composure. Although the national college entrance exam had been abolished, it didn't mean education was no longer valued. Elementary, middle, and high schools still existed. Most villages had elementary schools, communes had both elementary and middle schools, and wealthier communes even had high schools. Yet Qingshui village didn't even have an elementary school. This had resulted in a large number of children being unable to receive an education. If the county leaders found out, then the decision to build a school wasn't up to the village chief, let alone an acting village chief. So was Shen Yiyi subtly implying that her husband was responsible? After all, the decision largely depended on the commune's leadership. And since her husband was the top official of Hongxing commune, if blame were to be assigned, wouldn't he be the real culprit? The more Qian Xiaolan thought about it, the worse she felt. She quickly found an excuse and left. Shen Yiyi watched her retreating figure and raised an eyebrow. Qian Xiaoling, who had been listening to the entire conversation, suddenly chuckled. If today hadn't been filled with so many unexpected events, I would have suspected that you planned this from the start. Shen Yiyi turned her head and glanced at Qian Xiaoling with a smile. Sister Ling, premeditated is such a negative word. I won't deny that I have personal motives, but you can't deny that what I said is true, can you? Our village does meet the criteria for building a school. The only reason it hasn't been built is that we're too close to the commune. If it weren't for the mountain roads, it might not be a big deal. But those roads are steep and dangerous. It's genuinely unsafe for young children to travel that way. Just because children in more remote areas need education more doesn't mean the safety of our village's children should be ignored. If an accident were to happen, wouldn't Director Huang bear some responsibility as well? Yes, you're absolutely right, Qian Xiaoling said with a laugh. Shen Yiyi curled her lips into a slight smile. She had set her mind on building an elementary school in the village. This idea had first occurred to her a couple of days ago, when she sought about teaching the younger kids how to read pinyin. Of course, it wasn't just for the village children. Her primary concern was actually Dabao and Airbao. At this time, human traffickers were still rampant. Their favorite targets were children from mountainous areas. One could never be too careful. For the safety of Dabao and Airbao, she didn't want them to walk such remote and dangerous roads to school. Besides, Qingshui village already had the conditions necessary for building a school. After leaving the Qian family's house, Shen Yiyi received a good amount of snacks and dried fruits. Then she rode her bicycle to drop off Li Daya at her rented house before preparing to head home. Before she left, Li Daya's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Second sister-in-law, do you think Director Huang will really build a school because of what you said? Not necessarily, but I still have other moves to make. Shen Yiyi replied. Alright, you should head inside. I'm going now. Li Daya stepped into her house, glancing back every few steps. Shen Yiyi then took Xiaobao and headed home. But what she didn't expect was that something major had happened in the village. Chapter 133. Mother was led astray by father. The public security arrived. Several days had passed since Chen Yiyi had accidentally fallen into the river. At the time, Father Li had stepped in to mediate, and out of respect for him, everyone had dispersed. However, rumors and gossip spread behind the scenes, especially about such a scandalous affair. Coincidentally, it was also the time for spring plowing. Some people had already started working, and those gathered together for labor engaged in heated discussions. The more they talked, the more exaggerated the rumors became. Eventually, those who had no idea what had actually happened began to believe that something had transpired between Chen Yiyi and Lin Jiadong. Chen Yiyi could not bear it any longer. Today she went to jump into the river again. By coincidence, it was once again Lin Jiadong who saved her. The village women who had been spreading the rumors became afraid. None of them dared to admit that their gossip had driven Chen Yiyi to such an extreme act. Instead, they pushed the blame onto her, claiming that she had jumped into the river because she felt she had lost her purity. They insisted that Lin Jiadong should take responsibility and marry her. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yiyi demanded that Lin Jiadong marry her to protect her reputation. Otherwise, she would rather die. This time, Father Li's words held no sway. Not only was Jiang Wanru furious, but Lin Jiadong was also baffled. He had merely saved someone. How had he suddenly been accused of ruining Chen Yi's purity? And now he was being forced to marry her? With no way to clear his name, Lin Jiadong, along with Jiang Wanru, became so exasperated that they went straight to the city to report the incident to the authorities. The public security arrived. After investigating the matter, They gathered all the villagers of Qingshui village at the grain-drying field for an ideological education meeting. The main message of the meeting was similar to what Father Li had previously said. Essentially, that Lin Jiadong was a heroic citizen who had acted righteously, and that Chen Yiyi was a victim. Neither of them was at fault. The true wrongdoers were the villagers who had spread the rumors. At that time, the public security held great authority. The villagers, after being reprimanded, hung their heads in shame, looking dejected and disheveled. They admitted their mistakes and solemnly promised never to spread false rumors again. Chen Yiyi had never expected that Jiang Wanru would actually go as far as reporting to the authorities. Not only did she fail to achieve her goal of forcing Lin Jiadong to marry her, but she also ended up ruining her own reputation. Although the villagers had promised not to spread rumors anymore, she knew that she would never escape their judgmental glances in the future. Did this mean Lin Jiadong and Jiang Wanru had won? Of course not. Reporting the incident to the authorities had resulted in the villagers being reprimanded, which only made them resent the couple even more. It was inevitable that they would be ostracized by the village from now on. By the time Shen Yiyi returned, the public security had already left. It was Wang Yan who rushed over to fill her in on everything that had happened. Wang Yan had been one of the main instigators pushing for Lin Jiadong to marry Chen Yiyi. Because of this, she had been singled out by the public security and given a stern warning. They told her that if she continued to spread such rumors, she would end up in prison. Now, she was venting her frustrations to Shen Yiyi in an endless stream of complaints. However, Shen Yiyi only caught on to one key point. Lin Jiadong, Jiang Wanru, and Chen Yiyi had all lost in the end. As for the rest of Wang Yan's words, they went in one ear and out the other. She responded absent-mindedly, barely paying attention. Wang Yan was exasperated. How could someone not enjoy listening to gossip? Because it has nothing to do with me, Shen Yiyi said without even looking up, as she took out the items Yu Hong and Qian Shaoling had given her from her basket. Who said it has nothing to do with you? Wang Yan snorted. What does this have to do with me? Shen Yiyi asked, genuinely puzzled. She had not been involved in the situation at all. At most, she had simply watched the drama unfold when Chen Yiyi had jumped into the river the first time. It concerns your father-in-law. Wang Yan corrected herself, then added. Which means it concerns you too. Shen Yiyi immediately understood. In this era, collective honor was still highly valued. Now that the matter had escalated to the level of the public security, it was bound to affect the village's chances of being recognized as advanced at the end of the year. Since the situation involved such a major scandal, the villagers would not only blame the direct culprits, but would also vent their anger on the village leadership. And the person primarily responsible for public affairs in the village was none other than the village chief. Father Li naturally became the target of the villagers' frustration. After all, he had only recently taken on the role of acting village chief, and some villagers believed that the failure to properly handle the situation was a sign of his incompetence. In more serious cases, there were even those who called for his removal from the position. Seeing that Shen Yiyi had figured out the implications, Wang Yan instantly became smug. Well, Uncle Li is new to the role after all. Making mistakes like this is unavoidable. Shen Yiyi cast her a sideways glance, her tone dangerously low. You sound awfully happy about it. Wang Yan's smirk disappeared in an instant. She straightened her face and responded seriously. Not at all. Though her eyes were fixed on the dried beef in Shen Yi's hands. Shen Yiyi picked up a piece of dried beef and handed it to her. Will this shut you up? Yes, yes, yes. Wang Yan's eyes lit up as she eagerly accepted the snack. The dried beef wasn't very big. One could finish it in a single bite if they ate generously. But Wang Yan delicately pinched it between her thumb and forefinger, as if savoring the rarest delicacy in the world. She took the tiniest nibble, smacked her lips a few times, and acted like she was deeply appreciating the flavor. Shen Yiyi. She wordlessly handed over another piece. Wang Yan was immediately overwhelmed with gratitude. I knew we were close. Then, holding her two precious pieces of dried beef, she happily trotted home. Shen Yiyi almost burst out laughing. Mother! A loud voice rang out before the person even arrived. Air Bao's booming call filled the air. You're back. I'm back. Shen Yiyi replied. Come here. I have something delicious for you. What delicious food? Air Bao's voice was filled with excitement. When Wang Yan had left earlier, she had only loosely closed the door. Without a second thought, Air Bao lifted his foot and kicked it open. A dusty footprint instantly appeared on the door, but he didn't care. Just as he was about to rush inside, De Bao grabbed him by the collar from behind. De Bao's small face was serious. How many times has father told you? Stop kicking the door, or else you'll get a beating. Air Bao shrank his neck and muttered weakly. But father isn't home. But I am. De Bao's tone was firm. Clean it up. Now. Bao looked at his mother with pleading eyes. When Shen Yiyi had first returned, she had been overwhelmed with guilt and eager to make up for lost time. Back then, she had indulged the three Bao's every request. But now, after more than half a year, she had settled into a much calmer mindset and no longer spoiled them excessively. Now, faced with Bao's hopeful gaze, she simply smiled and handed him a rag. Bao. His mother had changed. She must have been corrupted by their father. With a pitiful expression, he took the rag and started scrubbing the footprint. Make sure it's clean, Bao instructed. Then he turned to his mother, his usual cool expression tinged with anticipation. Mother, what's the delicious food? Dried beef, Shen Yiyi replied. I'll add some seasoning to make it even better. Can we eat it now? Bao poked his head over. Clean your mess first, Bao said, delivering a flick to Bao's forehead. I'm done, Bao shouted, rubbing his head angrily. Oh, Bao casually stuffed his hands into his pockets. That was it? Just oh? Bao glared at his older brother. But Bao didn't even spare him a glance. Instead he added, go wash the rag. Bao sulked as he dragged himself away to wash the rag. Shen Yiyi. Who should she help? Forget it. She wouldn't help anyone. Chapter 134. Bao, I'm afraid you'll get hit. It was about time to make dinner. Bao was tending the fire for Shen Yiyi while she chatted with him. Bao, have you been teaching your older cousin and the others how to read these past few days? She asked. No. Bao placed a piece of firewood into the stove and noticed that the fire inside was about to go out. He quickly crouched down and blew on it a few times. The flames rekindled. Sitting back on the small stool, he let out a sigh like a little adult burdened with worries. They think I don't know how to teach. Shen Yiyi was puzzled. Bao was very intelligent. He grasped new things instantly, learned quickly, and was diligent. From December of last year until now, he had been studying for over 4 months. Since elementary school knowledge was relatively simple, he had already mastered most of it. She planned to expand his vocabulary a bit more before moving on to junior high school material. By logic, Bao should have had no trouble teaching Hua and the others. How could he not know how to teach? They said I talk too fast. Bao frowned, hesitating before continuing. Actually, I don't understand why I've already taught them 3 times, yet they still can't remember the 63 pinyin letters. Shen Yiyi. Was this some kind of humble brag? She almost forgot that Bao's intelligence was different from others. His way of thinking was also different. What he found simple and easy to remember might not be the same for others. But still, Shen Yiyi spoke sincerely. Bao, you better not teach others in the future. Why? Bao was confused. I'm afraid you'll get hit. Bao. After dinner, the sky had not yet darkened. Taking the opportunity to walk off the meal, Shen Yiyi brought the 3 Baos to the old house. The atmosphere there was rather gloomy. Motherly sat under the eaves with a cold expression, but when she saw the 3 Baos, her face softened. My precious grandsons, come here and let Grandma hug you. The 3 Baos immediately ran to their grandmother's side. Shen Yiyi looked around and asked, Mother, where is father? In the house, Motherly replied. Speaking of this matter, her face darkened again. She couldn't help but complain to Shen Yiyi. Second daughter-in-law, you're an educated person. You know a lot. You tell me, does it make sense? Can educated youth Chen's incident really be blamed on your father? He already told the villagers not to talk about it, but they insisted on gossiping. In the end, they pushed her to jump into the river, then forced educated youth Lin to marry her. Now, how did it suddenly become your father's fault? They're even saying he's unfit for the acting village chief position. That if it were the brigade leader, things would have been handled better. And now they're talking about removing him from the position. Pa, isn't he Herong just trying to take both the village chief and brigade leader roles for himself? If they want to remove him, so be it. We don't care about this stupid acting village chief position. We got nothing out of it, and now we're left covered in dirt. Shen Yiyi. She remembered that when Fatherly first took on the acting village chief role, Motherly had come to tell her about it with an expression so excited, one would think Fatherly had just been appointed to a high-ranking official's post, making her the esteemed wife of a nobleman. I'm going to ask father about something. Shen Yiyi chose not to comment on the matter. Go ahead. Motherly waved her off. She was just venting and never really expected Shen Yiyi to mediate. If even her own old man could only lay low and endure the scolding, there was no way Shen Yiyi could do anything about it. Shen Yiyi went inside and talked with Fatherly for about an hour before coming out again. Then she took the 3 Baos back home. After they left, Motherly finally went inside. She was surprised to see that the old man, who had been frowning all day, now looked much more relaxed. Even stranger, he was writing something on a piece of paper. What was going on? Had the problem been solved? Was second daughter-in-law really that capable? Mother Li suddenly recalled that Shen Yiyi had also resolved Li Dia's matter before. Could it be that she really had a way? Excited by the thought, she quickly asked, "Old man, did second daughter-in-law come up with a way to keep you from being dismissed?" "No," Father Li replied. Mother Li didn't believe him. Then what did she come in here to talk about? "It wasn't about that," Father Li said. "It was something else." To Mother Li, nothing mattered more than whether he would be dismissed. Seeing her frustrated expression, Father Li reassured her. "If they really want to remove me, then so be it. I never wanted to be village chief in the first place. If it weren't for the old village chief's request, I wouldn't have agreed to act as a temporary replacement. If the villagers can elect someone more suitable, that would actually be a good thing. Not wanting the position and being dismissed are two different things." Mother Li was furious. While she also no longer wanted her old man to be the village chief, if he was removed due to incompetence, wouldn't the whole village laugh at them? No matter how she thought about it, it didn't sit right with her. Seeing her husband burying his head in writing again, she pushed him in annoyance. "How do you still have the mood to write these tea? Hey, don't touch me. You made me mess up," Father Li scolded. What kind of tone was that? She was worried about him. Mother Li was even more irritated and tried to see what he was writing. Thanks to the literacy class she had attended in the past couple of months, she could recognize a few simple words. She frowned in confusion. "What is this? Why are you writing down the number of children in our village?" Second daughter-in-law said she wants to write some kind of article and needs this information to present it to the commune leadership. If we're lucky, it might persuade them to build a primary school in our village. Father Li replied without looking up. "A primary school?" Mother Li almost cried out in surprise. While Father Li was thinking about benefiting the village, she was thinking, if a primary school was built, wouldn't that mean her old man wouldn't be dismissed? Father Li immediately saw through her thoughts and looked up to warn her. "We don't know if this will succeed. Don't go running your mouth about it. If it doesn't work out, you'll just cause trouble for second daughter-in-law." "I won't say a word," Mother Li promised instantly. Then she asked, "What kind of article is she writing? Will there be results by tomorrow?" "The village might hold a meeting tomorrow to officially remove her husband. After all, the village chief was originally an elected position. And since Father Li was only the acting village chief, removing him didn't even require the commune's approval." "I don't know. I don't even understand what kind of article she's writing," Father Li admitted. He had studied before, but only up to junior high school. Mother Li didn't understand either, so she simply urged him, "Then hurry up and write." As for what kind of article it was, naturally it was a research paper. Shen Yiyi was certain that Chen Xiaolan's words would make their way back to manhwasummary. However, scare tactics like leadership punishment wouldn't work on him. After all, if he had dared to go against the grain by supporting an impoverished brigade instead of rewarding an advanced one, it showed that regardless of whether his methods were right or not, he genuinely cared about the livelihood of the people. So the best approach was to address the root issue. Informing manhwasummary about the struggles of Qingshui village's next generation in accessing education. That was the only way to move him. That's why Shen Yiyi decided to write a research paper on the educational situation of Qingshui village's children and submit it to manhwasummary. After gathering some data from Father Li, she got to work that very night. Starting with an analysis of national education policies, the importance of education, and the broader educational landscape, she then examined Qingshui village's child population, their ages, the percentage of uneducated children, and the reasons behind their lack of schooling. Finally, she would present the problem and propose a solution, establishing a school in the village.